Chapter 271 Kick. Forget it. We are unlucky. Yang Bo added 2 people to chat privately, and found that their nicknames were almost the same. One was a yellow pin, and the other was 2 yellow pins. The other 2 also saw Yang Bo's nickname, Wilderness Swordsman, and they complained in their hearts. What kind of ancient nickname is this? Yang Bo was actually a little suspicious of the 2 people. He didn't know if the 3 people were called by the 2. But it didn't matter. He didn't want to get the task items. What he needed was skills. It's a loss this time. The next step is to find some more farms. But next time we will be more prepared and advance faster. How about the 3 of us working together? You can see that it takes a lot of bullets to clear a farm. It's troublesome for me to run alone. As for the profit, I will give you 20% of the final task items. And I don't want the rest of the task items. Yang Bo typed directly to the 2 people. Brother, aren't you losing money like this? The other 2 were very happy. But they still typed and asked. Change your equipment first. You might be recognized by others. Yang Bo spoke first. So the other 2 immediately changed to a worse set of equipment. One of the yellow pins spoke directly. Brother, how about we set up a team? So that we can not only leave messages to each other, but also share the location. Yes. Yang Bo continued to type. The shared location needs to be turned on by yourself. It will not be turned on automatically. And you can also turn it off. Brother, this is the first time I have seen this 1-star task item. Yang Bo did not answer this question because he was not sure. Big Brother has lost a lot this time. The other 2 players obviously also saw the news on the forum. Yang Bo continued to type. We have to be quick next time. We wasted time this time. This is the map. We are responsible for finding suitable places separately. As long as there are social animals, it will be fine. Big Brother, is the zoo okay? I remember that I found that the animals in the zoo also have leaders. The other 2 saw Yang Bo sharing the map with them, and they were not surprised at all. When they heard Yang Bo looking for social animals, they immediately said. Yang Bo immediately looked at the zoo after hearing what the 2 said, and continued to type, okay. Observe the terrain first. Big Brother, we are good at reconnaissance. If we can't beat the zombies, we can run away. The 2 of us will be responsible for reconnaissance of the zoo? The 2 of them spoke, with similar tones, which were obviously the official voice packs of the game. Yang Bo immediately typed, okay. I will go to scout another farm. The zoo is next to the city, and covers a large area. It is very difficult to scout it clearly. Brother, send me a message if you need anything. The other 2 were also very excited, because although they spent a lot of game coins to buy bullets this time, the benefits were also considerable. Brother, the mission points can be used to buy online time. At this time, the other 2 said. Yang Bo was also confused at first. Hundreds of credit points per hour. What was the official thinking? It turned out that there was a backup plan. Nothing more than asking you to find useful things. Yang Bo did not go to the breeding farm, but ate melons on the forum. One of the 3 people who asked Yang Bo to hand over the mission items had his character damaged. The main thing is that this character has another horn. Then the horn worth 30,000 yuan was taken by someone else, who posted a picture on the forum. These 3 guys must be pissed off. Yang Bo looked at his post, which had more than 3,000 replies. Some of them accused Yang Bo of provoking a fight among players. Someone else started a live broadcast to chase the other 2. And someone in the live broadcast room called for the chaser to kill the 2 and give him a reward. Obviously, these 3 guys didn't just rob Yang Bo. And of course, there were also people who added fuel to the fire and added insult to injury. This is more exciting than watching a blockbuster. This ancient fighting method is worth watching. It's a pity that someone brought a laser gun. Do you think we can shoot a costume war movie in it? I think we can just clean up an area and build some molds. This cost is much cheaper than special effects. This is not easy to do. Some people have done it in mecha games. If other players come to make trouble, you have no way to deal with it. Find a place with special terrain. Arrange the surroundings first, and blow up anyone who makes trouble. The guys watching the live broadcast had a lot of ideas. Yang Bo quit the game and thought carefully about the results of playing games today. The first thing is to find skills that increase mental power, so that we can hunt in a targeted manner in the future. Can we kill the king in the beast group and let him produce another king? Yang Bo knew that once the king of the animal group was killed, a new king would be born. But this requires a process. And there are normal animals in this world. Therefore, We need to think carefully about this aspect and conduct continuous experiments. Will there be a king among the zombies? Or the former leaders, or famous people in this world can also be given mental skills? Yang Bo stood up and thought about the following questions in his mind, while moving his body. Yang Bo is not a fool. He naturally knows the benefits of strong mental power. The simplest one is that he can lock the enemy from a farther distance and control his superpower. The stronger the mental power, the farther the attack distance of the controlled superpower. Different terrains and different environments can lock the opponent at different distances. It would be great if I could turn the corner when releasing the laser in the future, but I will definitely not be able to react in time if I control it this way. After all, the laser speed is too fast. Then can the laser attack released by the light superpower be slowed down? The problem of mental power made Yang Bo think of more questions. If the light energy attack released by myself can reduce the speed to a desired speed, this is awesome. I thought of releasing a laser in the future. And then the laser chased others. And I could run as fast as I wanted. Hee hee. Thinking of such a scene in the future, Yang Bo laughed. It should be soon possible to verify whether the leader of these beasts can increase his spiritual power? Of course. Before the second verification is successful. Everything is just an idea. What should I do if I join a sect in the future? I can only pretend that I don't understand anything and take it one step at a time. I just don't know if this sect has any broken rules, so as not to be exploited by the sect. Yang Bo is not really interested in sections. The longer the sects are passed down, the more complicated their relationships are. It is not easy for him to escape. First, learn clearly. If you can't join the sect, don't join it. Anyway, I have learned the skill of unlocking. If I become more powerful later, it will be the result of my own research. Yang Bo has made preparations for both situations. When Yang Bo was training in reality, his two teammates in the game did not go to the zoo for scouting, but watched the live broadcast on the forum. These three bastards deserved it. It took more than 10,000 game coins for our two characters to detoxify. There are still so many goat horns that have not been taken. But our captain did a great job. Our captain must be rich. If it were someone else, they would definitely try their best. At least, they could take the goat head away. I just don't know what kind of personality our captain has. The captain I met in the mecha game before was arrogant. Let's follow him for 2 days first. If there is any benefit, we will continue to be teammates. If there is no benefit, we will quit. That makes sense. We play games to make money. The 3 players who had a conflict with Yang Bo were killed by other players. After 2 of them were resurrected, they cursed other players at the resurrection point. You have to know that resurrection costs hundreds of thousands, which is simply fatal for players who play games. After all, these players come to this game mainly to make money. It's a pity that the 3 players have no evidence to prove that the goat head was broken by Yang Bo. The 3 players will definitely not record videos when they rob others' things. Unexpectedly, I was tricked by Yang Bo. Even other players who went to compete for it ended up in a mess. According to statistics, at least 11 players died this time. Either spend hundreds of thousands to buy resurrection coins, or wait for a year. Some players think they can earn hundreds of thousands a year and then resurrect, while some players think they can't earn it and then don't resurrect. This is actually an official mechanism. On the one hand, elites are selected. If a noob is killed too many times, he will definitely not play this game. Second, since you spend money to resurrect, you have to work harder to find various mission items. To put it bluntly, the remote control of this game is to collect various supplies for the military. Everything is centered on this. In Yang Bo's view, he fully understands the strange rules of this game. But in the eyes of other players, this is a broken game. After Yang Bo entered the game, he heard a player at the resurrection point cursing him. However, Yang Bo's equipment had been changed a long time ago, and the 2 sides didn't know each other's nicknames anyway, unless they are in a small team or take the initiative to leave contact information for others. It's what you deserve. Yang Bo had seen the ending on the forum long ago. One of the 3 players on the other side did not revive, and the other 2 revived but lost all their equipment, and also lost the quest items. There were other characters who died because of this incident, and they were also cursing at the resurrection point. Yang Bo left the resurrection point and took out the map to study it carefully. It seems that there is no cattle farm? Yang Bo found a cattle farm. In Yang Bo's memory, the cattle did not seem to have a leader, especially for large-scale breeding. There doesn't seem to be any chicken farms. All the chicken farms seem to have hens. Except for those free-range chicken farms. But I can't tell from the map which chicken farms have free-range chickens, and which chicken farms have laying hens. Just by looking at the map, Yongbo couldn't tell what was being raised nearby in the farms. Some animals don't even have leaders. Finally, Yongbo chose a farm that was not too far away. It was a small farm. If the target is too far away, it will waste time. If it is too close, it may be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. This time the distance is about 20 kilometers. It takes about 40 minutes for the Bionic Man to run there. It also depends on the road conditions. If there are weeds on the road or the road collapses, it may take time. The road conditions are slightly better. At least there will be no collapse. The surrounding maps are all mountainous areas, and farms are built in relatively far places. It took 40 minutes to reach the destination. Yongbo saw more than a dozen zombies wandering in it from a distance. This farm is halfway up the hill, and a road leads to the halfway up the hill. There seem to be plots of land in front and behind the farm, but now it is abandoned. Except for the road in the direction of the road. The rest of the place is deserted. The building here is a concrete building, but the metal on the concrete building has all decayed, and the windows that were originally installed have fallen to the ground, revealing black holes. The whole thing looks rather eerie. Yongbo picked up a stone and smashed it hard. The stone fell on the abandoned house, making a sound. A dozen zombies wandering around the house roared one after another. Go to the second target. Yongbo observed carefully. There were no animals here. Logically, there should be chickens and ducks, but there were none. Yongbo had booked the second target long before he set off. The second target was only 1 kilometer away from here and was also a farm. But from the map, it was much larger than this one. The second target was still going up the mountain. Basically at the top of the mountain. Yongbo tried to be careful along the way, because no one knew what monster would rush out of the wild grass and bushes. Suddenly there was a roar. And then, there were roars coming from the surrounding bushes. Yongbo turned around and ran. There were at least dozens or hundreds of them. Yongbo had just run out when a black shadow rushed out of the wild grass behind him. Zombie chicken. Yongbo recognized it at a glance. This was exactly what he was looking for. These chickens had changed a lot. The feathers on their bodies were gone, leaving only bare bodies. Shriveled and dark bodies, long necks, protruding claws, and dry heads. It gave people a very ferocious feeling. Yongbo quickly fired his gun, and these guys jumped and jumped, and their speed was very fast. Kick +2. A chicken's head was blown up, and the ability given surprised Yongbo a little. What kind of skill is this? Then Yongbo hurriedly ran, and ran about 2 kilometers. There were still more than a dozen zombies chasing him behind. The large group that chased him at the beginning had already gone back. Looking at these dozen zombies, there were rabbits, pheasants, and a wild boar. There were also 7 or 8 mice. These mice were like those dead and dried mice. Although they were small, they ran very fast, leading these zombies to an open place. Yongbo began to eliminate these dozen zombies. Wild boar, charge +2. Rabbit, listen +2. Pheasant, kick +2. Mouse, dynamic vision +2. These animals gave these abilities. Yongbo looked at the abilities given to him by the wild boar, and his eyes lit up. This is to increase physical fitness. It would be great if I could find a super large pig farm. Chapter 272 Lost. I don't know what kind of ability these zombie chickens give me when they kick me. Does the rabbit's listening function increase my sound wave detection? I'll find a rabbit factory to get some. Yongbo didn't pack any mission items, as they were all of low value. Let's go ahead and see how many zombie chickens there are. Yongbo decided to go ahead and see if there were enough zombie chickens. He would ask 2 teammates to bring bullets. Yongbo followed the path he had just run. The zombie chickens that had been chasing him had disappeared, and they had obviously returned to the bushes. The bushes here were densely packed, but now they were in a mess because they had been trampled by the zombie chickens. After throwing a stone from a distance, these disgusting zombie chickens rushed out. Because these zombie chickens were relatively small and shriveled, Yongbo squatted here and raised his gun. When these zombie chickens ran, they jumped once, about a meter away, and a height of 40 to 50 centimeters. Yongbo has a dynamic vision, so he locked on to these zombie chickens and shot them one by one. These 160 zombie chickens were dealt with in less than a minute. The firing speed of the gun is very fast. The key is to aim at the target. Yang Bo can fire the gun in bursts, and then pull the trigger. Just need to shake the muzzle calmly. The bullets will hit the zombie chickens one by one. These zombie chickens have no brains. They run in a straight line. And the height and distance of the jump are the same. A series of kicks plus 2. Not many bullets left. Yang Bo hated that this bionic man could only carry 300 bullets. Yang Bo took a closer look and found that the remaining hair on these zombie chickens was a bounty item. What should this thing be used for? Isn't it the raw material of some high-tech products? A small hair costs 10 game coins. And the long hair on the tail costs 40 game coins? Yang Bo found that the hair on these chickens was actually a task item. Yang Bo moved forward for a distance and found that there were quite a few zombie chickens in the wild grass. So he sent a message to the other two teammates. And they will be referred to as Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong in the future. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were scouting the zoo. The scouting tested their patience. The two made slow progress because the terrain of the zoo was complicated. After receiving Yang Bo's message, the two hurried back to the resurrection point and bought bullets. Yang Bo waited for an hour and slowly scouted the nearby terrain. Using the sound wave detection skill, he found out a lot of zombie chickens around. This should be a free-range chicken farm. Yang Bo finally observed carefully and found that this remote place was a chicken farm. After the two teammates arrived at the place, they saw a pile of chicken feathers on the ground. They picked them up and saw that the small ones cost 10 game coins, and the big ones cost 40. Brother Dao, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hong greeted Yang Bo as soon as they saw him. There are about 500 or 600 zombie chickens that we know of now. I will lure them over and clean them up later. There should be a leader among these zombie chickens. Yang Bo had no objection to this title and spoke directly. Take these feathers with you. I just need bullets. Then let's take one back first. Xiao Huang took a look at the feathers and prepared to take the hundreds of feathers back first. I'll give you 100,000 game coins first. The money for the bullets will be mine. And I won't pay for the running expenses. Yang Bo mainly brushes up his skills. So it's impossible for him to let the two of them pay for the bullets. Otherwise they will lose a lot. Brother Dao is generous. Thank you, Brother Dao. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were relieved when they heard Yang Bo say this. On the way here, they were still discussing privately, fearing that Yang Bo would not give them money for the bullets this time. So they would not go with Yang Bo. Xiao Huang traded the bullets to Yang Bo, and Yang Bo gave each of them 50,000 game coins, because the two of them only carried bullets. Each of them could carry 400 bullets at a time. Xiao Huang then returned to the resurrection point with Feather, and Xiao Hong waited here. You just wait here. Yang Bo asked Xiao Hong to wait here, and he moved forward. After walking a distance forward, Yang Bo had already scouted here. He threw a stone into the bushes in the distance, and then Yang Bo ran back quickly. Xiao Hong watched from a distance and found that Yang Bo let out a group of chickens, then squatted on the ground and shot a cute little one. No zombie chicken could get within 20 meters of Yang Bo. In less than 2 minutes, this wave of zombie chickens was killed by Yang Bo. More than 100 of them. Yang Bo waved to Xiao Hong behind him, and then went forward. Xiao Hong hurried over and looked at the sparse feathers on these zombie chickens. Some had none, some had one, some had two, and the most were 6 or 7 long hairs on the tail. Xiao Hong didn't care about anything else and hurried to collect these feathers. When the feathers were collected, Yang Bo in front hunted another group. Xiao Hong, I feel so happy at this moment. This is the first time I have ever felt so lucky to have picked up so much money. 40 minutes later, Yang Bo was left alone waiting here because he had no bullets. Because Xiao Hong had already returned with the quest items. On one hand, she had returned to hand in the quest, and on the other hand, she had brought bullets to Yang Bo, and Xiao Hong had just rushed over from the resurrection point. This crappy game is a waste of time. Why don't you learn mecha games? Delivery to your door? Are there powerful creatures in the sky? Yang Bo thought of the monsters that fell from the sky when he was hunting sheep, and he had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong chatted privately while running errands for Yang Bo. Brother Dao is awesome. I brought more than 200 feathers this time. And Brother Dao's bullets are basically used up. Brother Dao's bullets are almost all used up. To sum it up, Brother Dao lost a lot in these 40 minutes. 800 bullets or 40,000. And our feathers are at most 20,000. Brother Dao must enjoy the pleasure of killing. Don't worry about him. We make our money. The entire chicken farm is on the top of the mountain. Yang Bo pushed forward for 5 hours, and finally pushed to the farm. Is the boss of these zombie chickens mentally ill? Yang Bo saw an especially large zombie chicken from a distance. This zombie chicken was in the ruins of the farm. Unlike other zombie chickens, the feathers on this zombie chicken are basically all there. And the color presented is that kind of dark gray. Like a piece of charcoal. In theory, I killed so many zombie chickens. As the leader of these zombie chickens, it should have come out long ago. So you're still waiting here after all your subordinates are dead? Yang Bo had been prepared for this situation, because he had doubts about the zombie sheep in the farm last time. For these leaders, once their subordinates are dead, they're dead. As long as they're not in danger, they won't move. If he's in danger, he'll summon his subordinates. Yang Bohai was not sure about the state of the zombie leader in the farm last time, because the environment was like that at the time. The distance was about 170 to 80 meters. And Yang Bo raised his gun and shot the big rooster directly. The big rooster, which had been motionless, roared instantly. And then a lot of zombie chickens fluttered out of the surrounding weeds and ruins. These zombie chickens did not rush towards Yang Bo. It seems to be like this. I wonder if they have turned into zombies and become like this. The next second, Yang Bo shot him in the head. Mental control +4. A message made Yang Bo almost laugh. As long as he increased his mental strength, he would not lose the 70,000 or 80,000 today. It took more than 1,500 zombie chickens to advance to the top of the mountain. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were already numb, because Brother Dao had already bought 2,000 bullets, and 100,000 game coins were spent in just 5 hours. The two of them now have about 40,000 game coins, and they feel like they are picking up money today. Yang Bo cleaned up the remaining zombie chickens along the way. Looking at the farm, Yang Bo touched his chin. I wonder if this world can do breeding. Brother Dao, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong came to the place where the big rooster was, and were also shocked when they saw the task items. Oh my god! Yang Bo was also shocked when he saw the task item. It showed that there were about 6,000 feathers on the chicken, and the bounty was 150,000. Let's go. I'll go offline today. Yang Bo didn't care about the 150,000. But he didn't expect to make a profit of 20,000 after making a profit. Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang were shocked, and their tone of private chat changed with excitement. You know, the two of them can share 20% of the 150,000, which is 30,000. After returning to the resurrection point, Yang Bo handed in the task, and then gave 30,000 to the two of them, and then went offline. It seems that this idea is very good. After going offline, Yang Bo carefully considered what he did today. As long as it can increase mental strength, even if it loses money, I am willing to do it. But I don't know if the other two teammates will leak this news. After thinking for a while, Yang Bo had no choice. Even if the other party leaked it, without two people to help him run away, he couldn't clean up this place within a day. The main thing is that this boss is too disgusting. If I kill those monsters, this boss will rush out. It has to wait until all the minions are dead before summoning minions. It must be that there is something wrong with his brain after becoming a zombie. Faced with this, Yang Bo has no way to deal with it, because this is remote control. Kick. Yang Bo began to think about this skill again. Stood up and went to the next room. Stretched his legs and kicked. Oh! Yang Bo understood the next second. Chickens fight each other and fly up while pecking at each other and kicking each other with both feet. It turns out that this ability of his comes from here. I just don't know how powerful it is. If kicking increases leg skills, then wouldn't my ability of collision have a bonus? Yang Bo thought of another point. Go home tomorrow. Yang Bo plans to go back to his home tomorrow, to feed the treasures in his basement and test his abilities. Yang Bo was offline thinking, while Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were chatting privately. They earned more than 70,000 game coins today. Tens of thousands of game coins are nothing to the two of them, but they were earned in a few hours. TSK. You can actually make money this way? Brother Dao seems to have some secret information, but Brother Dao's risk is greater than ours. Brother Dao earned more than 10,000 game coins today. Let's scout the zoo first. Yes. The two saw that the offline time was not up, so they continued to scout the zoo. They were very excited when they thought they could make tens of thousands tomorrow. Yang Bo asked the fat boss not to cook, but just eat ready-made food. The main reason was that Yang Bo felt that if he continued like this, he might not be willing to leave the fat boss behind if he had to run away in the future. The fat boss also listened to Yang Bo's advice. After all, he learned cooking just to complete his learning tasks. The next day, Yang Bo went online, and the other two teammates found a chicken farm and killed more than 2,000 chickens. In the end, they still lost more than 10,000 game coins. Then Yang Bo went offline to say hello to the fat boss and went home. The car was flying in the rainstorm, shaking constantly, just like riding a roller coaster. And occasionally a large ball of light could be seen. It was a huge piece of garbage rolled up by the hurricane. The city warning system would open fire to break up such dangerous large pieces of garbage. No wonder it is not recommended to go out. Yang Bo almost vomited when he returned home. This time, the flying car was like a roller coaster, because it had to avoid sharp objects at high speeds. And the flying car was also very damaged. And the original color of the shell was basically invisible. It's like sandblasting. Although the flying car manufacturing technology is high, it can't withstand this. Back to the basement. First look at the little cuties. All living comfortably here. And even some gerbils are pregnant with cubs. But the invisible mice were fine. Yang Bo touched his chin. Why don't we use some technology to force these people to pair up? But there are no resources in this area for the time being. So Yang Bo will first see how powerful his kicking ability is. Boom! Yang Bo kicked hard on the instrument that tests the strength. And the instrument flashed for a while, and then stopped at the number of 1,200 tons. This thing can't be wrong? Yang Bo looked at the number, and his first reaction was this. Then he checked it carefully, reset the instrument, and continued testing. Fuck. It was still the same number. And Yang Bo believed it a little. How could this happen? Yes. Using skills is like using superpowers. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Bo instantly understood why the number was so large. That is to say, when he used the master level skill of kicking, he already had energy. After running around in the basement for a while, Yang Bo did not go to the fat boss. He felt more comfortable at home and wanted to drink milk. In the remaining days, he was unlucky for 3 days. The zombie pigs in the pig farm gave him good collision skills. But unfortunately, there was no leader. On the surface, Yang Bo lost tens of thousands in this wave. There was also a rabbit farm. He cleared more than 800 zombie rabbits. But unfortunately, he did not gain any mental power. He did improve the listening skill to the master level. But he also lost tens of thousands. The other two teammates were silent. They thought Yang Bo made money every time. But in the end, there was no boss. So he lost money. I'm going to meet the people from the sect today. After the hurricane, Yang Bo watched the government's automatic cleaning robot cleaning his super large yard, and then looked at the repaired flying car. As long as the order is given, the flying car will fly to the repair place by itself, and then fly back by itself. It's very comfortable. Chapter 273. Stay away from the troubles. It's so mysterious. Yang Bo now has two plans. If the sect is more free, then he will join. If there are broken rules, he will definitely not join. Anyway, he now has an excuse to unlock those smart equipment, which is the other techniques that the person taught him last time and then figured out by himself. I have the ability to control metal, and it's too easy to know the internal structure of these locks. Yang Bo took the flying car and spent more than 100,000 credit points on repairing the flying car. I'd better not go out on hurricane days in the future. More than 100,000 credit points are enough for me to brush 2 farms. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. First, he came to the company to meet up with the fat boss, Joe Ray. Both of them were dressed very formally, and Yang Bo was also dressed more formally. But Yang Bo wore something like a Zhongshan suit, and the clothes were relatively loose. The main reason was that Yang Bo's physical fitness had increased recently, and the muscles on his body had become visibly larger. If you wear clothes that are too small, it will be easy for people to see at a glance. Yang Bo, what do you think? The fat boss and Joe Ray had different opinions. One wanted Yang Bo to join the sect, while the other didn't. I'll wait and see. I won't join if there are too many rules that are broken. I used to live in a government welfare house, but I felt a little annoyed because there were too many rules that were broken. So I came out to look for a job. Yang Bo found a good excuse at this time. You decide for yourself. Zhou Rui said on the side. Zhou Rui found today that Yang Bo seemed different from the past few days. She couldn't tell what was different, but she just had a feeling. If you look closely, you can see that Yang Bo is dressed differently than before. He is now dressed more formally. The three of them came to the meeting place, which is a private room of a tea house near the sea. Here you can see a lot of cleaning robots cleaning the beach. These robots are actually not humanoid, but of various shapes. Some are square. And then, they walk forward while extending many mechanical arms to sort the garbage into the various trash cans on their bodies. When a trash can is full, other transport robots will come to transport it away. The cleaning speed is very fast, but the beach is full of garbage 7 or 8 meters high. After the surface is cleaned, the sand must be screened by a machine and laid flat. The three of them waited for 5 minutes and saw a woman coming. This woman was wearing a white suit, a white hat, and black sunglasses. After the person opened the box, he took off his hat first, revealing a head of black hair, and then took off his sunglasses, revealing a delicate face. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Then the woman put down her hat and sunglasses and spoke. Yang Bo's mind was filled with 3 words. MP. Isn't this woman the one who was kidnapped last time? Is this girl from a sect? Yang Bo would definitely not contact such a dangerous person. If a free mercenary could come from afar to kidnap him, he would stay as far away as possible. A person with a small body like him should stay away from such trouble. It's okay. We just got here too. Who are you? Zhou Rui and the fat boss were more reserved, but the fat boss still asked. The other party took out a watch and sent a message. The fat boss and Zhou Rui nodded after seeing the message. Mr. Yang Bo, do you have any questions about joining our sect? After the woman sat down, she asked Yang Bo directly. Yang Bo had already thought of an excuse in his mind, but he still had to speak. What are the rules of the sect? Is there anything you can't do? Our sect has more rules. The other party looked at Yang Bo and carefully observed Yang Bo's expression. Hearing this, Yang Bo pretended to frown. I'm sorry. I'm a little sensitive to too many rules now. I used to live in a welfare house, and was a little scared of being dominated by rules. Madam, please make this trip. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he looked at the other party with apology. The fat boss and Zhou Rui didn't expect Yang Bo to refuse so quickly, but they also understood that if a person hates something, he will reject it from the heart. The woman who came in smiled and said, there are many rules in the sect, but they don't have much impact on personal freedom. Sorry. There is one thing that makes me uncomfortable. Madam, you didn't introduce yourself after you came in. I have been taught that both sides are equal since I was a child. From this point of view, there may be serious class discrimination in the sect. People like me who have just entered the sect are mostly at the bottom. Although I also know that everyone is equal. This word is a joke to people like you. But I still can't accept it. Madam, I'm very sorry. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he stood up and pulled the fat boss. Sorry. The fat boss stood up quickly after hearing Yang Bo say this. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo was about to leave, glanced at the woman, and said sorry. Then the 3 people left, and the woman who came in didn't even have time to reply to the 3 people. Yang Bo, I didn't expect the other party to have such an attitude. The sect is very great, but it's okay to introduce yourself after coming in. Right? The fat boss agreed with Yang Bo's idea. Yang Bo followed the fat boss's words and said, that's right. Don't say your real name. Just say your surname. Zhou Rui rubbed her forehead on the side. These sects are like this. They are just high and mighty to outsiders. So it's okay if I don't join? This time they are optimistic about me and let me join the sect. And now they are doing this again? Yang Bo looked very confused. The fat boss wanted to say that the powerful and the rich are all like this, and the kind and amiable people they show to the public are just acting. However, the fat boss also understood Yang Bo. After all, the education Yang Bo received in the welfare housing was used by the powerful to deceive the people below. If he really offended those powerful people, he would disappear without a trace. Yang Bo was already indecisive, and now this trouble has come. He is still stupid enough to join the sect. He is mentally ill. Is it okay for me to use the unlocked skills in the future? Yang Bo asked again, pretending to be worried. The fat boss immediately said, of course it's okay. That's what we exchanged with them. Zhou Rui also nodded. There won't be any problem with this. But the spaceships in the future may be optimized in design, and the unlocking method will be different. Yang Bo was relieved when he heard this. That's good. I saw that in some film and television works. People who are not from their sect cannot use their sect's abilities. It's okay. It's better not to join the sect. The fat boss has now figured it out. Since Yang Bo hates the sect's rules, he won't join. I have something else to do here. You go and do it. Yang Bo and I will leave first. When the fat boss heard Zhou Rui say this, he was eager for her to leave. After Zhou Rui left, the fat boss took Yang Bo to another tea house. You have to be careful about the tasks Zhou Rui gives you in the future. Their relationship with the thief sect is a bit mysterious. After sitting down in the tea house, the fat boss spoke. Yang Bo nodded while drinking tea. I know. They are in the same group after all. It can't be said that they are in the same group. It can only be said that the relationship is relatively good. But Zhou Rui should not leak your details. But be careful in the future. The fat boss also took a sip of tea. Yang Bo understood that what the fat boss meant was that the thief sect and Zhou Rui were also in a cooperative relationship. Now Yang Bo is considered a member of Zhou Rui's family. And the possibility of betraying Yang Bo is very low. Zhou Rui's main purpose is to report the situation to his father. Zhou Rui's father heard the ending today. He laughed in the video. These people in the sect are like this. Their eyes are on their heads. The common people in the alliance are fooled by these powerful people, which is also the result of their years of propaganda. Look at the alliance's current situation. Look at the disgusting speeches made by those politicians. Zhou Rui certainly understood why her father said that. The alliance mainly advocates freedom and human rights. The rights of those who kill people are higher than those who are killed. This is also the reason why Zhou Rui came here to develop. Because in the alliance, even if it is a capital crime, you will be well-fed and well-fed in prison. The other two countries are not like that. The laws in the Federation are even more chaotic. Each administrative star has its own laws. As for the Blue Water Empire, many death row prisoners are hanged or beheaded. Should we explain to the thief sect? Zhou Rui mainly asked this question. Zhou Rui's father shook his head. There is no need to explain. We are just a cooperative relationship with their sect. This time, they sent people to say hello to us, and did not tell us the specific process. It can only be regarded as a relatively good partner. Yang Bo is now considered one of our family members. Zhou Rui nodded when he heard this. Okay. But we have to find a way to transfer Lu Jijiao Wei. This is very simple. He has only a few people under him. Inquire and make something happen. He must solve it personally. Zhou Rui's father said. Zhou Rui nodded. I will go find relevant information right away. Do you think the other person will come? Zhou Rui's father asked again. Zhou Rui knew that her father was asking about the third master. So she shook her head and said, I'm not sure about this. Wait another month. If he doesn't come, I'll leave first. Zhou Rui's father closed the communication after saying that. Zhou Rui also sighed slightly. Yang Bo's character was a bit unpredictable. Today, when the thief sect came, he actually reacted so strongly. Yang Bo said goodbye to the fat boss. The fat boss's company was attacked, and the government compensation plan and maintenance plan have not yet come out. So all the company employees are on holiday. Yang Bo naturally does not need to go on the mission, and the others are going out with their families. Yang Bo did some shopping and then returned home. Is today's incident really an accident? Yang Bo is now skeptical about everything. There is nothing wrong with doubting everything first and making the worst preparations. After careful thinking, he did not reveal any flaws. It seems that this matter will not be peaceful for a while. How about finding a chance to slip away first? Yang Bo did not know whether this woman would be remembered by the Ashes organization again. What if the Ashes organization sends someone again? Wouldn't it be a case of killing rabbits by robbing grass and targeting him again? Change your identity to the Bounty Hunter Guild first, and see if there is any benefit? Yang Bo plans to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild to get some high-tech equipment first. Then Yang Bo entered the game, and prepared to continue to brush up his mental power. Anyway, he had a lot of money, and any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. Yang Bo entered the game, and the female captain looked depressed. As a gene evolver with A-level intelligence, she did not expect such an outcome today. Gene evolvers with intelligence are good at analysis and prediction. Today, the female captain thought about many results, but was rejected without saying a few words. This result made the female captain feel unacceptable. What is the purpose of this person doing all this? The female captain turned over and over again, and still couldn't figure out a question. That is, Why did Yang Bo do so many things? Before the other party's goal is determined, any prediction may be wrong. This is like arresting a criminal suspect. First, the suspect's criminal motive must be found. A case that is random and has no criminal motive is the most difficult to handle. Generally speaking, the case is first centered on the victim's social relationship. 99% of them cannot get away from this. The only thing that the female captain didn't understand is, why did Yang Bo do so many things? What is he doing in the mecha game? What is the purpose of pretending to be a fleet soldier on the Green Demon Star? What is this person doing for such a long time on the Green Demon Star? Moreover, Yang Bo's resume is very clean. He has lived in an orphanage since he was a child and lived in a welfare house as an adult. Where did Yang Bo get all his abilities? It is impossible to have so many perverted abilities overnight. Many questions made the female captain have no idea about the direction of Yang Bo's prediction. The female captain felt that this sect must be very attractive this time. 99.99% of people in this world cannot refuse the sect. Could it be that Yang Bo is from a hidden sect? A bold idea came into the female captain's mind. That makes sense. For the sake of their own inheritance, these sects will set up some hidden lines to prevent their sects from being destroyed by others. So who has Yang Bo contacted over the years? How did he contact him? The female captain thought more and more. Now the female captain is a little shaken in her judgment, because there are many suspicious points about Yang Bo. But his resume is very clean. And sometimes, the female captain even suspects that she thinks too much. At night, Yang Bo went out in stealth. And this time, he went directly to the secret base of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Yang Bo also found that the base of the Bounty Hunter Guild was bought by other companies for exploration. No wonder they could build the base there. Third Master? A member who was on duty in the Bounty Hunter Guild base stuttered when he saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 274 First Trial. Is your place not very good? Yang Bo is still wearing armor. After all, it is a bit unreasonable to come to someone else's place without wearing armor. This pirate leader is an old guy. Gulp. The member on duty of the Bounty Hunter Union swallowed his saliva when he saw and heard Yang Bo's answer. Because everyone knew that the third master did not come back on the spaceship. There was a chaotic battle between several forces on the mining star, including pirates, anti-government armed forces, and other exploration companies. The main fleet of the Alliance went there a while ago, and the others left, because it involves the longevity energy stone. How did the third master come to March Star? Can he really travel freely in the starry sky? Where is your president? Yang Bo walked directly inside without any fear. I will notify the president immediately. Please go in. Third master. The man said quickly that the mining star was thanks to the third master this time. So he immediately led the way. There were other people inside who were also shocked to see Yang Bo dressed like this. And then quickly saluted, Third master. Yang Bo waved his hand and came to a place in the guild, which was obviously a reception place. Third master. I am the person in charge here, mainly responsible for the daily management of the base. What would you like to drink? We have a variety of drinks here. A woman with a charming figure, beautiful appearance, and mature charm came to Yang Bo, then squatted down and asked. Yang Bo waved his hand. I just came to see if there is anything good. Third master. Please sit down. I have already notified the president that some unpleasant things happened on March Star a few days ago. So, the other party squatted on the ground and started to explain. What he meant was that a few days ago, there was a turmoil on March Star, and the president went to deal with some things. Yang Bo looked at the woman. Her chest was deep, but it seemed to be her real gender because it looked elastic. It was changed by genetic drugs. It was almost the same as his disguise. It was all muscle, but the material inside was different. Yang Bo opened the mask of his helmet, revealing the face of the pirate leader. He waved his hand and said, You go and get busy. Yes. Hearing this, the other party hurried away, but still brought various fruits, drinks and so on. The rest of the people didn't dare to breathe. This time, when they came back from the mission, they said that this third master was extremely powerful. He singled out other fighters, beat up the opponent's mechas, and even several teams of modified people. And there were thousands of explosive drones, and so on. The blood of the people who heard it was boiling. These people who used to be legendary figures actually came in person. Third master. These are all kinds of things that can be exchanged for points in our guild. But many things require a certain amount of time. In addition, This handheld device is absolutely confidential. No one can crack it, or anyone who dares to crack it has been solved by our public guild. The woman just took out a palm-sized tablet-like device, which is the terminal device of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Yang Bo nodded. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cracked. But it is just that after some things are moved, the consequences are difficult to bear. No matter how great the benefits are, you must have the ability to enjoy them. Opening the device, Yang Bo browsed it and divided it into many categories. Yang Bo directly searched for personal camouflage equipment and found camouflage cloaks, camouflage clothes, and camouflage instruments. But they all have one characteristic. That is, when the user uses it, once the energy is released, there is no way to hide it. There is a palm-sized instrument that simulates the surrounding environment according to the surrounding situation. This requires speed. If the speed is too fast, the instrument cannot keep up with the reaction speed. The price of the camouflage cloak can reach up to 80 million points, which is made of the fur of a special mutant beast. Of course, this is only personal equipment, and other equipment is very powerful. The largest camouflage energy releaser suitable for fighters is worth 800 million points. Zhou Rui hurried to the base after receiving the news. Of course, Zhou Rui's father came first. Half an hour later, Zhou Rui's father saw Yang Bo, who was looking at the guild terminal. Yang Bo also saw Zhou Rui's father, who was indeed much younger than the last time he saw him. What does this old guy want to do? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Zhou Rui's father also frowned slightly, muttering in his heart, according to reason. This guy has been famous for many years, and he should be old. Why can't I feel the old age of this guy? Welcome. Sir, my name is Zhou Sr. Zhou Rui's father sat down opposite Yang Bo and watched Yang Bo introduce himself. Yang Bo glanced at Zhou Sun and ignored him. Yang Bo didn't know what family Zhou Sun came from or what his background was. So of course, he didn't need to pay attention. Zhou Sun was a little angry about Yang Bo's disregard. But then he thought that this guild was his own business. Most of the branches of the Bounty Hunter Guild adopt a similar franchise method, which is joined by people with great local influence and then settle accounts with the headquarters. Otherwise, the Bounty Hunters Guild would never have such a great influence. My family came early because they needed people and funds when they were developing March Star. Zhou Sun looked at Yang Bo carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was, because he couldn't understand the armor on Yang Bo. You know, he is a master of forging armor. But what is the forging method of Yang Bo's armor? You know, armor forging will leave some marks on the armor, and experienced armor forgers can use these to identify the forging method. Some masters will leave marks on the armor to represent that they forged it themselves. The armor of the man in front of him is seamless, and there is no trace of forging at all. Zhou Sun certainly didn't know that some people have the ability to control metal, and the shape of the armor can be changed at will. Of course, there is no trace of forging. An hour later, Zhou Rui, who had changed his appearance, hurried here and apologized when he met Third Master. I'm sorry. No problem. Yang Bo looked at the bald man Zhou Rui and nodded. At the same time, he was wondering what Zhou Rui's reaction would be if she touched this bald man at this time. Bah! Third Master, this is your ID, and the highest level of membership. You can check your points and task commissions. Zhou Rui took out a ring and said. Yang Bo picked up the ring and found that there was a chip inside the ring. When this chip touched the terminal device used by the guild, it prompted to enter the password. Zhou Rui quickly said the original password. After Yang Bo logged in, he found the money he deserved and the points he should have received. This is my father. Zhou Rui introduced him again. Yang Bo waved his hand. I don't know anyone else. I recognize you. I need these equipment. How long can I get them? About 3 months. These things are not with us. Zhou Rui was ecstatic when she heard this. But she was also worried. She didn't know what kind of influence this kind of person would bring. I will come to get it myself in 3 months. Yang Bo stood up and prepared to leave after saying this. Also, you are old and can't do it anymore. Don't hang out outside. It's very dangerous outside. Yang Bo left a sentence, and then his anti-gravity superpowers burst out, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Boom! This is a huge sonic boom left in this underground fortress. Zhou Sun also took a breath of cold air. He dared to perform super high-speed actions in this complex underground space. His strength was much stronger than himself. From here to the exit, It takes less than a second. The monitoring equipment calculated that the speed exceeded Mach 4. At this time, the mature woman in charge of reception came to report quickly. As expected of a man who can challenge a machine alone, there were other members nearby who had seen Yang Bo's strength inside. Joseon originally didn't believe that someone could challenge a machine alone. But now, he believes it. This third master has a mysterious origin. And I have never seen the armor on him. Joseon and Zhou Rui entered a room alone. And Joseon spoke. Zhou Rui was a little surprised when she heard this. Never seen it before. Yes. It's perfect. And there is no trace of it. Have you found out what happened to this man? No. But his subordinates seem to be imprisoned on March Star. Could they be here to join his subordinates? Zhou Rui answered when she heard this. But they are all under close surveillance. And it is difficult for our people to contact them. Zhou Rui continued to add. Joseon rubbed his forehead when he heard this. This person is too strong. It is unlikely that an A-level person has such a strong strength. I doubt that this guy can cross the universe. Keep a distance from such a person. Maybe there is something behind this person. Zhou Rui nodded. If you don't know the details. He is a partner with a vested interest. This person has a bad reputation and is cruel and ruthless. Haha. Let's not talk about this pirate leader. Look at the chief executives on this planet. How many of them are clean? Not cruel and ruthless. And not hypocritical and performing with masks? They can't grow up at all. This pirate received the news at the beginning. Now that the pirate team is destroyed, I think this person is probably here to seek revenge or something. I don't know which family this person has a conflict with. If we know, we could also make arrangements in advance. When Zhou Rui heard this, she also felt a headache. This kind of super strong person is elusive. Once he wants to make trouble, it will be a big deal. This time, Sany Exploration Company has made a lot of profit, shorting their stock market. You should try to find out as much as possible. This person may be a test this time. If we cooperate well, there will definitely be others in the future. This kind of person will not have only us as a partner. Joseon continued. Zhou Rui nodded. And Joseon continued, I will leave soon. If it's fast, I will be back in 1 or 2 years. If it's slow, it may be several years. During this period, you should be careful and don't be afraid to spend money. We are a platform, and money is nothing. Yang Bo, you should observe him again. Anyway, you should decide your own affairs. Yang Bo has a clean record. Joseon continued. After Yang Bo left the base, his energy was instantly retracted. And then his body fell directly into the distant forest like a cannonball. Yang Bo had figured out this place. There was no monitoring equipment outside the Bounty Hunter Guild. But there were people. As long as he avoided these people, he would be fine. Of course, these people were also guarding the entrance of the base. Let's talk about it after we get the high-tech equipment. Yang Bo first tried to see how effective these purchase equipment were. The Bounty Hunter Guild is also a trading platform. There are points that can be exchanged. And there are also credit points that need to be purchased. Some are made by some people themselves. Yang Bo also found that pharmacists sell their own genetic drugs on it. It is also very simple to buy. But if it needs to be identified by the union, different fees need to be paid according to different drugs. Yang Bo came to the forest, and then took out the union terminal, studied it carefully, and found that the signal was not bad. There are also many tasks above, and you can accept many tasks, including those from other countries. However, some have time requirements. In addition, you can enter your location, and the tasks will be automatically filtered. Of course, if the task deadline is sufficient, you can also accept it abroad. There are task areas, point exchange areas, trading areas, and premium member areas, etc. Yang Bo chose March Star and found that there are quite a few tasks, including finding various animals and plants, and which delicious mushrooms have the highest rewards. There are also various other tasks, such as murder, kidnapping, and stealing. It is indeed an illegal organization. Yang Bo took a closer look. Wow. Of course, there are also official wanted criminals. And after being wanted, you can get a task bounty and points. These wanted criminals have committed all kinds of crimes. And the most bizarre one is wanted for killing someone's pet. Yang Bo positioned himself in the capital of the Blue Water Empire, Jialan Star, and found various illegal tasks. What about kidnapping a princess? The task amount is as high as 1.5 billion. There are also killing duchesses. assassinating princes. There are also going to the cell to rescue people. And buying intelligence. There are also bounties for wanted criminals. And debt collection. TSK. These tasks are not brushed by the platform itself. Are they? Obviously some are just for death? Yang Bo felt a little unconvinced after reading it. After Yang Bo looked for a while, he found a cave, threw the terminal and other things into the mecha, and then left. This time is just a test. And it is also a face show. Preparing for other things in the future. It would be nice if I could buy the jamming system of the warship and come back to test it. Yang Bo hurried back. I have to go to the bottom of the sea to exercise today. My physical fitness has improved a lot recently. And Yang Bo plans to go to the bottom of the sea to use the strong pressure of the seawater to exercise his physical fitness. This is the fastest way Yang Bo can think of to exercise. On the way, I met people who were installing warning guns. This is the edge of the city. It seems that the last incident has a great influence. You still have to get used to watching the news. Yang Bo decided to watch more news in the future. Because he didn't like watching news in his previous life. And he didn't watch it often in this life. Especially the public notices of some cities. You should pay attention to them. Yang Bo returned home and prepared to drink more nutritious drinks first. And then go to the bottom of the sea to exercise. Just when I got home and came to the room where I was surfing the internet, there was an email from the fat boss on my watch, asking me to go there for an urgent matter. Chapter 275 Accident. Boss? Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Bo wanted to go to the sea for exercise. So he called directly. Come as soon as possible. The fat boss answered the call with a sad face. Yang Bo felt the strange tone of the fat boss and asked in disbelief, Boss, have you been kidnapped? How is it possible? The public security in March Star is still very good. The fat boss said unhappily. Why do I feel that your tone is like being kidnapped and threatened? Yang Bo was more certain after hearing the tone of the fat boss. Come on. Let's make an appointment at a tea house. It's really urgent. The fat boss continued to speak. Although Yang Bo felt strange, he saw that the location set by the fat boss was the tea house. So he felt that there was no big problem. Then Yang Bo took a flying car to the destination of the appointment. And he was still very puzzled. The fat boss was threatened? After the fat boss hung up the call, he looked at the woman in front of him with a bitter mouth. Miss Wang, I can only help you here. The fat boss took a deep breath. He really didn't dare to offend the person in front of him. He was one of the most talented descendants of the Wang family in the Alliance, the honorary elder of the Thief sect, and the major general of the Alliance military. According to reliable information, he should become the youngest general in the history of the Alliance. The fat boss felt that if he dared to say no to help, the patriarch of his family would rush here overnight and let him know in person what it meant to be powerful. Thank you. The woman opposite the fat boss was the female captain. The female captain went back and thought about it for a long time, but still had no answer. So she simply started with the fat man. The fat boss waved his hand quickly. Yang Bo is a person who was previously kept in captivity by the Alliance and has resistance to many rules. Do you really like Yang Bo because he is lucky? The female captain asked the fat boss with a hint of smile. The fat boss immediately said, it is because he is lucky. The fat boss will not tell this woman all the details of Yang Bo just because her family is a family friend of his. That is his trump card. And the fat boss is also confident that Zhou Rui will not tell anyone else that Yang Bo has these two talents. The Wang family is a big alliance family with many talented people. And they don't care about one or two geniuses at all. Ha ha. The woman opposite made a confused chuckle. The fat boss also muttered in his heart, shouldn't the news be leaked? Most likely. This proud girl was rejected by Yang Bo and was not convinced. But Yang Bo would probably be more resistant to this woman's identity. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo saw the fat boss and the female captain sitting face to face outside the door. But the fat boss looked sad. Boss, come out for a moment. Yang Bo paused for a second, then opened the door of the private room and shouted directly to the fat boss. The fat boss glanced at the woman opposite and found that the other party did not refute. So he hurried out. Yang Bo, I was also forced. This woman is very powerful. The fat boss walked out of the private room and quickly pulled Yang Bo aside and said. Yang Bo pretended to be unhappy and said, Boss, I really don't want to join the sect. Did you accept her benefits? Yang Bo, how could I do this? The fat boss immediately complained. What about Zhou Rui? Yang Bo said a few words directly. The fat boss hurriedly said, "This woman's family is a family friend of ours. But her family is considered the first echelon in the alliance. Their family controls an administrative star, and at least 200 mineral stars. This woman is also a genius in the family, and an honorary elder of the thief sect. In fact, the relationship between the major families and sects within the alliance is very complicated. Many members of the major families have another identity in the sect. Some of them are brothers in the sect. But outside the sect, the two families may still be competitors. That woman is in the military. The position is not low either. I can't afford to offend such a person. I was forced to ask you out. I personally guessed that such a proud girl like him, being rejected so ruthlessly by you, probably feels unconvinced. But if you don't want to join, then don't join. Our alliance is a legal society after all. And March Star is not the sphere of influence of their family." Yang Bo heard so much news at once, and asked in surprise, "Then boss, why don't you refuse? She asked me for help. Just to meet you. If I don't help, maybe our family leader will come to beat me overnight." The fat boss said with a wry smile. "Then I will go in and refuse directly." Yang Bo said with a firm face. "Let's talk first. Let's talk first." The fat boss wanted to leave now, but he didn't dare to leave, and then accompanied Yang Bo into the private room. This kind of proud girl has so many suitors. If he offends her, maybe some brainless idiots will target him. After all, I still have to do business and develop. Unlike Yang Bo, who is just a person, Yang Bo's identity is a kind of protection. "Mr. Yang Bo, we meet again. My name is Wang Muxue." Wang Muxue stared at Yang Bo's every move, trying to find some loopholes in Yang Bo's actions. "I am not interested in you privileged people. You can force my boss to let me meet you. But I want to tell you that I will not join the sect. You have your life. I have my life. I hope that the freedom proposed by the alliance is real freedom, not the freedom given to us by you privileged people. Goodbye." After entering the door, Yang Bo did not give the other party more room to speak. Yang Bo could not guess the purpose of the other party to find the fat boss. But it is still the same sentence. If you are too attentive, you are either a traitor or a thief. Yang Bo guessed that the other party might come up with some conditions that he could not refuse. Once that happened, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. So now this attitude is a bit like a fool. Yang Bo left after he finished speaking. And he also pulled the fat boss with him. "Boss, I'm leaving first. If she troubles you again because of me, then I will resign." Looking at Yang Bo's back, the fat boss also stamped his feet. "Miss Wang, I have done what I can do." Then the fat boss also walked out, and his face suddenly became much more relaxed. Anyway, he has helped what he should help, and Yang Bo himself is unwilling. No matter where he takes it, he has done his best. Wang Muxue, who was in the box, watched Yang Bo leave first, and then the fat man left, and frowned slightly. How could it be this ending? Wang Muxue had never expected that there would be such an ending today. Did I guess wrong? Shouldn't it be? Wang Muxue thought that there would be many endings today, but she didn't expect Yang Bo to say such a thing. It also involves the word freedom, which Wang Muxue didn't expect, because in Wang Muxue's opinion, only those who have no choice in life will shout for freedom, because they don't have real freedom. They think about freedom. Those big families, big forces, or powerful people will never shout for freedom, because they already have it. But Wang Muxue had to admit that after Yang Bo shouted these two words, he had no way to say anything. Otherwise, if it was spread out, he would have to spend some effort. Although public opinion is not as good as a fart in the eyes of most powerful people, don't forget that powerful people are also divided into many small groups. Once they can use this thing to attack their opponents, they will pick up this seemingly useless thing without hesitation. Attack others, strike others. Wang Muxue has made such a great contribution this time. But there are still people who say that he killed innocent people indiscriminately and is a butcher. They also say that he is a member of an extremist organization or a pirate. Even if they are guilty, they need to be tried by the judicial authorities. Wang Muxue had to take a vacation to avoid the attack from the other side. But he didn't expect that Yang Bo would also pick up the stick of freedom. Is it really my problem? Wang Muxue once doubted whether he had guessed wrong, because Wang Muxue didn't have any substantial evidence. She could only say that it was a free conviction. Yang Bo, good job. If you want to refuse such a person, Just refuse it directly. If you pester her to make some conditions, then refusing at that time will be a bit offensive. The biggest weakness of these geniuses from big families is that they can't accept failure. Once they fail, they will be angry and embarrassed. The fat boss caught up with Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo also nodded hypocritically. I actually hate this kind of forcing others to do things. It's okay. Their Wang family can't control March Star. We are doing legitimate business here, and the March Star authorities will not target us for her. To put it bluntly, the family of March Star is still in a competitive relationship with the Wang family. The fat boss spoke to comfort Yang Bo again. Yang Bo also raised his vigilance. And this matter is probably not that simple. But then Yang Bo made up his mind and decided secretly, if there is really a problem, the worst that can happen is that I can just change my identity and run away. Do you want to follow that woman and see? Boss, you go and deal with her first. After all, you are in the same circle. If it really doesn't work, I will resign from your company, and we can cooperate privately. Yang Bo looked at the fat boss, and was a little suspicious of this guy. I wonder if this guy has taken any benefits from the other party. The fat boss has no moral integrity, which can be seen from the previous few escapes. Okay then. The fat boss heard Yang Bo say this, and decided to go back. Yang Bo got on the speeding car and left. Wang Muxue, who was in the tea house, watched Yang Bo's speeding car leave. Miss Wang, I really have no other choice. You know that residents like Yang Bo have been brainwashed by the Alliance. The fat boss returned to the private room and explained with a wrong look on his face. Wang Muxue's face did not change. Because people with such super high IQ have more things in their minds. Do you really think that Yang Bo has been brainwashed by the Alliance? Wang Muxue took a sip of tea before asking the fat boss. Of course. I am the first person who has the most contact with Yang Bo. Before that, he lived in the welfare housing of the Alliance. I believe you can also see his information. The fat boss said this with confidence. Wang Muxue laughed. Sometimes resumes don't mean everything. Miss, you don't think Yang Bo has the ability to change his resume himself? Right. Although the Alliance has many loopholes, it is estimated that no one can change the resumes archived on the internet over the years. The fat boss didn't like Wang Muxue's attitude very much. It turns out that others don't join the sect. And you are just imagining it. Wang Muxue heard this and stood up and said, Thank you for this time. If you need my help in the future, you can email me. Forget it. Even if we are in the same circle, we are just two different kinds of people. I just hope that Miss Wang, we will not meet again in the future. The fat boss knows the geniuses of this family, and it is best not to have close contact with them. Just like the princes of the emperors in the past. Although they have noble status, they died inexplicably the most. Some things that have nothing to do with them may eventually implicate these people. The geniuses of these families are the same. The more dazzling they are, the more eyes are watching them. Wang Muxue heard this and laughed. It's up to you. How could I meet such a person? I got into trouble for no reason. No. I have to ask someone. The fat boss felt something different when he heard the other party laugh. Besides, Yang Bo bought some things in the supermarket and thought about what happened today when he got home. The worst is that this woman finds clues, but she doesn't have any evidence. Yang Bo has made the worst plan. Fortunately, my buddy is smart and prepared a few more identities. Improve your strength first. This woman has just been kidnapped. And her identity is so noble. She must have bodyguards. Don't check her details for the time being. Wait until there is a chance. This woman has a lot of troubles. I'd better stay away from her and improve my strength first. Yang Bo decided to improve his strength first. So he went out of the door invisibly and moved towards the sea. When he reached the bottom of the sea at 5,000 meters, Yang Bo showed up. The huge pressure of the sea water made Yang Bo feel like he weighed 1,000 pounds. Every inch of his skin felt the huge pressure. And he felt much better when the energy in his body moved. The energy in his body moved slowly. And Yang Bo felt that every cell was injected with energy. And then continued to grow. This way, the physical fitness will be improved quickly. Yang Bo felt the consumption of energy in his body. And also felt that the cells were constantly strengthening. In this way, Yang Bo had to keep moving on the seabed to adjust his strength. Punching, kicking, rolling. Yang Bo believed that if he could move freely under such huge pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters, then on land, his movements would be faster. The speed of punching would be faster. And of course the power of his fists would be greater. The fat boss contacted Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was also shocked when she heard Wang Mushua's identity, and quickly asked where the fat man was. I know a lot about this woman. Where are you? Chapter 276 Relationship. She is my distant relative. I met her twice when I was a child, but we never saw each other again after we moved to March Star. Inside the tea house, Zhou Rui took a sip of water and said with a wry smile. The fat boss was not surprised at all. He carefully sorted out all the dignitaries of the three empires. There was no one who was not a relative. But Zhou Rui said it so clearly. It was obvious that this relative was a close one. And Zhou Rui's expression explained everything. My great-aunt is Wang Mushua's grandmother. When I was a child, I studied with her under the same teacher for half a year. And then we moved away. The name Wang Mushua later became a genius in the mouths of our elders. I was only 7 or 8 years old when I separated from her. It is said that she awakened superpowers in the 2nd year. Every time I heard about her afterwards, I was admired. It's just that so many years have passed, and I didn't recognize her last time. Decades have passed, and when I see her again, she is about to become an admiral. And Zhou Rui felt very uncomfortable. Looking at her former friends, she was already high above when she met again. Don't mention the feeling in her heart. This time, the Wang family has become the top family. This is all Wang Mushua's credit. The Wang family does not have much influence in the army, so she was sent to the commander of the Green Demon Star Planet Fleet. I didn't expect that such an unpopular position would defeat 2 famous pirates first. And on the way back, she also suppressed the rebellion. It is said that she completed some SS-level mission. Zhou Rui was a little unbelievable. The fat boss knew what Zhou Rui meant. As the commander of the planetary fleet, and also the Green Devil planet with extremely high confidentiality, the fleet commander could be said to have no power at all because it was controlled by the military. Moreover, it is basically impossible for all fleet commanders to gain credit, because no one is stupid enough to attack a planetary fleet. Planetary fleets are considered second-rate troops in the entire alliance, and third-rate troops are those stationed on planets. The first-rate troops are patrolling with the main fleets, fighting pirates, and even stationed in sensitive areas. Generally speaking, the commander of a planetary fleet is a place for retirement in the military. And there is definitely no credit. As long as you don't make mistakes, you have to work until retirement. When wealth comes, it can't be stopped. The fat boss also sighed. Let's not talk about the SS-level mission. Just 2 pirates took the initiative to attack a planetary fleet. This is a once-in-a-century event. Why do pirates attack planetary fleets? Are they mentally ill? It's better to rob on the waterway, which is easy to run away, and there are gains. If you want supplies, you have supplies. If you want women, you have women. If you want men, you have men. That's not all. When you turn around and meet a Red Earl who is not clear-headed, he actually occupies an administrative planet? This is fucking. Isn't the sky-high wealth coming? Although the Wang family has little influence in the military, this time the military minister has made a name for themselves. Besides, as a military, with so many real contributions, who dares to stop them? Because in Wang Mushua's fleet, Wang Mushua is just one of them. There are so many middle and lower level officers. How many of them are family members? If Wang Mushua is suppressed, it means suppressing these officers. If these officers don't agree, the forces behind them will not agree. Who dares to say no to such overwhelming wealth? Do you believe that the military can't suppress it? Moreover, the military is also supported by a group of people in the parliament. If some problems arise internally at this time, do you believe that those people inside will directly join the other side? Yes, this is fate. But I find it strange that why Wang Mushua was asked to do this. I don't know how Wang Mushua joined the sect, but Yang Bo is not worthy of her coming out in person. Zhou Rui asked curiously at this time. The fat boss heard this and said, according to some of my information, the last time I was attacked, the target was her. And Yang Bo was also kidnapped. This time it was the Ashes organization that did it. When I talked to the government about compensation, I learned that the other party was a task assigned by the mercenary union. However, the Ashes organization did not inform the identity of the kidnapper in advance. So when the delivery was finally made, they planned to rob the robbers. Unexpectedly, the free mercenaries were stronger. And then, they discovered Wang Mushua's identity. And then the kidnapping mission became a rescue mission. You can see the latest designated mission of the mercenary union. The amount is as high as 4 billion. When the fat boss heard the news, he was jealous and crazy. Because the fat boss wants compensation from the government. Then as a party, he must have the right to know. And the government can only say some things obscurely. Especially Wang Mushua's identity. The government didn't say who it was. It was this woman who came to my house directly. So I knew who it was. I think she might want to know something from Yang Bo. Or to see what Yang Bo, who was kidnapped together, looks like. But I didn't expect Yang Bo to refuse directly. This kind of girl probably can't accept it. And now she is rejected again. After the fat boss finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Rui, who almost called her a woman just now. Zhou Rui nodded. It may be like this. But Yang Bo's personality is a bit weird. If you were kept captive by the Alliance for so many years, what equality, freedom, and so on. And then you came to the society and saw that it was all fake. It would probably be the same. We have received these educations since childhood. And we feel that it is nothing. He is different. Plus this series of things. The fat boss shook his head and explained. Zhou Rui nodded. And then asked, what should we do now? What should we do? No matter how powerful the Wang family is. Can they bully a resident? If it were anyone else, the Wang family would have a way to make Yang Bo compromise. But Yang Bo alone, there is no way at all. And don't forget, this is March Star. Even if it is the administrative star controlled by the Wang family, they will not do anything to Yang Bo. They are just afraid of those idiot suitors of Wang Mushua. The fat boss rubbed his forehead. I don't know how these families could educate such idiots. My cousin, who is also a member of the family, got involved in environmental protection and learned not to eat this or that from others. This idiot didn't even know that their family had shares in the largest breeding and slaughtering enterprise, and often went to the door of their own family's enterprise to make trouble. The fat boss complained. Alas, these family rubbish did not participate in the family's core industry. And some of them were just kept as pets. Zhou Rui saw it more clearly. Wang Mushua has many suitors, including many disciples of big families. Some of them took the opportunity to hype. Some overestimated their own abilities. And some were pure idiots. There are such people everywhere. Zhou Rui answered while thinking in her heart whether she could use this incident to separate this fat guy from Yang Bo first. There is no family that doesn't like a genius like Yang Bo who knows everything about him. For those who are famous but have unclear backgrounds, the family will just treat them as partners or tools. It shouldn't be a big problem. Wang Mushua probably won't say it. And she will probably leave soon. Her vacation will definitely not be too long. How about letting Yang Bo go somewhere else? Zhou Rui suggested. The fat boss shook his head. It's not a big problem. This is March Star. It may not be good to change to another place. And I have applied for a special protection order for Yang Bo starting tomorrow. The planetary alert system will keep an eye on Yang Bo to protect his safety. That's good. Zhou Rui also knew that this protection order was the planetary alert system, which would keep an eye on the other party all day and night. If the other party entered and exited certain occasions, then all the people who entered and exited the protected person would be checked by the government. Not only satellites, but also city alert systems, public surveillance systems, etc. Zhou Rui and the fat boss didn't come up with any good ideas. And Zhou Rui didn't take the initiative to contact Wang Mushua. They were not the same kind of people. So what if they were relatives? It seems that several of the fat man's employees went out to have fun. Let's see where they are and do something to let the fat man go to bail them out personally. Zhou Rui pondered again. Yang Bo endured the pressure of the seawater for a full hour in the sea, and half of his energy was consumed before he went home invisibly. When he got home, he felt a little tired and hungry. He quickly ate and drank for a while, and then took a bath. As for Wang Mushua, Yang Bo didn't think much about it. If something went wrong, he would just run away. The next day, Yang Bo got up in high spirits. He went to the internet room first, and saw the email sent by the fat boss. He explained the identities of Wang Mushua and Zhou Rui. Of course, he also said that if we talk about it, the dignitaries of the three countries are all relatives. What's so strange about it? Yang Bo was not surprised at all. The nobles in the West on Earth used to be like this. The following content made Yang Bo's scalp explode. Protection order. Yang Bo hurried to check the protection order, and then was speechless for a moment. This fat guy is simply... Forget it. Play the game well. Then train. The protection order will only be valid for 1 month. Although Yang Bo knew that he had invisibility, He felt very uncomfortable being stared at by a satellite and a monitor that could see you. After washing and eating, Yang Bo went out to feel it. Good guy. He could really sense an energy wave enveloping him, which was obviously a satellite in the sky. On the contrary, Yang Bo could not sense the visual surveillance on the ground, because it was through the monitor, and the satellite in the sky was imaged through various energy waves. I bought some food and went back to prepare to enter the game. Wang Muxue, who was on the other side, was speechless when she saw Yang Bo's protection order. She still wanted to get close to Yang Bo. This guy is very smart. He disguised himself as a stone, making it difficult for outsiders to get close to him. Did Zhou Rui simply see that Yang Bo could unlock it? Wang Muxue certainly knew about Yang Bo's unlocking. After all, he represented the sect. As an honorary elder in the thief sect, Wang Muxue actually analyzed some intelligent control systems. The thief sect was divided into two parts. One part was called the lock opener, and the other part was called the locksmith. When they had nothing to do, they would study the locks of the spacecraft and the locks of the mecha. In the sect, unlocking is rewarded, and locksmiths who find some new ways to unlock locks are also rewarded. And some things will first let the locksmiths of the thief sect study the smart lock system to find out the shortcomings. On the one hand, it is a disguised protection fee, and on the other hand, it is also to improve the anti-theft ability of their own products. Wang Muxue unlocked a lot of rewards when he was a teenager, and eventually became the honorary elder now. Now Yang Bo feels like a stone to Wang Muxue, and he has nowhere to start. But the more this happens, the more excited Wang Muxue feels. He hasn't had this feeling for many years. Just like the first time he encountered an academic problem. The feeling of conquering the other party. It's like a climber looking at the huge mountain in front of him. He won't sigh at its majesty, but will just wonder where to go up. It's like a fisherman seeing a puddle or pond. The first reaction is to see if there are fish in it, instead of sighing that there are such beautiful lotus flowers in the water. Fishermen will see lotus flowers later, and then think to themselves, if there is no fishing, you can pick lotus seeds, and if that doesn't work, you can dig lotus stems, and you won't miss it. Yeah, if that doesn't work, pick some lotus leaves and take them home to dry and make tea. And tender lotus leaves can be fried with eggs. Delicious. Wang Muxue picked up Yang Bo's resume again and studied it carefully. It was still 2 words. Clean. How did you do it? My judgment is not wrong. Compared with other survivors from the Green Demon Star, this guy is the most suspicious. And the rest are almost transparent. This guy is said to be hiding in a cave on the Green Demon Star. But it's a pity that it's hard to check now. But I didn't judge the other party at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught him on the spot. It's not easy to check now, and it will alarm others. What Wang Muxue is worried about is that he can't check publicly. Nor can he use the power of the family. Many people in the family don't like to see that he is better than them. Because of the Red Earl incident, a lot of information was lost on Patostar, especially the city monitoring information. This was mainly destroyed by the military to prevent it from being obtained by certain people. They talked nonsense and killed this and that. After all, the remote control mecha still killed a lot of people, and also accidentally injured. That was killed by the Red Earl's people. Yang Bo entered the game. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong saw Yang Bo online and immediately sent a text. Captain. Yang Bo replied, and then said, I will be online for a while. Do you have any information? Captain. We found a farm. According to the data analysis, it should be a goat farm. And it is free range. There is a high probability that there is a small boss. Xiao Huang sent the information to Yang Bo while replying. Xiao Huang and the other 2 made hundreds of thousands of dollars following Yang Bo. But it was just a waste of time. Without the small boss, Yang Bo would lose. But the other 2 would not. Yang Bo looked carefully and found that the distance was still a bit far. There was nothing he could do about it. The breeding industry could not be close to the city. Let's go! Yang Bo was ready to go. The goat would give him the ability to charge. Even if there was no boss to give him mental skills, he would not lose. Your upper limit is not yourself, but your skills. Yang Bo was very clear about his situation. It was his skills, not himself, that determined his upper limit. Next time I go to the bounty hunter worker, I will test my true strength. I will just test a single energy attribute. Yang Bo decided in his heart that after he reached a cooperative relationship with Zhou Rui next time, He would conduct a comprehensive test there. He wanted to test it this time. But it seemed too reckless. After all, he was a pirate boss. It was not easy to trust others so much for the first time and expose his cards to others. He had to be reserved. Chapter 277. Whatever you think will happen. Captain, you lost so much money. Do you want us to compensate you? The three of them set off together. Xiao Huang typing on the road. Yang Bo also walked and typed a reply. No. You guys are also working hard. Captain, who are you? Xiao Huang typed on the other side. Yang Bo was a little surprised. Why did these two people ask about other people's privacy? And still typed a reply. Residents. Captain, are residents so rich? Xiao Huang replied a little unsurely. I made some money in the mecha game. Yang Bo replied again. Xiao Huang saw this answer on the other side. And then privately chatted with Xiao Huang. This person is probably not a resident. While Xiao Huang was chatting and typing with Yang Bo, he also chatted with Xiao Huang by voice. It should not be a resident. Mecha games require mecha master talents to play. It is probably some other profession? That's right. We junior mecha masters don't make much money. How can residents make money in mecha games? No matter. We earn money and spend it ourselves, without looking at other people's faces. That's right. We earn money and spend it ourselves. Justified. Spend some money. And those hateful guys in the family will bring it up every New Year and other festivals. There is no way. Who made us the waste of the family? And a manager will be rude to us. Did your family introduce you to a girl? Yes. But the woman is a mess in private, joining all kinds of associations. There is no way. People like us can't talk about love. Now I hope that my son will have good talents in the future, and then turn over and sing in the family. Your idea is impossible. The powerful people in your family will arrange some women with junk genes for you. That's not necessarily true. But there are examples. How many years does this happen? You know, I usually go out with my men to yell and shout. But now I'm in solitary confinement and follow others as a younger brother. It feels different. Who would have thought that the idiots on the other side are actually from a big family? Do you think they are mentally ill? They want to come out to protest that they can't drive, and say that the anti-gravity car has radiation. And they are looking for trouble with us after being hit by a car. If Yang Bo knew that the two said this, he would be speechless. Nowadays, cars are so advanced that the probability of hitting someone is too low. Most of the time, the two guys are manually controlling and hitting others. This group obviously wants to be famous. They can't gain a foothold in the family from other aspects. So they have to find other ways to join these miscellaneous associations, and then bring the people in the association to make trouble. How about we also set up an association? What is the purpose of the association? Everything that can be thought of has already been thought of by others. Look at the toilet association. There were originally 2 toilets, and they protested. Now they have a separate toilet. They say it is discrimination. Now the toilets in the alliance are not gender specific and anyone can enter. And they say they don't take care of their special groups? Apart from the facts, the people who do this have a way. They are now members of the parliament of a certain administrative planet. Alas, why didn't we think of this kind of thing back then? There are still a few guys in solitary confinement. How about we bring them together to play games? The captain needs people anyway, so he won't share his money. Those guys are probably drunk at home. That's what happens when they drink too much. Let's wait and see. What if the captain has no money? What is he doing? Who knows? There are so many weird people in this world. I think the captain is decisive, and his fighting style is a bit like what they call a social person. You know what? I heard that there are killers who can't make it anymore and make a lot of money by playing games. Yeah. When we first saw the captain kill so many zombie sheep, we couldn't accept it. If the captain is a killer, we can find him privately when we encounter problems in the future. We save some money in the game. Sometimes it may save our lives. People at home are watching. Some people think that as long as they control our money, they can control us. I'm afraid that some idiots will cause trouble and let us take the blame. Those idiots in society don't even think about it. How can people like us use family resources to do those shitty things? For the family, it's better in the alliance. You can have food and drink without worry. And you can go to a private prison. Don't mention it. This game is really well made. Last time I was chased by a group of zombies. The fear made me excited. Entering the wild. Yang Bo has been alert. As for the private chat between the two, Yang Bo doesn't care at all. From the nicknames of the two, Yang Bo suspected that the two knew each other, or even lovers. Of course, in the alliance, the gender of lovers is definitely not one man and one woman. If anyone says that the gender of lovers is one man and one woman, it is discrimination and will be criticized by others. As Yang Bo walked, he picked up stones and threw them into the distance, hitting stones, tree trunks, etc. in the distance. On the one hand, he detected the zombies around him through sound, and on the other hand, he tried to scare them away. There are normal animals in this world. Yang Bo found that the relationship between normal animals and zombies is very strange. Most of them do not interfere with each other. There are also zombies that eat animals, but they usually cannot catch up. There are also animals that eat zombies. Yang Bo has not figured out the logical relationship yet. After walking for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the farm. But after arriving, he found that the original stream had been submerged because of a landslide. The farm is on the other side of the river, and you can see a lot of zombie sheep. These zombie sheep are in the wild grass and shrubs. Yang Bo found that ordinary zombies can get close to 50 meters as long as they don't make any noise, and they will be seen at 50 meters. The leading ones are farther away, about 80 meters away. At other times, as long as they don't make any noise, these zombies will not move at all. So Yang Bo and others saw the zombie sheep on the opposite side on the abandoned road here, and the zombie sheep on the opposite side did not move either. Captain, is there only one way to get there from the barrier lake? The three of them looked carefully and found that they had to walk several kilometers to get to the other side of the barrier lake where the landslide occurred. Moreover, the barrier lake formed a reservoir with many twists and turns, and they didn't know how far they had to go. Let's build a boat. Yang Bo looked at the bamboo forest around him and said, "Build a boat?" Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were also surprised to hear this. Yang Bo looked carefully, then took out the dagger he carried with him, and came to a bamboo forest. Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang were stunned, watching Yang Bo control the character to chop bamboos skillfully and shave them. Fuck. This hand speed is probably that of a senior mecha master? Xiao Huang tried it, but he couldn't control the character to do things as smoothly as a normal person. No wonder he said he made money in the mecha game. Maybe he is really a resident. The welfare of residents is good. And at the bottom, we have to be careful when we talk to these residents. Otherwise it will be troublesome to be accused of discrimination. This captain is amazing. The two tried to control their own characters to chop bamboo, but they were not as smooth as the other party's operation. When Yang Bo finished chopping bamboo, then found vines and started making bamboo rafts, the two were even more stunned. Can you control the character so skillfully? This game character has two control modes. One is the standard mode provided by the official, which directly controls the character to walk, run, jump, shoot, collect things, etc. through different buttons. Just like collecting, you just need to aim the character at the target of collection, and then press the collection button for the character to collect automatically. The other is free mode, which is more complicated. It is a set of combined commands that allow the character to perform many other actions beyond the standard action range. For example, Yang Bo is now using vines to tie up these bamboo joints. This is a non-standard action. You must be familiar with the character's control code to make the character do this smoothly. The smoother the character's action, the faster the operator's hand speed. A simple example is that some people who drive excavators look pleasing to the eye and do it in one go, while some of them pause and freeze, and it feels a bit unsmooth. In fact, when Yang Bo was with the two, they rarely saw Yang Bo do anything with their own eyes. After all, they followed Yang Bo to collect various mission items, or they were on the way to buy bullets. The first time they saw Yang Bo do this non-standard action, they were stunned. It's not that the two were ignorant, but it was because they knew how difficult it was because they had more experience. As for why it was so difficult, it was because the remote-controlled bionic robot had a controller for each joint of the body, and each controller required several codes to control it. Just like a simple bend and straighten of a finger, several driving controllers were designed. So in terms of free control of the character, Yang Bo's current hand speed can at least reach the speed of a senior mecha master. Sure enough, those who can play this game have some level. No wonder some people can make money in the game. A senior mecha master can also earn tens or millions of dollars a year in reality. Let's just follow and pick up money. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong tried it, but there was no way to learn to do it as well as Yang Bo did. Because of the wrong technique, The bamboo was split directly from the bottom. As for tying the bamboo raft with vines, the two people tried it, but it didn't work at all. Yang Bo also knew that it took superb skills for the bionic man to do these non-standard actions. But Yang Bo directly released his superpowers. Mainly because the reaction limit of this bionic man was like this. The hardware limited the speed. And Yang Bo felt that there was no need to make it too fast. In half an hour, a bamboo raft was made. And the water surface was about 30 meters wide. The opposite farm was built halfway up the mountain. But now it is at the foot of the mountain because it is flooded below. Yang Bo slid the bamboo raft into the water and prepared to observe it first. As a result, Xiao Huang shouted in the channel, "There are zombies under the water." Everyone knew this long ago. Yang Bo picked up a stone and threw it farther away. The zombies in the water that came towards the bamboo raft twisted their bodies and chased after the stone. The zombies in the water were all kinds of strange, including various animals, fish, and people. The state of these zombies in the water was very strange. Some were suspended in the water, some were at the bottom of the water, and some were floating on the surface of the water. As long as the zombies floating on the water surface drifted a certain distance, they would twist their bodies, return to the original place, and then continue to drift. "I'll go over and take a look first," Yang Bo said to the two people in the communication channel with a bamboo pole in his hand. Another non-standard action. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong chatted privately again as they watched Yang Bo push the bamboo raft over. Try to find out the captain's background. Maybe he is our benefactor. People like us may be used as scapegoats one day. Wait a minute. We don't have any money. But we are well informed. Find out the details first. Xiao Huangyu and Xiao Hong saw Yang Bo paddle the bamboo raft over, jump onto a big rock, and then start shooting with guns. It turned out to be the zombie sheep over there. Then the two saw Yang Bo throw a bomb into the distance, and then jump onto the bamboo raft to paddle back. "I will lead the monster to your side to facilitate you to collect the mission items," Yang Bo said in the communication channel. "These zombie sheep need to collect the brain marrow in the head. Small animals have very little brain marrow, such as chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits. So it is basically a waste of effort." Yang Bo didn't mean to attract the monsters for the two of them, but he needed bullets. He only had 200 bullets. But the zombie sheep on the opposite side had more than that. In addition, the speed of the zombie sheep would be reduced by the river water. Yang Bo jumped off the bamboo raft, then took out a bomb and threw it into the water. At this time, the zombies in the water were also attracted. Yang Bo stood on the shore, waiting for the zombies to climb ashore one by one. These zombie sheep twisted their bodies in the water, and their speed was reduced a lot. More than 20 minutes later, there were more than 500 zombies of various kinds. Xiao Huang just left and went back to buy bullets for Yang Bo. Xiao Hong was responsible for collecting the task items. The zombie bodies that had been collected were thrown away by Yang Bo with a wooden stick. Collision +2. After Xiao Hong collected the brain of a zombie sheep, she gave Yang Bo a skill. The two cooperated tacitly. After more than 20 minutes, Xiao Hong, who had finished collecting, hurried back to sell the task items and then brought bullets to Yang Bo. There are not enough people. Yang Bo felt that there were not enough people in the team. It takes more than 2 hours to go back and forth to the resurrection point, plus the time to collect the mission items. It takes 2.5 hours. It takes an average of 1 hour and 15 minutes for 2 people. And I can brush a plate in 20 minutes, which means hundreds of bullets at a time. I'll ask them what they think later. Yang Bo knew that the mission location would be farther away as time went on. When Xiao Huang came with bullets, he saw Yang Bo resting on the side, and the zombie sheep were lined up one by one, because their necks were broken. These zombie sheep were screaming and biting randomly with their mouths. Xiao Huang turned off the sound because it was too scary. "Captain, the distance back is a bit far this time. We have 2 friends. Can we follow you?" Xiao Huang decided to test it. "Don't you mind if they share your money?" Yang Bo didn't expect that what he thought would come true. "It's the same. Our bullet supply is fast, and you brush it fast here," Xiao Huang said immediately. "Do you two know each other in real life?" Yang Bo asked as he helped Xiao Huang throw away the corpses of the zombie sheep he had collected. Chapter 278. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. "We are friends. We have nothing to do recently, so we come to play games," the other party answered without hesitation. "That's fine. Anyway, The agreement between you and me remains unchanged. Yang Bo just felt that the logistics staff was a little short, which delayed his clearing of monsters. Then I will notify them first, and add 2 people temporarily. What do you think, Captain? Xiao Huang replied again. It's almost done for now. Yang Bo replied again. But the current task is to clean up this farm first. This kind of farm is generally divided into 2 situations. The first one is all human zombies. This is because humans become zombies first and kill other animals. Or other animals run away when they encounter danger. The second one is all this kind of animals. And the reason is the same as above. Yang Bo adopted this tactic, using bamboo rafts to cross the river to lure zombies, and drag them here to solve. While solving the problem, he also cleaned up the zombie corpses. The zombie corpses were directly picked up and thrown away with wooden sticks. Finally, the 3 people went together to clean up the remaining zombies on the opposite side. Mental control +8. Captain, I didn't expect this guy to be able to spray venom. That's right. The one we killed last time didn't have it. Just now, Yang Bo asked the 2 to step back. The ram leader here can also spray venom. When they first cleaned up the breeding rams at the sheep farm, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong had been forced by others to return to the resurrection point to detoxify. They didn't know that they would solve another sheep farm later, but it didn't have the ability to spray venom. Yang Bo didn't care to talk now. He was collecting the horns of the ram leader. The horns of this ram leader are worth 50,000. And the brain needs to be identified. However, Yang Bo thinks that the brain of this zombie ram should be very valuable, because this ram gives +8, which proves that the level is higher than the average, which may be the reason why it can spray venom. Let's go back, Yang Bo said after collecting the task items. Now the 3 of them have opened the team chat channel, and Yang Bo directly changed his voice with the voice module. The other 2 are obviously the same. It seems that the 3 of them are hiding something from each other. Captain, will you come tomorrow? Come. Yang Bo can't go out now. His boss has made a protection order for him. Although Yang Bo thinks that the satellite can't break his invisibility, but thinking that there are satellites watching around him all the time, he feels a little uncomfortable and a little guilty, for fear that the satellite will find a flaw. So he just prepares to brush up his ability. And he doesn't plan to brush up the collision skill for the time being. The physical growth is too fast and needs to settle for a while. So he is ready to brush up other farms. The 3 of them walk back all the way. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Yang Bo suddenly felt something was wrong. Were there any zombie corpses on the road when you came? Yang Bo looked at some zombie corpses and miscellaneous animals on the road in the distance. No. Finally, Xiao Hong, who had backed to buy bullets, answered. It seems that someone is ambushing us. Yang Bo threw a stone from a distance and hit a stone on a distant mountain. The stone hit a dull sound, and the sound wave detected the surroundings. Yang Bo found 5 people hiding in the weeds and bushes on one side of the hillside. Fuck. Are those idiots from last time? Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong retreated quickly after hearing this. Last time, the 2 were collecting the sheep horns dropped by Yang Bo, and 3 shameless people directly used bombs to throw on the zombie corpses. As a result, their characters were poisoned. If they hadn't returned quickly, I'm afraid their characters would have died. Give me the bomb. Yang Bo knew the location of the 5 people. Everyone had a bomb, which was actually useless against zombies, but very useful against players. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong gave the bomb to Yang Bo, who picked it up and ran forward. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were a little confused, watching Yang Bo run quickly into the distance. When Yang Bo ran a few dozen meters ahead, someone on the hillside threw a bomb. Captain, be careful. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong shouted anxiously. The next second, Yang Bo's gun fired, and the person buried on the hillside had just thrown a bomb. And the next second the bomb exploded in the air. The huge sound startled the 5 people hiding, and the characters were constantly hurt, which was caused by the fragments of the bomb. Then the next second, Yang Bo threw his bomb, and the target was exactly where the people were hiding. The reason why Yang Bo could react so quickly was because he knew where the people were in advance. So even if he didn't do anything when he ran, he had already made all the preparations. Yang Bo reacted as soon as the other party threw the bomb. In the eyes of Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong, this scene showed that their captain was definitely not an ordinary person, with such a quick reaction. And this was a non-standard action. The bomb thrown by Yang Bo instantly fell on the place where the 5 people were hiding. The 5 people were just deafened by their own bombs. And they were blown up again immediately. And several of them were crippled. Go! Yang Bo shouted in the communication channel. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong quickly ran away. And the 3 of them successfully passed the area where they were ambushed by others. Captain, how is the other party? I don't know. But the loud noise just now may attract a lot of zombies. The first thing we have to do is to hand in tasks and earn money. Yang Bo actually noticed that the explosion just now had attracted a lot of zombies. The setting of the game company is too disgusting. Players cannot aim and fire at each other. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong talked about it and criticized this broken game. Yang Bo didn't care. In fact, Yang Bo could change the settings of the bionic people. But the bionic people controlled by these players didn't give him any abilities. So it was better to kill a small zombie. And this would definitely be noticed by the military behind the game company. Let's go back from several places later. Yang Bo said to the 2 on the way. Captain, what do you mean? Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were somewhat impressed by Yang Bo. That move just now was so cool. He turned sideways while running to blow up the bomb thrown by the opponent. And threw his own bomb at the same time. If they are killed by zombies, they will definitely wait for us at the resurrection point. Change your clothes and put away your weapons. Yang Bo explained. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were still a little skeptical. And the 3 of them returned to the resurrection point. When they found players on the road around the resurrection point, they stared at the returning players. There was a conflict and verbal abuse because of this. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong soon knew what happened. 5 players were resurrected at the resurrection point. Because the new players came in. They used different resurrection coins and had different equipment. These players were resurrected one after another. And then, they gathered a large group of people to find 3 people. And there was also a general dress of the 3 people. Is the captain so brave? He actually defeated 5 of the other team. I wonder how many people are in their team. These bastards actually ambushed us. They must have seen us coming back often. These bastards. Where is the captain? The captain is offline. Here are our 40,000 credit points. The captain makes about 60,000 to 70,000 a day. 20 million a year. The captain also loses money sometimes. Let's make money from him. It's just a matter of running more miles. Let's go and ask around. They seem to be a gang. Why don't we find someone to join their gang and often get their intelligence? Little Yellow Fish and Little Red watched the fun from the side after dividing the game coins. This group of players asked questions and questioned others on the road, which led to constant conflicts. Some players simply detonated bombs and threw them randomly. And the road to the resurrection point was full of smoke for a while. Within a certain distance around the resurrection point, bombs and other things cannot be used. However, cold weapons can be used, but they cannot attack players. After Yang Bo logged off, he came to the basement and started to use fitness equipment. Of course, before lifting weights, you need to charge first, which is more effective than drinking milk. Today, I killed more than 1,500 zombie sheep. The skill of charging increased by more than 3,000 points. The physical fitness increase brought by these more than 3,000 points can be clearly felt. The charging skill has reached the master level. I wonder what kind of surprises this skill will bring me when it reaches the grandmaster level. Yang Bo pondered while lifting weights. The listening skill is also very useful. Today, I clearly feel that the sound wave detection is more useful than before. This auxiliary skill can be taken care of later. Listening is a passive skill that does not need to be released actively and is hidden. There are still many rabbit farms around. You can also go to the pet market to have a look. There are many strange animals there. Can you give yourself some surprises? Yang Bo thought of another place. That is, the pet market. Also, will there be some animal zombies in the slaughterhouse? The focus later is on farms, zoos, and slaughterhouses. I don't know where the slaughterhouse is. Logically, it should be outside the city. Will there be some strange zombies in the seafood wholesale market? And then give me some strange skills? Yang Bo kept lifting weights and looked at the facilities in the basement. These could not comprehensively test his strength. The real test of energy attack requires very advanced equipment. And it is very expensive. The main reason is that Yang Bo has no excuse to buy these equipment. His current personality is still a rookie who has mastered superpowers. Maybe it's because of 2 lives. Or maybe it's the ability to disguise. Yang Bo found that he was getting better and better at disguise. And he was thinking more and more. It's still not as comfortable as exercising under the sea. Find a chance to swim in the sea? Ask the fat boss to go fishing? Yang Bo felt that it was more appropriate to exercise in the deep sea. He went to the upper room to wash up and wash off the sweat on his body. Then he came to the internet room, where the watch was placed. When he opened the watch, he found 2 emails, both from the fat boss. The first one was to ask Yang Bo to meet. The second one said that he had to leave March Star for an urgent matter and would be back in about a month. He said that his subordinates were in trouble outside. When Yang Bo saw the second email, he felt something was wrong. Could it be that the fat boss left March Star at this time because of some conspiracy? So he picked up the watch and talked to the fat boss. Boss, is there someone behind this incident? Yang Bo asked directly. It's not clear yet. But I, the boss, must come forward to bail you out. You have a protection order on you now. So remember not to enter or leave other people's private places. The fat boss was also a little surprised. But now was not the time to talk about these things. Do you want me to go with you? Yang Bo asked politely. I'm already on the spaceship. And it seems that nothing goes well every time I'm with you. The fat boss has been thinking recently that he seems to have become rich after being with Yang Bo. But the things he encounters are more outrageous than one. Of course, this is not Yang Bo's fault. But the fat boss still has some doubts in his heart. I also find that nothing good happens when I go out with you. Boss, take care on the road. Otherwise, I will have to find a new job again. Yang Bo said jokingly. Get lost. The fat boss said 2 words in a bad mood and hung up the call. After hanging up the call, both of them were thinking. The fat boss thought for a long time, but didn't find any clues. Before Yang Bo thought for a few minutes, Zhou Rui sent an email, saying that she wanted to customize a set of armor for him and let him choose a style. It turned out that this woman was the one who did it. Yang Bo figured it out instantly. Zhou Rui wanted to build a good relationship with him. The fat boss would definitely get in the way. But the message Zhou Rui sent made Yang Bo a little excited. It's not that Yang Bo needs armor, but he needs to be able to take out his own armor. In addition, a batch of homologous energy metals are needed to create space storage equipment. The boxes made of homologous energy metals can be stored in the mecha space. There is storage space inside the mecha, but the size of the mecha is too big, so it is very troublesome to take it out. Yang Bo replied to Zhou Rui's message without hesitation. Zhou Rui also smiled when she received the message, and then replied to Yang Bo with a good. No one can refuse the armor. Zhou Rui was fully confident that by showing goodwill to Yang Bo this time, the relationship between the two would improve. Of course, the armor could not be given to Yang Bo for free. A service agreement or something needed to be signed. This was also a means for each family to recruit other superpowers. If it was given for free, the other party might just run away after getting the armor. And this kind of service agreement was officially recognized. And it could handle the relationship between the two well, both in public and private. Although the Bounty Hunter Guild was illegal on this planet, the agreement between the two was still protected by the laws of the Alliance. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong watched the excitement in the game for 2 hours, and even made a fuss on the side. Who is afraid of who in the game? What a shitty gang. If you have the guts, hit me. Hit me. The Five People's Gang was very popular. This game does not allow players to PK each other. Although this rule has been repeatedly mentioned on the forum, the game officials have no intention of changing it. These people certainly don't know that the game is remotely controlled. The Bionic Man was beaten. But it takes money. After downloading the game, the two chatted on video. They looked like young men in their 30s, with oily hair and powdered faces. Well, their looks are indeed at the level of Yanzu. Captain, who should we find to join our team? Xiao Huang asked first. Let's test it first. There are only a dozen people in our circle. We won't talk about the few bad ones. Today I asked a trustworthy person to watch the video of the captain making a bamboo raft. This person said that the captain is very likely a senior mecha master. I also asked a trustworthy person to watch it. The video of the captain blowing up the enemy's bomb with a gun this afternoon said that the captain has a strong sense of combat and should have participated in actual combat. Then let's ask others what they think. Let's not talk about those who don't want to play games. This mysterious captain must have a bigger plan? I think so too. It's not as if cleaning up the farm is profitable. Let's ignore it for now. Anyway, we will definitely find out if we follow. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong began to contact people in their own circles to see if anyone wanted to play games. Chapter 279 One Wave. Captain, These two are also our friends. The next day, Yang Bo just entered the game. Xiao Huang was already waiting here. And when he saw Yang Bo online, he quickly sent a message to Yang Bo. Yang Bo looked at the other two, who turned out to be female characters. And then Yang Bo used the captain's authority to invite the two to join the team. After seeing the nicknames of the two, Yang Bo was still a little speechless. The nicknames of the two were Miss Cat Petting and Miss Dog Petting. But there are all kinds of weird nicknames in the game. Sometimes it's not that you don't want to take a normal nickname, but because all the nicknames have been used up. Hello, Captain. The two spoke, and it was actually a woman's voice. Two transsexuals don't care about men and women in the game. There are a lot of transsexuals, and whether it is a man or a woman in the Alliance Society, you have to check carefully. And it's useless to look at it with your eyes. And the nicknames of these two people don't use women's voices, which really makes people feel scalp tingling. Did they tell you? Do you know what to do? Yang Bo spoke directly. Got it. The two who came later answered in unison. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong had no choice. They found several people who were unwilling to play games. But only these two had the idea. And they would not play again after being put in solitary confinement. Last time, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong went out with a group of friends. And they happened to encounter a protest march. And then a conflict broke out. I didn't expect that the other party in the protest march was also an idiot from the big family. All the people on their side were put in solitary confinement. Or to be more precise, house arrest. All accounts were frozen. And the use of vehicles was also prohibited. A group of people can only drink at home. Some of them get drunk. And some find other things to kill time. Xiao Hong and Xiao Wang are going to make some money in the game, so that they can be prepared for some things in the future. Because the income in this game cannot be frozen. You can withdraw cash by opening a new account at that time. In addition, this time they beat others a little seriously. And the follow-up results have not yet come out. Maybe in order to calm down public opinion and the anger of the other party, they will be thrown into prison or something. The two invited were also together at the beginning. And they also did not take a lot of action. Mainly because everyone drank a little too much at the beginning. The two newcomers heard that Yang Bo, the captain, was very powerful. So they were willing to come in and take a look. And they could get some pocket money. The descendants of the big family, who are useless, are not good at this. They don't worry about food and drink at ordinary times. And they can spend as long as they don't exceed the prescribed amount. Once something happens, everything is frozen. And it will be difficult to move. Yang Bo has no interest in the two newcomers. And he doesn't have any other ideas about Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong. They are just cooperative relationships. Anyway, the information in this game is confidential. And the military can't let people know that this game is remotely controlled. Today, Yang Bo looked at the growing team. This time, the total number of bullets carried exceeded 1,500 rounds. If it goes well, one weight can flatten a farm. Yang Bo didn't plan to go to a slaughterhouse or something like that today, and went straight to a rabbit farm. The team was quiet, and Yang Bo guessed that the four of them were chatting privately. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he just used them as tools. Are you two lying? Can you really earn at least 10,000 credit points a day? The few people were chatting privately, and they used voice chats directly. Miss Cat Stroking used a woman's voice. Didn't I transfer 20,000 to you? Why don't you believe it? Xiao Huang was speechless when he heard this. 20,000 is not enough for me to have afternoon tea, Miss Cat Stroking said angrily when she heard this. That was in the past. Now you are also under house arrest. How many credit points can you take out? 20,000 I used to give tips when I went out, Xiao Hong said angrily on the side. Miss Dog Stroking said again at this time, there are still 20 days left. I am so bored at home. I can't even shop online. Didn't I transfer 20,000 to you yesterday? 20,000 is also considered money. Anyway, when we divide the money, we have to deduct the money transferred to you. Now everyone has no money. So let's save it. It's a pity that I can't participate in the auction. I heard that there will be retro accessories from the mother planet this time. Miss Cat Stroking complained at this time. I want to get married soon. I won't be bound by the family anymore. It's the same when you get married and move to someone else's house. If they want to freeze your account, they can freeze your account. No wonder they often sell second-hand luxury goods. They probably have no money to spend. How long will it take? It's okay anyway. You two should listen carefully. When we found us, we said we could make 10,000 a day. If we can't make it in 20 days, you can treat us to a meal later to make up for it. Miss Dogstroke spoke again. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong agreed immediately, as long as we are not confined. What's the big deal about treating us to a meal? Please invite us to the Blue Water Empire for a tour. I heard that the fighting arena there is very popular, and you can place bets. The cat lady made another request. Let's go! Xiao Hong and Xiao Wang heard this, and had to grit their teeth to agree. It took an hour and a half to get to the farm. This time it was a rabbit farm. The map indicated that it was a meat rabbit farm. This was also a headache for Yongbo. All farms were a little far from the city. The main reason was that the road conditions were not good now. The original hardened road surface was rotten and bumpy. Even towering trees grew out of these potholes. If there were no broken hardened roads, I would have thought it was a wilderness. We had to clear the road a little bit along the way so that we could react quickly when we encountered a zombie attack. In fact, Yongbo realized that the maximum speed of the bionic man was more than this. It was now the speed limit in the game. In places where no players had passed, Yongbo cleared some things that were in the way in front, and made sounds to detect the zombies around. The rabbit farm, this time, is not far from the roadside. Now, there are no remains of buildings, but only a lush bamboo forest. You retreat first. After advancing to this point, Yongbo asked the others behind to retreat first. Xiao Huang and his men retreated one after another, and Yongbo started to take action. These zombies have a biggest shortcoming. That is, they walk in a straight line, and their movements are consistent. For example, when the rabbit zombies chase people, they will jump and hop. Yongbo shot one cute little one. When the rabbit zombie jumped up, Yongbo predicted the height of the rabbit zombie's jump and then opened fire. See? The captain killed all the rabbits with their necks. In fact, it's easiest to hit the head in this environment. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong collected the bounty items. The rabbits mainly gave rabbit hair, and the brain marrow of the rabbits depended on luck. If you are lucky, you will get more. And if you are unlucky, you will get less. It looks so disgusting. The other two new members saw Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong collecting hair from the rabbit corpses. At this time, they took a closer look at the zombie rabbits and felt very disgusted. Then go back and buy bullets. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong didn't find it strange. This game was also criticized by players on the forum, saying that it was too real. Some people even had nightmares after playing the game. They also asked the game company to compensate for their mental damages. Yongbo felt very happy. The rabbits rushed towards him one after another, and he just needed to aim at these rabbits and then open fire. It's so cool. This time, the rabbit farm was cleared in less than half an hour. Yongbo felt so comfortable. This time, more than 1,400 bullets were used and more than 1,200 zombie rabbits were cleared. Unfortunately, there was no rabbit boss that increased mental power. This made the other three teammates very busy, and one teammate went back to buy bullets. Captain, do you want to do another wave? Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were also very excited. It has only been a short time, and today's income has basically exceeded 10,000. Before the account was frozen and there was no house arrest. What was 10,000 credit points? The tips for casual rewards were more than this. But now there is no way. All accounts are frozen and house arrest. A penny can make a hero difficult. Just like a person who is addicted to cigarettes. If it is late at night, he may have to dig out the trash can to search again. And if that doesn't work, he can just get some other leaves to roll. No, I'll make a new plan. Yongbo felt that it was very fast to brush skills in this way. And the key was to find the right target. This time he lost again. 1,500 bullets were 75,000 game coins. Plus gun wear and tear, etc. Basically lost 80,000 to 90,000. Listening is almost at the master level. Yongbo also joined the collection. The rabbit's hair is also valuable. The collection action does not require the player to control. Just aim at the target and press the button. There is a progress bar. And when the progress bar is finished, it means the collection is over. And then change to the next target. After walking back for more than an hour, Yongbo went offline at the resurrection point. And the team increased by 2 people. Yongbo decided to walk further behind. And also to see what other zombies gave what skills. It's too difficult to find a useful skill. Yongbo browsed on the forum. It looks like the situation is not good. However, after coming to the forum, Yongbo found that the situation was a bit bad. The atmosphere on the forum was very hot. But when I opened it, I saw that everyone was cursing at each other and showing off how they killed each other. Yongbo felt that it was not good because this game is remote control, and the main purpose is to collect materials. Now players are holding bombs and bombing each other. If you dare to approach those buildings, others will use bombs to lure out a large number of zombies. And it will also implicate many innocent people. Now players basically dare not enter the city. Anyone who wants to enter will be chased by a group of zombies. I just don't know what measures the game officials will take. Yongbo continued to watch, muttering in his heart. Chapter 280 Sister Roy? I hope nothing unexpected happens. Yongbo pondered as he read. Then Yongbo carefully sorted out the content on the forum and found something strange. There are about hundreds of places that appear on the game forum now. But without exception, they are all cities with a few 100,000 people. And they are basically in mountainous areas. Does it mean that super cities are more dangerous? And are plains dangerous? No place near the sea has been found so far. Have the animals in the sea also become zombies? Based on this point, Yongbo made a guess. Where does the principle of this guess come from? That is, when Yongbo hunted down several zombie leaders, he gave different skill points. Some gave 4 points, and some gave 8 points. That means these zombies will grow. Doesn't the military have developed stronger bionics? Or are they just letting gamers adapt to remote control, and then selecting the strongest gamers to control stronger bionics? That should be the case. Bionics can be made stronger, but the cost will definitely be higher if they are generally used by gamers. The military has invested too much. Yongbo knows that there are many rare materials in Interstellar society. Ordinary metal materials are not valuable in this society, but rare materials are still very valuable, such as energy metals. Does the character level in the game also correspond to bionics of different strengths? The characters in the game level up through tasks or killing monsters, but it is still difficult to upgrade in this game, because ordinary zombies give very low experience, and only tasks give high experience. It seems that no one has realized this yet, but other game players obviously haven't thought of this because they don't know it's remote control. Then this is an opportunity for me. If I change my role, can I control a stronger bionic man? Then for me, I should still kill these small monsters, even if only half of these farms have zombie leaders to increase mental power. I won't lose anything. Yongbo thought about it carefully and found that this was the same as the mecha game. He didn't need to kill stronger monsters. Seeing that there was still some time, Yongbo entered the mecha game again. Entering the mecha game, looking at the familiar interface, Yongbo controlled a 6th generation mecha to see Tainyo and the others. There are still so many bombs. We need to find a chance to deal with them. Yongbo left the outpost and found that there were still many players in the mecha game. And there were more than a dozen mechas in the hall. I don't know how many mechas there are on the entire Green Demon Star. Yongbo didn't care what others were doing, and he went to where Tainyo was. Yongbo still went to the underground world. And then he had time to read the forum. He found that on the forum, game players regarded mutants as neutral NPCs. It was really the game officials who were behind the scenes. Anyway, there was no way for the two sides to communicate. And it is possible that the NPCs you see here are real NPCs, not the mutants on the Green Goblin planet. After all, the military controls the background, and you can see whatever they want you to see. And you can also switch the remote control to the real game at once. Yongbo was fooled last time and was teased by the military. He wanted to go to the bottom of the underground world while in the game. But every time he reached a certain level, some incredible monsters would appear and then be killed. Yongbo also realized later that he was tricked by the military. It seemed that as long as he went deep into a certain underground layer, his remote control would automatically switch to the real game. Can't offend this group of GMs. Yongbo came to brush up his skills, not to go against others. Yongbo was right. The military opened the remote control to collect more materials. This planet is in this situation for some reason. It's not that people can't be sent up, but the risk of sending people up is too great. If infected with this unknown virus or energy, it will bring disaster to all mankind. All the collected materials are sent to a space laboratory, which also has more advanced bionic people. The space laboratory is on the orbit of a star. Once there is any mistake, the entire laboratory will fall into the star, and the heat around the star will kill all viruses and provide enough energy for the laboratory. Scientists control these bionic people for research. Scientists have found unique substances in the brain of zombies that can inhibit this virus or interfere with energy. In addition, feathers and the like have been specially treated and have extremely special properties. But now the game players are obviously keen on calculating and attacking each other. Although the game players also paid money. It costs hundreds of thousands of credit points to revive once. But when people are angry, they don't care about hundreds of thousands of credit points. This department on the military side held a meeting. And the bigwigs of the military also attended the meeting. My suggestion is to increase the difficulty of resurrection and double the game coins required for resurrection within a certain period of time. Someone from the game department spoke up. I don't think it's right. People only play this crappy game to make money. If we continue to do this in terms of spending money, many people will not play it. Another person from the same department objected. How about making the bomb explosion effect virtual? Another person suggested. This will be too much work. Because the bomb will also alarm other zombies around. And it will be easy for people to find the flaws. I do have an idea. I studied other games today. We can make a ranking list. Whoever completes the most tasks each month will be rewarded. Whoever kills the most monsters will also be rewarded. In addition, we can also open auxiliary professions. For auxiliary professions, we will use virtual ones. We will take back the materials they collect for research. But the equipment they use the materials to make will all be virtual. In the future, when we start national wars or gang wars, these virtual equipment will be consumed. Directly open a virtual. The map is used for siege warfare. And then the equipment they made is consumed. So we are not afraid of being exposed. The winning party in the siege can get a lot of rewards. And can also use game coins to start gambling at the siege station and recover a large amount of game coins. Our goal is to allow some players to make a fortune, so as to attract more players to come in. This is the game data in the recent period. Some people still make a lot of money. There are about 50,000 players in the whole game, distributed in hundreds of counties, and about 500 players in each county. About 1% of the players have a daily income of more than 1,000, and 0.1% of the players have a daily income of more than 10,000. This trend of players attacking each other must be reversed. Fighting between the two sides will also affect other players. In addition, we can add reporting and confinement functions. A young man from the game department said a lot. The head of the game department nodded slightly after hearing these suggestions. Not only should players have fun playing, but they should also make money in the game and spend money in the game. It is best to charge money to become stronger. After all, the military does not want the project to lose money. If they operate in this way, they may be able to make money from the game to provide research funds for the project. Then you will be responsible for it and make a plan. Several bigwigs in the military thought that this person said it very well. After all, the final battle was in another map, which was made completely virtual. And then through the wars between various gangs, all the equipment was whitewashed. After all, equipment requires game coins. Mecha games can also be operated in this way. Start a team or gang. A bigwig from the military thought of mecha games again. Simply completing tasks to earn money is not enough to satisfy gamers. You need to add some other elements. Collect materials from the game. Build your own mecha. And then destroy it in the gang battle. Then you have to collect materials again to make stronger equipment. General, your suggestion is great. The head of the game department quickly flattered. Others also applauded, as if the idea was thought up by the general. The general blushed and waved his hands. This is all your credit. Come up with this plan as soon as possible. Although the ranking list setting is a bit old-fashioned, it is good as long as it can increase the enthusiasm of players. Make sure to complete the task. The people in the game department stood up and saluted. Yang Bo, who was playing the mecha game on the side, did not expect that many things would happen later. Not far from his territory, Tainyo appeared in a flash. And Yang Bo hurriedly greeted Tainyo. Tainyo's appearance did not change much. And Tainyo's brothers came soon. It seems that we have to find a way to trick the group of people in the Justice Gang. Send some snacks to the Tainyo. After meeting Joe Roy today, I will go into the mecha game tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to trick the Justice Gang. After playing with Tainyo for a while and finding no problems, Yang Bo controlled the mecha back to the outpost and then went offline. Yang Bo was still very happy that Joe Roy's family could provide him with customized armor services. People are mutual. As long as Joe Roy's family is sincere to me, then I am not an outsider. But people still have to be vigilant. Yang Bo looked at his clothes today. A casual suit and a pair of sneakers. The sneakers are branded goods, mainly for running away when something happens. Having a good pair of shoes is very helpful for running away. Sure enough, there are satellites watching us. As soon as he opened the door and stood at the door, Yang Bo felt that the energy waves emitted by 2 satellites were shining on his building. Fatty boss. What do you think of this person? Yang Bo didn't know how to evaluate the fat boss. On the one hand, he ran away faster than anyone else when something happened. And on the other hand, it was not bad to cooperate with him. Fatty boss has a bottom line. But don't expect too much. Yang Bo took the flying car and came to the restaurant where the two had agreed. Yang Bo remembered the fat boss's words and didn't go to private places. He entered the restaurant's private room and found that Zhou Rui had already arrived. Looking at Zhou Rui's dress today, Yang Bo felt a little familiar for no reason. Yang Bo. Order first. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming and handed the menu to Yang Bo with a smile. After Yang Bo sat down, he knew why Zhou Rui's dress looked familiar. Isn't this the type of dress that Li Idwa likes? It seems that his information has also been checked by the other party. Although he had thought of this a long time ago, Yang Bo still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart when he could confirm it from the side. It's like you know that there is software monitoring your conversation, but you still feel uncomfortable after the hammer. The styles of the two are completely different. Li Idwa is pure and sweet, and Zhou Rui's hot body is pure and sweet. Not to mention that the temptation is quite big. Assistant Zhou. Yang Bo said after getting the menu. Call me Sister Zhou in the future. Zhou Rui interrupted and said, how about I call you Sister Rui? Yang Bo felt strange when he heard Sister Zhou's name, so he proposed his own idea. Of course, no problem. Zhou Rui was very happy when she heard Yang Bo's words. The two names had completely different meanings. Sister Rui, are you going to customize the armor for me? Yang Bo asked while looking at the menu. Yes, but we have to sign a service contract. You can get the armor for free if you serve us for a certain number of years. This is also a common practice in the industry. Zhou Rui stood up and poured water for Yang Bo, and then explained to Yang Bo. Thank you. Yang Bo took the water Zhou Rui handed him, and thanked her. You're welcome. You can also learn about it, depending on the quality of the armor. The service contract period is also different. There are a lot of such contracts on the internet. After Zhou Rui poured the water, she sat next to Yang Bo. Yang Bo felt strange, but there was nothing he could do now. Zhou Rui took out a thick book. It contains the styles of armor, as well as the various advantages and disadvantages of armor. The same is true for weapons. You can buy some cold weapon models online first to see which cold weapon you like more. Everyone is good at different things. Zhou Rui opened the book and explained to Yang Bo. Yang Bo handed Zhou Rui the menu. Sister Rui, please help me order the food. I'm not picky. After taking a closer look at the book, Yang Bo found that the book came too timely. There are many types of armor in it, and the advantages and disadvantages of each type of armor. What Yang Bo is more interested in is the weapons, the advantages and disadvantages of cold weapons of various shapes, and how to use them. I have control over energy metals. When fighting with others, I can completely change the appearance of different weapons according to different opponents. It seems that the sword skills given in the game can be used in cold weapon combat. It seems that I need to brush up more cold weapon skills. I don't have talent, but I can brush up my skills. Yang Bo read this book very attentively, and it can be seen that this book is quite old. Zhou Rui on the side looked at Yang Bo's fascination, smiled slightly, and muttered in her heart, there is no man who doesn't like armor and weapons. It seems to be the right thing to transfer that fat guy away, but it costs a lot of money. Chapter 281 Sword Skills. This time we have invited a master-level forger to forge new armor for you. Zhou Rui thought that Yang Bo liked armor, so she started from this aspect. Yang Bo smelled a fragrance in his nose, which was very fresh. It should be from Zhou Rui. It was originally a very beautiful picture, but Yang Bo thought of the first time he saw Zhou Rui change from a strong man to a charming woman. Thinking of a strong bald man spraying such perfume, I felt strange in my heart. Master level? This must cost a lot of money. Right? Yang Bo was also very surprised, and then said something worldly. Yang Bo knew that the master level, no matter what profession, could not be measured by money. But his own personality was unsophisticated, so he would measure everything with money. Master level forgers cannot be measured by money. You can find out if you go back and check. We also used our connections to invite this forging master. Zhou Rui smiled and explained to Yang Bo. While reading a book, Yang Bo asked, I heard from the fat boss about forging, but I'm not sure what it is. Forging requires talent. There are very subtle changes in the ratio of various materials and properties in forging. It's hard to say specifically. I heard that you have a good talent for making potions. Zhou Rui couldn't say much about forging. She can be said to be from a forging family, and she can't stop talking about many things. I don't know either. Anyway, the boss said I'm a genius, and I haven't met other pharmacists. Yang Bo was speaking the truth. So when can you show me how to do it? It's not a bother. Right? Zhou Rui asked when she heard Yang Bo admit it. Of course it's not a bother. Sister Rui, you continue to order. Yang Bo nodded and agreed. Yang Bo, don't you have any other hobbies? Zhou Rui picked up the menu, ordered the dishes, and then asked again. Nothing you particularly like. Hearing this, Yang Bo felt that he seemed to have no other hobbies except playing games to enhance his strength. Maybe he was bullied too badly as a weak person in his previous life. In this life, as long as he has time to increase his strength, he will use this time to increase his strength instead of doing useless things. As for enjoyment, in Yang Bo's view, as long as his strength is strong enough, he can enjoy it as he wants. Cultivating hobbies can not only make your life more comfortable, but also use these hobbies to connect with others. The reason why the upper circles often hold various activities is to provide a platform for everyone to communicate with each other. Do you like fishing? When can I take you out to sea to fish? Zhou Rui said a lot, and the purpose came later. I'm not very good at fishing. I didn't catch anything last time I went fishing at my home, and there are too many legal regulations. Yang Bo shook his head. What's the point of fishing? It's much better to play games to increase your strength. If you want to eat any fish, just go to the sea and catch it. The main thing is that it's inconvenient to bring it home in stealth mode now. When you get some storage boxes in the future, you can catch whatever you want to eat. That's because you don't know the method. I have been on this planet for more than 30 years. I am very good at fishing. There are not many fish in the shallow sea on this planet, because hurricanes will destroy their habitat. Only a few marine creatures will come to the coast to lay eggs during the breeding season. Zhou Rui explained to Yang Bo when she heard this. Yang Bo was not surprised that Zhou Rui said she had been here for more than 30 years. Because in this society, you can't tell age from appearance. Yang Bo nodded. Then let's talk about it when the wind stops blowing. There are many indoor activities such as... Zhou Rui spoke again. But the waiter knocked on the door before she finished speaking. The boss told me not to go to private places. Yang Bo directly pulled the fat boss out to block the bullet. Zhou Rui laughed and cursed the fat man in her heart. She had to agree, your boss is kind. And some things in private places are unclear. Sister Rui, let's eat. Yang Bo then said. I have to say that the food in this restaurant is good. Yang Bo ate all the food and drank 2 bottles of milk. Sister Rui, can I borrow this book for a few days? Yang Bo asked before leaving. No. If you want to read it, ask my sister out. Zhou Rui replied with a smile. Okay. I'll ask my sister out in a few days. I'll go back to buy some cold weapons first to see what kind of cold weapons I have a talent for. Yang Bo was not surprised by this answer. This book was obviously the other party's treasure. Of course, no problem. Zhou Rui watched Yang Bo leave after dinner, and cursed this wooden man in her heart. When she came here just now, several men looked at her a few more times. Yang Bo then said goodbye and left. Zhou Rui's family seems to be not simple. She can let a forging master forge armor for me. Yang Bo thought of this on his way back. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo leave and returned home contentedly. But she was even more dissatisfied with the fat boss. Thinking that you were about to leave. But you actually said such things to Yang Bo. When will we see whether Yang Bo's talent in pharmaceutical manufacturing is true? If it is true, we can consider letting him marry into the family. Zhou Rui looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't understand why Yang Bo seemed to ignore her. In the eyes of children from large families, like Zhou Rui, husbands are husbands and lovers are lovers. And the two are not contradictory. The other half is usually a good match. And there are few times when other people are chosen. Even if Yang Bo's talent is enough. What is a real genius in this society? Compared with the influence of other families. Zhou Rui did this because she wanted to use her own beauty to win over Yang Bo. At least to make Yang Bo less resistant to her, and easier to accept her. She didn't really plan to do anything. But Yang Bo's blind look made Zhou Rui helpless. Yongbo couldn't help but go to the sea to exercise at night, letting the seawater squeeze his body continuously. And his own energy continued to nourish the squeezed cells, blood, bones and tendons. This squeezing is all round. But energy protection is still needed in sensitive parts and weaknesses. The next day, Yongbo entered the game, and the other 4 people were already online. Captain. The other 4 people were confined to their homes, and were bored to death. Today we will try to flatten 2 farms. This is the roadmap. Everyone, take a look. First, take the game coins. Then buy bullets. Let's go and buy 2 more sets of clothes. Yongbo took out his own plan. Buy 2 more sets of clothes. Of course, for disguise. The price of clothes is very cheap. Not equipment. In this game, if you don't add the other party as a friend, or are not in the same team, you don't know the other party's nickname at all. The voices of the 2 young ladies are still very comfortable to listen to. And Yongbo doesn't care whether they are transsexuals or not. Anyway, they are just tools. Both farms are relatively remote. And Yongbo's main goal now is mental power. The more remote the farm is, the more likely it is to have free-range farming. And the probability of a leader appearing in a free-range situation is relatively high. As for retail investors, there are usually only zombies, or nothing. In Yongbo's view, retail investors are unprotected, whether they are people or animals. They are easily attacked by other animals or zombies. In this kind of farm, there are a large number of animals. Even if they are attacked by 1 or 2 zombies, it is impossible to kill them all in a short time. But they will all mutate because of the zombie attack. Is it a virus or other energy? Yongbo never figured out what kind of power can cause the current result. It's so scary. It feels like these people have become like this without knowing it. After all, the population here is relatively intact. And the animals are relatively intact. There are no signs of large-scale wars. And all the remaining buildings have not been damaged. If this change is slow, then there will definitely be a process of mutual struggle. The zombies encountered on the road are relatively common. Rabbits, pheasants, and wild boars finally arrived at the first farm, which is also at the foot of the mountain. It is an Angora rabbit breeding base. So many. Everyone held binoculars and found zombie rabbits standing side by side in the building ruins at the foot of the mountain. Captain, do you think that is the little boss? Miss Xiao asked, pointing in a direction. Yongbo stood at Miss Xiao's place and looked carefully with a telescope. Sure enough, he saw an exceptionally large zombie rabbit in a stone crevice. And the rabbit had long white hair. The other rabbits also had hair. A few here and there. The hair coverage rate of this rabbit reached more than 80%. Lucky. I found it in a flash. Yongbo wanted to kill the little rabbit boss with 1 shot. Then pack up and leave. But there was no way. These 4 teammates followed him for an hour and a half. And brought him so many bullets. You retreat? Let's try to win in 1 wave. Yongbo asked these teammates to retreat. Yongbo lured a wave of rabbits, and then stayed away from the farm. They started to clean up. The necks of these rabbits were dry and shrunken. Many times, they were shot, and only a head was left. The teeth were still chewing. It looked very scary. The bullets carried by the 4 people were almost used up. There was still 1 magazine left. It seemed that there were still dozens of rabbits. Captain? The young lady asked when the people who went back to get bullets had not come yet. Don't worry about it. I'll try with cold weapons. Yongbo brought a dogleg knife this time. Yongbo took the dogleg knife in front to deal with the remaining dozens of rabbits. The remaining 2 girls collected the task items while chatting quietly. The 2 girls didn't want to run away. So even though the monsters here looked disgusting, they collected the quest items here. To put it bluntly, there is only 1 word: lazy. Anyway, to collect quest items, you just need to aim at the target and press the collection button, and the character will automatically collect them. The rabbit's head will not move after collecting. This standard action does not require human operation. Yongbo looked at the dogleg knife in his hand. I don't know what material this is made of. For the remaining dozens of rabbits, Yongbo directly threw a stone, and dozens of rabbits screamed instantly. And this time, the leading rabbit actually ran out. It was covered with long white hair, a shriveled black body, and hideous upper and lower big teeth. It jumped all over, giving people a very scary feeling, just like a shriveled corpse. Jumping. This guy was the fastest, jumping more than 1 meter high, and the distance was nearly 2 meters away. It made strange sounds while jumping. And the zombie rabbits behind also made sounds one after another. How terrifying. Fortunately, we turned off the monster sounds. This game is too realistic. Isn't it? This game company has a strong background. Mecha games are criticized so much that they have the lowest ratings. Is our captain really a senior mecha master? The other two guys are not lying. Right? If you say that they are morally corrupt. I believe they are not going to join forces with others to deceive us. Right? It shouldn't be. Let's just be careful. The two female teammates chatted privately. Yongbo picked up 2 stones and threw them directly at the screaming rabbit in the lead. Unexpectedly, the rabbit waved its claws in the air and smashed the stone into pieces. Yongbo threw another stone. And this time, the stone was crushed by the rabbit's claws again. This time Yongbo saw clearly that the rabbit's claws were very long. About several centimeters long. And translucent. Then the next second, the gun went off. The neck of the leading rabbit was broken. And Yongbo must have some bullets left. Yongbo was also afraid that the rabbit boss would spray venom on him. Then the next second, the other zombie rabbits actually came up to eat their former boss. Damn! Yongbo quickly picked up the cold weapon in his hand and rushed up. You know, this little boss is very valuable. And the bullets he consumes every day depend on this little boss to recover blood. Fortunately, this little boss runs faster than other rabbits. Yongbo controlled the dog-leg knife in the bionic man's hand and swung a knife light. The zombie rabbits that came into contact with the knife light were chopped on the head. And their heads fell to the ground. Still gnawing at the stones and soil on the ground frantically. The two teammates behind were shocked when they saw the scene. And hurriedly recorded the video and asked someone to analyze it. Yongbo didn't feel anything. Just like playing a game of cutting fruit. Controlling the dog-leg knife in the bionic man's hand and slashing at these zombie rabbits. In just 2 seconds, more than 40 zombie rabbits were all cut off. There were only more than 40 rabbits left. And their heads were frantically gnawing at everything on the ground. Mind control +8. When Yongbo collected the brain of the rabbit leader, he really gave a +8 point. Just now I saw this guy smash the stone with his claws. And I knew that this guy has skills. Yongbo discovered this when he was testing just now. And it seems that the cold weapon I used just now seems to have a knife skill bonus? Yongbo recalled himself. Chapter 282 Skill Bonus. Captain, your knife skills are amazing. Aren't they? Yes. I killed 42 rabbits in 2 seconds. The two female teammates behind hurried over. In their eyes, they only saw a flash of knife in front of Yongbo. And all the rabbits that pounced on Yongbo were beheaded. The two teammates felt that this action was so cool. And they were not unlearned people. As descendants of a big family, you can say that he is morally corrupt. Shameless. And shameless. But you can't say that he is ignorant. The two teammates also came from a big family. So they naturally knew what it meant to kill 42 rabbits in 2 seconds. That is, strong strength. I was anxious too. After all, if I was eaten by these rabbits, I would lose today. Yongbo himself didn't know if what he said was true. The two teammates sent each other a hee-hee expression in private. Obviously not believing what Yongbo said. Captain, since your knife skills are so powerful, why do you use a gun? The young lady asked a question. Because the bodies of these monsters will cause poisoning if they are contaminated. My explosive power lasts for a short time. And there are only a few dozen of them. If there are more, it will not work. Hurry up and collect. And then we will go to the next farm. Yongbo did not give the two people more time to talk. A tool man must have the awareness of a tool man. After hearing this, the two teammates hurried to collect. After the collection, Xiao Huan came back to buy bullets. And then the young lady and the eldest lady had to go back. Because the collected brain marrow cannot be traded. Yongbo guessed that the collected brain marrow is mostly stored in a special container in the bionic human body. Moreover, this kind of task items cannot be traded or dropped. But the collected rabbit hair will drop. Yongbo handed the rabbit hair and rabbit claws of the rabbit leader to the young lady and the others. Then Yongbo and Xiao Huang set off for the next farm. The next farm was 1 kilometer away from here. This time, Yongbo did not use a gun to open the way, but directly took the dog-leg knife in his hand to open the way in front. After a while, Xiao Huang also arrived. Every time they went to the target location, they wasted a lot of time on the road. Because the roads were now destroyed or deserted. And there were some zombies. The captain is really a master of hiding. The two followed Yang Bo and chatted privately. I also watched the video they sent just now. The hand speed is definitely that of a high-level mecha master. Not necessarily a mecha master. After all, not everyone will take the exam for this license. I feel that the captain is so cold. Most likely a killer. Didn't they say that killers are mediocre? They look very ordinary. Who has seen a killer? Most of those who have been seen by killers are dead. If the captain is a killer, I will find someone to kill a few of the awesome guys in our family. I dare not say that. After all, the family is still a family. These bastards bully me a lot. We were born in a big family. And it's like this. I really yearn for the life of ordinary people. Come on. Have you heard of Seahai Gene Pharmaceutical Company? They injected residents with genetic drugs for experiments. And it is said that many people died. It's difficult. We should eat and drink. If one day the family wants us to die, it won't be too late for us to fight back against them. Let's see if this captain is a killer. And killers want money. We don't have money. But we can get some information so that the captain can make a profit from the stock market or other places. Let's talk about it later. Yang Bo is now more and more skilled in knife skills. A zombie chicken jumped up from the side. Yang Bo was quick-eyed and slashed it with a knife. The chicken's head was chopped off. There was very little brain marrow in the chicken's head. And Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were unwilling to collect it. In the game, there are limited backpacks for collecting brain marrow. In Yang Bo's view, it is a container for storing brain marrow in the bionic body. And the capacity is limited. This knife skill is really useful. After arriving at the destination, Yang Bo found that he was also very strong in cold weapon combat. The most feared thing in cold weapon combat is contamination with zombie liquid. But Yang Bo paid great attention to this. To deal with zombies, it might be better to use long weapons. Listening is a skill that can increase the passive detection ability of sound wave control. During this period, Yang Bo definitely came to a conclusion. This is also a long-haired rabbit farm. And there are several such farms around this area. It took more than an hour to walk from the front to this side. Mainly because the road was too difficult to walk on. The road surface in this area was not hardened before. And it was all shrubs and weeds. Not only do you have to open the road, but you also have to guard against some zombies. Yang Bo knows that the bionic man has a protective layer on the outside. Once the protective layer is damaged, the energy here will corrode the metal skeleton inside. As for the dogleg knife in his hand, Yang Bo found that it might be high-strength ceramics. As for whether there is metal in the ceramics, it is hard to say. Then Yang Bo started to clean up. Still the old rules. First, clean up the area around the battlefield so that you can see the zombies. If you don't clean up the area around the battlefield, you can't accurately judge the movement trajectory of the zombies. First lure out a wave and break their heads directly. And then when Yang Bo lures the second wave, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong start to collect mission items. In less than 10 minutes, the bullets they carried were almost consumed. Carefully observe that there are not many zombie rabbits left in this farm. Yang Bo has 50 bullets left. And then, he directly took the dogleg knife and went forward. This time, Yang Bo is going to use a new tactic. That is, to kill directly and alone. According to the area of the farm and the situation observed, there should be more than 200 zombie rabbits. Listening is too high for sound wave control. Yang Bo found that his sound wave detection skill is at least one level higher than before. This is the auxiliary bonus brought by the listening skill. Now Yang Bo does not need to actively detect sound waves. As long as the opponent makes a sound, Yang Bo can judge the opponent's position by frequency. Of course, there is no way to deal with static objects. Yang Bo was originally planning to sneak attack these zombie rabbits. Unexpectedly, there was a dead branch under his feet, which startled a zombie rabbit. And immediately hundreds of them rushed towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo had to fight and retreat. But he was facing the zombie rabbit head-on, waving the dogleg knife in his hand. The other two teammates looked at the knife flash in front of Yang Bo. Along with the knife flash, the heads of zombie rabbits fell to the ground one by one. And they were chewing on the ground. The knife in Yang Bo's hand drew strange arcs from one angle to another, and a zombie rabbit's head fell to the ground with each change. There were occasional bangs and layers of smoke. In less than 5 seconds, Yang Bo retreated 5 steps. And there were more than 200 zombie rabbit heads on the ground. Yang Bo still felt relaxed, while the two teammates behind him were stunned. The captain's knife speed seems to have broken the sound barrier twice. Breaking the sound barrier is not uncommon. The main thing is that the captain's knife's movement range does not exceed 1.5 meters. Too awesome. I once saw a swordsman who could break the speed of sound with the tip of his sword. It is said that the sword in his hand is priceless. The captain's hand speed is too awesome. Yang Bo looked at the cold weapon with zero durability in his hand, and then used his superpowers to check it out. He found that there was indeed a flat metal core inside the dogleg knife. As for the ceramic shell outside, it could not withstand the high-speed movement and was damaged. Even the wrist joint of the bionic man was damaged. But it was not shown in the character. I'm going to be noticed again. Yang Bo was a little speechless. The series of knife skills just now made him a little fascinated. Just like playing a fruit-cutting game. The state just now was a little strange. Yang Bo didn't know why he was in that state just now. In the state just now, these zombie rabbits moved a lot slower. And the knife in his hand seemed to be faster. Captain, I have another knife here. Xiao Huang immediately picked up the knife in his hand. Yang Bo took the knife and thanked him. Then continued to kill. This time the speed was much slower. There are only more than 1,100 zombie rabbits in this farm. And there is also a small boss at the end, which gives mental power +8. Yang Bo finally killed more than 300 rabbits with a knife. I thought there were less than 200. But I didn't expect that there were still many hidden in the corners. Captain Speed with the knife is definitely a killer. Or is it also a top combat force? I heard that some people in our alliance are doing some tasks in the Federation or the Empire. They have bounty hunters and free mercenaries. Maybe they have made enough money there and come back to us to retire. Our alliance is indeed suitable for retirement. Even if you break the law, there is no death penalty. I heard that there is a planet in the Federation where people who commit capital crimes will be tied to the street and whipped to death. Don't mention the Federation. They are so. For example, there are only 2 planets without the death penalty. But you have to work for food. If you don't work, you will starve to death. In the Empire, it is said that people are burned to death. The captain must have made money outside, and now he is back to the alliance for retirement. The public security in our alliance is indeed good. He is used to fighting and killing in the outside world. So he can only vent in this game. No. It is said that we also have bounty hunters here. And the guild is just an illegal organization. When the time is right, we will ask. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong chat privately. The data of Yang Bo's bionic man is abnormal. And it has indeed been discovered by the official backstage. This person is very strong. He can be one of the candidates for more advanced bionic people. The backstage staff of the game department of the military took a look at the data of the bionic people and made a record for Yang Bo without any surprise. Yang Bo thought that he would be noticed. But there are many strong people in this world. The selection of people to enter the so-called public beta of this game is based on random selection of some places and selection of people with good data performance in mecha games. Use these 2 types of people as a comparison to see which type of people is suitable for remote control of bionic people. Some people are talented in mecha operation, while others are talented in these bionic people. The fighting methods and fighting thinking of the 2 are completely different. The game of bionic people relies more on wisdom. Mecha games pay attention to fighting style, which is basically a head-on confrontation to see who is faster. This is why there are only tens of thousands of players in this game. The military is testing whether this project can work. If the project does not work, the investment is not very large. If 100,000 or 200,000 players are allowed to join at once. What if the project loses money? Everyone has performed very well today. This is for you. Several people returned to the resurrection point and completed the task. Yang Bo killed 2 small bosses today. The total task income was 420,000 game coins. For teammates shared 20%. So they took away 84,000 game coins. And Yang Bo himself was left with 336,000. It cost 140,000 to buy bullets. Each of the 4 teammates brought 2 bullets. Because the teammates also brought bombs and clothes. Each person brought 350 bullets on average. In addition, the durability of all the equipment. A dogleg knife was lost. And the character was still in a negative state. A gun was also blown up, which means the durability was 0. After all the miscellaneous calculations, Yang Bo still earned 150,000 game coins today. After Yang Bo left the game, the cat-stroking lady and the dog-stroking lady were a little bit unbelievable. Captain makes 150,000 a day. Wouldn't it make more than 50 million a year? You can't calculate it this way. The two small bosses this time gave a high price. The small bosses we fought before only gave tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands each. There were also 2 times when the farm was cleared. And the captain didn't earn a single game coin, because there was no small boss. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong hurriedly explained. We actually made 40,000 today. In the past, opening a bottle of wine would be 100,000. The cat-stroking lady looked at the game coins she had been allocated and felt a little emotional. Xiao Hong said unhappily, You can't open 100,000 wine every day. I have only drunk wine of this quality 5 times since I was a child. I'm going to go offline to buy something. The young lady looked at the game coins she was given and prepared to go offline. I say, are you too stupid? At this time, don't you plan to save some money? Xiao Huang said unhappily. That's right. Don't you watch the news? We beat people up, and it was on the news. This damn media called us a group of unscrupulous second generations, and the other idiot a successful person who cares about the people. That guy joined the Anti-Satellite Association just for fame. And we are a bunch of idiots who are increasing their traffic. Miss Pettingcat heard this and asked in confusion, What does this have to do with game coins? Are you stupid? What if the family treats us as sacrifices? We have to save some money and run away. Xiao Huang said hurriedly after hearing this. Where to run? If we have to run, it's you two who run? You two hit people first. Why are you so unreasonable? How could I know that this dog thing is also a member of the family? He actually came out to protest, saying that the satellite has radiation. If there is radiation, shouldn't he be radiated in his mother's belly? Xiao Hong said unhappily after hearing this. We originally thought that only those brainwashed urinals would come out to do such things. Who knew that he, an elite trained by a family, would also believe this statement? Xiao Huang also had a depressed tone. Chapter 283 Threat. These guys will do anything to become famous. Haven't you seen that some congressmen are dressed in strange clothes? And some dress themselves up as pets? Forget it. We can't do such disgusting things. I really don't know how these guys do it. We are considered normal people. But some people have to say that we are not good in this way or that way. That's because they don't understand our circle and how abnormal some people are. Let's save some money secretly first. I don't know what the result will be this time. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong are a group of family wastes. Because they had a conflict with the descendants of the other family. And the descendants of the other family were parading with a group of people. Although the other party violated traffic regulations, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong and their group drank alcohol. So they beat others on the spot. And then the other party took advantage of this incident to hype. Everyone in a big family has a value in their own family. That is, if the value exceeds this, the family will hand the person over. It is impossible to fight for everyone with the whole family. And there are constant disputes within the family. The other 2 female teammates were also annoyed when they heard this. And left a sentence. Let's see what happens first. It's all your fault for being too impulsive at the beginning. Then the 2 of them logged off. And Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong also sighed and logged off. It would be great if I could brush 2 farms every day and get such a profit. In the underground fortress, Yang Bo carefully controlled the 2 light balls. And the 2 light balls were running on different trajectories. Yang Bo used the 2 light balls to write Chinese characters. At the beginning, the trajectories brought by the 2 light balls were a bit messy. And sometimes there were typos. But slowly Yang Bo became proficient. At the beginning, he had to think about what to write before he started training. Later, 2 light balls could write 2 sentences at the same time. Just like 2 people chatting. It took more than 2 hours from being unskilled to being proficient now. Yang Bo knew that he was not talented. So he did not practice hard like others. But started to apply it after he had the skills. If other people's superpowers were developed bit by bit, Yang Bo's own superpowers were added bit by bit. Other superpowers that they cultivated themselves are of course very familiar. While their own superpowers are acquired first, and then become familiar. This is also why Yang Bo is not interested in other secret methods and ancient martial arts. If my mental power is strong enough, I can summon hundreds or thousands of light balls first, and then form a dense defense network or attack posture. Yang Bo thought that in the future, he would be covered with light balls all over his body. Not only could he defend against the enemy's attacks, but he could also use light balls to attack the enemy. Let's train 2 light balls first, and we'll talk about it later. Yang Bo is not a greedy person. Being able to control the 2 light balls to run on different trajectories is already very good. After 2 hours of training, His mental power and energy were consumed a lot. Yang Bo directly charged himself, and then came up to wash and rest. Now there is no way to quickly recover mental power. Yang Bo fell into a deep sleep. Wang Wuxue has been inexplicably irritable recently. She feels that Yang Bo is a dog biting a turtle and can't bite. On the one hand, there is no substantial evidence to prove that his conjecture is correct. On the other hand, because of his status, he could not investigate this person openly. It was a bit risky to find that fat guy last time. This feeling of powerlessness made Wang Wuxue feel a little excited at the beginning. But not long after, he felt a little irritated, as if he was facing some math problems and couldn't solve them at all. What should I think of? This guy stays in the house all day and doesn't cultivate any hobbies. Wang Wuxue recently felt that his relatives were not normal because he was thinking about this matter. The most important point is that Wang Wuxue's time in March Star is limited. He is here for vacation. After the vacation, he will leave here and go back to work in other places. It seems that the breakthrough still needs to be placed on Fatty? It just so happens that I owed Fatty a favor last time. After taking office, I will find an excuse to let Fatty do some tasks and bring Yang Bo with me. Wang Wuxue could only think of this method in the end. No matter where he works in the future, Wang Wuxue will have enough power to give Fatty some tasks. Our fat boss was on the passenger ship, flirting with a beautiful woman who was also traveling. He felt a chill on his back for no reason, as if someone was plotting against him. It must be that bitch Zhou Rui, the fat boss muttered to himself, because just now, Yang Bo had sent a message to the fat boss, saying that Zhou Rui asked him to go and see the style of the armor. The fat man was so envious and jealous. He spent a lot of money to buy a rubbish armor, while others had custom-made armor. The difference between the two sides was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Then he looked at the enchanting beauty in front of him, and decided to deal with the present first. Yang Bo had a good sleep at home, and felt that his mental strength had recovered. He got up and went to the roof to blow the sea breeze and enjoy the sunshine. What secrets does this planet have? Zhou Rui's family should not be simple, but to be able to come to this remote planet, either this planet has some secrets, or they are excluded. If their family is sincere to me, what should I do? If they are sincere to me, as long as my life is not threatened, they can help as much as they can. Yang Bo blew the wind for a while, and then hurried down to the game. There were several teammates who could quickly kill monsters. Today Yang Bo spent another 5 hours to kill 2 farms. But he lost today. The 2 Angora rabbit farms killed more than 4,000 zombies in total. And there was no small boss. In total, he lost more than 200,000 today. But Yang Bo didn't care now, because Yang Bo had enough money. And the listening skill is also very useful. There was not much communication with the other 4 teammates. Anyway, they were just cooperative relationships. Yang Bo logged off after clearing 2 farms, and Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong continued to scout the zoo. At this time, the game official issued an announcement and will update tomorrow morning. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong hurriedly checked the official announcement of the game and were stunned after reading it. Wealth rankings, monster killing rankings, and gang war systems, equipment forging systems, potion manufacturing systems, mining and other auxiliary professions. The captain must have known the news first. No wonder the captain sped bullets to kill monsters. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong discussed with each other. As soon as the update came out, many people went to kill monsters. The gang system was turned on, and many players were very happy. Originally, these players formed gangs. On the forum, many gamers praised the game officials, and finally got the hang of it. Playing games is about fun and competition. Although both games in the mecha game can make money, if you can make money and have fun, wouldn't it be better? Yang Bo didn't know this, because Yang Bo started to train his superpowers in the basement again. This time, the training is sonic attack, which is mainly aimed at things of different distances and materials. Yang Bo blew a whistle, and a piece of metal 200 meters away in front of him exploded instantly. The sonic attack of the whistle is actually several times more powerful than the sonic attack of snapping fingers. Yang Bo looked at the metal that had just exploded. It was not ordinary metal, but the metal of the battleship armor, although it was only the size of a finger. After that, Yang Bo conducted several more experiments and slowly figured out that the sound wave attack of the whistle can form a straight line and gather all the energy. Snapping fingers can also achieve concentration, but not as much as whistling. Whistling gathers the sound waves inside the mouth, and then releases them through the mouth. Moreover, Yang Bo also found that he could perform a method of passing on messages similar to the martial arts of transmitting sound into secrets. Through his own mouth, he could concentrate the voice information on a line and aim it at the designated person, and the sound waves would not spread outward after being compressed. However, he could only pass messages at a distance of 100 meters. Can we change the structure of the vocal cords and turn sound waves into infrasound waves? Yang Bo knew that some animals could emit infrasound waves, such as elephants. After 2 hours of training in the underground fortress, he fed some gerbils, invisible mice, etc. I came to the villa, washed up, and took a hot bath. 7 or 8 hours of the day passed. I came to the internet room. There were 2 emails in the watch, both from the fat boss. The first letter allowed me to communicate with Joe Ray normally. The second letter asked me to pay attention to safety. It was said that some people were going to come to March Star to cause trouble. Yang Bo was a little surprised. Who were these guys who were going to cause trouble again? He called the fat boss, but the call was unreachable. Could the fat boss have encountered something? Yang Bo muttered to himself. But he didn't care, because in interstellar navigation, sometimes there would be large-scale energy storms that would interfere with communication. It's good to have someone come to cause trouble. I have a protection order now, and there are satellites watching me every day. Didn't Joe Ray say she would teach me how to fish? Why didn't she invite me? Yang Bo felt that it was an opportunity for someone to come to cause trouble. Those who can come here to cause trouble at this time must be masters among masters. If these people randomly give me a rare skill, it would be a takeaway. It should be someone from Red Earl. Speaking of which, Yang Bo has a very comprehensive information on these illegal organizations. The only one who can provoke the nerves of those illegal organizations now is Wang Muxue. Yang Bo felt that if he was a member of the Red Earl group, he would definitely send someone to kill her. And it was foreseeable that Red Earl had suffered such a big loss this time, and he had to do something to find a place. Speak of the devil. The devil is here. Yang Bo was just muttering about why Joe Rui didn't make an appointment with him. And then he received an email. The email was asking him to call him when he was free. Sister Rui, you asked me to call you. What's the matter? Yang Bo called back directly. Yang Bo, don't go out recently. According to the information we received, a group of criminals are coming to March Star to cause trouble. These people are extremely vicious. They are the people from the Red Earl organization you met last time. These guys are very good at disguise. Now the Alliance has no way to find them. Not only March Star. All the planets in the entire Alliance are under their threat. You can check it out online. Joe Rui's tone was more urgent on the other side. Yang Bo opened the news homepage and found that the first thing on it was the public threat letter issued by the Red Earl organization, which was to retaliate against those who participated in the murder of the Red Earl. This video of the Red Earl organization seemed to be shot in an ancient castle. The people inside were wearing armor, but the tone was weird. Let's start with a brainwashing thing. The general idea is to retaliate against the officers of the Alliance army who suppressed the rebellion, including the parliamentarians and the speaker, and even the others who called on the Red Earl to cause trouble on various planets of the Alliance. Yang Bo took a look and roughly knew what was going on. The second-ranked news was the news that the director of the Anti-Radiation Association was beaten up by a group of rich second generations and was hospitalized. The third-ranked news was that the Alliance required each administrative planet to increase the security alert level. Yang Bo clicked on the second news and was speechless. This association believed that the satellites of the planetary warning system flying in the sky every day for reconnaissance would cause irreversible radiation effects on global life. This reminded Yang Bo of a story he heard on Earth about a community that believed a communication-based station had radiation and strongly demanded that it be demolished and moved out of the community. Later, when others moved out, they complained about the poor network. Yang Bo admitted that this radiation must exist. In fact, as long as you are in the universe, there is radiation everywhere. It just depends on the strength. In another sense, sunlight is also a kind of radiation. Dog bites dog and gets a mouthful of fur. Yang Bo came to this conclusion about the news. Are the Red Earl's people bluffing, or are they really targeting Wang Muxue? Yang Bo knew that the skills given by the Red Earl's people were all good. Yang Bo? Zhou Rui's voice sounded in the intercom. Sister Rui, I saw it. I try not to go out. Yang Bo decided to change his identity and cooperate with the Bounty Hunter Guild to see if he could take down a few of the Red Earl's people. Well, be careful. There are a lot of things going on recently. I have to go back to the guild to deal with some things. Next time, I will take you to our guild's base. Joe Roy's side will indeed be affected by this incident. After the planetary alert system is upgraded, the biggest impact will be on illegal organizations such as the Bounty Hunter Guild. First of all, it should be inconvenient to enter and exit the planet. In addition, some tasks cannot be done. You must be careful when doing illegal things. When the superiors are cracking down hard, you should quickly hide from the limelight. Otherwise they will get angry and give you a thunderbolt. Yang Bo agreed, touched his chin, and then looked out the window. It's time for the third master to go online again. People from the Red Earl, you'd better come here. Do you want to reveal some information? Yang Bo muttered in his heart, and wanted to use Wang Mushu as bait. Chapter 284 Cleaner Again. The Ashes organization obviously knew Wang Mushua's identity when they issued the mission last time. Then the Red Earl's public call this time might be the second attack on Wang Mushua. And the Ashes organization might be using a knife to kill someone. It is estimated that the people inside the Red Earl want to unify the entire organization. So they must do something to convince others. Then I just need to find a partner. And it would be best if I could get the list of people entering March Star. Yang Bo thought about it carefully, and felt that he didn't need to spread the news himself. Yang Bo went to purchase a lot of supplies. On the one hand, he could use them. And on the other hand, he also raised a group of small things under the fortress. Yang Bo didn't buy any professional pet food. Gerbils are strictly protected animals. As for invisible mice, if this thing is exposed, he might be hunted by the universe. I took some time to rest in the afternoon. In the evening, Yang Bo changed his identity as the Third Master and went to the Bounty Hunter Guild in stealth. Third Master. Third Master. The sentinels of the Bounty Hunter Guild didn't see where Yang Bo came from, but felt that he suddenly appeared behind them. The two sentinels were startled, then nodded and bowed, and shouted respectfully, "Where is your president?" Yang Bo asked directly. "Our president is in the base." As soon as the two sentinels finished speaking, they felt that Yang Bo had already gone in. Yang Bo came to the base of the Bounty Hunter Guild and found that many people were here. And there were many familiar faces. He muttered in his heart, "It seems that the policy changes of March Star have a great influence on the Bounty Hunter Guild." No one dared to ignore the threat of the Red Earl. And with the addition of Wang Mushua, the alert level of March Star was raised by 2 levels. Third Master. Zhou Rui had just received the report and soon saw Yang Bo appear in the mission hall. "Let's find a place to talk," Yang Bo said directly. Zhou Rui was a little confused in her heart. Would this Third Master be harmful to her? But there was nothing she could do now. If the other party really wanted to do something, no one could stop him here. "You know my identity, right?" After entering a separate room, Yang Bo sat down and spoke directly. "I know part of it." Zhou Rui's heartbeat accelerated when she heard Yang Bo's words. But she still answered calmly. "The people of the Red Earl have a grudge against me. I can recognize them even through the screen because of the rotten smell on these guys. Do you want to make a fortune on this?" Yang Bo's words were ambiguous. After all, Yang Bo didn't know who asked the pirate leader to intercept the March Star immigration spacecraft. Zhou Rui was a little surprised when she heard this. "Third Master, I don't understand what you mean. It is said that the general who suppressed the rebellion of Pato Star is on vacation here. Find a chance to spread this news. I will kill one of the Red Earl's men. You can take the Red Earl's men to the Alliance to claim the reward." Yang Bo now put himself in the position of the Third Master and spoke more directly. Zhou Rui was a little shocked when she heard this. But she had to bite the bullet and said, "Third Master, if the general is in danger, if you can get the surveillance at the airport entry and exit, I can find the Red Earl's men through the screen." Yang Bo waved his hand and interrupted Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui heard this and widened her eyes and took a deep breath. "Third Master, how sure are you?" 100% sure. Any disguise is nothing in front of me." Yang Bo glanced at Zhou Rui after he finished speaking. Zhou Rui's eyelids twitched twice at this glance. But Yang Bo still looked very calm. "I want to discuss with someone." Zhou Rui felt like she had no secrets in front of Yang Bo, and almost rushed out of the door. Then spoke. Yang Bo nodded, and Zhou Rui ran out of the room in embarrassment. Feeling cold sweats coming out, Zhou Rui consulted with other people. And when the people in the Bounty Hunter Guild heard that Third Master was going to take the initiative to challenge the Red Earl's people, They all became excited. The third master's idea is too explosive. The third master must be sure. The failure of the third master's pirate group is ultimately due to the Red Earl's people. It seems that the third master hates the Red Earl's people to the core. That's for sure. If it were someone else, their hard-earned family property would be wiped out. This is the domineering power of a super boss. He can get whoever he wants. Zhou Rui was already uneasy because of Yang Bo's words. So she summoned the high-level officials of the guild, who knew that these high-level officials were actually willing to cooperate. Zhou Rui had no choice but to say, "Don't forget. The third master's plan involves a big shot." Zhou Rui couldn't say anything about Wang Muxue, so she could only express it this way. "What does this have to do with us? This is the information given to us by the third master. If someone is willing to buy the information, shouldn't our guild sell it? Red Earl and his people deserve to die. It's better for us to make money than to let others make money. I just don't know if the information from third master is accurate. If we don't cooperate with third master, will third master find someone else to cooperate with?" The people in the guild senior management were talking at the same time, which made Zhou Rui lose her opinion. Zhou Rui wanted to contact her father, but she was afraid of the remote communication leak. It's not that she was afraid that others would intercept the information, but she was afraid of the guild. In fact, most people get the information from other people's internal systems. It is difficult to get this information from the outside, and anyone with authority inside can sell this information. I think this is a good opportunity for us to become famous. I think so too. Our guild is not famous now. Why don't we invite third master? Let's discuss big things together. The senior management of the guild are all people that Zhou Rui's family trusts. The guild is also a bit of an outsourcing model. The guild provides a platform, and you develop it yourself. But at this time, the headquarters guild sent a message that the general, who suppressed the rebellion on Pato Star, was on vacation on March Star. It was said that this news came from the assassin guild. So Yang Bo was invited here. Yang Bo saw that there were 6 people including Zhou Rui. The other party was about to introduce himself. And Yang Bo said directly, "Ask any questions. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I will find someone else." Third master, what role do we want to play in this matter? And what role do you want to play? One of the young men asked. You need to provide intelligence support. Now there is only one airport open on the entire planet. No matter what method you use, you must get the surveillance of the airport exit. As for my role, it is to find the Red Earl's people from these people, and then kill them. Yang Bo used extremely simple language to make it clear what both parties were going to do. Another middle-aged man asked again, "So what can you get from this plan? What can our guild get?" "I just want to kill people. You can take the bodies of the Red Earl and others to claim the reward." Yang Bo's answer was also very domineering. He came for killing. The other people didn't feel anything strange when they heard this, because at Yang Bo's level, he really did whatever he wanted. Third master, do you have a specific plan? Zhou Rui asked at this time. Yang Bo said impatiently, "What kind of plan is needed for this? Find them, track them, and kill them. What you, the Bounty Hunter Guild, have to do is just to track them and get the surveillance data of the airport exit." When Zhou Rui heard this, she rubbed her forehead and said, "The general's information has been leaked. It is said that it came from the Killer Guild. It should be leaked by the Ashes organization. This senior official was captured by the mercenaries hired by the Ashes organization last time. It's just that the Ashes organization released the wrong mission information and wanted to kill people to silence them in the end. The mercenaries of the Free Mercenary Guild killed them back, and several free mercenaries earned 4 billion credit points at once." Yang Bo said these things lightly. When the senior executives of the Bounty Hunter Guild heard 4 billion credit points, their eyes popped out. "I also heard that the Mercenary Guild has placed a big order this year, but I didn't expect it to be on our March Star. 4 billion. This senior military official's family is very rich. If we didn't want to stay in the alliance, I would have wanted to kidnap him. In this case, the news will definitely leak. Maybe it was the news spread by the Ashes organization that caused the Red Earl organization to come out and make trouble." The high-level officials of the Bounty Hunter Guild discussed it. These people did not doubt that Yang Bo would lie. Nor did they doubt why Yang Bo knew so many things. Because everyone knows that a strong man like Yang Bo must know countless people. And there is no telling how powerful the network behind him is. Zhou Rui also looked at Yang Bo with new eyes. He actually knew all these secrets, and he was worthy of being a super strong man. Third master, We can't do anything with the surveillance. But there is another way. Zhou Rui and other high-level officials looked at each other, and then spoke. Cleaner. Yang Bo was speechless when he saw the solution of Zhou Rui and others. Zhou Rui and others' plan was very simple. That is, to arrange Yang Bo to work as a cleaner at the airport exit. The alert level of March Star was raised. And there was only one airport left for entry and exit. Yes, it is difficult for us to obtain monitoring data. If people stay there for too long, they will be discovered by the airport security department. Zhou Rui nodded and replied. If you find the target, please notify us. We are good at tracking. Zhou Rui spoke again. Yang Bo did not ask how to deal with these Red Earl's people later. The fact that Zhou Rui's family can establish a guild here must be related to the forces behind March Star. This is 100%. Just like the company where Yang Bo works. Doing some gray area business. Do you really think the authorities don't know? All the identification documents of this cleaner are real. You just need to take his place for a few days. You don't need to do anything excessive. And even if there are any accidents, we can arrange for him to live in other countries. Zhou Rui introduced this identity in detail. Yang Bo picked up the information and saw that it was a slightly fat middle-aged man. The lowest citizen. And still single. This is easy to understand. The lowest citizen of the Alliance does not have the right to marry. In fact, this guy is a member of the Bounty Hunter Guild and a superpower. This is also a good idea. Just do it as you say. Yang Bo thought this idea was very good. He just had to keep an eye on the airport exit. Give me the information and work hard. I will go to work tomorrow. Yang Bo did not ask these people to prepare camouflage potions for him. Okay. Zhou Rui went to prepare it immediately. Yang Bo stayed at the cleaner's house that night. After 7 o'clock the next morning, Yang Bo disguised himself as a cleaner and went to the airport to start work. Yang Bo's job is very simple, which is to push a vacuum cleaner-like device back and forth in the exit area. After working for 2 hours, he can rest for half an hour and then continue to work. 8 hours a day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yang Bo controlled the cleaning car and began to clean according to the procedure. And the cleaners all wore masks, hats and protective clothing, which is the standard dress. The first batch of passengers came out, and Yang Bo looked over while working. The contact person of the Bounty Hunter Guild will be changed every 2 hours, because the airport does not allow staying too long. So it is changed every 2 hours. Which is all agreed. Brother, are you so lucky? When the second wave of passengers left the port, Yang Bo saw a man from the Red Earl. White skin. Young man. About 30 years old. 1.85 meters tall. Weighing more than 160 kilograms. Looking thin. Wearing a hat. And slightly long hair. This guy also wore a big pair of sunglasses. But the way he walked successfully attracted Yang Bo. Then this man went through the last inspection. And the action when he took off his hat and glasses made Yang Bo completely sure that this was a man from the Red Earl. The Red Earl's people tried hard to make these people of theirs into people with gentlemanly manners. These people were brainwashed into justice, bravery, and so on. But pretending is pretending. And it is impossible for a fake gentleman to become a real gentleman. Yang Bo stopped the machine here and walked towards the toilet. The person in charge of the connection at the Bounty Hunter Guild was also surprised to see Yang Bo's action. So he went to the toilet. And then the two exchanged information. Zhou Rui, who was in charge of the Bounty Hunter Guild, was also surprised to receive the news. We found the first one so quickly. After get off work in the afternoon, Yang Bo came to a supermarket and went directly to the employee area at the back. How is it? After Yang Bo came to the employee area, he came to a safe house, where Zhou Rui was already waiting. The three of them live here separately. Zhou Rui picked up a piece of information and handed it to Yang Bo. 3 people from the Red Earl were found today. I haven't seen any problems yet. In addition, we haven't checked their information. Zhou Rui also knew that facing people like the Red Earl, she couldn't make any moves easily. Once they were checked now, they might be alarmed. You did a good job. Yang Bo carefully read the information. The distance between the 3 people's residences was relatively close. Third Master, what should we do next? Zhou Rui didn't know what to do next. If they were all killed now, they might be alarmed. I'll find someone to find out about their background first. Yang Bo planned to go and see these 3 guys in person at night. Chapter 285 Killing. When Zhou Rui and others heard Yang Bo's words, They thought that Yang Bo had other subordinates on this planet. So they did not refute or say anything else. I'm leaving first. Yang Bo got the addresses of the 3 people and then left. Yang Bo had explored the cleaner's residence last night and found nothing else unusual. After dark, Yang Bo left the cleaner's residence invisibly and then returned to his villa, where he found an email from Joe Rui. The general idea was to ask him not to go out these days. Yang Bo replied with okay. Called Joe Rui again, and then went out invisibly again. Yang Bo came to the place where the first Red Earl lived, in a hotel. As for where this person came from, who he was, and what he came for, the Bounty Hunter Guild did not continue to investigate, because such a person might alarm the other party if they investigated. So it would be better not to investigate. This person lives near the sea. It is the hurricane season on March Star, which is also the peak season for tourism. There are almost no such huge waves on other planets. In the residence by the sea, watching the huge waves of dozens of meters rushing towards you. Many people like this kind of excitement. 4th floor. This person lives on the 4th floor. Yang Bo went directly to the rescue channel, which is the same as the escape channel on Earth. However, if there is a fire or something like that here, the rescue robot usually goes in directly to grab people first. And this is the channel reserved for the robot. When he came to the room where this person lived, the invisible Yang Bo put his ear against the wall, and the passive ability of listening and sound wave control was used. Music? Yang Bo heard the music. Very small. Very small. But this is not surprising, because the soundproofing of this room is very strong, and it is not possible to hear what is happening next door. Someone should come to contact us. Yang Bo was ready to wait patiently. These people could come down from the airport, but they could not bring anything with them. If they wanted to move, there would definitely be someone to pick them up and deliver things. After waiting for an hour and a half, Yang Bo was not in a hurry at all. Finally, a waiter came to the door with a small cart. The door was also opened. The man inside was wearing a bathrobe and looked like he had just taken a shower. The waiter pushed the cart in, and Yang Bo followed the waiter. Sir, please enjoy. The waiter was here to deliver the food, and one cart carried a large table of food. Thank you for your hard work, the young man said very politely, and took out his watch to tip the waiter. Thank you. Sir. Thank you. The waiter was obviously surprised by the amount of the tip. After sending the waiter away, the man put his ear close to the door and waited for the waiter to leave before coming to the bedroom. He changed into a very formal suit, which can be seen that the clothes are not cheap. Then the man ate in a very elegant manner, cutting the steak in almost the same amount each time, and placing the tableware in the same position each time. It looks like he came out of a prison. Yang Bo complained in his heart. This hypocritical look. After finishing a large table of dishes, he asked the waiter to clean up the tableware. This time it was a female waiter who flirted with the young men. Of course, the woman was very beautiful. In this world women can become whatever they want. The young man smiled on the surface, and when the waiter left, he cursed a bitch or something, and went to take a shower in a rage, as if someone flirting with him was ruining him. You're late. The guy was taking a shower, and someone came outside. The man had to open the door in his bathrobe. It was a woman with a bag in her hand. The man said unhappily, "Take a look at the goods. It's not easy to get these things at this time." The woman said lightly. The man opened the bag and saw transparent bottles with colorful liquids. Yang Bo saw at a glance that these things had energy. No problem. The young man checked it carefully and said, "That's good." The woman turned around and left after hearing this. Yang Bo also took the opportunity to leave here and followed the woman. The woman came to the underground garage and found that someone was waiting for the woman. The two got on a flying car and left. Yang Bo hurried back to the cleaner's residence, and then came out as a cleaner and came to the supermarket. My people found that someone had contacted him. Yang Bo described the woman's license plate and her appearance. All members of the Bounty Hunter Union are doing this task. All the people entering and leaving the place where the 3 suspects live are monitored. As long as they go to the floor where the suspects live, they will be monitored. I'm going back now to wait for news from others. Yang Bo is going to find out about the other 2 people. As for Joe Rui, he will do this for now. Yang Bo is a little confused now. That is, what did the suspect get? Why didn't Yang Bo ask just now? Because Yang Bo is now a well-informed third master. If those things are simple things, wouldn't he be suspected if he asked? But Yang Bo also had a way. He went back to the cleaner's residence, browsed the black market, and soon found something with the same color packaging. Energy liquid. Yang Bo looked at the colorful transparent bottles displayed on the black market. This is something similar to nuclear wastewater, which is something in the energy factory. These things are produced by the antimatter energy factory. This thing can only be destroyed by throwing it on some stars or detonating it in space. This thing has a lot of harms. The radiation exceeds the standard, and people will be dead if they touch it. And the most important thing is that it can be used to make antimatter bombs. Fuck. Yang Bo had already thought that these people were crazy, but he didn't expect them to be so crazy. This guy bought these. Is he good at making bombs? However, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Yang Bo pretended to be a cleaner and came to the supermarket. Zhou Rui and others saw Yang Bo coming again so soon, and they knew there was something wrong. Yang Bo said, I just received news that they are going to do something big this time. I plan to kill people first. After all, there are still many of my former subordinates on this planet. When your people see me coming in, they can notify the police to clean up the mess. Yeah. Zhou Rui didn't know what news the third master had received that made him act so eagerly. I'll deal with this first. Then this. And this. Yang Bo pointed out one by one. Zhou Rui arranged another identity for Yang Bo to carry out activities as this person. This person was a killer from the Killer Association. But he was dead. As for how he died, Yang Bo didn't ask. After Yang Bo left the supermarket, he first came to a bar. With the help of the Bounty Hunter Union, he turned into a killer. Yang Bo used a disguise potion on the surface. But in fact, he didn't. He kept the potion himself, and then left the bar because there was no surveillance in the bar. Then he came to the hotel, and used the vibration sound waves of the door to detect the movements of people inside. Who? There was more than one person inside. One person came to the door, and shouted directly on the intercom. The next second, Yang Bo kicked it. Yang Bo had already used metal control to know the structure of the door. The kicking skill worked. The young man behind the door heard the knock on the door, and was furious. He was doing something. The next second, the heavy door flew over. Before the young man could react, the whole door flew directly, and hit the window. The window, that could resist the hurricane, was broken. Bomb Mastery plus 16. Yang Bo looked at the tied-up woman. Isn't this the waiter? She was naked and tied to the bed. There was a big word on her chest. A knife had cut it. Wearing a hooded suit and a mask. Yang Bo said, I have never seen you die like this. Then Yang Bo disappeared in front of the woman. 20 seconds later, the drone police arrived at the scene. The woman tied to the bed was about to collapse. 2 minutes later, the rail police arrived at the scene. Seeing the scene, they were also shocked. There was a big footprint on the door of the hotel. This door was made of battleship armor. The woman on the bed collapsed. Fortunately, the police took a sheet to cover the woman. But at this time, another attack occurred. When the drone police arrived, they found that the attack scene was exactly the same as this one. At the first crime scene, when the police found something in the bag isolated from the detection, they screamed in fear. This thing is fatal if people touch it directly. At once, the real police hurriedly evacuated other people around. And the police also ran away, because this kind of threat was not something the police could handle. But the woman on the bed seemed to have been forgotten. The top management of March Star was also scared when they received the news. Fortunately, someone reported it. Otherwise, if the energy bomb exploded, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, March Star has adopted news control. So anything that happens here, except for what they see with their own eyes, will not be seen by anyone. The delivery woman just got off the car and was knocked to the ground by the police robot. And then a strong current was released at the moment of the fall, which stunned her. As for the driver, he was violently arrested by the police robot that rushed out. 3 bomb proficient. Happy. They are all B-level masters. Tut-tut. Yang Bo was happy in the cleaner's house at this time. The 3 guys bought various bomb materials through different channels. There were electromagnetic bomb accessories in another room. You know, electromagnetic bombs explode at close range. And electromagnetic radiation can also cause permanent damage to people. Third master. Zhou Rui came with 2 people. And Yang Bo was speechless. It seemed that I like you. And I had to bring 2 people. Just because of your bald image. Thank you. Third master. This time things went smoothly. The official side will acquiesce to some of our actions. Zhou Rui was very excited. It didn't matter how much money the bounty hunter union made this time. The key was the official's attitude. And the official has confirmed that the other party is indeed the Red Earl's people. It is said that one of them is preparing to kill a waiter and hold some evil purification ceremony. If it weren't for you, the waiter would have been skinned in the end. Zhou Rui heard this and hated the Red Earl's people. What kind of shit is this? In this era, there are still people who believe this. Yang Bo thought of the tied-up woman and was speechless about the Red Earl's people. What kind of lunatics are they? They insulted you just by flirting with you. But I have to admit that the waitress has a perfect figure. Well, she is a little worse than Zhou Rui. This is what you deserve. Yang Bo nodded. Just now when he came out of the bar, Yang Bo changed into a cleaner. As for clothes and other things, they were taken away by others. The official meaning is to ask you, the third master, to protect certain people, Zhou Rui said while looking at Yang Bo. Haha. You don't know what I did before. And it seems that the bounty for this person is not low. If I kill this incoming admiral and go to other countries, will I be given a title directly? Yang Bo laughed and said very calmly. Zhou Rui's hair stood on end. Another person who followed Zhou Rui hurriedly said, Third Master. This is just a suggestion. Besides, Third Master's wife is still on this planet. What's past is past. From now on, I am Third Master. I don't want my true identity to be revealed. Yang Bo interrupted immediately. We didn't reveal Third Master's identity either. Zhou Rui hurriedly explained. Okay. According to my information, these are just minions. There are more coming later. The reason why I said I want to target the Red Earl's people is that these guys made me like this. And I also hope that my former subordinates can live well on this planet. We are brothers. Alas. Yang Bo looked like he was expressing his true feelings. If the real pirate leader heard this, he would probably point at Yang Bo and curse, despicable, shameless, scum, and killed his own brother. You guys go. We are also partners in the future. Don't let my identity be exposed. Otherwise, I will go to other planets to develop. Yang Bo waved his hand and looked like he didn't want to say more. Zhou Rui and others had no choice but to leave. These people had a way to hide their whereabouts. And Zhou Rui and others believed it. Because in this incident, the Third Master did not get any benefits. The March Star official knew that there would be more powerful guys coming here, and raised the alert level by 1 level. The next day, Yang Bo came to work and obviously found that there were more guards at the airport. Yang Bo was also searched slightly because Yang Bo had no place to hide anything in his clothes, and he went into work. There was nothing to gain today. Yang Bo went to get off work as usual after get off work. When he returned to the cleaner's residence, Yang Bo first went back to his own home in stealth, took out the camouflage potion that was not used yesterday and destroyed it. Then picked up the watch. Zhou Rui sent him an email again, caring about him. So Yang Bo scheduled an email and replied to Zhou Rui tomorrow. So does Wang Muxua have any loopholes? Yang Bo returned to the cleaner's home, thinking about this matter in his heart. The military. Yang Bo quickly thought of a huge loophole. With a new general, the pattern of the military will definitely be broken, and the cake must be redistributed. Then, the dead general is in the interests of some people. Yang Bo came to the balcony. Yang Bo had felt the satellites of the planetary warning system before, because these satellites would release detection energy waves. In Yang Bo's perception, they were bright headlights, and he roughly knew the operation of the planetary warning system. The situation seems bad. Yang Bo touched his chin, and he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the planet's warning system. Should I tell Zhou Rui? Let's tell her first. Otherwise, if an admiral dies here, everyone here will probably be investigated thoroughly, and they may even force me to take a blood test. Yang Bo decided to give a warning. This man is too scary. The power of this kick exceeds human cognition. On the official side of March Star, a group of senior officials were looking at the door of the hotel that was carried back. The door was made of battleship armor, and was kicked out by someone. The 3 people died in almost the same way, and were directly slapped to death on the window by the door. Report. Just received a major intelligence. At this time, a person rushed in with a piece of paper in a hurry. Everyone felt bad. Paper intelligence. Chapter 286 Travel together. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and hurried over to take the paper. The first person to see the paper was the chief executive of March Star. After seeing the words on the paper, The chief executive took a long breath and handed it to the next person. The next person also took a breath after reading it, and then quickly handed it to the person behind him. The person behind him was wearing a military uniform. After seeing the content on the paper, his face immediately changed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Idiot. Hurry up and check the warning satellite to see if there is any abnormal movement. The chief executive immediately cursed loudly. Wait. Let the people from the Ministry of Justice go together. The chief executive saw that the other party was about to leave, so he hurriedly said. The chief of the Ministry of Justice also finished reading it and nodded to the content on the paper, whether this information is true or false. It must be taken seriously. The chief of the Ministry of Justice and the people in military uniform left the others, and their scalps tingled when they saw the content on the paper. The content on the paper was very simple. Someone warned that there might be people from the Red Earl in the planetary fleet, and the movement of the warning satellite was a little abnormal. Although the planetary warning system is a good thing for managing the planet, sometimes all beings are equal. The experience of Pato Star has told us that powerful weapons can hurt the enemy, but they can also hurt yourself. When Pato Star was controlled by the Red Earl's people, the planetary warning system completely crashed, and I don't know how many people were killed. Many dignitaries died without even ashes. But this thing, if you say you want to stop, it's not realistic. What if someone wants you to stop with this purpose? The planetary warning system is the guarantee of the planet. Without this system, the planet faces many threats, such as various natural meteorites. There are also threats from other armed organizations, such as pirate organizations. In the vast starry sky, no one knows whether there will be accidents sometimes. Yang Bo frowned in the cleaner's house because he found that this matter was a bit complicated. The military, the parliament, and the family may all take action against the newly promoted admiral. Add to that the Red Earl and the Ashes organization. Tut tut. This admiral has offended everyone. Yang Bo analyzed it carefully and found that the situation of this female captain was not good. Although Yang Bo did not know the family behind this female captain, no matter how big the family was, the previous balance of interests was broken, and many people were naturally dissatisfied. Will the Red Earl's people come to take the blame? Yang Bo suddenly thought of another point. The people who took action may not be the Red Earl's people, but may be others, such as some big families who are unwilling to give up their interests. The military? Or more people? These people can let the Red Earl take the blame, or let the Ashes take the blame, or even any other organization take the blame. Thinking of this, Yang Bo hurriedly came to the supermarket disguised as a cleaner. This supermarket is a gathering point for the Bounty Hunters Union. Third Master? Zhou Rui was shocked when she saw the Third Master coming. I need to know where the senior military official is now, and whether he has moved? Yang Bo asked directly. Zhou Rui felt her scalp tingling when she heard this. Is this Third Master going to attack someone? Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui's appearance and said in a very calm tone, if I wanted to do it, I would have done it last time when the free mercenaries took action, and someone else took the blame. And the Bounty Hunters Union had better keep its distance from what happens next. I have some bad news. Yang Bo was just guessing. But now he can't say he guessed. He can only say that he received the news. As for what happened next, it has nothing to do with him. This time, the Red Earl made such a public call. Maybe he was used by someone. After all, what a new admiral means. I think you know better than me. Last time the Ashes took action, I felt strange. How did the Ashes get the whereabouts of this future admiral? Yang Bo said lightly. Zhou Rui and others are not stupid. When they heard Yang Bo's words, their faces changed drastically. The main reason is that people with Yang Bo's strength disdain to lie. Which means that this time it is not just the Red Earl's people. You can contact the other party yourself. If the other party is still in the original place, I will not care. If he goes to the military camp or other places, I will continue to go to the airport exit. Yang Bo left after he finished speaking. Seeing Yang Bo leave, one of the guild's senior officials asked, what does Third Master mean? If this senior official is taken to the military camp and the government, then it proves that the matter is not very troublesome, and it is just the Red Earl's people who are causing trouble. If the senior official is not taken to the military camp and the government, it proves that there is something wrong. After all, if he is taken to the military camp or the government, once something goes wrong, who can take responsibility? Someone understood what Yang Bo meant and explained. If there is nothing wrong with the military and the government, Then the Red Earl's people can only enter through the airport. And Third Master will continue to stay at the airport. But with the government and the military involved, it is hard to say. The man just now continued to explain. Damn. These people have really dirty minds. It's just about interests. I'll make a phone call first. Jo Rui shook her head. Although the people in the parliament look glamorous on the screen, they are full of bad water behind the scenes. Yang Bo left the supermarket, carrying a bag of things. After all, you come to the supermarket to buy something. A box of milk. While drinking, he used his photoelectric superpowers. In the past, Yang Bo and Jo Rui talked on the phone and knew Jo Rui's number. This number is unique in the entire network. Everyone's number is different. And the situation is that the frequency of transmission is different. Yang Bo used his watch to connect to the network to directly monitor the nearby signal base station. And indeed found that Jo Rui's number was in contact with a certain place. Follow the base station to the satellite in the sky. And then return to the ground. This is like two people's mobile phones are more than 10 meters apart. But they still have to call through the signal tower instead of directly calling each other. All calls in this world must go through satellites on the planet, not base stations. Yang Bo locked onto the communication base station through the satellite, and then appeared at a certain location. It seems that there is a lot of water here. Yang Bo laughed. Because the location where the other party appeared was not in the military camp, nor in a government unit or something. Of course, it is not ruled out that Wang Mushue gave the watch to someone else. Of course, there is another possibility. Yang Bo has a relatively good understanding of this city. On the one hand, he has a good memory. And on the other hand, he can overlook the entire city every time he stands on the rooftop of his home. Wang Mushue was reading a book in the room, but she was playing with a golden knife in her hand. A thumb-sized aquamarine crystal on the golden knife was particularly conspicuous. A voice came from outside. Miss, there is a lady named Jo Rui looking for you. Wang Mushue heard this and said, bring it here. A woman came in from outside, but she was wearing red armor, so her face could not be seen clearly. The armor was very close-fitting, and it could be seen that she had a good figure. This kind of armor is custom-made at first glance. The armor is the same as clothes. Custom-made ones are so close-fitting. The second-hand ones don't fit well at first glance. Of course, except for perverts like Yang Bo who can change the shape of armor. The standard is actually customized for most people. Cousin, why did you think of calling me? Your cousin? Wang Mushue took the intercom and asked calmly. Jo Rui laughed on the other side, seeing you are not in a hurry. I feel relieved. Since childhood, I have heard that you have never failed to predict anything. But I still want to say something this time. I have reliable information. It is not only the Red Earl's people who want you dead this time, but also the Ash organization, or even the military and the government. I guess you must not have been invited to the military camp or the government to be protected. Right? What Jo Rui hates most is that this cousin looks like she has everything planned out. Any of your next moves will be guessed by this person. Which also led to every friend at that time not wanting to play with such a person. Boring. Of course. Wang Mushue would think so. Oh! I can't see that your Jo family is so well informed in March Star? Wang Mushue was a little surprised. Jo Rui's family came here to do a legal business. What kind of mess is this? Thank you for the compliment. After listening, Jo Rui hung up the call directly, looking at the intercom in her hand, and pouted. Yang Bo. Jo Rui was stimulated by Wang Mushue's words. Now there are only two people who can turn the family around. One is Yang Bo, and the other is San Yi. But the latter is obviously out of control. Maybe he will be eaten up by others, and his family will be swallowed up by the other party. Yang Bo is different. His identity is clean. His resume is simple. And his strength is not as strong as hers. Even in the future, he can be easily controlled by her. Then let the supermarket send an email to San Yi, which is Yang Bo's current identity. Yang Bo returned to the cleaner's home, received the email, and came to the bar, and changed back to San Yi's appearance. There is a place to change identities in the bar. Yang Bo checked and found no problem. The real cleaner went home drunk not long after. As if nothing had happened. San Yi disappeared quickly, and Yang Bo returned to his home invisibly, and found that Jo Rui had sent him an email again. What does this woman mean? Is she targeting me? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Yang Bo looked at the map and found where Wang Mushue was. This woman must have a trump card. The Wang family will definitely do their best to protect this general. Maybe this is a man-eating tiger. Yang Bo thought of the Lycong he saw. But how much spiritual power will this strong spiritual person add to me when he dies? Do you want to go and watch the fun? If it is a few big families or people from the military, they must be stronger people. Or people with special abilities. If I take advantage of it, can I get some rare abilities? No matter who dies, I can get some benefits. Right? Yang Bo couldn't hold back and decided to join in the fun. These people must have their own unique skills. Here it is. Yang Bo came to Wang Mushua's residence in stealth wearing armor. This is a villa area surrounded by high-end villas. He can also see his villa from a distance. After all, his villa is halfway up the mountain. You can say that. TSK. There are so many security robots around. And there are also military personnel. Yang Bo strolled around and found many military vehicles around, with drones and police robots in the cars. Yang Bo, who was invisible, looked at several families around, and then found an uninhabited villa, easily invaded it, and then came to the attic, where he could clearly see where Wang Mushua lived. But he couldn't see inside from the outside, because the glass was one way. Heaven and earth. There must be some killers with rare abilities. Dead soldiers were something. The attic Yang Bo chose was relatively spacious. Just in case. If the opponent was too strong, he would find a reason to take out the mecha, so that people would have a false impression that he hid the mecha here first. So Yang Bo took out the mecha and modified its appearance. It was all black, and he could also release energy interference. He was not afraid of being locked by the planetary warning system. He just had to run into the sea. Yang Bo waited for a whole night, but there was no movement. However, Yang Bo was not anxious. Good things come slowly. What Yang Bo didn't know was that Zhou Rui's warning made the military very angry. Originally, the military wanted Wang Mushua to go to the military camp. But Wang Mushua refused because Wang Mushua felt that her home was safer. Not only did she have her family guards, but she also had military guards and police drones around her. The key is that Wang Mushua is not a weakling. As a dignified A-level general, he has no good things in his hands. But there are many people who give him all kinds of good things. At noon the next day, Yang Bo suddenly felt that the door under his villa moved. The sound was very light. But Yang Bo was in the attic. And the attic and the door below were integrated. Plus the listening skill and the passive ability of sound wave detection. Could it be that the bad guys also have their eyes on this place? Yang Bo muttered to himself, and quickly hid aside. Then Yang Bo found that a person came up to the attic cautiously. Yang Bo was very curious about how this person came in openly. Then the next moment, Yang Bo was stunned. This person did not leave any footprints. Is this guy invisible? Yang Bo's eyelids jumped. The next second, there was a breathing sound. And then Yang Bo found that the other parties seemed to be more real. At this time, there were footprints. TSK. It's really invisible. Who has invested so much money? Yang Bo saw this and understood that the other party's invisibility ability was not as strong as his. The next second, the man took something out of his mouth. A ring with a thumb-sized pigeon egg on it. Yang Bo's eyelids twitched wildly. And the next second, the man put on the ring. And then a big box appeared out of thin air. Sure enough, someone knows more than I thought. Yang Bo originally wanted to find some homologous metals to make some boxes, so that he could use space to store things. But he didn't expect that someone had already made it. It's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. Yang Bo saw the other party take out some parts from the box. It seemed to be a battleship energy cannon. Chapter 287, A Crime of Possessing a Treasure. Although Yang Bo had expected that the person who could come to assassinate the admiral this time must be extraordinary. But when he saw this person appear now, he realized that he was 10 times better than he thought. This guy in front of him not only could be invisible, but also had something he had long dreamed of. I just don't know if I can use it after getting it. After all, it requires the same source of energy to use it. The only thing Yang Bo was thinking about now was whether he could use the other party's ring. Of course, if it had a button control like the original mecha button, it would be even better. Such a big pigeon egg ring. It will be blinding when you take it out. Yang Bo looked at the ring in someone else's hand and thought shamelessly. How did this guy solve the problem that the battleship energy cannon needs a large amount of energy supply? Seeing the many parts this guy took out, Yang Bo muttered in his heart again. After taking out the first box, he took out the parts inside, and soon took out the second box. Then took back the first box, and took out a lot of parts from it. Each box is about 1 cubic volume. And there are 3 boxes in total. And a lot of parts were taken out. When one of the parts was taken out, Yang Bo knew that these guys were using energy stones as temporary energy. This thing will be very good in my hands in the future. This is obviously a high-power energy cannon specially prepared for this kind of temporary action. Now Yang Bo has regarded this thing as his own. This guy assembles the energy cannon very skillfully. This attic can see where Wang Mushua lives. The windows of the attic are covered with thick curtains. Even if the curtains are not closed, no one can see inside. These glasses are specially made. And even the walls are radiation-proof and isolated. Rich people need private space. And they are willing to spend a lot of money when building such high-end villas. It seems that this guy has assembled this thing a lot. Watching the other party skillfully assemble a bunch of parts into an energy cannon. It looks like it is specially customized. Just when Yang Bo was about to take action, he didn't expect this guy to take out another part. And then adjust the part to time. And finally insert the timer part into this energy cannon. Then he sprayed something on the ground, which seemed to destroy the scene. Is this guy going to run away? Or is this just one of the means? Yang Bo found that this guy actually left. So there are only 2 possibilities. A simple energy cannon attack is probably not very effective. Yang Bo didn't think that he could kill the other party with just this energy cannon. After all, no one knew what defensive measures were in the other party's room. But you can tell with your toes how the family will treat a person who is about to become an admiral. Sensing that the other party had left, Yang Bo tampered with something. Don't forget that Yang Bo is also proficient in warship maintenance. And this energy cannon is also used on warships. Let's follow and see if there are any other people. Yang Bo hurriedly followed behind. This guy was indeed invisible as Yang Bo thought. But this guy's invisibility seemed different from his own. He walked in places with shadows, and his speed was very slow. Yang Bo followed the other party from a distance. But he didn't expect that the other party actually came to a villa next door. He went in and saw that there were 3 accomplices. This villa is obviously inhabited. But no other bodies were seen. Yang Bo didn't know the reason. The 4 people looked ordinary. All white. But with different hair colors. One with black hair was the guy who installed the naval gun. He looked very strong. Another one had light yellow hair. He was skinny, with longer arms and slender fingers. Another one had silver hair. He looked a little cold and arrogant. The others didn't look anything special. The last one had dirty hair. He looked like the leader, because he just came back and was reporting, "Captain, we are ready." Well, everyone remember our mission this time. The naval gun destroyed the opponent's building defense. It's our turn. According to the news, the opponent has the sky split in his hand. Yang Bo heard this and thought, can I use the sky split if I get it myself? We have simulated it hundreds of times. We must be ruthless to deal with this kind of A-level gene evolver. If we die, we can be brothers in the next life. The captain looked at the other 3 and said. The other 3 replied, okay. The other 2 looked calm as always. The captain said, your families have been arranged properly. And there is no death penalty in the alliance. So even if we kill the other side's generals, maybe they will go back to reunite with their families when they are old. The Empire will never let you down. After hearing this, Yang Bo understood that these guys were actually from the Blue Water Empire. Of course, Yang Bo was also skeptical. Intelligence organizations train special agents outside under the banner of others. And many special agents don't know which side they belong to until they die. It could be someone from the Federation. Or it could be someone from the Alliance's own big family. Who knows? Intelligence work itself is like this. Yang Bo doesn't care who the other party is. He is curious about the other party's methods. The yellow-haired man with long arms should have some special ability, which leads to long arms and fingers. The invisible guy just now should be good at invisibility. The other 2. Number 2. You are responsible for the last shot. The captain began to give orders and said, yes. The guy who installed the naval gun answered. Number 3. You are responsible for rapid advance. The captain said again, yes. Number 3 is the yellow-haired man with long arms. Number 4. You are responsible for blocking all signals. The captain shouted again. Yes. Number 4 is the last one. Yang Bo looked at number 4. His eyes lit up. This guy actually has the ability to block all signals. I wonder if killing him will give me this ability. In fact, Yang Bo proved that he thought too much 10 minutes later, looking at the 4 mechas in the basement. It turned out that they were still mechas. It's not fair to win. Yang Bo looked at the basement, which was obviously a small mecha processing factory. It seems that this organization is very powerful. It can hide 4 mechas here. The key is how these sensitive equipment were transported here. Yang Bo looked at these 9 generations of mechas. The generation difference of mechas is mainly in performance, sensitivity, energy utilization, equipment diversity, and adaptable environment. Several people are doing the final debugging here, and these people have also prepared various bombs, shockwave bombs, electromagnetic bombs, etc. Signal blocking means releasing electromagnetic bombs. Yang Bo looked at this place and felt that he liked it very much. Isn't this kind of small mecha processing plant just what he needs? There are also these mecha parts that seem to be unused. And these processing equipment. Antimatter mecha batteries. Multi-barreled electromagnetic guns, TSK. Good stuff that money can't buy. TSK. I wanted to see a big show. But who let me like you guys? Yang Bo wanted to see what superpowers the female captain had. And everyone was A-level. Yang Bo knew that the time set by the other party was this evening. After the 4 of them got familiar with the mecha, they took out their own battle armor and wiped it carefully, and then returned to the living room. Brothers, die for the Empire. Several people were having their last dinner, raising their glasses and singing in a dialect that Yang Bo couldn't understand. Finally, the captain shouted loudly, "Die!" The other few people looked calm, as if they were not going to die themselves. Yang Bo was slightly moved. There are such people in every country, and he was reluctant to let them go. Before driving the mecha, remember to inject the medicine, which will increase our reaction speed. After eating, the few people did not clean up and went to the basement. The captain said at last, when the few people took the elevator to the basement. The captain walked at the back. Suddenly, his nerves were tense. And then he saw something coming out of his nose. It was so sudden, and his brain was hot. This is a new killing method developed by Yang Bo. Invisibility cannot use other energy, but energy weapons can be aimed at the vital position of others in advance, and then quickly launched. The silver sky-splitting sword in the captain's hand made Yang Bo afraid, so he directly used a brain-piercing attack, and his own flame energy exploded. Mental control plus 32. The other 3 suddenly felt the energy fluctuations behind them, and the 3 reacted quickly and fled in 3 directions. Number 2 felt very light while running, and then his head rolled to the ground. As he rolled, he saw that his body had fallen to the ground, and number 3 was more than 10 meters away from him, and his whole body was shattered, and then his eyes went black. Number 2 must die first, because this guy can be invisible. Invisibility plus 16. Number 3 was directly hit by Yang Bo's body wearing armor, and his whole body was shattered. Yang Bo himself has an anti-gravity speed bonus. He killed number 2 first, and then his whole body retreated to collide with number 3, bullying others without armor. Hacker plus 16. The remaining number 4 felt the threat of death, and his muscles swelled instantly, and he felt like he would turn into the Hulk. But it was useless. Mad energy plus 16. In less than a second, 1 A level and 3 B level were solved by Yang Bo. Huh? This basement is narrower than mine. Yang Bo looked at the basement. The height was the same, but the width was only 500 meters. But it was enough. Now Yang Bo's fighting style was very simple. He thought of himself as a cannonball that would fly everywhere. Who told you guys not to have armor? How could I bully you? Hee hee. It's really the Skybreaker. Yang Bo first picked up the Skybreaker in the captain's hand and felt the surging energy on the white energy stone. It's a pity that I can't use it. The properties are not compatible. But I'll go back and pry off the energy stone, and then use metal control to study the internal structure, and then do it myself in the future. Although he couldn't use it, Yang Bo still accepted it with a smile, and took some of the captain's biological samples. Yang Bo guessed that this spacecraft must have anti-theft measures. On the number 2 side, this guy took out a large homologous energy ring from his pocket, felt it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out to be the same as the mecha space button, but there is an additional biological control chip here. In other words, only the original owner of the biological sample can activate this ring. Yang Bo directly became the original owner first, and then changed the permissions of the chip. There were only 3 1-cubic boxes inside, and the rest were gone. Then he burned the original owner directly with his fire ability, because the other party would be invisible. Yang Bo didn't dare to say that he would leave the other party's biological samples. Trouble. Looking at the good things in the basement, Yang Bo felt troublesome. With so many things, he obviously couldn't move them back. Yang Bo looked around and finally chose to pack a box of bombs. Electromagnetic bombs? 4 mechas. And 6 bombs were packed in 1 cube. Another box was stuffed with an antimatter battery and a large caliber laser gun accessory for the mecha. The last box contained some machine processing programs for the basement and a computer, which contained mecha manufacturing and other things. Seeing that time was running out, Yang Bo came outside and sent Jo Rui the address, asking her to clean up and split the spoils 50-50, and also told her the location of the other party's naval guns. After receiving the news, Jo Rui immediately brought a group of people to the scene in a hurry. When they arrived here, they found that the door of the basement was ajar. Looking at this palm-thick door made of battleship armor, everyone knew it was not simple. But when they saw the situation in the basement, everyone gasped. For mechas and processing equipment were all black, and a human figure could be seen. It seems that this person has exploded. The one at the elevator entrance was attacked from behind, and it seems that he was shot in the head with a hot weapon. This one was directly smashed to pieces by the impact. The last one turned out to be a rare madman, but was also killed by the third master. The people of the Bounty Hunters Guild have experienced many battles, so it is easy to see the clues. President, we found a modified naval gun at the place you mentioned, but the transmission device was destroyed. Otherwise it would have been activated long ago. At this time, a member came to report. Notify the sheriff. The credit goes to him, and all the things belong to us. Jo Rui was so excited that she almost had sex. Such a great credit. The Bounty Hunters Guild can be regarded as having a firm foothold in the local area in the future. And then quickly disguised the scene, erased the traces of the third master, and took the credit for herself. The sheriff of March Star received the news and rushed to the scene and gasped. There were naval guns, mechas, even a mecha processing factory, and a large number of various bombs. After seeing the video, Wang Mushua also gasped. If 4 mechas plus naval guns really attacked her, her chances of winning would be slim. Moreover, these mechas were obviously equipped for her superpowers. The electromagnetic bomb launcher could interfere with her space cracking and planetary warning systems. Wang Mushua had already thought of the opponent's tactics. The naval guns directly opened the house defense like opening a can. And then, the mechas released electromagnetic bombs to interfere with all communication signals. The 4 mechas took the opportunity to attack. They were so close. Apart from anything else, all of her guards would definitely die. Wang Mushua looked at Jo Rui with admiration. The family of her cousin actually had such ability? Yang Bo was already at home at this time, taking a bath. Although he went into the sea to take a bath invisibly, he was still smashed. My photoelectric superpower combined with hacker skills. Wouldn't it be even more awesome? What does this crazy power mean? Yang Bo thought to himself. And he must go to the basement to see this ability after taking a bath. Chapter 288 A Bit Perverted. Mad Energy? While thinking about this ability, Yang Bo took a bath to calm down his nausea. And then, he couldn't wait to come to the underground fortress. It's true that training in the narrow environment of this underground fortress is very helpful for improving combat effectiveness. Looking at the less than 800-meter fortress space, Yang Bo still felt very satisfied. Today's battle lasted only more than 1 second from beginning to end. Yang Bo made a summary afterwards, and was very satisfied with his performance. Although it was a bit unethical to sneak attack. That's right. The dead have no right to express any opinions. Mad Energy? Yang Bo silently recited the name of this skill in his mind again. The previous few skills are easy to understand. Yang Bo silently recited the name of the crazy energy in his mind. And the next second his whole body kept getting bigger. Even the training clothes he was wearing were burst. Hulk? Yang Bo felt the huge energy consumed and the increasingly huge body. And finally the body grew to more than 8 meters tall. While wondering in his heart, Yang Bo first looked down. Unfortunately, I can't see it. And that position doesn't seem to have changed. The energy consumption at this time is very high. And the energy of my whole body can only last for 5 minutes at most. Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror. He was 8 meters tall. and looked like a bald giant with bulging muscles. Metal control. Suddenly, Yang Bo thought of an idea. And then his skin quickly turned into metal. The energy consumption is too high. Yang Bo looked at himself now. He was black all over. If he stood here without moving, others would think he was a metal sculpture. Yang Bo quickly restored his original body. In less than half a minute, most of the energy in his body was consumed. Yang Bo had a crazier idea in his mind. So he quickly took out the antimatter battery. He replenished his consumed energy first. And then Yang Bo used the mad energy skill in front of the mirror. The whole person turned into an 8-meter-tall giant again. And then changed the appearance of the muscles while charging, which was the camouflage ability. When the camouflage changed the appearance, the metal control ability was used again. A black 8-meter-tall mecha appeared in the mirror. The only advantage of the mad energy ability is that it can be superimposed with other abilities. Yang Bo moved, looked at the metal giant in the mirror, and almost jumped up excitedly. Now he felt that his strength could overturn the fortress. Then Yang Bo's heart moved, and a huge bone hammer appeared in his hand. He looked at the antimatter battery on the ground again. Do you want to make a backpack? Carry this antimatter battery on your back? Then I will really be a humanoid mecha. Forget it. Antimatter batteries are very dangerous. If I explode in this state, my combat power can only last for 30 seconds at most. And for safety, it can only last for 15 seconds at most. No superpower will use up all their abilities. After all, they have to keep some for backup. This is another identity online. But it's a pity that this bone hammer is the symbol of the Green Goblin Star Lord. Yang Bo looked at the bone hammer in his hand. This thing has anti-gravity properties and is very powerful. Looking at the antimatter battery the size of a suitcase, Yang Bo's heart moved, and the metal control and camouflage abilities were activated at the same time. A dent appeared on the abdomen, which was exactly the size of the antimatter battery. He raised his hand and embedded the antimatter battery on his belly. Ha ha! Looking at himself in the mirror, Yang Bo laughed in his heart. Then the dark metal giant began to do all kinds of funny actions in this 800-meter narrow space. This was Yang Bo getting familiar with this body. 5 minutes later, Yang Bo felt something was wrong and quickly recovered to his original size. Pain all over. Weak. Yang Bo felt like he was hit by a big truck. And charging didn't work. It seems that this is the sequelae of crazy energy, which means that my own physique can only withstand it for so long. Yang Bo roughly understood what his current situation was. So he held a few large buckets of milk, drank milk crazily, and took a bath. In the hot water, Yang Bo felt better. I was a little careless today. I will take new skills step by step in the future. Although the body was very tired, painful, and weak, but he was very excited, which meant that he would be more powerful in the future. It seems that it is not very effective on civilized planets. The larger the size, the easier it is to be locked by the planet's defense system. After the body is transformed into a metal giant, I will try energy interference after it as well. To be honest, Yang Bo was not satisfied with today's experiment, because superpowers have not been tested, such as photoelectric and fire powers. Only anti-gravity and metallization were tested in the giant state. I don't know what the result will be if I use other superpowers in the metal giant state. It won't be a ball of light the size of a wash basin. Right? The best thing about the ability of mad energy is that it can be used in combination. Unlike invisibility, which can only be used alone. While drinking milk crazily, Yang Bo thought about everything he had experienced in less than half an hour. The potential of giantization can be further developed and equipped with some high-tech weapons. I was careless. If I had known that I had this ability, I should have taken down the opponent's naval guns. When the time came, the giants would take the naval guns and hit anyone they disliked. Just thinking about it makes me excited. And this guy's armor. I don't know if it also has mad energy attributes. But I can't show up as the third master for the time being. I will talk about it after I have completely recovered my strength. I will enter the game to brush the collision skill tomorrow. My physical fitness is actually not enough for one day. I used to be afraid that my physical fitness would grow too fast. Yang Bo's brain reacts quickly now. And he quickly planned the follow-up things. After soaking for a while, Yang Bo finished drinking several large buckets of milk, and went directly to the bed and fell asleep. While Yang Bo was sleeping at home, Zhou Rui was drinking tea with the chief executive of this planet, the head of the Public Security Bureau, and the person in charge of the family behind this planet. While drinking tea, She watched the media reporters interviewing a police chief at the scene of the incident and making an impassioned speech. The media even showed a messy basement, where countless people saw mechas, battle armors, and corpses, even injured policemen, and a large number of damaged police drones. Of course, the scene was cleaned up by the police station again, and the traces of the Bounty Hunter Guild were wiped out. All of this was the credit of the police. Of course, the damaged police drones can be reimbursed to the Parliament, and the public will not object to increasing police expenses and equipment. After all, it seems that the gangsters are too fierce this time, and the mechas are ready. Thank you very much, Mr. Joe. The chief executive of the planet looked at Joe Roy and spoke in the most sincere tone. Joe Roy still has a bald head. She is very satisfied with the fact that the news reports did not mention the Bounty Hunter Guild, because this unknown force is very powerful, and it is best not to offend it. The official side is also happy to take this credit. As for the evidence at the scene, they will be destroyed in the future. After all, they are the things of extreme terrorist organizations. Just take a test report saying that the radiation exceeds the standard and then recommend destruction. It can be given to the Bounty Hunter Guild privately. Official cheating is the most deadly existence. Joe Roy heard this and said modestly, "Please take care of me in the future. Gentlemen." Of course, the chief executive of the planet is now afraid. If a general really dies on his planet, then resigning is the least. There is a greater probability that it will be suppressed in all directions, and even the family behind the planet will be implicated. A general died on your planet. The attitude of the military, the attitude of the parliament, and the influence of the public opinion on the people who don't know the truth are absolutely immeasurable. Maybe someone wants to kill two birds with one stone. Mr. Joe, if you have anything in the future, you can discuss it with us first. The head of the Planetary Security Bureau also spoke. Joe Roy heard this and raised her glass with a smile and said, "Our family has been on March Star for more than 30 years. This planet is my hometown. I feel very honored to be able to do something for my hometown this time. I hope you will take care of me in the future." As the head of the family that developed March Star, the old man, who looked quite kind, heard this and raised his glass and said, "Mr. Joe, since you say that, we are all relieved. Mr. Joe has been here for more than 30 years, and we have all seen it. In the future, we will work together to develop our hometown. The family that developed March Star is one of the top forces in the Alliance. It not only owns the planet March Star, but how much resources and time are needed to develop a planet. If the future admiral dies on the planet this time, it will inevitably give up most of the benefits. Capital and family are like piranhas. Even if the two families were very friendly the previous second, as long as the other party reveals a flaw, other capital and families will swarm in. Capital and family development has entered a slow development situation. If they do not swallow up their own kind, they will not be able to continue to develop. Is Joe Roy's family nothing to such a big family? But this incident made this big family see the ability of Joe Roy's family. After all, the situation that he, as the power behind the planet, did not discover was discovered by Joe Roy's family. This proves that the other party is qualified to occupy a part of the interests in March Star. International organizations such as bounty hunters can also provide some help to the family. Joe Roy was ecstatic when she heard this. With the power behind this planet nodding in agreement, she can develop faster in March Star in the future. After drinking tea together, neither the chief executive of March Star, the Public Security Bureau, nor the family behind the planet asked about the specific details of this incident. Joe Roy would not explain the details of the matter, but the distribution of benefits has been reached. Joe Roy gained benefits, and the official gained fame. The family behind March Star also showed its strength to the outside world. That is, no matter who wants to come to March Star to make trouble, first see if they have the strength of those who were killed this time. After Joe Roy finished drinking tea with several bigwigs, she returned to the Union. The senior officials of the Union were completely stunned by the third master this time, and a group of people carefully analyzed the scene they saw. There are many questions. First of all, how did the third master get in? Many opinions were expressed on this issue. In the end, everyone agreed that the charred body should be very suspicious and might be the third master's internal response. At first, everyone thought that the body was a fire explosion, but later a closer look showed that it was burned by someone. There are at least 3 people at the scene: the person with the charred body, and the person who released the fire ability to burn the body, the third master. A group of senior officials of the Bounty Hunter Union are analyzing. I think it may be two people. The original body of the charred body. And the person who released the fire ability to burn the body should be one person. Some people hold different opinions. And this person is not only the third master's accomplice, but also the one who installed the naval gun. There was only one person's trace at the installation site. You all know my tracking ability, so it is impossible for me to make a wrong judgment. The third master is too powerful, and he once led the entire pirate group. There must be hidden intelligence personnel. When cooperating with such people, you must keep a distance, and be wary of some people who cannot cooperate. Everyone was discussing when they saw Zhou Rui coming back. How is it going? The senior officials who are active on March Star naturally hope to get official care, which will save a lot of trouble. It's done. I just had tea with the chief executive of March Star, the head of the Planetary Security Bureau, and the head of the family behind March Star. Zhou Rui's face is now full of relief. Being able to take root on this planet. Zhou Rui's family actually knows how to do things. Otherwise they would have fought to the death with the official. The main reason is that the official has no good way to deal with the Bounty Hunter Guild, because the Alliance is concerned about evidence and requires criminal facts. In any case, the Alliance must guarantee this cloak of judicial justice. Once you use illegal means to deal with an organization like the Bounty Hunter Guild, it may bite you back. This organization has a lot of money and connections. The people in the Bounty Hunter Guild are old hands. Even if they commit a crime, they will take it personally. Anyway, there is no death penalty in the Alliance, and they can still eat and drink well in prison. They can also come out and protest in the media. Criminals also have human rights. You know, in the prison of the Alliance, there are companion robots, both male and female, which is much better than the citizens who enjoy the minimum welfare outside. At this time, Zhou Rui's watch prompted that there was an email. Zhou Rui opened it and saw that it was her arrogant cousin who asked her to meet. Zhou Rui didn't dare to meet the other party now. Who knows if there are still people targeting her cousin? So she replied to the email and politely refused. President, how much reward is the official going to give us this time? The top leaders of the Bounty Hunter Guild were concerned about this matter. We haven't discussed these in detail yet. The people on the official side are quite busy. After all, such a big thing happened this time. Zhou Rui answered after hearing this. Other high-level members of the Bounty Hunter Guild heard this, and one of them said, "These guys in the government are famous." This credit came unexpectedly. When the chief of police came, his shocked expression was much better than the high-spirited expression on TV. It's good that we don't show up. The forces behind this group of people are not simple. There is one A level, two B level, and so many equipments. The people of the Bounty Hunter Guild also sighed. The third master is too strong. I think if the third master wants to do something to some of us, we have no room to resist. The third master has been famous for many years. His network of connections may be stronger than ours. It's just that his network of connections cannot be used on this planet. I wonder how the third master is doing now. Zhou Rui frowned slightly when she heard the guild leaders talking like this. The third master seemed to have seen through her disguise. What should she do if he made some unreasonable demands? Or find someone to replace him first? I'm afraid the third master likes that kind of person. Zhou Rui felt a little headache because some people's preferences could not be understood. Chapter 289 Silver Butterfly. Yang Bo woke up and found that it was already noon. He still felt uncomfortable all over, as if he had worked too hard the day before in his previous life. While washing up, Yang Bo bought several boxes of milk online. When he finished washing up, he put the milk at the door, and then went online with 2 buckets of milk. In this world, there are large buckets of milk weighing 10, 20, or even 50 kilograms, because superpowers have big bellies. Ordinary superpowers will not take nutrient solution. It is said that nutrient solution contains some addictive ingredients, and you must drink it after getting used to it. Captain, why are you here just now? We are so bored these 2 days. When the young lady saw Yang Bo online, she quickly sent a voice message. Something delayed me. Yang Bo answered. When Xiao Huang heard this, he immediately asked, Captain, what do you do? Are you a mercenary or a killer? Why do you ask this? Yang Bo was a little confused. Why did Xiao Huang think he was either a mercenary or a killer? We see that your knife skills are so powerful. Most likely you are a killer. Xiao Huang also spoke on the side. Yang Bo laughed. Could it be that he is a cook? We have a cook in our family, and he definitely doesn't have the temperament of you. Captain. The eldest lady also spoke on the side. Yang Bo took out the map and answered casually, I went on a mission to kill a few people. Today our target is these 2 farms. Hearing Yang Bo's understated answer, the people present did not believe it. Seeing that the farm Yang Bo pointed to was zombie sheep, several people were very happy, because this kind of large zombie mission bounty is relatively high. Captain, have you seen the ranking list? Xiao Hong asked hurriedly at this time. What ranking list? Yang Bo didn't know this at all. Xiao Hong then roughly explained it, and then suggested that Yang Bo register his team on the official website, so that the team ranking list would also be displayed, and the team ranking would also have rewards. What do you think our team should be called? Yang Bo heard several people discussing what to name the team. Aki team, Miss said immediately. Can you not name it after pets? We are people. Alu team, Miss also said immediately. Xiao Huang also asked Miss not to name it after cats. Yang Bo could be considered to have heard that the 2 young ladies were really women, and one of them really liked to raise cats, and the other really liked to raise dogs. Captain, what do you think the name is good? Xiao Huang asked Yang Bo again. I'll call it whatever I want. Yang Bo answered while summoning the ranking list. He found that his nickname was on the ranking list again. One was the wealth ranking list, and the other was the monster killing ranking list. Then the people below the wealth ranking list are basically all members of his team. He is the first in the monster killing ranking list. But Yang Bo has enabled nickname hiding. He has killed more than 40,000 monsters, and the one behind him has only killed a few thousand. Let's work. Yang Bo is now uncomfortable all over, and he needs to improve his physical fitness quickly. This game official is shameless. Yang Bo hurried on his way, while looking at the specific measures of this official update. In Yang Bo's opinion, gang wars, team competitions, etc. are completely fooling these players. The materials collected with great effort became equipment, and then the equipment was consumed in team competition or gang war. Yang Bo guessed that the team competition and gang war in the future were completely real games. The collected materials were taken away by the game officials. It seems that my chance to make a fortune has come? Yang Bo felt that if the game did this, the price of his materials should be higher than the official purchase price. But my core is to kill monsters. Of course, Yang Bo would not forget what his core was. The name of Yang Bo's team was finally registered as Qilu, the pet names of 2 girls. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong did not agree at first, but were threatened to expose the information. As for Yang Bo, it didn't matter. However, Yang Bo set it to hide when setting the display of the team rankings. The group walked for another hour and a half, mainly because the road here was not easy to walk, and they had to open the road while walking, and the distance was far. In this hour and a half, Yang Bo controlled the character to hurry on the road while drinking 2 large buckets of milk. Yang Bo still used a dog-leg knife to deal with some zombies on the road. The main reason was that there were dense weeds and shrubs on both sides of the road, and long weapons had no time to be used. Some animal zombies suddenly jumped out of the grass, and only the dog-leg knife could react. When you arrive at the farm, you can see a lot of zombie sheep. Yang Bo started to lure monsters and kill them. When they arrived, Xiao Hong went back to buy bullets, and Yang Bo started to kill monsters, lure a wave out and break their necks. Then other teammates began to collect the corpses, which had valuable things on them, and then Yang Bo threw away the other abandoned corpses. The main reason is that if these corpses are contaminated too much, they will cause poisoning to the characters. That is, the remote-controlled bionic people will be corroded. On the one hand, it will delay time, and on the other hand, the site will be cleared to prepare for the next wave. After killing 500 zombie sheep, Yang Bo no longer felt uncomfortable. Comfortable. My sheep? Sheep. Sheep. Yang Bo now thinks these zombie sheep are so cute. I don't know how big I can become in the end. However, there is a limit to the collision skill. We also need to see if there are any other skills that can increase physical fitness. As long as I can find new skills to increase physical fitness, then my body will have no limit. Yang Bo has a clear understanding of his body, and only through this skill can he enhance his strength, practicing on his own means getting familiar with the power he already has. Today is another 6 hours, and he has brushed 2 farms. Yang Bo has 5,600 more monsters on the leaderboard today, but Yang Bo's name is also displayed as unknown. There are 2 leaders in the 2 farms. each of which gives +4 to the mental control. The players in the game were shocked. How could one person kill 5,600 monsters? What does 5,600 monsters mean? There are actually less than 5,000 monsters in the farm. Mainly because you will encounter a lot of zombies on the way to the farm. A little bit adds up to 5,600. Then everyone looked at the team monster killing rankings. And an unknown team also added 5,600 monsters today. There is also a task ranking. And an unknown team is also on the list. These players knew that this was a task for a small team. And soon someone discovered that a small team could kill monsters. 2 or 3 people were needed to deliver supplies. And then 2 or 3 people would hunt monsters in concentrated areas. For a time, the number of registered teams in the game continued to increase. And of course, the number of task materials also continued to increase. The military behind the game company looked at the materials that were collected continuously. And their mouths couldn't close. After returning to the resurrection point, Yang Bo quit the game, stood up and moved his body, and felt that his stomach was empty again. So he went to cook and eat. While eating, Yang Bo came to the internet room and saw a message from Joe Roy in his watch. Yang Bo didn't expect that his physical condition would recover so quickly. He originally planned to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild after recuperation. However, this time, because he could transform into a giant, he had to prepare some corresponding equipment. For example, some powerful high-tech weapons. Things that were inconvenient for him to carry before can now be carried through the same source ring. Joe Ray sent a message to Yang Bo, telling him not to go out recently, as the danger had not been lifted. She also asked about his food and what he was doing. Yang Bo was polite in replying to others' concern, but they ended up chatting. I feel like there's something wrong with this old woman. Yang Bo finally checked the time. The two chatted for more than an hour. Then Yang Bo turned on the news channel again and found the news from March Star. A police chief was passionately telling all the viewers how hard they worked and how desperately they fought to destroy a Red Earl extremist organization's den. An underground workshop for making mechas was discovered, and many powerful bombs were found. Yang Bo looked at it and found that it was the place where he killed people, but it was completely different from when he left. There were injured policemen in the news, and the basement was also a mess. The other party's 4 mechas also fell to the ground in embarrassment. These guys are really good at talking. Yang Bo saw this scene and muttered to himself. However, Yang Bo knew that this was the best choice for the Bounty Hunter Guild and Zhou Rui. The Bounty Hunter Guild did not need to confront this unknown force. To put it bluntly, the Bounty Hunter Guild was a place that provided a platform for doing business. And the force that could hide 4 mechas and prepare a mecha manufacturing factory must not be simple. There are many problems and technical difficulties faced by mecha manufacturing. The key is that many materials used in mechas are strictly restricted. After watching the police chief bragging for a while, he saw the director of the Planetary Security Department bragging and the Planetary Chief Executive bragging. The little credit was boasted by the 3 people. Then Yang Bo found that the fat boss called him. Yang Bo, are you okay? I saw such a big thing in the news. The fat boss asked on the other side. I just saw this news when I was eating. This planet is too chaotic. Yang Bo said as if he had just seen it. The fat boss said on the other side, this is the aftermath of the last incident. When you were kidnapped, remember not to go out. You can shop online at home. I will be delayed for a while. Boss, where did you go? Yang Bo asked curiously. I went to the Crimson Federation. Wu Bing and his gang were having fun here. They were sued and are now going to court. The fat boss sounded a little irritable. Yang Bo asked in astonishment, the Crimson Federation is not close. Right? Interstellar distance does not depend on the actual distance, but on whether there is a jump channel. We took the fastest spacecraft from March Star to the Crimson Federation, and it took at most 20 days. The last time we immigrated, we took a passenger and cargo mixed spacecraft, which was slow and a large spacecraft. So we had to take a large jump channel. We'll talk about this later. You must be careful and don't go out. The fat boss was also shocked when he saw the news about March Star. Although he knew there was something hidden, it was a mecha, and it was in a wealthy area. Yang Bo asked curiously, what happened to Wu Gu and the others? He was looking for a woman, but was set up by someone and asked for a large sum of money. Remember to place orders on a formal platform when you come to the Crimson Federation in the future, and don't trust those who flirt with you. The fat boss said again. Yang Bo asked curiously, this? Is there a formal platform for this? There are several administrative stars in the Federation that are short of materials, and the environment is not very good. Some things are legal, and there are professional platforms. The detailed information of the other party, including the use of medicines, is explained in detail. These administrative stars rely on tourists' taxes to transform the planets. Oh. Yang Bo had some yearning in his heart. After all, he was a grown man. This kind of pure money relationship was better. Without any involvement. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was to look carefully. He was not afraid of modification. But he was afraid of problems. Remember? I'm about to enter the interference zone. The fat boss looked at his lover, who was coming over, and quickly hung up the phone. After Yang Bo ended the call, he stopped watching the news. It was all nonsense. He was involved and didn't know it. He might as well go to the game forum. Sure enough, a group of people started to make trouble, criticizing the game officials for this kind of ranking to cultivate people's killing and have a great impact on children. Some people shouted that zombies also have human rights. And there are actually a lot of people supporting these monsters. Monsters. Yang Bo felt a little disgusted. He didn't know how these people sent these words. Did they really not have enough brains? When Yang Bo was browsing the game forum, the official March Star also discovered the true face of the gangsters based on the comparison of biological samples. Brotherhood? The official March Star was also shocked when they saw the results of the biological sample test. The Brotherhood is a famous assassin organization. This Brotherhood existed on the home planet before the interstellar space. It was originally just a mutual aid association. But because of the interests, it was banned by the original Federation. As a result, the remaining part fled to the Blue Water Empire and became an assassin and intelligence organization funded by the Blue Water Empire. And the one who died this time was a gold medal assassin, nicknamed Silver Butterfly. The code name of Silver Butterfly comes from his famous sky splitting. It is said that the sky splitting looks like a silver butterfly when it flies. The most famous thing about Silver Butterfly is that it killed the forging master who forged the sky splitting for itself, and then was rewarded by the Forge Union throughout the interstellar space. The official of March Star was ecstatic. The reward offered by the Forge Union was not money or materials, but the planet that killed the Silver Butterfly, and a branch of the Forge Union was established on this planet. There are strict restrictions on the development of branches of the Forge Union. It depends on the number of people with forge talents on this planet. Once established, the Forge Union will train forges and recruit a certain proportion of apprentices every year. All for free. This news exploded in the interstellar space. You should know that Silver Butterfly is a veteran A-level strongman. It is said that he has very powerful superpowers and has gathered a group of subordinates with various mysterious abilities. He actually died in the countryside of March Star? The Forge Union received the news and prepared to send someone to inspect it. Yang Bo also checked the sky split for the first time to see how it was made. Chapter 290 Test. Yang Bo was looking at the sky rift in his hand. This was Yang Bo's first time using such a weapon. The entire sky rift was about 18 centimeters long, with a white energy stone in the middle. Yang Bo first removed the energy stone in the middle, which was the size of a quail egg. After removing the energy stone, Yang Bo carefully used metal manipulation to slowly explore the internal structure of the sky rift. He found that the internal structure was extremely complex, and the internal structure was like the internal structure of a chip. No wonder it is said to be the crystallization of high technology. Yang Bo felt a little dizzy. The internal structure of the sky rift was too complex, with layers of energy circuits. This thing is too troublesome to make. Yang Bo found that he was almost lost in it. Yang Bo simply went online to check it out. Unexpectedly, there were more detailed descriptions on the internet. To be precise, Sky Rift is the pinnacle of modern high technology. The internal structure of this thing is divided into several systems. The whole is made of energy metal, and the internal structure is mainly anti-gravity system, control system, and energy system. The flight speed and direction of the sky split itself are all completed by the anti-gravity system. Different anti-gravity is exerted in different directions to achieve the high-speed flight of the sky split itself. The control system is divided into two parts. One part is the quantum transmission system. Because the speed of the sky split is too fast, ordinary wireless signals cannot guarantee its precise control at all. The other is the control system of the sky split itself. I won't talk about the energy system. There is even an animation demonstration, which is just a rough structure. However, with this rough structure, Yang Bo has an understanding of the general structure of the sky split. And then looking at the internal structure of the sky split, he will understand it a little. This is like a computer novice who opens a computer and finds that there are all kinds of parts inside. But as an expert, as soon as he opens it, he will know the graphics card, power supply, memory, hard disk, etc. Just like some distribution cabinets are densely packed with wires. If he doesn't know how to open it, he will feel that there is no place to start. But an expert will know what to do at a glance. Yang Bo started with the most basic energy system. Whether it is the control system or the anti-gravity system, all need the support of the energy system. The entire energy system forms a dense network inside the crack. Energy is provided to each system through the energy circuit, and the control system is attached to the energy circuit, or the energy circuit and the control system. Dual control of the anti-gravity system. If the anti-gravity system is at the bottom, then the energy circuit and the control system are dual vertical control of the anti-gravity system, and then control each other. After understanding the logic inside, Yang Bo looked at the structure inside much more clearly. But it is said that the energy metals in the crack are used in different proportions. So what is it? The relevant materials searched on the internet did not have more explanations about themselves, but only said that different materials would be used according to different users. The most difficult thing about this weapon is control. After all, it's too fast and people can't react to it. Yang Bo also knew that this weapon was not something that everyone could learn. If you react a little bit too slowly when you can't retract this thing, you'll cut yourself in half. It's like someone who doesn't know how to play nunchakus. When he first starts playing with nunchakus, there's a high probability that he'll kill himself first. It takes too much mental energy to study this thing. Yang Bo studied it for a while, and then stopped studying it. Forgers Guild? This is to give me skill points. Yang Bo saw a piece of news, and he didn't expect that the leader he killed had such a great origin. Yang Bo thought of the Forgers Guild at the first time. Not to join or anything, but to think that if he killed someone in the Forgers Guild, would it give him forging skill points? This idea is not good. Then Yang Bo warned himself that if there were scum in the Forgers Guild, then he would have a legitimate reason. Anyway, it would not touch the moral bottom line. As for joining the Forgers Guild, Yang Bo didn't have such an idea. Even if the Forgers Guild said that it was a neutral structure and a purely academic institution, seeing that it was free at the end, Yang Bo knew it was nonsense. If everything was free, how could this guild develop? It's not the exploitation of the bottom-level forgers. Otherwise, how could such a huge organization develop? Go to the Bounty Hunter Guild and take a look. But since this happened, Yang Bo was ready to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild and take a look. Yang Bo left his villa in stealth, and then went through the mountains behind his territory to the guild base in the mountains. Third Master. The guards outside the guild base saw Yang Bo suddenly appear and shouted respectfully. Yang Bo nodded in his armor, and then went into the base. Zhou Rui and other senior executives happened to be here. When they saw Yang Bo enter the base, they had fear, admiration, and love in their eyes. Especially the old woman in charge of the guild mission hall, who was plump and charming, and had a seductive face. Third Master. Zhou Rui and several other high-level officials welcomed Yang Bo to the next room. Third Master. The official reward for this mission has not yet given a specific number. Now that the situation has changed, we can ask for more things. Zhou Rui's words meant that the Forging Masters Union was involved. There's no rush for this. I don't need the mecha, but I have to find a way to get the naval gun. Yang Bo didn't need the mecha, and it was not convenient to carry it. We will try our best, because high-power naval guns are controlled items. If we can't get them, we will customize them for Third Master from other channels, Zhou Rui said while looking at Yang Bo's face. She found that Yang Bo didn't say anything after what she said before, so she added a sentence later. Yang Bo nodded. I don't want the money. Help me prepare a batch of energy metal. Zhou Rui heard this and her heart moved, and she asked, what is Third Master going to forge? It's not convenient to say. Anyway, it's calculated as it should be. Yang Bo didn't say what he was going to do, because he didn't know what to do. The first thing I want to make is, of course, a homologous storage thing. This thing is so useful. Yang Bo feels that the current storage of 3 cubic homologous metal boxes is not enough. However, the homologous ring and the homologous storage of his mecha are not of the same frequency, and the energy frequency needs to be studied. I need to try to make the Likung by myself. After all, I have control over metals. And it should be easier for me to forge something than an ordinary blacksmith. If the blacksmith's skills are not good, then I can kill a few bad blacksmiths to upgrade their skills. It's better to get the armor of that guy Kwang Nung for me. Yang Bo said again. He didn't expect Kwang Ning's skill to be like that last time. He didn't see what the other party's armor looked like. After all, he couldn't do without anything after he turned into a giant. His original armor of the same origin could not cover himself after he turned into a giant. Zhou Rui nodded. Don't worry about this. Third Master. I haven't tested my strength for a long time. Do you have relevant equipment? Yang Bo was going to test his comprehensive strength this time. However, in the eyes of Zhou Rui and others, they thought that Yang Bo wanted to show his strength. As for what to show strength for, this was their own opinion. Yes. Zhou Rui and her group were also very curious about what level this third master had reached. Our union's hardware facilities are built according to the standards of the Bounty Hunter Union. Even in March, it is first class. We have advanced equipment that can test 10,000 tons of strength. The superpower test mainly looks at the strength index. Because there is no unified index for energy attack. Fire energy and electrical energy are a very simple example. For organisms, one is mainly aimed at the surface, and the other is aimed at the inside. There is no unified energy unit, and no one will expose their superpowers of any attribute to test it openly, because in a high-tech society, there are many means. For example, if you know that the enemy is fire energy, then prepare fireproof and heat-insulating equipment. If the opponent is electrical energy, you can equip insulating equipment. This will give you a great advantage in battle. When they came to the testing site, there were not many people together. Just a few high-level members of the guild and Zhou Rui. Yang Bo did not take off his armor, because the armor was deformed by the metal control ability. Once taken off, it would return to its original appearance. Yang Bo looked at the equipment in front of him. A black cube more than 2 meters high, with many devices connected to the back. And it seemed to have some energy system. The test of this thing is very simple. Just hit it with your fist. Or kick it with your feet. Zhou Rui nodded. Third Master. It's okay. When Yang Bo heard this, he raised his fist and hit the first punch. The second punch. The third punch. 5 punches in a row. Taking the average data. Zhou Rui and others were shocked when they saw the displayed data. Could the machine be wrong? Someone muttered. Yang Bo came up to take a look and was also surprised. 6,600 tons? Then Zhou Rui clicked it and found that the highest punch was 6,900 tons and the lowest punch was 6,400 tons. Everyone present was silent. A fist-sized area. And then hit by 6,600 tons of force. What would be the result? And this value is 13 times the A-level standard. Which means it exceeds the A-level. If the test force reaches 10,000 tons, then it is A+ level, which is pure strength. However, the people in the Bounty Hunter Union are somewhat suspicious of the reason why Yang Bo wears armor. But there is no way to say it. After all, even if they wear armor, they can't reach this value. Do you want to test again? Yang Bo was a little bit unconvinced. But because his physical fitness increased a lot after using the crazy energy yesterday, he brushed more than 10,000 collision points. It is not clear whether it is true or not. Then let's try again. Zhou Rui felt bitter. This third master is too strong. There may be some obstacles in the future cooperation. If one party is too strong, there will be problems in the long run. Of course, Zhou Rui does not need to worry too much. On the one hand, it is useless to worry. After all, the second Bounty Hunter Union is a behemoth. There are many A-level in the human world. There are dozens or hundreds of A-level gene evolvers lost every year in various accidents in the entire Interstellar. But the difference between A-level and A-level is too big. For example, Yang Bo, an A-level, can punch thousands of tons of power, while the threshold of A-level is 500 tons. There is a world of difference between the two. Yang Bo's test this time. Both hands came 5 times. 6,400 tons. Third Master's left hand lowered the value. Zhou Rui said after seeing the new data. But other senior executives were shocked. Because generally speaking, the gap between the strength of the side you are good at and the other side is relatively large. The higher the level, the greater the gap. Although the gap between Third Master is a bit large, it is not too large. Basically within the value of less than 500. Yang Bo took a look and had a rough impression. He remembered that in his previous life, the excavator driver said that a 200 excavator with a 135 hammer seemed to have only 20 tons of impact force. Of course, the fist cannot be calculated. On the one hand, it counts only if it touches. If the opponent is fast enough, even if the fist is swung 100 times, each time with thousands of tons of force, it is useless if it does not hit the opponent. Superpowers are comprehensive strength. Zhou Rui asked, "Do you still plan to measure speed?" Third Master? Yang Bo nodded and said, "Test." The Union leaders were amazed at Yang Bo's strength. He had such a strong power without using energy. So after using energy, no wonder he could be the leader of pirates, and come and go freely on this planet. Third Master, wear this device and run directly. Zhou Rui took Yang Bo outside, then took out a watch and asked Yang Bo to wear it, and said, Yang Bo originally wanted to say that he could also test it below, but he did what others said. Third Master, you can start. There is another instrument here. And Zhou Rui nodded to Yang Bo. Yang Bo went out in a flash, and Zhou Rui and others also heard a bang. The other Union leaders turned green and hurried to see the instrument. No energy. The body broke through the speed of sound in 0.3 seconds. Reached Mach 1.5 in 0.8 seconds. Reached Mach 2 in 1 second. The high-level officials around were shocked when they saw the data. Is this person still human? Moreover, the instrument showed no energy fluctuations. The speed can better reflect the comprehensive strength of a strong man. Acceleration represents the strength of the body itself. Breaking through the speed of sound in 0.3 seconds. It is hard to imagine how much the body can withstand and how strong its defense is. Could it be the armor? Several high-level officials muttered in their hearts. But they were not sure because the instrument showed no energy fluctuations. The highest speed that humans can withstand is a mystery. Because in space, the speed of a spacecraft is normally tens of millions of kilometers per hour. The speed of the space station on Earth is 7.8 kilometers per second. But that was a slow acceleration. And this is acceleration, which is a completely different concept. How is it? Yang Bo asked after running back. The current state of the Third Master should have reached the peak strength of Class A. Zhou Rui could only say this because the other party was wearing armor, and she didn't know if the armor had any bonuses. When will you test it without armor? Yang Bo felt that he would not need to wear armor often in the future. Give me a normal identity here. It's not easy for me to walk around in public with this identity. Yang Bo thought of another point. Because now his identity is wanted. Chapter 291 Hurricane is coming. At the same time, Yang Bo also suspected another point. That is, the disguise ability has a strength bonus effect. And the one disguised now is the pirate leader. The disguise is a biological sample. So all the biological characteristics of the disguised person should be disguised. That is to say, the pure strength of the pirate leader is also disguised by himself? Yang Bo has always ignored this point before. During this test, this abnormal strength data made Yang Bo find something wrong. Just go back and do a small experiment. Find something to pinch with two identities. When Zhou Rui heard that Yang Bo wanted an identity, she immediately went to prepare. Soon a new identity was delivered to Yang Bo. This identity is a middle-aged white male. A new foreign resident who immigrated to March. With a small apartment and no job. Third Master, are you satisfied with this identity? Zhou Rui handed this information to Yang Bo. It doesn't matter. Yang Bo put the information away and answered with 3 words. Then Yang Bo asked others to go out and talk to Zhou Rui alone. Also, if there is a mission against a forger, and the other party happens to be guilty, please help me take such a mission. Yang Bo thought of the Forgers Union. If he wanted to set up a branch here, some people would definitely come. There are criminals in every organization. So I don't feel any guilt if I kill these guilty bastards in the Forgers Union. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo in surprise when she heard this. Does the Third Master have any grudges with the Forgers Union? No. I just can't stand some hypocritical bad guys. And the same is true for pharmacists. Yang Bo's words were ambiguous. Yang Bo carefully studied the Forge Guild. And it was definitely not what they advertised on the internet. According to their propaganda, there was no profit. Without any profit, how could the guild be so big? Isn't it collecting dirty money? Or is it exploitation and brainwashing? Taking the difference? Zhou Rui heard this, and her heart moved. Her father was forced to leave his hometown just because of a few bad guys. But Zhou Rui was a little unsure about what San Yi said. After all, You have been a pirate for so many years. However, as long as it is a task from the guild, you can accept it. As long as it is not a task issued by yourself, you don't have to worry about the forging construction retaliation. I will definitely help you keep an eye out. It's not for me to keep an eye out. I will do it even if it doesn't make much money. At my age and with my strength, I just want to be happy, Yang Bo said very freely. Zhou Rui hesitated for a moment and then said, Third Master, your wife. Some things should not be interfered with by you. Please don't interfere. I don't want to have any disputes with the past. Yang Bo didn't understand at first, but then he immediately understood that it was the woman of the pirate leader. So he said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, I understand. I'm just worried that they will be bullied. Zhou Rui hurriedly explained. If you can help, you can help. The cost will be paid by me. But remember, don't disclose any of my information. Yang Bo was a little entangled when he heard this, and finally said so. Zhou Rui nodded. The reason why she asked this question was that Zhou Rui was taking precautions in advance, in case the pirate still remembered his former brother and woman. In case something happened. If she pretended to be deaf and dumb, these old guys might have some unexpected reactions. These guys who are too powerful do things as they please, just like they just wanted to cause trouble to the Blacksmith Union and the Pharmacist Union for no reason. Zhou Rui didn't know what the other party's deeper reason was, but she would never believe what the other party said. Is there a most detailed method to forge the Sky Rift? Yang Bo asked. The forging of the Sky Rift is very troublesome. On the surface, there are only 3 people in the entire Alliance who can forge the Sky Rift. And these 3 people are serving the Alliance and working in 3 technology companies respectively. Privately, some people claim that they can forge the Sky Rift, but it is illegal to equip the Sky Rift privately, and it takes at least 5 to 10 years from forging to getting a Sky Rift. Zhou Rui didn't know what Yang Bo was thinking, so she could only tell what she knew. And the Sky Rift is controlled by a quantum communication satellite. If it is not through a quantum satellite, it can only attack at a visible distance. In fact, it is not very useful, and it is not as good as a laser gun, Zhou Rui said again. Yang Bo also agreed with this statement when he heard this. The Sky Splitter is usually a Planet Guardian equipment. Through various high-tech blessings, the user can attack targets tens, hundreds, or even thousands of kilometers away. This requires military quantum communication satellites and various monitoring equipment. But recognition is recognition. The Sky Splitter is cool, and if it is in close combat, this thing is comparable to the flying sword in the novel. But thinking back, the anti-gravity skateboard that has been untied is more awesome than the flying sword in the novel, because the anti-gravity skateboard does not consume its own energy. It has a battery. Please keep an eye out for me. If the other party can really do it, I will pay a visit. Yang Bo said this lightly, but Zhou Rui's eyelids jumped. I understand. Zhou Rui could only say 2 words after hearing this. I guess your visit is a bit uncomfortable. Then Yang Bo left and waited for news. After Yang Bo left, Zhou Rui wrote down Yang Bo's request and continued to manage the Bounty Hunter Guild. If it could be tacitly approved by the new official in March, then there would be development in the next step. Yang Bo returned to his home, carefully looked at the identity prepared for him, and remembered the other party's information firmly. He was not going to continue training, and took a rest for 2 days to prevent physical problems. On the other hand, the reason why Wang Mushua did not leave March Star was because Wang Mushua's family believed that this attack on their genius was a conspiracy of some people in the Alliance, and it must be investigated thoroughly. The military and the parliament also made voices. Those who had grudges against the Wang family came out to distance themselves from the crime. Even if they did it, they would not admit it without evidence. This incident involved too many people. They colluded with the Brotherhood, offended the Forgers Union, illegally possessed naval guns, armed mechas, and murdered the Admiral of the Empire. So many charges were enough to purge a family. If it was just illegal possession of naval guns and armed mechas, nothing would happen. But the Brotherhood was a killer and intelligence organization supported by the Blue Water Empire. Although these big families had vague relationships with the other 2 countries, that could not be made public, and everyone tacitly agreed to it privately. Now they colluded with foreign intelligence organizations to kill their own admirals. This was too bold. Among them, the family behind March Star was under great pressure. After all, the other party must have had a way to bring so many things in. So the military, the Ministry of Justice, and the Alliance Intelligence Agency sent personnel to March Star to conduct a thorough investigation of the matter. Wang Muxue did not leave in order to put pressure on the official. If the matter was not investigated in one day, the Imperial Admiral would be here. Of course, all this has not been made public for the time being. But the people of the Wang family said that if the mastermind behind the matter could not be found within 3 months, then the matter would be made public to let everyone see how the heroes of the Alliance were treated. The Wang family was really scared this time. The opponent's tactics were very clear. It must be said that under such tactics, the genius of their family was really easy to be killed. And many people don't know that during the hurricane season on March Star, the reaction power of the entire planet's defense system is only 40% of the usual. And because of the heavy rain, the attack power of laser weapons will be reduced to the lowest level. And the reaction ability of the entire planet's warning system will also be reduced. Although missiles or other methods can be used, that method is too slow to react. The news that Wang Muxue was on March Star was also exposed. And the Red Earl's people even clamored to capture Wang Muxue and publicly execute him. So under the official propaganda, March Star showed how powerful the police were. But in fact, the officials of the entire planet were terrified. The Bounty Hunter Guild also received a private task from the official to find out the news. And the official had plenty of money. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and saw a message on his watch, which said that there would be a hurricane in a week, which would last for half a month and was unprecedentedly powerful. So everyone should be prepared in advance. After seeing the news, Yang Bo quickly placed an order online, mainly for milk and other daily necessities. Less than half an hour after placing the order, the delivery robot delivered it to the door. This damn bastard actually lost the Brotherhood's most advanced equipment. In an apartment somewhere on March Star, 5 people gathered together, repeatedly watching the scene in the news report. And one of them cursed. We have already found out where the evidence is stored. The main purpose this time is to get back the homologous space ring. Silver Butterfly will see what happens. I feel that some of the subordinates recruited by Silver Butterfly have problems. Those who hold the homologous space ring seem to intentionally destroy biological samples. When the next hurricane is the most severe, we will attack the evidence department of the Public Security Bureau. They may not know the function of the ring. When the next hurricane is the most severe, something big will happen on this planet, involving their police and security forces. The 5 people are members of the Brotherhood. This time, the Brotherhood is mainly here to get the homologous space ring that Yang Bo took away. This kind of equipment is too valuable. Especially the technology contained in it is the most advanced in the Empire. Have you figured out the situation around you? We must not reveal our identities. The leader, a bald white man, spoke. There are residents around. We will deal with them all and disguise them. And let the brainless Red Earl take the blame. I think the Red Earl's people will definitely admit that they did it. They are now fighting for power and profit internally to a crazy extent. Whoever causes more trouble in the Alliance will have a higher status in their organization. The person who spoke was a yellow-skinned young man. Hee. Leave this to me. I promise to make it more like the Red Earl than the Red Earl. A white old man next to him chuckled, licked his lips and said, this time, my public identity is a secret envoy sent by the Pharmacist Union. So I must not reveal my identity. When I act, in order to avoid being noticed, I will clean up everything that needs to be cleaned up. Boss, don't worry. Even if there are strong people on a garbage planet like March Star, their strength is limited. But this time, the Bounty Hunter Union is involved? A tall woman asked while playing with a pen in her hand. Don't be afraid. They came here because they were excluded. These losers don't have much background. We must finish our work before the hurricane ends. The reinforcements sent by the family behind the planet will arrive after the hurricane. This old family has many unknown backgrounds. We are here to complete the mission, not to die. Everyone remember one thing. If you encounter life-threatening situations, surrender if you can. The Alliance does not have the death penalty. We will find a way to rescue everyone later. And torture is not allowed in the Alliance. The captain spoke again. The reason why several team members looked relaxed is that there is no death penalty in the Alliance. Even if you do something too extreme, you will not die. It is said that a criminal has been sentenced for more than 4,000 years. Further understand the situation in the next few days, and you must retreat quickly. In the evening, everyone will act separately, and go to each restaurant to carefully observe our route of action. We must ensure that there is no mistake. Yes. Yang Bo started playing online again. And today, he was still brushing the farm. Captain, these guys are too hardworking. It seems that this farm has been taken by someone else. This is the second farm today. Yang Bo and others just came here along the road and found that the road ahead had been cleared. Change strategy. Let's go to the slaughterhouse. Because of the monster killing rankings, many players began to form teams to clear the monsters around. This made Yang Bo feel overwhelmed. He had wasted 3 hours today, and the 2 scheduled targets were targeted. Why don't we rob him? Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong thought it was not worth going back now. Captain, just received news that a team is cleaning up a large chicken farm. It is said that there are more than 60,000 chickens in that farm. Xiao Huang suddenly said. How did you know? Yang Bo felt strange. How did this guy know? After all, the other party should keep it secret if they want to clean up such a large chicken farm. Xiao Huang chuckled. I said people to join several teams. If there is a boss-level monster, remember to notify me, and then we will split it 50-50. But Yang Bo then thought, isn't this an opportunity? Okay. Xiao Huang agreed immediately after hearing this. The price of the task items dropped by the boss-level monster is very expensive. Captain, look at the forum. Someone said that we went to clean up the zoo today, but we didn't expect that there was a group of monkeys in the zoo. Not the zombie kind. These monkeys can actually lure zombies to attack the players who went to clean up the zoo. And this team of 10 people was wiped out. Xiao Hong said immediately. This is a loss of millions. The eldest lady was also surprised when she heard this. Let's go and see the excitement. Yang Bo felt that this was an opportunity. Chapter 292 Begni. The city in the apocalyptic game is definitely a nightmare for all players. Abandoned buildings, vines, bushes, and weeds everywhere. Players have no idea where some zombies will pop up from in the next second. It is possible that zombies will pop up from the damaged ground and grab the players. Or zombies may keep jumping from the abandoned buildings next to them. And there are many types of zombies. Not only humans, but also some pets. More are some rats. And not only zombies, but also mutant animals. And some people even see rats as big as leopards. The most disgusting thing is poisoning. Once the character is poisoned, hurry back to the living point. Otherwise, the more poisoned, the more you will be finished. Many game players raised opinions on the forum and asked to equip the characters with antidotes. Yang Bo knew that things were not that simple. After all, they were remote-controlled bionic people, and they could not just get an antidote like playing a real game. So the players in the city advanced very slowly. But this game has an advantage. That is, the zombies that have been cleaned up will not refresh again. However, many players think this is unreasonable. I worked hard to figure out the terrain and kill the monsters. And now you tell me that this place will not refresh. Changing to a new place and slowly exploring again is a disguised waste of time. So the game officials were criticized badly, thinking that this is a disguised way of cheating players' money. Even so, not many players are willing to come to the city. Before the ranking list came out, the city became a place for 2 gangs to fight. Because in the eyes of these players, those who can fight in a dangerous place like the city, and then use zombies to calculate each other are the real masters. Players cannot attack each other, so they have to choose this method. However, recently, because of the ranking issue, everyone has unanimously gone to kill monsters. Those who can play this broken game are actually for money. They just said that they had already fought each other and couldn't face it. Now the official has given this step. And everyone should go back to their own homes and find their mothers to kill monsters. The zoo has been targeted for a long time. After all, the terrain of the zoo is relatively open, because the metal cages in the zoo have long been rotten. Moreover, the zoo is relatively close to the resurrection point, and the consumed supplies are easy to replenish. The entire team was wiped out in the zoo. The 10 people carried at least 2,000 rounds of bullets, which was originally thought to be enough. At the beginning, the advancement was also smooth. The area for watching birds was shot by the players, and all the zombies were eliminated. Just as they were preparing to advance to the lower area, they unexpectedly entered the territory of a group of monkeys. This group of monkeys started to throw stones at these players. Of course, these players did not tolerate them and opened fire directly. The monkey was beaten and fled. The players found that the monkey's blood, brain, skin and meat could all be used as quest items. A monkey could give a reward of tens of thousands of game coins, which immediately made the 10 players very excited. Then they continued to chase the monkeys. Unexpectedly, the monkeys attracted a large group of zombies. These zombies included not only animals, but also various people. Some of them would spray black venom and poison the players. This team of gamers was caught off guard, and they were completely wiped out in less than 20 minutes due to the poisoning. They became the team with the biggest loss since the game was launched. The resurrection coins required 500,000 game coins. 10 people lost 5 million directly. Naturally, this matter was discovered by some people who wanted to pick up the leak. They took a video and posted it online and made a lot of money. Yang Bo and his team were on the road while reading the content on the forum. Many people expressed envy. A monkey was worth so much. There were dozens of monkeys in this group. The mission alone was worth a lot. When Yang Bo was on the road in the game, the official side of March Star was also on high alert. The first thing was to protect Wang Muxue. Joe Rui happened to receive this security assistance mission. There were many members of the Bounty Hunter Guild. They were experienced and had done many missions. Most of the missions of the Bounty Hunter Guild were actually official wanted missions issued by various places. There are many kinds of wanted missions. Generally, they wanted criminals and arrested them. The second is property investigation. That is, some deadbeats will hide their property, and bank accounts can be seized and frozen. But many deadbeats will first choose to turn their money into luxury goods. The official sometimes issues some task rewards to find out the other party's hidden wealth. The third official task is to assist the official in doing something, such as various activities or security tasks. Of course, sometimes they also take on some illegal tasks, such as investigating the lives of certain people, and other things, because it is too difficult to investigate personal privacy from the official level on the Alliance side. So organizations such as the Bounty Hunter Guild were born. Of course, if you are discovered by the other party during the investigation and then sued, you may go to jail for violating other people's privacy. The Bounty Hunter Guild received the task of assisting the authorities in protecting Wang Muxue, and Joe Rui led the team personally this time. That is, they acted as outer security guards. The people of the Bounty Hunter Guild were all outside the villa area. The Bounty Hunter Guild still registered a company with complete procedures. The employees in these security companies are all bounty hunters and members of the guild. Investigating other people's privacy is what these members of the Bounty Hunter Guild are best at. And now it is best to prevent others from investigating Wang Muxue's situation. At the same time, because Joe Rui has reached a cooperation agreement with the authorities, if Joe Rui can make money, she must let Joe Rui do it. President, there shouldn't be any accidents. The people of the Bounty Hunter Guild were staring at the periphery, and a senior member of the guild spoke up. Joe Rui looked at the villa area and shook her head. No one knows where the target we are protecting is. Anyway, we charge by time. The longer the time, the more we earn. I still hope to have some excitement. If it's too bland, there's no feeling. The members of the Bounty Hunter Guild are originally restless people. Now this task is like a security guard stalking outside, doing this kind of legal business. It feels a little uncomfortable. Joe Rui heard this and said unhappily, if something happens again, it will definitely be a big deal. After all, the target of protection is a senior military official, just like the guys that the third master dealt with last time. If we face them, we may die. The senior executives of the Bounty Hunter Guild also nodded. Anyway, the situation is not right. Let's leave quickly. Speaking of which, the laws here in the Alliance are also very strange. If you encounter obvious suicide behavior, you can directly refuse the orders of your superiors. It's better to be a thief in the Alliance than in the Federation. If you steal something here, the other party won't dare to chase you. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you will have to pay a lot of money. I used to be nervous when doing missions in the Federation, for fear of being discovered by the other party. Being a thief in the Federation is fine, but no one cares about being beaten to death. Everyone, keep an eye on it. Since you have accepted the mission, you must do it well. Joe Rui glanced at her watch. Wang Muxue sent her a message. The area near the villa was almost completely blocked. Even an insect entering or leaving would be scanned several times by the police drone. Now that technology is advanced, many incredible reconnaissance equipment can be made, such as insect-like bionic reconnaissance aircraft. Cousin, we'd better not contact each other. Otherwise you might hurt me. Joe Rui came to the side and called Wang Muxue directly. What she said was not pleasant. Wang Muxue was in the villa. After hearing Joe Rui's words, She asked directly. Thank you for the last matter. But what I want to know is who killed the Brotherhood members. Don't tell me you don't know. Zhou Rui laughed when she heard Wang Mushua's words. My dear cousin. Aren't you very smart? Guess? I know the level of your bounty hunter guild. You can't find any trace of the Brotherhood. Wang Mushua didn't care about Zhou Rui's tone on the other side, but said calmly, Cousin, just think about it slowly. Or you can beg me after you think it through. Zhou Rui hung up the phone decisively, feeling happy. How frustrating it is to deal with such a high IQ person. Zhou Rui experienced it when she was a child. Your every move will be in her prediction. Wang Mushua on the other side heard this, and her chest rose and fell with anger. Then she carefully looked at the incident of the last attack on her. Although this information has been processed, and the credit belongs to the Planet Security Bureau, the information Wang Mushua got privately showed that the people from the Bounty Hunter Guild arrived at the scene first. This is very interesting. The organization of the Brotherhood is much more strict than that of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Besides, Zhou Rui's strength here is not very strong. If it is a strong branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild, it would have such a strong ability. This is the most famous silver butterfly of the Brotherhood. There is evidence that it is an A-level master. How could Zhou Rui kill the other party with her strength? This planet is full of weirdness. I don't know what kind of changes will happen. Wang Mushua rubbed his forehead. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness in this unknown situation. And although he is under heavy protection now, he feels even less safe. Last time, the other party deployed the ship's guns. Will there be something more powerful next time? On the surface, there are various messages sent by the Red Earl's people. And secretly there are assassins from the Brotherhood. Wang Mushua doesn't know who will show up next time. In the game, when Yang Bo arrived at the zoo, he had already watched the video of the previous team's annihilation on the forum, and gave 500 credit points for it, because the other party's video was charged. There are several small bosses in it. It's not just Yang Bo who saw it. The others also saw it. Yang Bo only now realized that the eldest lady and the young lady were actually twin sisters. But the two people's personalities were obviously incompatible. Maybe because they were familiar with each other. They often quarreled in the team. It is said that their pets often beat each other. Yang Bo knew that the people who could keep pets in this world and let them fight were definitely rich people. Otherwise, it would be like raising goldfish in his previous body. And he almost worshipped his pets and called them daddy. The members of Yang Bo's team all had experience. And the small bosses had some special skills. The general zombies only had actions such as biting and scratching. And there were 3 zombies here, which were obviously different. These 3 strange zombies could spray liquids of various colors. The zombie like the horse sprayed yellow venom. The second zombie bird sprayed black venom. The shell of the third zombie turtle was nearly 1 meter in diameter. When it ran, it was like the turtle shell sliding on the ground, because the 4 claws were shriveled and shrunk. The legs of the turtle could not be seen when it ran. This turtle would spray green venom. We have to deal with the monkeys first. Zombies are a powerful force. But Yang Bo keenly grasped the core of the matter. These zombies were attracted by these monkeys. These monkeys were in this forest, not even touching the ground, running back and forth on the trees. The reason why these monkeys were so safe was because most zombies could not climb trees. These monkeys could also pick up stones to attack people. These monkeys looked like baboons, but were bigger than baboons. The most urgent thing is to find out where these monkeys' nests are. You wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Yang Bo was going to use his superpowers to detect where the monkeys were hiding. However, Yang Bo and his men were looking down at the zoo from a high position when they found someone heading towards the zoo. This time, there was still a team of 10 players. These players also entered the zoo. Their route could be vaguely seen because there were trees and weeds blocking the view. Obviously, the huge value of the monkeys attracted many people. And there were also more advanced zombies. More advanced zombies also meant more income. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong were anxious. Captain, let's wait and see. Yang Bo didn't think these 10 people could take over the zoo. The zoo was outside the city, and there were 2 or 3 small hills about 100 meters in it. Now you can still see the former prosperity. The zoo must have been very beautiful when it was built. There were winding roads on several mountains, but the roads were abandoned. But you can see the traces of the roads. Captain, there are more than one team of us watching the excitement. Xiao Huang pointed to the distance and found that there were people waiting nearby. Yang Bo was a little confused now. He thought he could be the first to go in if he came first. You guys watch first. I'll go back to the phone. After saying that, Yang Bo put the character here and picked up the watch. Sister Rui? Yang Bo saw that it was Zhou Rui who was talking to him. So he stood up and answered the phone. Don't go out recently. If you need anything, let the drone deliver it. Don't contact any strangers. Before the situation stabilizes, we should not meet, so as not to implicate you. Zhou Rui said on the phone. Yang Bo pretended to be confused and asked, why is this? Didn't I see a report on TV that the bandits have been cleared? Not yet. According to intelligence, 2 more waves of bandits have come. Zhou Rui said on the side. Hearing this, Yang Bo felt happy. It would be best to have more dead men. After all, these people have special abilities. Thank you, Sister Rui. I know. Facing Zhou Rui's attitude, Yang Bo still had to thank her. After all, it had to fit his current personality. When things are over, Sister will take you fishing at sea. Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo say this, thinking that Yang Bo had a close relationship with her. So she spoke. Zhou Rui hung up the phone and planned in her mind that before going out to sea, she would verify Yang Bo's talent as a pharmacist, and then decide on the extent of her efforts when going out to sea to fish. Chapter 293 6 million. Yang Bo ended the call and thought to himself, after the game, I will go out with the identity given by the Bounty Hunter Guild to avoid missing the news sent to me by the Bounty Hunter Guild. Yang Bo was looking forward to what kind of rare abilities these guys from the 2 forces Zhou Rui mentioned would bring to him. The last time, the Mad Power was a very good ability. But what is this Mad Power? Because the identity of the 3rd master is too high. I can't ask. Yang Bo quickly entered the game and found that the team of players who had just entered ran out in a panic, throwing bombs while running. 10 people actually sent half of them in, and only 5 ran out. They had just entered and encountered monkeys. The monkeys roared loudly and attracted the zombies. A large group of zombies, densely packed. These people carried a lot of bombs, but the bombs attracted more zombies. The people watching the fun behind used laser guns to attack remotely, but the effect was not great, unless it was a laser cannon. Laser weapons also have a range depending on the power. The range of laser weapons on warships in space can reach more than 1 million kilometers. And this kind of handheld weapon is generally up to about 10 kilometers depending on the power. However, all energy weapons have a characteristic. That is, the medium, such as clouds and fog, which will affect the performance of laser weapons. The main reason here is that the trees in the zoo are too dense, which affects the performance of laser weapons. Maybe laser weapons can kill animals in one shot, but it is very slow to use laser weapons to attack trees, animals and the like. As long as the attack is to the vital point, will be killed immediately. But trees are not like that. There is still water in the trees. In fact, trees have higher defense than humans. In addition, zombies are not so easy to die as long as their heads are not blown up. When Yang Bo used to kill rabbits, the rabbits' heads could be bitten randomly on the ground. Yang Bo was moved when he heard about laser weapons. He could detect the location of the small boss, and then use laser weapons to attack remotely. But the small boss must not be in the ruins. Yang Bo shook his head again. Most zombies don't like light, so they basically hide in dark places. The animals in the zoo originally had a place to live, which is concrete buildings. The weapon-grade laser gun has a firing time of milliseconds. The laser transmitter can't bear it for a long time, so it is a bit difficult to penetrate concrete buildings, unless it is a high-power laser cannon. But the military has restricted these weapons, because the military needs materials. This is why there are antiques such as gunpowder guns in the game, because remote control of this game is to get resources, or clean up the zombies here. I have an idea. Let's go exchange bombs. Yang Bo looked at the dense monkey mountain, where the monkeys lived, because it simulated the place where the monkeys lived. There were many caves built for the monkeys to live. Yang Bo was going to use bombs to brush, but it would take a lot of bombs. Xiao Hong and others didn't say anything when they heard this. And then Yang Bo gave the game coins to a few people and asked them to buy bombs. The previous wave of players retreated, successfully making the other guys who were watching the fun disperse. After all, it costs hundreds of game coins per hour, unless you make money and use points to exchange for time. Everyone is here to make money, so there is no need to wait here. But some people are just watching the fun, taking some videos, and making money on the forum. Yang Bo and his 5 companions quickly attracted the attention of others. And some of the guys who were taking videos cheered up. You need to be careful when placing bombs, so as not to be seen by some players. Some players will destroy them when they see you placing bombs. After finding a place, Yang Bo and his 4 companions left one person here to watch, and the others went back to buy bombs. The young lady was guarding a pile of bombs here. These bombs were placed on the ground, but they could not be seen from other places around here. Otherwise they would be shot by someone. The young lady watched Yang Bo skillfully tie the bombs together with ropes, then carried the bombs to some big trees, took out a knife and chopped them a few times, and then fixed the bombs on the tree trunks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 people ran back and forth to barely let Yang Bo catch up. 2 hours later, the people watching the fun behind were impatient, and Yang Bo finally took action. You retreat? Prepare bullets for me here, Yang Bo said. Several teammates are still confused now. You know, Yang Bo just spent more than 100,000 game coins to buy a lot of bombs. Yang Bo came to the monkey mountain alone with a gun. There was a sentry among the monkeys. The sentry had seen Yang Bo sneaking around, but he didn't call because he didn't enter the monkey mountain territory. Now Yang Bo was obviously coming for him. So the sentry monkey roared at Yang Bo from a distance. Then more monkeys immediately climbed up the tree and roared at Yang Bo in a low voice. Yang Bo picked up a bomb, pulled the ring, and then took a run, and threw the bomb to where the monkeys were. Boom! The monkeys saw Yang Bo throwing things, and they also threw stones at Yang Bo from a distance while running. Some of the monkeys were still blown up by the bomb. Ah! 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 All the monkeys screamed and ran to the back of the monkey mountain, obviously to lure other zombies. Yang Bo looked at the bushes and weeds that were trampled by the zombies, and he could clearly see what the zombies were resisting. The leader was a bird. It looked like a crane in the past, but unfortunately it couldn't fly. It flapped its shriveled wings while running with long legs. Yang Bo picked up the gun and shot it in the head. Mind control +4. Then Yang Bo quickly dragged the bird's body and ran. Behind him was a zombie that looked like a horse, and it opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of venom. This horse took the lead and distanced itself from the back. Yang Bo dragged the bird's body, and when he passed a tree, he instantly pulled the rope. The bomb entered the countdown. Boom! The bomb broke the tree and it fell over, instantly blocking the zombie army and the zombie horse behind it. Bang! 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 Yang Bo first shot at the front legs of the zombie horse. The joints of the zombie horse were very thick, but they could not withstand the bullets. 3 bullets broke one of the front legs, and the zombie horse fell to the ground suddenly without warning. Then the horse fell to the ground, and venom kept spurting out of its mouth, all over the place. Yang Bo simply shot the horse's head from the shriveled eye socket. He originally wanted to take the brain, but now it's troublesome. Mind control +4. At this time, the monkey came, picked up a stone and hit Yang Bo, and then kept roaring on the big tree next to him, attracting zombies to chase Yang Bo. Yang Bo ran away quickly, and Xiao Hong came to help him and dragged the bird's body away. The feathers on this bird are also valuable, and so are its claws. Just now, a tree blocked the zombies for a short time, and the turtle zombie sprayed venom, which corroded the fallen tree into charcoal. Even the other zombies contaminated by the venom would turn black, although the zombies themselves are black. Looking at the turtle, Yang Bo quickly retreated again, and the turtle took the lead as if it was floating on the ground. Yang Bo used the old method again, using trees to block the zombies behind. Captain is so smart. That's right. Xiao Hong and others saw Yang Bo using trees to separate the zombies, and immediately knew Yang Bo's tactics. So when Yang Bo shot the turtle in the head and dragged it back with its shriveled tail, several people hurried up to help. Mind control +4. Hey! Xiao Hong was also shocked to see that the turtle shell was worth 300,000 game coins. Yang Bo actually expected that this turtle shell is made of a whole piece of material, and it is so big. If it is handled well, it is a natural shield. Maybe in the near future, you can see a turtle shell defense shield in the equipment warehouse, and the price will be hundreds of thousands of credit points. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Take off the turtle shell first. Put it in the warehouse temporarily, and don't pay for the task. When will we go to find a breeding turtle or the flower and bird market to swipe monsters? Yang Bo reminded hurriedly. The young lady asked curiously, Why? You are as stupid as Achi. We are all on the wealth list. Once the turtle shell is paid, How much money will be increased? Others will know it at a glance. The eldest lady said unhappily. You are smart. Just like Meow. The monkey on the tree watched the zombie being dragged away by Yongbo. And the monkey picked up a stone and ran to throw it again. At this time, Yongbo had already let the other people go. The monkey was far away from the monkey mountain at this time, watching dozens of monkeys chasing him. The next second, Yongbo pulled the rope directly. Boom, 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 boom. A huge explosion attracted the zombies in the whole city, and they roared one after another. But a low roar in the middle of the city stopped the rest of the sounds. Fuck. How many bombs did this guy use? So this guy is so smart. Thousands of bombs. Must be a rich second generation. These bombs blew up the trees. And then those who were watching the excitement from a distance found that a group of monkeys were trapped on 7 or 8 big trees. And all the big trees within a certain distance were blown up. The power of the explosion not only killed many zombies, but also made the zombies on the ground entangled and pressed by countless branches. The key is that the monkey has been isolated. The monkey knows how powerful the zombies are. So it dares not come down from the tree and just screams on the tree. Yongbo laughed and said, Go get the bullets and deal with the zombies first. Then Yongbo easily killed the zombies hidden by many branches. Because the main target this time is the mutant monkeys. These zombies do not intend to collect brains. Captain, the mission props are out. There is a kind of tranquilizer gun in the store here, which is free, Xiaohong said when buying bullets. Yongbo was not surprised at all. The military must be monitoring it. After all, it was such a big commotion. He immediately asked Xiaohong to take the prop tranquilizer gun. Yongbo picked up the tranquilizer gun and fired at the monkeys. Soon the monkeys fell to the ground. These monkeys didn't dare to get down, even if Yongbo cleared all the zombies on the ground. The minimum price for a living monkey is 200,000 game coins. The leader was strong. So when Yongbo tried to catch him, he didn't have enough tranquilizers and attacked Yongbo. But Yongbo cut his neck with a knife. Lure +8. This monkey leader actually gave this skill. In fact, the reason why Yongbo didn't use the tranquilizer gun more was because he needed the monkey leader's skills. It seems to be a mental skill. Yongbo pondered for a while and muttered to himself. 29 living monkeys. A total of 7.25 million game coins were given. And the monkey leader gave 350,000. Including fur and corpses. Wow. The captain is so awesome. 1.52 million plus 80,000 from the bird zombies. 1.6 million. 400,000 for each of the 4 of us. This is too easy to make money. The young lady was also very surprised. 400,000 was her change for several days. The young lady was a rich second generation. But she was not a fool. So she naturally knew what 400,000 represented. As for why she seemed to spend money lavishly, it was because she would not give you money even if she did not spend it. It was all credit card consumption. It would not be said that if you spend 500,000 less today, the family will give you 500,000 credit points or something. No. The big family uses the economy to control their descendants, so that their descendants know the power of the economy from an early age. The captain made more than 6 million. 6.08 million. No one expected that the task would be triggered. The living monkey is actually so valuable. That's right. There's also a turtle shell for sale. Yes. Seeing that the captain doesn't care about money, I feel like he's an old killer. Maybe retired? Who comes to the game to experience the passion of killing. I think so too. You see those guys yelling when they get a mission item. Xiao Huang and his friends were speechless as they watched many players rush into the zoo to collect the zombies killed by their team. And muttered unhappily, why doesn't this broken game have protection for dropped items? Yongbo guessed that since the blood of dead monkeys is very useful, wouldn't it be more valuable if they were alive? When he handed in the task, Yongbo saw the real picture of the monkey leader's body being put into a freezer. And some bionic robots lifted the freezer to a spaceship. And the living monkeys were also sent to the spaceship. The spaceship came and went quickly. Which is understandable, because this planet is very unfriendly to metals. Of course, it was not shown in the game. Yongbo saw it through his photoelectric superpowers. It seems that the abilities given by mutant animals are all good. Yongbo has logged off and left home in stealth, changing to the resident identity given by Zhou Rui. While muttering in his heart, he enjoys the sun and then returns to his home with this identity. Apartments are what we call small high-rise residential areas on Earth. This is where ordinary people live on the planet. Yang Bo walked very slowly. On the one hand, he hadn't been out in the sun for a long time. And on the other hand, it was his first time here. So he had to look carefully at where to go. When he came to the elevator entrance of the building where he lived, an old man who looked amiable came out. He was talking and laughing with the passengers in the elevator. And he also made a beautiful young woman laugh. TSK. When Yang Bo saw the old man for the first time, he saw false feelings, but saw the hypocrisy and hideousness hidden in his bones. Is my luck so good? Yang Bo got on the elevator and muttered in his heart. Chapter 294 Different Thoughts. Looking at the apartment of about 100 square meters. It is relatively simple inside, and it does not look like it has been uninhabited for a long time. Is this identity fictitious? Or has something happened to this person? Yang Bo did not know what the person he was pretending to be was doing. Zhou Rui and others must have a lot of vests. As for how these vests came from, it is hard to say. Is the bad guy I just met a person, a team, or an organization? I hope he is not traveling here alone. It is best to be an organization or a team. This old bad guy should have some skills. Right? Yang Bo's disguise has reached the level of a grandmaster. And he can tell at a glance whether the other party is pretending or not. Although it is not clear what the other party does. As long as he is pretending, he is basically a bad guy. There was no news from Zhou Rui yet. And Yang Bo was not in a hurry. He took a chair to the balcony, poured a cup of tea, sat on the balcony, and looked towards the door of the apartment with sunglasses on. That's right. Yang Bo was just following to see if the old bad guy had any accomplices, and what he was doing. Although stalking is a very bad way to find intelligence, it is effective in any era. Real estate in interstellar society is not cheap, especially private property, because no matter what society it is, as long as it is a human society, there is a value system, and there will be no such society as the Garden of Eden. It is impossible for such a place to exist in human nature. So if you think it really exists, or it appears in some places, then there is definitely a problem. Yang Bo heard on Earth that there seemed to be a village in Ame with this model. But later he found out that the women in the village were controlled by people like elders. Generation after generation. Once social status is gone, human society will not exist. As long as human society exists, there will be a system to maintain this society. So there must be a part of people who hold power. Classes appear. A few minutes later, Yang Bo looked at the balcony next door. A strong man in short sleeves was holding a cup of tea or coffee or something. He came out of the house wearing sunglasses like himself and stood on the balcony. Traveling together, the two looked at each other, and both of them had two words in their minds. Why do you wear sunglasses at home? Of course, it is to facilitate observation of others. Judging from the other person's body, the other person's strength is not low, and the other person is also more cautious when looking at Yang Bo. But Yang Bo's body does not look very powerful, but more symmetrical. Captain, the person next door feels very strange, as if he is a fellow traveler. The man in sunglasses stood for a minute, drank a few sips of the cup, then went into the house, closed the partition with the balcony, and spoke. Really? The captain was lying lazily on the sofa, watching a female star singing and dancing in the virtual projection, and heard this and asked. It seems so, but I'm not sure. The man wearing sunglasses was a little suspicious. The captain stood up, stretched, then opened the partition, went to the balcony, looked at the man on the lounge chair next to him, and twisted his body twice on the balcony. Then he went in, closed the balcony partition and said, You think too much. The other party is just a poor guy with nowhere to go. Look at the cheap clothes he wears. And the cups he uses to make tea are very cheap. He uses coffee cups to make black tea. This kind of person has nowhere to go. If he has better financial strength, he should go to the beach and the bar. The other party looked at the cup in his hand, then looked at the captain's cup, and nodded. Whether it is a killer or someone else, the purpose of making money is to enjoy it. Of course. So these people are more focused on enjoyment. Do you want to check it? The man holding the teacup took off his sunglasses and asked. No need. It's easy to expose yourself if you check now. Sometimes you think the more you do, the more perfect you will be. But the more you do, the more you are exposed. You see, we have basically never failed in these years. I'm really worried. Let's deal with this guy first when we act. If there's a problem with this guy, we won't do this mission. Remember? We are here to make money and enjoy ourselves, not to clean up for others. It's good to get the Tongwan ring, but forget it if you can't. The captain said it well. Let's go to the bar in the evening. There are many beauties here, many of whom are tourists. Well, let's go in the evening. I'll treat you. Yang Bo on the other side lazily stretched himself on the lounge chair on the balcony, and was even more surprised. There is a gang living next door to us? Yang Bo was really surprised. The second person who came out just now was definitely not weak, and he was always alert when walking and standing. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. At this time, Yang Bo's watch showed a discount activity in a bar. This was the signal of the agreed meeting. Yang Bo was ready to see what news there was. If there is no direct evidence, forget it. Yang Bo is not the kind of person who kills innocent people for skill points. Otherwise, Yang Bo could have sneaked into the pharmaceutical company in this city and carried out a wave of terrorist attacks. Wouldn't his skills have skyrocketed? I am still a kind person at heart. Yang Bo thinks that people, or men, should have some bottom line. Of course, it may be because of this that he is in a miserable situation. The bad old man is back. Let's see where he lives. Yang Bo stretched himself out for more than an hour. After changing his tea, he saw the bad old man he met in the morning coming in from the gate of the community. He looked very sunny and friendly, with a smile on his face. Yang Bo went out and came to the door. He put his hand on the door and listened and detected passively. Huh? Yang Bo remembered the frequency of the old man's walking in the morning. He didn't expect that the other party was on his floor and next door. Surprise or not, unexpected or not, put your hand on the wall. But it's hard to hear what the other party says. The sound of walking is transmitted from the ground to the wall, although both the ground and the wall are soundproofed. But don't forget that the steel bars in the concrete are all over the building, and the heavy door is connected to the steel bars to ensure stability. The footsteps are transmitted from the ground to the steel bars, and then to the door. It was different inside the room. The decoration had soundproofing measures, and the room itself was also soundproofed. When it reached Yang Bo, there was almost no sound, because the decoration standard of the apartment was that even with instruments, it was impossible to eavesdrop on the sounds from the neighbors. And the sound waves that the instruments could detect were even lower. The corridor outside the house was a public space. And that was it. 5 people. 5 grown men. Tut-tut. In the afternoon, Yang Bo found that there were 5 grown men living next door, which was a bit abnormal. Moreover, Yang Bo also found that there seemed to be quite a few bad guys in this community, and they were disguised at first glance. It was hard to say who they were and what their purpose was. In the afternoon, Yang Bo heard the other party go out, and it seemed that there were 5 people together, so he went out too. At the elevator entrance, there were 5 men on one side and 1 man on the other side. Yang Bo looked at the 5 people. An old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 young men. And the 5 people also looked at Yang Bo. The elevator of the other 5 people came faster. Yang Bo saw the other party enter the elevator, and he also went in. These people were dressed relatively well. At least their clothes were not cheap. The 5 people looked at each other, but didn't think anything. Soon 2 more women came in. Both of them were young women, and one of them was the one who talked and laughed with the bad old man when Yang Bo came in the morning. With a plump figure. You are really on time. The bad old man looked at the 2 young women coming in and immediately smiled kindly. Are you together? The 2 young women looked at the 6 big men and felt something was wrong. Beautiful lady, I am different from these outsiders. I am an old resident. I often meet you and often go to the UT supermarket next door. Yang Bo smelled a faint smell on the other person. He was shopping around before and found that it was a fruit smell, which was only sold in UT supermarket. So he spoke. Really? Why don't I remember it? When the young woman heard Yang Bo's words, she looked at Yang Bo with a pair of watery eyes. Maybe you are too dazzling, and I am too ordinary, Yang Bo said with a smile while using the ability of seduction. The ability of seduction given by the monkey leader who was killed. Yang Bo began to think that it should be the monkeys that seduced the zombies, but he was not sure. So he tried it. Really? The young woman obviously relaxed her guard. Of course. I also like to eat star fruit. And there will be a discount in the supermarket tomorrow. Yang Bo spoke again. Really? How come I didn't know about the discount? I saw the flyer they wrote. I like to eat it too. But it's too expensive. How about I let you know when there is a discount tomorrow? I still have a lot of points on my membership card. And some are about to expire. Thank you. Ahem. The bad old man coughed twice. And wanted to kill the idiot next to him. At this time, the elevator arrived. And Yang Bo asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to KT Bar. I have a bottle of gold cootie wine stored there." Yang Bo said this because he saw a bottle bulging in the garbage bag of the young woman in the morning. The appearance of the bottle was similar to a certain kind of wine. And he often saw this kind of bottle of wine in the supermarket. So he naturally knew that it was expensive. "We are going there." The young woman also glanced at the old man and the others. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, "This old white man is good at picking up girls. He hooked up with her when we took the elevator together this morning?" Yang Bo didn't have much interest in these two women. Who knows if they are big men who pick their feet? He just used his skills. Now he saw that although the old man was smiling, it was obvious that he looked at him with extremely uncomfortable eyes. "Then let's go together." Yang Bo smiled in his heart and glanced at the 5 people. Yang Bo and the 2 young women walked in front. The old man was glared at by the other 4 people. The old man felt a little guilty. He looked at Yang Bo in front and said to himself, "Boy, I must let you enjoy the hurricane night." Arriving at the bar, Zhou Rui watched Yang Bo chatting and laughing with 2 young women, and felt relieved. It turned out that San Yi liked this kind of mature. "Well, I'll arrange it when I have the chance." Zhou Rui knew that with San Yi's status, many women would stick to him. Yang Bo looked at the 5 people behind him and smiled in his heart. "San Yi." Yang Bo took the opportunity to go to the toilet and came to the meeting place of the bar. Zhou Rui was already waiting here. "Help me get 2 bottles of wine. And then help me check the background of those 5 people." Yang Bo nodded. "I checked it out. The other party is from the Pharmacist Union. As for why they came to March Star, I didn't continue to investigate," Zhou Rui said. When Yang Bo heard this, he also knew that generally speaking, if someone's background was not a problem, he would not investigate further. He said, "I didn't expect it to be a pharmacist. I'll investigate it myself. Do you have any news?" "The news is uncertain. The Brotherhood seems to have sent someone. It is said that Silver Butterfly has lost something very important." When Yang Bo heard this, he knew it was true. These guys should be looking for the homologous ring. In addition, the Ashes organization seems to have a group of people. The Ashes organization exploded in the alliance, and the reason has not been found yet. They are eager to find out the reason, Zhou Rui said. Yang Bo laughed. "I know how the Ashes organization exploded." "Ah." Zhou Rui was a little surprised when she heard this. "The Ashes organization came to me at the beginning. They asked us to attack the fleet of Green Goblin Star. And 2 idiots went. Moreover, they secretly controlled part of the resources of Green Goblin Star, colluded with the 4C's gene pharmaceutical company of the Alliance, and the mutants on Green Goblin Star, and tried to cause civil unrest on Green Goblin Star so that other countries could intervene." Yang Bo roughly explained it. Zhou Rui heard this and understood it all at once. "Isn't this courting death?" "Uh-huh. The Ashes almost succeeded. If the Green Devil Star fleet was attacked, some countries would take advantage of the opportunity to enter, and it would be too late for the Alliance to take it back. However, the Ashes didn't know why the news was leaked in advance, and then faced 2 main fleets, and the Green Devil Star main battleship successfully avoided the pirate attack. The commander of this fleet was the senior military official who was attacked this time." Yang Bo said again. Zhou Rui looked at the 3rd master with new eyes. She didn't expect that he knew so much information even though he was in a bad state. No wonder. The Ashes probably wanted to find out how the news was leaked. Zhou Rui understood that the Ashes wanted to arrest her cousin just to find out how the news was leaked. As an intelligence organization, with such a fatal problem, I'm afraid everyone inside would be in danger, and everyone would be worried if they didn't find out. Where were those mechas placed last time? Yang Bo thought carefully, and he knew that if the Brotherhood came to look for something, they would definitely look for these. So he asked, "It should be in the evidence center of the Public Security Bureau." "What do you mean, 3rd Master?" Zhou Rui was not stupid, and she understood the Brotherhood's goal after hearing Yang Bo's words. "Try to see if there are any good things in the evidence department. Maybe we can get some. You prepare there first, and then we will split it 50-50 later." However, Yang Bo's next sentence surprised Zhou Rui, and then she thought of 3rd Master's identity. Pirates have different thinking, so she thought about catching people. But why did Zhou Rui feel a little excited? I will give Third Master a message soon. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. And then left. And went back to tease the 5 people. The pharmacist. I hope it's a real pharmacist. Chapter 295, the original story. Yang Bo returned to the booth, where only the bad old man and 2 beautiful young women were left. The 2 beautiful young women's eyes lit up when they saw Yang Bo coming back. The bad old man looked at the 2 bottles of wine on the table with a bit of depression in his eyes. These 2 bottles of wine were actually very ordinary. But for the 2 beautiful young women living in the apartment, these 2 bottles of wine were luxury goods. Mr. John, I didn't expect you to enjoy it so much. The 2 beautiful young women were wearing suspender skirts. One had black hair, blue eyes, and white skin, and the other had blonde hair, black eyes, and white skin. John was the name of Yang Bo's current identity. Both wore suspender skirts similar to silk, one white and the other black. If they didn't have the smell of dust on them, Yang Bo would have suspected that they were doing illicit business. There are also such illicit businesses in the Alliance, and there are quite a few, but they are just done privately. The young woman who was speaking was named Shia in a pink and white suspender skirt. Another name was Annie, with golden hair and black eyes. Actually, I don't care much about my clothes, but I will not treat myself badly when it comes to food. Yang Bo also saw the wine on the table. The bad old man looked at Yang Bo and thought that Yang Bo was pretending to be cool. He said with a smile that he thought was kind, Mr. John, aren't you going to open the wine yet? Yang Bo waved his hand, and the waiter in the distance came over. He took out a small golden sign the size of a coin from his pocket and threw it to the waiter. Please help us open it. This small sign the size of a coin is exchanged with credit points in the bar, and is mainly used as a tip for the service staff. Of course, there will be some exciting shows later, and you can also give tips to the shows. Thank you, sir. The waiter looked at the small golden sign, which was the highest tip, seeing that the bad old man opposite was smiling, but his eyes were full of anger. Yang Bo felt happy, looking at the 2 young women next to him. No matter whether it was true or not, at least they looked very pleasing to the eye now. Yang Bo went to the bar a lot in his previous life, and he figured it out in the second half of his life. He would spend the money he earned, and he couldn't save any money because he didn't pay off the unfinished house. This bar here is not a place for high-end people, so these bottles of wine are still high-end in this bar. But in the eyes of the bad old man, this wine is just a compromise. And he laughed at the 2 women and Yang Bo's inexperienced appearance. Then she drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and pretended to say, good wine. 2 young women were now beside Yang Bo, one on each side. They looked at the bad old man, drank the wine in one gulp, looked at each other, and drank it in one gulp. Then she looked at Yang Bo with a smile, and then said delicately, John, it's up to you. Yang Bo smiled, picked up the wine glass, shook it, and then took a sip. I am very happy to be able to treat 2 beauties to drink, and I am even happier to be able to watch 2 beauties drink. Waiter, bring me 2 more bottles of your best wine. I want to treat the beauties to drink enough. Yang Bo said this and glanced at the old man with a little contempt. The bad old man saw Yang Bo's eyes, and his smile disappeared immediately. But at this moment, one of the bad old man's companions came and patted the bad old man. And the bad old man stood up with a smile. Mr. John, thank you for your hospitality. I will treat you well when I have the chance. Yang Bo hugged the 2 young women with both hands. Old man, I'm waiting. The old man looked at Yang Bo and the other 2 and nodded, gnashing his teeth at his heart that when the hurricane came, he must crush all the bones of these 3 damn bastards and treat them well. The 2 young women looked at the bad old man leaving unsatisfied, and opened Yang Bo's hand. John, this old man looks extraordinary. How can we talk about those bad things when there is good wine in front of us? Yang Bo quickly poured wine for the 2. Yang Bo has not drunk much in this life. Maybe he drank enough in his last life. Or when he picked up the wine glass, he thought of the uncomfortable things in his last life, and was unwilling to pick up the wine glass again. Control your mentality. The bad old man came to the other side and sat down. The captain looked at the bad old man and said lightly. The bad old man nodded immediately after hearing this. I will. I hope so. The captain's words were very meaningful, because in the killer's business, if the team's mission is delayed because of someone, then this person must at least fully compensate for the income brought by the mission, and may also face the anger of the person who issued the mission. The captain and his group came here to see if there are other colleagues. Bars are a place where good and bad people are mixed. And it is also a place to pass on information. There is no surveillance around this place. As for why there is such a thing, the money of the Parliament masters is not scrounged back by small shrimps one by one. Even if it is whitewashed, it still needs industry. Right? The big masters can achieve the purpose of making money by manipulating prices and making laws, while the small masters can only scrounge from other places. Why do some masters not leave in some places? And some black bars are always open. Once the masters have problems, they will be hit immediately, cough cough. After Yang Bo poured wine for the two young women, he asked for a fruit plate with star-patterned fruit, which was the fruit that Annie said she liked the most. The two young women drank in small sips now. But Yang Bo didn't have any improper thoughts about them. They chatted, drank, ate fruit plates, and played some gambling-like games. Pay attention to the words of the bad old men and find that they are more suspicious. As for who the other party contacts, there is no need to see, because this is one of the strongholds of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and you will know tomorrow. Oh, Mr. John, you are so bad. Annie looked at Yang Bo with a smile, and her voice was not too coquettish. The more Yang Bo was coquettishly teased by the young woman, the more sober he became, because he was Yang Bo, not the damn John. Joe Rui was relieved to see Yang Bo leave with the two young women, fearing that this man would go crazy and kill everyone in the bar. The unfinished wine was left in the bar, and the two young women didn't say goodbye to Yang Bo until they returned to the apartment. Obviously, these two were not easy to deal with. Yang Bo returned to his residence, took a shower, and threw his clothes into the washing machine. The ability to seduce is indeed useful for women. Yang Bo made his own judgment today. I just don't know if it works on men. Bah. Will it work on other creatures? Let's go to the park tomorrow and try it. Yang Bo had already left his room invisibly, and was waiting for the gang next door in the corridor. He had just seen them on the balcony. The fully enclosed glass of the balcony has two modes, one transparent and one one-way. The five people kept talking to each other as they walked. The few people returned here. The bad old man looked at it in the next room, thinking about the scene of the boy next door with two women, and felt a little angry. One of the five people went to open the door first, and the other came to the stairwell to take a look. Generally, the stairwells use battleship armor as fire doors, because these high-rise buildings can be used as fortresses in war. Yang Bo waited for the first few to go in before he followed in. He found that the one who opened the door first was checking everywhere. This one look confirmed that he had something to hide. Some people went to the balcony. After watching, when the people outside came in, the bad old man took out a few bottles of drinks from the refrigerator, handed them to a few people, and then said, "Captain, it's the night of the hurricane. Give me an hour first. I want to let the idiot next door experience what hell is." No problem. One of the other four people nodded. There were two young men and two middle-aged men among the four people. The one who answered was a young man. "Uh-huh. Baitu, you have come to this day. I didn't expect that you were robbed by an idiot from a small place. It's just two women. There are so many women in the bar." Two of the other three opened their drinks and spoke. The bad old man said unhappily, "You only know how to take money. How can we take money to smash? Did you see the tattoos and rings on the wrists of the two people? They are from the gay association. You're still flirting with them?" Another person asked. "I guess these two people are registered to get the subsidy, and they live on the subsidy. Besides, who knows if you don't give it a try? It's more exciting than those who have husbands. And with my ability, I guarantee that I can conquer them and make them call me daddy." The bad old man was getting more and more frustrated. "I didn't expect that a small idiot would ruin my good things. When the time comes, I will let him know what hell is like." The bad old man was so angry. Another middle-aged man chuckled, "To deal with these people, just use some tricks. Make sure they don't know what happened when they wake up after the incident. No taste. In my opinion, this is a perfect couple. It seems that they have not been modified by genetic drugs. Ha-ha. Baitu must be scared. Ha-ha. I remember that 10 years ago, Baitu made an appointment with a beautiful woman in the Federation, who knew that she turned into a man after sleeping with him, and was almost stabbed in reverse. If we hadn't found him when the mission time came, Baitu would have been stabbed by that pervert." "Shut up." Baitu shouted immediately, thinking that he was also quite powerful in the Brotherhood 10 years ago, and was almost stabbed in reverse by that pervert. The key is that in the following years, he thought that the person who had sex with him was a man. He had no interest in women. Yang Bo was also trembling when he heard this. No wonder Baigu was like this. Probably because of too much psychological trauma. Who would have thought that the one who played well with him at the beginning was a man? And then, he was almost stabbed by the other party. Captain, this is the layout of the evidence center. The mechas and other large equipment are on the second underground floor. And the rest of the stuff is on the third floor above ground. There are rings on the evidence list. But there are only 3. I wonder if the homologous ring will be among them. After finishing the drink, one of them started drawing, explaining as he drew. I'm afraid that some people are not clean and took the ring in private. There are so many policemen on March Star. Who knows who will take it away? The captain shook his head. It shouldn't be the case. What I'm worried about is that Silver Butterfly's incident is very strange. I've seen the police video and the autopsy report. Silver Butterfly is an A-level strongman and the gold medal killer of our brotherhood. She was attacked from behind. And except for the head, the rest of her body was intact. It proves that Silver Butterfly was attacked from behind. She didn't use any energy. If she used any energy, her body would be damaged because of the loss of energy control. So the evidence room may not have what we want this time. The hateful thing is that Silver Butterfly falsified the resumes of his subordinates. So we can't find out the details of the few people he brought with him for a while. This time, we took some biological samples out of the evidence room. The 5 people spoke at the same time. Yang Bo understood immediately after hearing this. These gold medal killers of the Brotherhood would recruit their own subordinates to do the missions. Just like the company opened by the fat boss here. In order to prevent the head office from poaching people, they still use some false information to confuse the headquarters. It is really difficult for the headquarters to check unless they come here in person to check everyone one by one. I hope there are good things in the evidence center. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. After all, evidence may be in the book, but not in reality. My goal this time is the armor of the killer with a crazy energy skill. Otherwise it will not look good to be naked after the giantization. Yang Bo's main goal this time is this. After a discussion, several people decided to act when the hurricane came. Because there would be another group of people who would cause trouble at that time. Yang Bo muttered to himself. There is another group of people? More than 2 hours later, these people ordered takeout to eat. And Yang Bo took the opportunity to leave. Yang Bo returned home from the stairwell and checked what Baitu said. He found that the same-sex marriage alliance actually had subsidies. And the subsidy was the minimum wage in each city. But the alliance would supervise. That is, once it was found that the same sex had a relationship with other opposite sexes, the subsidy would be cancelled. TSK. Yang Bo did not expect that there was such a weird law. And same-sex reproduction did not require money. The embryo could use the genes of both parties. Through the baby factory, women could also get children by themselves. And after having children, they can get 3 subsidies. The reason why these people have subsidies is because of the votes in their hands. There are many weird regulations for votes. I'll go out early tomorrow. And then go home to play games. The game cannot be given up. In addition, I have to test whether the lure has an effect on other creatures. There are small animals at home. The next morning, when he entered the elevator and went downstairs, he saw Annie. Annie was dressed more conservatively today, wearing a white sweater and carrying a basket. When she saw Yang Bo, she was stunned, and then greeted him intimately. John, are you going to the supermarket too? Yes, Annie. We have to hurry up. If there is a discount, the good things will be snatched up soon. Are you going to the bar tonight? Go ahead. Yang Bo was going to see where the other force was, who it was, and who the guys had contacted yesterday. Originally, Yang Bo decided to go to the supermarket with Annie and go home alone. Unexpectedly, when he walked downstairs, he felt someone looking at him. He turned his head and saw that the bad old man was looking at the two of them on the fully enclosed floor-to-ceiling balcony. Yang Bo waved to the other party proudly, and Annie didn't notice it at all. It seemed that he was an ordinary person. Damn bastard. The white-headed man watched Yang Bo and Annie go out together, and gnashed his teeth when he thought of the unbearable scene of the two last night. When this white-haired guy comes to deal with me before he can do anything, I can disguise myself as him and do things. It's so nice. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 296 Chameleon. Yang Bo and Annie chatted while walking, and found that Annie's current dress was more suitable for his aesthetic taste. Now she looked a little like the wife of the neighbor next door. The sexy dress last night was a little too hot. Annie said to Yang Bo while walking, "Thank you for your hospitality yesterday. We were originally going to that old man. You also know that our situation is supervised by the Alliance, and it is impossible to bring the opposite sex home." Yang Bo knew what Annie meant. The Alliance has a strict supervision system for same-sex marriage subsidies. Once you are found to have close contact with the opposite sex, you will be investigated and your subsidy will be stopped. In a word, there is no free lunch. Free lunch must be exchanged for a price. When Yang Bo heard Annie mention the word supervision, he wondered in his heart, is there a camera installed at home? With his photoelectric superpowers, I wonder if he can go and take a look. I know. They are from other places. Yang Bo said this. But he was indeed muttering in his heart. If it weren't for me, I don't know how the bad old man would deal with you too. This made Yang Bo think of the waiter he saw in the hotel last time. If he hadn't gone quickly, he would have been used by the Red Earl's people for purification rituals. There are many cults in this world, because they are too free. Yang Bo knew that there were many such cults in the beautiful country across the world in his previous life. Anyway, thank you for your hospitality. John, what do you do? Annie looked at Yang Bo and asked. I saved enough money to come here for retirement. I participated in the new immigrant plan and can enjoy tax in many ways. Yang Bo answered. Annie heard this and said with a little envy, I didn't expect you to have saved enough money for retirement. We can only rely on the subsidy from the Alliance to live. Actually, I envy your life. I live alone and sometimes I feel bored. Yang Bo didn't know what to say. The supermarket arrived soon. It was also relatively affordable here. The various things in the supermarket were not too expensive. I like this kind of fruit very much. But the price is too expensive. Annie took a portion of star fruit. The special items in the supermarket are limited. Yang Bo also took a portion. This thing tasted just like that to Yang Bo. It was a bit like the lychee on Earth. The skin was black with some white spots on it. Just a fruit with a high-end name. The small tomatoes on Earth were named cherry tomatoes. When Yang Bo first heard this name, he thought it was something high-end. When checking out, Yang Bo paid the bill himself, but gave the fruit to Annie. Thank you. Next time, I will treat you to a dessert I made myself. Annie smiled sweetly at Yang Bo and said. Yang Bo just learned from shopping together that Annie had just reached adulthood a year ago. Like Yang Bo, she also grew up in a welfare institution. However, Annie came into contact with the same-sex association when she was studying, and then joined the association. She often participated in various activities under the guidance of the association. Even the fact that two same-sex couples can get subsidies when they get married was also known by the association. Fortunately, Yang Bo felt his anus tighten. Fortunately, his previous life did not join those messy associations. Otherwise it would be hard to imagine. Yang Bo sent Annie to the front door of the apartment, and then left the apartment under the gaze of by two upstairs. It seems that she has been single for too long. This Annie is not bad. At least she didn't use potions to disguise herself. Yang Bo returned to his villa and found that it seemed like spring had arrived. In fact, Zhou Rui is better in terms of details, but she gives people a very bad impression. Annie looks sexy and beautiful on the surface, but in the eyes of a superpower like Yang Bo, the hair on her skin is clear, and the remaining cosmetics in the pores can be seen. You can even see the tiny dandruff on the face. Ordinary people may not be able to see it clearly, but as long as the genetic evolutionists look carefully, they can definitely see it clearly. You can also smell the faint body odor, which is why genetic evolutionists and ordinary people basically live separately. The perception of genetic evolutionists is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if they have not evolved the superpower of smell, the sense of smell of genetic evolutionists is several times higher than that of ordinary people. If the sense of smell is magnified 5 times, and someone is thrown into the subway or elevator, then this person will definitely feel like hell. After returning home, Yang Bo entered the game first. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong had been waiting for a long time. Captain! Seeing Yang Bo online, several team members greeted him. Captain, I found a turtle farm. Xiao Hong quickly took up the map and said. Yang Bo looked at the map, waved his hand and said, Let's go! Captain, do you know the killer? While on the way, Xiao Hong started a private chat with Yang Bo. Yang Bo heard this and replied directly, I am a law-abiding citizen of the Alliance. Captain, I have some inside information about big companies. You can use this information to buy some stocks and make money. But when I need a killer, you have to help me contact the killer. Xiao Hong didn't choose to believe what Yang Bo said, but continued to speak. Yang Bo was puzzled. I've said it before. I'm a legal citizen. Captain, I'm not a policeman. Have you watched the news recently? Xiao Hong decided to give Yang Bo some clues. I saw it. What's the matter? Yang Bo asked a little strangely after hearing this. Do you see a report that the rich second generation formed a group to beat people? And I was one of them. That day, we had a party in our circle. We drank a little and drove out to go shopping. We encountered those parades blocking the road. Originally, they violated traffic regulations and were severely punished by us. Unexpectedly, the leader was the descendant of another family. Now the other party took the opportunity to hype this matter to enhance their reputation. We, the useless guys, are confined to our homes. Xiao Hong told her general situation. Yang Bo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were descendants of 3 big families in his small team. It should be fine. It's just an ordinary beating incident. Yang Bo said this without any confidence. The other party's anti-radiation association is obviously for attention. Now they are beaten by a group of rich second generations. The eye-catching effect is directly maximized. It's hard to say how the matter will develop in the future. Captain, do you believe what you said? We are also preparing to keep a hand. We don't want to go to jail. Xiao Hong asked back after hearing what Yang Bo said. I do have a way in this regard. As long as you have money, you can do anything. Yang Bo thought that he had several identities. He could also find out from these rich second generations which family was darker, and see if he could get some rare abilities. What ways does the captain have? Xiao Hong heard this, and was a little excited on the other side of the game. What ways do you want? Brotherhood? Bounty Hunter Guild? Free Mercenary Guild? Yang Bo said. Xiao Hong heard Yang Bo talk about so many organizations, and felt that Yang Bo was a bit boastful. These were not small organizations. Captain, we don't have money for the time being. How about this? We will give you the money here, and you will help us open a stock account in reality. How about you get a 20% commission on the profit? But there is no way now. I can't contact other people at all. And once I contact other people in reality, I will definitely be discovered by the family. Let's talk about it later. I need to discuss it with my team. Yang Bo decided to ask Zhou Rui. And he didn't understand stocks. Okay. Xiao Hong felt relieved when she heard Yang Bo say this. If Yang Bo agreed immediately, she would be suspicious. Captain, it is said that there is a super zombie in the city. Xiao Hong spoke again at this time. But this time it was in the team channel. Is it true? Yang Bo was also a little surprised to hear this. Yes. At that time, many bombs exploded on our side, causing the zombies in the whole city to roar. It seems that after a roar, the zombies in the whole city became quiet. Xiao Hong spoke. When Yang Bo heard this, he wondered, if there is a super zombie, what kind of ability will it give? The group came to the turtle farm, only to find that there were no turtle zombies here. However, Yang Bo and others would not have only one target. The second target was to go inside the turtle farm, where there was a bullfrog farm. As a result, they came up empty-handed again. There was nothing else in this farm except weeds and vines. Bad luck today. The young lady complained in the team channel. When Yang Bo heard the young lady's complaint, he suddenly had an idea. Can he see what his teammates look like through the network in the game? So Yang Bo followed everyone to the third target, and used his photoelectric superpowers to follow the signal to the computer room. The computer room of the game is on a battleship in an unknown starry sky. And below the battleship is the planet, where the remote control is located. Yang Bo's photoelectric superpowers followed the signal to the computer room, and then followed the computer room to find the signal channel of the young lady. Came to the IP address of the signal channel of the young lady. But the young lady did not open the video. Yang Bo had the ability to open other people's cameras, but that would alert the security protection. It is indeed a wealthy family. After Yang Bo took back his superpowers, he checked the map of the planet where the young lady was, and found that the other party was a large private territory. Private territories would not be displayed on the Alliance map, but it would be noted that this piece of land was private territory. My photoelectric superpower has not been fully developed, and the application range is still wide. I also brushed a hacking technology last time. Yang Bo found that many of his superpower applications had not been developed. because there are no templates and no experience of predecessors. Yang Bo can only explore and learn to apply in the process of continuous learning. Moreover, in terms of superpowers, even superpowers of the same attributes have different properties. So the application of superpowers basically depends on oneself. Then he checked Xiaohong, Xiaowang, and Miss, and found that the IP addresses of Miss and Miss were both in a private territory. The IP addresses of Xiaowang and Xiaohong were also in a private territory. Yang Bo now basically knew which family these families belonged to. Yang Bo found that his photoelectric superpowers would not trigger the security system alarm as long as he was not good at moving things in other people's optical brains. In the game, Yang Bo and others had to return empty-handed. 2 of the 3 monster spawning locations booked today were empty, and the last one was interrupted in the middle due to a landslide. This broken game is too unreliable. There are no monsters in the marked places. On the way back, teammates were complaining. The main reason is that the road here is too difficult to walk. To reach the destination, you have to open the road while guarding against various zombies around, mainly wild boars, rabbits, pheasants, etc., which are of no value. You go to the slaughterhouse first. Tomorrow we will just kill monsters around the city. It's a waste of time to open the road in the suburbs. Yang Bo said to several people when he went offline. The people in the team agreed. Today wasted 5 hours. Yang Bo looked at the time. Today wasted 5 hours without much gain. The main reason is that it is too troublesome to open the road in the game. Then Yang Bo admired his giant self in the room of his underground fortress and conducted a short training. After the training, I came to the internet room and found Zhou Rui sending me messages and asking me questions. Yang Bo replied to the message and said that he was studying hard. The two chatted for a while, and then Yang Bo left his home invisibly. Then he restored his identity as John and returned to John's apartment. In John's apartment, Yang Bo looked at the network cable on the wall. Can I disguise myself as a hacker with my photoelectric superpowers? But it is obviously not the time to do this experiment, because this is in someone else's home, and no one dares to guarantee whether the experiment will affect network security. It is still necessary to test it in his underground fortress before taking it out. In the evening, Yang Bo took the 2 women to the bar to drink again. Third Master, there is news about the other group. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming to the intelligence connection place and spoke immediately. Without waiting for Yang Bo to answer, Zhou Rui continued, the other party is the most famous killer, nicknamed Chameleon. No one knows who this person is, and no one has seen this person, because those who have seen him are dead. This Chameleon is a loner, and no one knows how to contact him. This guy is very arrogant. Before killing someone, he will send an email to others, usually 10 days in advance. A senior official in the military received such an email, but after the military used the internet to track it, it was found that the email was sent from a foreign country. Obviously, this person is proficient in hacking technology. No need for Yang Bo to ask. Zhou Rui told the story. Is it the same superpower as his disguise? Yang Bo was a little unbelievable. There was actually such a killer. At the same time, he was a little excited. Isn't this perverted ability exactly what he wants? The other party's hacking technology is so powerful? Yang Bo was thinking about things in his heart, but he was still surprised. Chapter 297 Speculation. 3 national leaders have been assassinated by Chameleon. Some say Chameleon is a person, while others say Chameleon is a team. Zhou Rui said, as she handed the information to Yang Bo. Yang Bo looked at the information carefully and found that the Prince of the Blue Water Empire was assassinated, leaving behind the 3 words Chameleon written in blood. The prince was assassinated in his own study. This is the prince's study, and there is heavy security outside. Although there is no surveillance inside the study, there must be surveillance outside the study, and there are guards at the door. The highest official of an administrative star in the Crimson Federation, that is, the highest official of a state, was assassinated, and the same 3 words were left at the scene. This person died before a meeting and died in the toilet. There was surveillance outside the toilet, but no target was found. The deceased seemed to not know the appearance of the murderer, and his expression was very natural. The fatal cause of death was a hole in the brain. In addition, an A-level general of the Crimson Federation was a disciple of a certain ancient martial arts sect. His expression after death was also very natural. He died in his lover's house, and his lover also died. In the past 100 years, Chameleon has killed more than a dozen government officials and wealthy businessmen. The total bounty of the 3 interstellar countries has reached nearly 12 billion, of which the prince directly offered a bounty of 5 billion. Some people suspect that this guy may have the superpower of invisibility. The superpower of invisibility has appeared several times in history, and each time it brought blood and rain, and each time it almost caused the collapse of the 3 major interstellar countries. As for how the ability of invisibility is achieved, no one knows. But it is said that there is a sect that practices ninjutsu, and it seems to have this secret method. But unfortunately, these sects are too hidden. Some even say that some sects have their own planets in the interstellar space, but they have not been discovered by the 3 major empires. There are also legends that a planet is full of female slaves raised by certain people. In history, there have been many female stars and celebrities who disappeared for no reason. But as you know, the interstellar space is too big, and many missing cases cannot be found at all. Even interstellar voyages have spacecraft disappearing every year. Some are robbed by pirates, and some encounter certain disasters. It will take many years before the wreckage of the spacecraft is found floating in the starry sky. Some even say that interstellar creatures have hunted humans. The matter of interstellar creatures is the top secret of the 3 major countries. We don't know the details. What I can be sure of is that interstellar creatures do exist and are very strong. Yang Bo carefully read the assassination information of Chameleon and did not find anything suspicious. He could not get all the files. If there were any doubts, they would have been found out long ago. There are so many smart people. Yang Bo suddenly thought of the invisible mouse. His invisible mouse blood can definitely make an invisible potion. But the effect of the potion is hard to say. I do have some clues. I need to get the information of all the people who have brought pets into the port recently on March Star. Yang Bo's mind moved. Since there are invisible mice, will there be other invisible animals? Pets have a very high status in the Alliance. As long as they have complete procedures, they are exempt from inspection. Bringing medicine into the port may not be possible, but bringing pets and then preparing medicines by yourself is still possible. And the safety factor is also higher. Of course, this is just Yang Bo's guess. But Zhou Rui was stunned when she heard this, and asked with some confusion, "What does this have to do with pets?" "Don't ask if you don't know." Yang Bo waved his hand and said. Zhou Rui nodded. "I know." Yang Bo also suspected that the armor was made of some special materials to be invisible. But the armor would be registered when entering any country, so this would be a big flaw. Anyway, there are only a few possibilities, and it is also very simple to let Zhou Rui check it out. I will do it right away. About 2 hours. Zhou Rui is now responsible for assisting security work, and there is no problem in checking the information of people entering the port. Yang Bo nodded, and then went back to drink with the 2 moist young women. Of course, he didn't drink much. The smell in the bar was really bad. Yang Bo felt like he was in the toilet. There was no way. The sense of smell was too developed. Yang Bo just hugged the waists of the 2 young women on the first floor, and there was no other action. Annie looked at Yang Bo, and she also had a little calculation in her mind. This guy has saved enough money for retirement. I wonder how much it is. Although he looks a little old, Yang Bo is now pretending to be a middle-aged man who is financially free and lying flat. "John, you have so much money. Don't you have the idea of becoming a superpower?" While Yang Bo was hugging her, Annie came up and asked quietly. "No. Resident status is so good, and the failure rate of the second gene drug is too high. I might as well enjoy it with this money. Residents are also tax-free." Yang Bo was not polite. The one who came to his door felt good. Of course, Yang Bo has not touched other women with superpowers. Bah! It seems that he has not touched any women in this world, and the second gene drug needs to be applied to the government. So once it is successful, it will be registered and will not be considered a resident. Those people in the fat boss's company have exchanged points in the company through their own efforts. Although there are gene drugs on the black market, the people who know about them are not ordinary people. Moreover, the black market is full of mixed people, and countless people have been deceived. If you dare to pay money, he will disappear. Moreover, there are too many unreliable gene drugs on the black market. If you don't know, you may not know what you get. As an ordinary person, there is definitely no way to check the authenticity of the drug. Choosing from the government is the only way out. But if it works, you can get a good job. And more importantly, you can increase your life expectancy. Annie said again. Yang Bo smiled. "Annie, You are still too young. The failure rate of the second gene drug is 90%. The mortality rate is 8%. And the success rate is less than 2%. After becoming a citizen, I have to pay taxes on the house I live in. And there is consumption tax on buying things. Then I have to go to work. And I have to pay taxes on the money I earn from work. My money is barely enough to live to retirement age. And then I can go to a welfare institution. How good it is. Now I can eat and drink whatever I want. Yang Bo's words are true. Ordinary people really don't recommend secondary gene evolution. Except for the rich. But the rich are not ordinary people. Is that so? Annie moved her body slightly away. Yang Bo didn't have any idea about Annie. So he went to KTV and ordered a few drinking companions. He just liked the tune. If he really wanted to do that, it would be better to go to the roadside for a better price-performance ratio. The lighting in the KTV couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. In addition, after drinking a little, he was distracted. He had to open a room to take her out. When he entered the room, he saw that the chance of nausea was very high. The cosmetics contributed a lot. After drinking some wine, playing some small games, and then dancing, for about 2 hours, Yang Bo used the excuse of going to the toilet and came here. Master Saiyan. These are the people who came to March Star with pets within a month. And the residences. 90% of them are tourists. And 10% are locals. There are 352 people in total. Zhou Rui picked up the information and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo didn't expect so many people to bring pets. He took it and looked at it carefully. He found that there were all kinds of pets. Mice, snakes, some strange pets, and some animals that Yang Bo had never seen. Some were genetically cultivated. Some were natural. And there were all kinds of beautiful and ugly ones. Yang Bo carefully memorized each pet, and then nodded and returned the information to Zhou Rui. The 5 people next to me are from the Brotherhood. Their target is the evidence center. You get ready. These guys are ready to act when the hurricane starts. It is said that another group of people will attack senior military officials at that time. Yang Bo spoke again. Zhou Rui was shocked. Is this Brotherhood so unlucky? Last time, the A-level Silver Butterfly met the Third Master. And this time these guys are neighbors with the Third Master? Are these people so unlucky? Check the owner of the apartment. It is estimated that he is related to the Brotherhood. Yang Bo spoke again. Zhou Rui was ecstatic. Organizations like the Brotherhood would also have footholds on various planets. As long as she found clues, her credit would come. At this time, these clues can be exchanged for a lot of money. And maybe she can get a batch of equipment from the official March Star. Third Master. Whose information is this? Zhou Rui gave Yang Bo another piece of information. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, opened it, and saw that it was some information about Annie and the other 2. And even information about shopping and consumption could be obtained. TSK. What about the promised personal privacy? It's all a lie. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Of course, he knew that even if the internet company protected personal privacy, the delivery link, even if it was drone delivery, the drone also needed maintenance. And someone needed to manage it. Yeah. Yang Bo hummed twice. As a strong man, he didn't need to say much. After reading the information and putting it down, Yang Bo left. Sighing in his heart, there is gain and loss. Annie and her husband have been looking for a job for so long. But there is no suitable position. The deep-seated reason is that the 2 of them joined the same-sex association. And even married the same sex. Many companies are afraid of such joining the association. At a resident status. And the buff is almost full. Although it seems that women have many associations of this and that. And are very active in the media. Privately, even the fat boss doesn't want to recruit female employees. And maybe he will recruit a buff full of mothers. As for the toilet, it was actually initiated by a working woman, saying that she was a man in her mind. And then the company had 2 toilets for men and women. The company immediately opened a gender-neutral toilet. And the woman opened another one for people like herself. Which is discrimination. Then the company quickly changed the toilet into a toilet with many cubicles inside. The woman said that she went in and out of the toilet with some men, which was discrimination against herself. In the end, the woman was successfully elected as a member of a certain administrative planet, and received a large amount of compensation from the company. And what about environmental protection? The green plants raised by the company. These guys said that keeping the green plants in a cage is abuse. The company cleared all the green plants overnight. Then the other party said that the office environment is good for employees. So many big companies tend to recruit people who have no inclinations. Once this person has a little buff, the company will never dare to use him. Because you don't know their weird ideas. Although Annie and her partner joined the association when they were in the welfare institution. They got a lot of activity bonus points and graduated with excellent grades. But after they became adults, they were screwed. Although their resume scores were high, it was a pity that no company was willing to accept them. Annie has participated in various activities, and it must be uncomfortable to live in welfare housing. Although all parties have protested against the policy of welfare housing, it is useless. The official is also afraid that these people will do something in the welfare housing. If you accept it, you can live in it. And if you don't accept it, you can't live in it. Annie can only find a girlfriend who is in the same situation to register for marriage, and then receive the subsidy from the alliance and rent an apartment. This is actually better than many people on the earth. Anyway, marriage is like sharing a roommate. Yang Bo stood up and looked at the problem differently. Yang Bo and Annie went back together. As luck would have it, they met the white-haired people leaving the apartment again. Yang Bo felt that his eyes could kill people, and he was dead. Saying goodbye in the elevator, Yang Bo carefully recalled the information of the pet owners he had seen. Based on my experience, reptiles were screened out. The second is to remove large pets. If they are large animals that can be invisible, then Chameleon can make more genetic drugs and take orders. Moreover, large animals are too conspicuous, and the supervision is also very strict. Third, they can't be too weird. Because if you take a weird pet out, you will be investigated if someone complains. The pet policy of the Alliance is also very weird. Each animal has a living environment. If those weird pets are taken out and scare passers-by, then the pet owner will be in big trouble. First of all, they will have to pay mental compensation to others. Then the pet will be taken away, and the pet owner will be investigated. The scary pet was taken away because of the pet owner's fault. Didn't you take it away? Fourth, except for genetic breeding. Yang Bo pondered again. But it seems that there is a chip in the pet's body. Is my guess wrong? Yang Bo doubted himself again. The game will end tomorrow, and I will go to the area around Wang Mushua's residence first. Yang Bo decided to take a walk around the target person's location first. If he were a killer, he would definitely go to check the place. Yang Bo returned to his residence invisibly, looking at the invisible mice he raised. The breeding plan seemed to have failed, but the breeding of gerbils on the other side was successful. And there were already dozens of them. These little things are very cute, especially before the fetal hair falls off. They are very furry. Is this thing delicious? Yang Bo looked at the gerbils that looked like bamboo rats. Because the living environment here is so good. They are not as slender as they are in the Gobi Desert. They are round and timid, but they have been in contact with people for a long time. When they see Yang Bo coming, they hum and beg for food. Forget it. Yang Bo decided to wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, he will put these guys on the mountain behind his house. After all, it is his territory. On the other side, Annie and Xia curled up on the sofa downstairs, looking at the rejected emails in the watch. Xia threw the watch away. Annie, a man wants to go out with me today. The kind that pays. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Annie asked after hearing this. He said he knew there was a special hotel. I want to save money to buy gene medicine. Otherwise we will be old in a few years. But once discovered, it will be miserable. And John said that the probability of failure of the second gene medicine is very high. But there is a certain chance of success. Right? The man who asked me out said that if we go together, the cost will be 5 times. If this is discovered by the association, you will be expelled. Annie, what's the use of the association? It's just dead points for graduation. And then? Now you rely on the pitiful government subsidies. Apart from food and drink, it takes a long time to plan for you to buy star-patterned fruit. I'll think about it. Go ahead. At worst you go to prison. It is said that you can learn some skills in there, and the community will arrange a job for you after you get out of prison. Chapter 298. Set fire again. Yang Bo got up the next morning and checked the watch in the internet room to see if there were any emails. Then he started to wash and eat. As for the small animals raised under the fortress, they could be fed automatically. Captain? After Yang Bo went online, Xiao Huang couldn't believe that Yang Bo went online so early. What's the situation? We have to hurry up today. Yang Bo asked directly. Captain, don't you go to the official website to check? Today is the last day of this month. And the rankings will be rewarded tonight. Xiao Huang asked another question. Yang Bo opened the official website and found that the first place in the personal monster killing ranking was rewarded with 10 million game coins. The second place was 9 million. And so on. Then the personal task wealth list is the same. The team monster killing reward is 10% more for the captain. And the rest is divided equally. The team monster killing ranking is the same. On several rankings, Wuming occupies the first place. Basically Yang Bo's team. Hee. The military is so calculating. Yang Bo smiled. The more the game officials give, the more it will stimulate these game players to spend. Collect materials, then make equipment. Compete for rewards. And the result is a game. Of course, this essence is correct. After all, the official propaganda is also a game. Does it look familiar? Just like some people open an account and deposit money. Then watch a string of numbers change. And then, it's gone. This game can at least be played for a while. Those data changes, and then your money is gone. Isn't it more powerful than playing games? I'm talking about gambling. Don't think too much. That is, when you deposit money, the money is gone. Just like this game. The materials collected by remote control, although they are still in your warehouse on the surface, have actually been taken away by the military. But this game is not wrong. After all, it is just a game. Yang Bo guessed that the rewards for the team battles later would be more generous. After all, there are not many equipments to be swiped in a team battle. Captain, seeing Yang Bo's character move again, Xiao Hong and several others came online. Yeah, I saw it. Captain, how about we go to a few chicken farms? Miss Xiao also said. No. Let's go to the slaughterhouse. Yang Bo shook his head. It is so easy to surpass him there. How strong is his dynamic vision? There are too many zombie chickens if he is not careful. The rest of the people didn't say anything. Maybe they were stimulated by the official website announcement. And they saw the players transporting ammunition at the resurrection point in a hurry. The resurrection point used to be a place for cursing. Half an hour later, we arrived at the industrial zone where the slaughterhouse is located. There seems to be no players in the city today. It is estimated that they all went to the wild to brush the farms. The industrial area is close to the downstream of the river and the veterinary medicine factory. It is a small industrial park with weeds and vines, and occasionally some ruins of concrete buildings can be seen. The metal factory building is long gone. Yang Bo looked at the weeds and things, and his heart moved. He looked at the map carefully, and then chose a direction. Asked several people to clean up the weeds and vines together, and then pushed the weeds aside. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong cut weeds. Xiao Xiujia and Da Xijia were responsible for carrying ammunition and other things. And Yang Bo was responsible for cleaning up zombies. Rabbit zombies. Pheasant zombies. Zombie dogs. And zombie cats. After shooting a zombie cat in the head, Yang Bo began to doubt his life. Boxing +2. Yang Bo thought of a cat beating its target with its claws. It should increase nerve response. Yang Bo pondered for a while. Most skills are difficult to reach the Grandmaster level. Especially cats and dogs. It's okay in the game. But if you kill these things in reality, it may be more serious than killing people. The strange laws of the Alliance are formed gradually by guys who make trouble and become counselors, and then submit opinions on amending the law. Yang Bo found a huge opportunity here. That is, the industrial zone here. The ground is more hardened, so these weeds and vines are piled up more. Maybe because of the bad weather and drought. There are thick dead branches and leaves on the ground, and there is not much moisture. Yes, Yang Bo thought of setting fire again. And the road in this industrial zone is relatively wide, and most of the weeds and vines grow from both sides. There are also damaged places on the road, and a lot of weeds have grown. This is the land reclamation. You have to cut grass and vines in the game. This is also the most unreasonable thing that players complain about the game officials on the game forum. Of course, it also includes the fact that the game monsters do not refresh. The land reclamation took more than an hour. Fortunately, the bionic robot is faster. The slaughterhouse is all concrete walls, and the gate is gone. Clear a large area in front of the slaughterhouse. And then Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong retreat. During this period, The two female team members had already run a trip to transport ammunition, and the ammunition was left behind. And then Yang Bo took out the cold weapon in his hand and knocked hard on the concrete gate. Then he threw another bomb into the slaughterhouse. Then the three people's faces changed drastically because they heard a huge roar. "Captain, it seems to be a person?" Xiaohong said in the channel. "Hurry up and run." Yang Bo also felt something was wrong. And then the three people ran quickly, and they couldn't even take the ammunition thrown on the ground behind them. There were at least hundreds of human zombies behind them. The leader was more than 5 meters tall and held a big knife in his hand. This thing seemed to be a cutting knife on some machine. The blade was 20 centimeters wide and more than 2 meters long. Yang Bo fired continuously, and the body of this zombie was actually bulletproof. After the bullet hit, it was like hitting a tree. This guy took the lead, and he ran and roared. You can hear the screams of many zombies in the surrounding factory area. At this time, the surrounding weeds, bushes and vines saved the three people. Yang Bo dismantled the bomb in his hand while running, and directly used the photoelectric superpower to dismantle the bomb in less than 3 seconds. Then he grabbed a handful of dry leaves, and while running, he wrapped the things in the bomb with the leaves, and then wrapped the bomb fuse in it and activated it. With a puff, the whole handful of dry leaves instantly burned. Yang Bo threw the burning leaves on the pile of dead grass he had just cut. The weeds that had not been cleared would have dry leaves piled up on the ground every year. It was a bit like thatched grass, and the flames would ignite when thrown on the ground. In just a short time, the huge zombie behind was less than 50 meters away from Yang Bo. Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong ran faster. After all, they were just preparing to watch Yang Bo's performance from a distance. Yang Bo turned around and squatted on the ground, and then fired continuously with the gun in his hand. Yang Bo's eyes were aimed at the zombie's eyes. But the next second surprised Yang Bo. The zombie actually picked up the thick blade in his hand to block his eyes. But Yang Bo aimed at the zombie's neck and fired continuously. Dropped the bullet on the ground. The bullet hit the car zombie's neck, and the zombie shook a little. Yang Bo knew there was a way. Missed by the largest sniper rifle quickly, equipped with the most powerful bullets. Yang Bo gave another order. Bullets kept hitting the zombie's head, and the zombie had to use himself as a thick blade to block the bullets. So the speed slowed down. Yang Bo fired 5 bursts, 2 of which hit the thick blade directly, and 3 bullets hit the neck. Xiao Hong quickly threw a group of bullets, and then continued to run. She turned her head, and was also surprised. Yang Bo kept retreating quickly, and then opened fire. His speed was no slower than the 2 of them. The big guy in front was running very fast because of his size, and the zombies behind were slower. The fire that Yang Bo had lit in the back had already burned, and because it was close to the factory area, many of the vines covering the concrete were dry and growing well, and they were open for ventilation. Huge smoke could be seen from a distance, and many players on the resurrection point were stunned, some recording videos and some using telescopes. Then, they saw the huge zombies from a distance. And then, they spoke in their respective teams and found the boss. Some people who were curious about this planet quickly bought sniper rifles and prepared to rob the boss. Yang Bo retreated and fought at the same time, and he became more curious about this planet. These zombies can actually evolve. But Yang Bo was relieved afterwards. If these zombies could not evolve, they would have been cleared by the military long ago. Maybe this planet became like this because some people wanted to see what state these zombies would eventually evolve into. It could also be some inhumane experiments. Just like if the natives of this planet wanted to resist the rule of the Alliance. Hee. Of course. It could also be that it was like this when the Alliance discovered it. Human beings are actually very fragile in the universe. If there is no atmosphere to protect them, any stellar storm can kill them. This is a rubbish game. Yang Bo pulled the trigger and found that the gun in his hand did not fire. After a closer look, he found that the durability was gone. Then he dropped the gun in his hand and ran away. And then Yang Bo asked Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong to throw away everything on their bodies. He also threw away his things, and then ran to the big tree on the side. This was originally a tree on the green belt, and now it has a diameter of half a meter. You go first. I'll delay time. Yang Bo climbed up the tree. The zombies behind him were already angry, waving big blades, and followed Yang Bo to the tree. Then he swung the big blade and chopped the tree. This guy chopped the tree very quickly. In less than a minute, a huge gap was cut in the tree, and then it began to fall. Yang Bo seized the opportunity and jumped from one tree to another. The zombies below roared angrily, and then followed Yang Bo again. The tree that was blocking the road just now was waving the big blade and chopped all the branches that fell down and blocked the road. Yang Bo was not panicking at all. The worst that could happen was that his character would be ruined. Yang Bo stood on the tree, feeling the vibration of the zombies chopping down the tree, and then looked far away at the place where he had set the fire, with thick smoke billowing. Delightful. Yang Bo was very happy. In the industrial zone, because the hardened area was large, these grass vines crawled on the hardened road surface, unlike on the soil, which had more moisture and rotted quickly. Don't burn the entire industrial park. Yang Bo smiled in his heart and waited to watch the show. Then he felt the tree under him begin to fall again. And then he took advantage of the force of the tree falling and pounced on another tree. Then he took out a bomb and threw it at the huge zombie. The zombie was screaming in the explosion, and the big blade in his hand swung round, like a cutting machine, constantly cutting the fallen branches that blocked the road. The landscape trees on the side of the road had dense branches. And then the zombie came to cut trees again. Then Yang Bo heard the sound of a sniper rifle in the distance. But he didn't hit the zombie, because the fallen branch just now blocked the sniper's sight. This guy is mentally ill. He beat the boss, and the other party took away the mission item. That's right. There is no item protection function. Is this guy playing games stupid? On the resurrection point, a player just fired a gun, and there was a burst of laughter around. The player only reacted after hearing this. This is a rubbish game. Captain, where is the sniper rifle? At this time, the young lady who bought the sniper rifle was on the way. Yang Bo looked at the map, marked a place, asked the young lady to put it there, and loaded the bullet. The place marked by Yang Bo was only 500 or 600 meters away from him. Captain, I'm done. After the young lady was done, she quickly retreated. At this moment, there was a loud bang from the place on fire in the distance, as if some explosives were burned. Collision +2. Knife skills +2. Pharmacy +2. Boxing +2. Dense information instantly flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo immediately looked at the fire and found that the fire was gone. The military really took action. When Yang Bo saw this scene, he knew that the military had taken action to put out the fire. This was all planned. The big zombie below was also startled. Yang Bo saw that something was wrong with this guy, and then took out another bomb and threw it down, which made this guy scream and continue to cut trees. This time, Yang Bo took advantage of the moment when the tree fell, jumped out and landed on the ground, and then quickly ran towards the sniper rifle. The zombies behind him didn't see Yang Bo running because of the fallen tree. When the tree fell to the ground, they saw Yang Bo's figure, and then chased him with a big blade. When Yang Bo got the sniper rifle, the zombies behind him were only a dozen meters away. Yang Bo rolled on the ground, and then the sniper rifle opened fire. This shot directly hit the knee of the zombie. Although it didn't break the knee of the zombie, the huge impact force made one of his legs pause. The other leg didn't react at all, and the whole zombie fell flat on its face. Yang Bo pulled the bolt and shot the zombie's neck directly while the zombie was climbing up. The zombie's neck was instantly pierced, and the zombie's lower body shook suddenly, and the head was still twisting hard, and the next second it twisted its head off. What kind of metal is this big blade made of? What made Yang Bo curious was that the zombie's big blade looked like metal. Come and collect the mission item. Yang Bo watched the zombie's head gnawing on the ground. Although the hardened road surface had been worn out for so many years, it was still gnawed by the zombie to make a hole. Chapter 299, Lurability. Several teammates were stunned in the back. They didn't expect that it was solved so easily. After hearing Yang Bo's call, several people came up quickly, and other zombies were already howling in the distance. Yang Bo picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at the zombies following behind. Mind control +8. As soon as the information flashed in his mind, Yang Bo felt a little disappointed. He thought that this big guy would be of a high level, but he didn't expect that he was only sea level. Captain, what should we do next? Xiao Hong asked Yang Bo while sending him a task screenshot. Yang Bo was stunned when he saw the screenshot, and then quickly used the photoelectric superpower to see what happened at the scene. As a result, he saw a drone using a mechanical arm to grab the huge zombie body and the big blade and flew away. In the game, it was shown that the big blade and the zombie body were all stored in Xiao Hong's backpack. Awesome. Yang Bo didn't expect the military to have such a show. In other words, it seems that the task items are still in your backpack, but they have actually been taken away. At this time, many players came from behind. These players picked up guns and started to slaughter the zombies. What surprised Yang Bo was that as these players slaughtered the zombies, a series of information kept flashing on his side. Knife skills +2. Kick +2. Boxing +2. Pharmacy +2. Yang Bo felt a little strange. Was it the fire that burned these zombies just now? Or was it that he lured the zombies out and caused the death of these zombies? Which causal relationship caused it? Let him gain skill points from it. There's nothing to do now. Let's quit the game. I was so scared when I was chased by him just now, Yang Bo said, and threw the bomb in his hand far away. Xiaohong looked at the bounty of the task item and nodded quickly. Okay. The task reward given by this huge zombie is as high as 600,000 credit points, of which the big blade gave 250,000. The zombie skeleton gave 50,000. And the extracted brain gave 100,000. Because two portions were drawn, Yang Bo divided the money and went offline. And Xiaohong and the others also went offline. But they started video chatting after going offline. Our captain is definitely a top killer. He controls the character so fast. I seriously suspect that he has reached the master level of Mecha Master. Our captain's video has become popular on the forum. We made a small profit today. It's still hard to make money. I didn't feel it before when I spent money. Miss, how can others live after hearing what you said? You know some people only receive 4,000 to 5,000 credit points as subsistence allowances a month. And they have to use this money to pay for rent, food and life. I know. I wonder if the captain is married. If the family makes me take the blame and go to jail this time, I will become the captain's lover, provided that he comes to save me. Miss, keep dreaming. If the captain is really a Mecha Master, he can't do without a woman. When will you ask the captain what level of Mecha Master he is? Let's go into the mecha game again. We rookies definitely can't play with the captain. I didn't make any money in the mecha game. The monsters in it are too powerful, and the mecha is too difficult to control. I didn't make any money from the mecha game. If the captain hadn't led us, we wouldn't have made any money from this game. The captain's reaction was too fast, and his shooting was very accurate. Several teammates chatted privately, while Yang Bo had quit the game, and a series of skill information came to his mind. The knife skill was increased by more than 1,200 points, but it was understandable in a slaughterhouse. In addition, the pharmaceutical industry also gave more than 200 points. There were not many miscellaneous points left. You can actually play like this? Yang Bo touched his chin, then picked up the milk and drank it. Then Yang Bo came to the underground fortress. This time, Yang Bo limited his giantization to a height of 5 meters, and made the armor into a short style to cover the important parts. It's mainly this thing. If it grows up, it must be covered. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. And now that it hasn't grown up, it must be covered even more, because it is also embarrassing. There was a mirror in the training ground of the underground fortress, just to see your own state during training. The shorter you are when you transform into a giant, the longer you can last. Yang Bo looked at himself, who was 5 meters tall. He was about the same height as the Hulk, but his skin was bronze. Yang Bo made a bodybuilding pose and found that if he didn't move, he would look like a bronze statue. Then he waved his fist twice and made a boxing motion. It's great that you can control the size of your giant form. In this way, you will be the strongest in any environment. Although mechas are good, they are basically 8 meters tall. This is a hard rule of the Alliance. The reason why the mechas are not miniaturized is for safety reasons. If the mechas are miniaturized, they can be hidden in many civilian buildings. The main reason is that the safety of the Parliament Masters is threatened. After 5 minutes of training, Yang Bo returned to his original appearance, then washed up and went out in stealth. Today, the game did not take long. After lunch, Yang Bo appeared around the community where Wang Mushua lived in the appearance of John. These security guards are too unprofessional. It is obvious that they are security personnel, although it seems that there are not many policemen around. The people around are strong and wear large jackets with bulging inside. The place where Wang Mushua lives is originally a rich area, and it is also a villa area, and it is also the best place in the whole city. The surrounding supporting facilities are also very complete, and there are many high-end shopping malls, clubs, and bars. Many women who come in and out of the bar here are superpowers at first glance. And the service here is mainly superpowers. When he first came to this planet, Yang Bo thought that all superpowers were like Superman. As a result, a large number of superpowers are just like that. And some superpowers can't even meet the rating standards. And 90% of superpowers are at the lowest level. This is mainly caused by several reasons. On the one hand, there are few advanced gene medicines, and it is impossible to equip everyone with such medicines. In addition, the energy content of advanced gene medicines is high. If you can't digest such advanced gene medicines, you will be in danger. To put it bluntly, it's just like the dosage on Earth. The heavier the weight, the greater the dosage. If you give a chicken the dosage of a cow, the chicken will die directly. Genetic drugs are similar. If your own genes are not good, using advanced drugs will have the opposite effect. Of course, if there are enough advanced drugs, the masters of the parliament will not prepare them for everyone. They control resources for control. There are also many tourists here, and many people take photos and check in. After all, you can see 3 moons hanging high in the sky. This scene is rare. Yang Bo found a chair in the park and sat down. He looked at the 2 beauties on the other side of the chair. These 2 beauties seemed to be police women. They looked very nice. And the key was that their skin was white. Of course, Yang Bo just took a look, because the other party was wearing a loose jacket. And it was obvious that there were good things inside. This sun is also very comfortable. Yang Bo relaxed his body and made himself look lazy. The surrounding police had already compared Yang Bo's data in detail, and only turned their attention to other passers-by after confirming that there was no danger. A person suddenly caught Yang Bo's attention. The person was holding a pet that was slightly bigger than a fist. It looked like a mini pangolin if you looked closely. The pet owner wore a hat, had silver hair, white skin, brown glasses, a short-sleeved t-shirt, shorts, sneakers, and a small, shriveled backpack. He looked sunny and handsome when he walked. The police around him looked at this kind of dress and thought it was not dangerous at all, because they could see almost everything on the person in a glance. This person looks like a tourist, and there are many people dressed like this around him. But Yang Bo knows that this person is disguised. Yang Bo is not wrong about this intuition. And Yang Bo takes a closer look and knows that the other person is disguised. It is okay for ordinary tourists to dress like this, but others will look around. Why don't you look around when you travel? The other person came to the chair where Yang Bo was sitting with his pet, and asked in a polite and sunny tone, "Can I sit here?" Of course. Yang Bo looked down at the other person's pet, and he could see that the other person's pet was very timid. Just now, when he was on the road, he had been avoiding passers-by from a distance, and now he was shrinking next to his owner's feet. There is a problem with the collar on this little thing. Yang Bo had already detected it when he was talking, and the pet owner was quite powerful. The reason why Yang Bo sat on this bench was because this bench was the best observation position in the park. If anyone wants to check the surrounding situation, they should be here. "Sir, what kind of pet is this?" Yang Bo looked at it carefully and found that it looked like a mole, but it had scales, like a pangolin on its back. This is a relatively rare pet. I have the proof here. The pet owner looked like a sunny and handsome young man. After saying that, he took out the proof and waved it in front of Yang Bo. "This little thing seems very timid?" Yang Bo watched the other party's performance silently. "Yes, it is very timid and introverted." The sunny and handsome pet owner nodded and picked up the little thing. Yang Bo discovered that the belly of the little thing was covered with white fluff, and it was trembling in the pet owner's hand. Is our luck so good? Yang Bo didn't know whether the man in front of him was the killer codenamed Chameleon. Then Yang Bo thought of the information of this person in his mind. This person has been in the country for 10 days. Is there a suspicion? Although the news that Chameleon received orders has only been 2 or 3 days, the suspicion is greater. The number of orders received by Chameleon over the years is not large. It is estimated that it will accept orders after carefully understanding the situation at the scene. Of course, it is just a guess. After all, there are too many people who want to target Wang Mushua now. The Red Earl, the Ash Organization, and their own people. Maybe even some people in the Wang family themselves will feel uneasy about Wang Mushua's sudden rise. The family is fighting for power and profit, and anything will be done. And once these people take action, they are more ruthless than outsiders because they know more. Suddenly Yang Bo's heart moved. And he hooked his finger at the little thing in the hand of the sunny and handsome young man, and then used the ability of seduction. The little creature looked at Yang Bo with its dark eyes, and then seemed to be confused for a second. And then it started to hum and cry, as if it was going to pounce on Yang Bo. The little creature was small to begin with, and its two claws were trying hard to pull at the owner's hand. Yang Bo didn't expect that his luring skills would really work on small animals. So he hooked his finger again. The little creature suddenly cried loudly, just like when you grab your pet and it opens its mouth and screams, which scared Yang Bo. And even the sunny and handsome pet owner was scared, and subconsciously pinched the little creature's mouth. Stop! Stop! Hey! Stop! It was this action that made several plainclothes policemen around change their faces instantly, and they immediately took out laser pistols from their jackets and pointed them at the young man. The sunny and handsome pet owner was a little confused, and Yang Bo was also a little confused. He quickly raised his hand and moved his body to the side. Sir, you are suspected of abusing pets. The laser gun in the hand of a policeman was obviously fully charged. He took out his ID with one hand and said loudly, No! The young man was a little confused and raised his hand quickly, because several police drones flew over and were flashing red lights, which was the lock state. After the young man raised his hand, the little thing landed on the young man's legs. Then the little thing jumped onto the chair, and then jumped to the ground and ran towards Yang Bo. But the young man had a rope in his hand. Sir, please untie the rope. You just treated your pet rudely. Now we have to re-examine your qualifications. Please don't make any actions that will cause the police to misunderstand. A police officer said. A voice came from the police drone. I am the Alliance March Star Pet Court. My name is Danny, and my judge number is N0339. According to the video evidence provided by the 4 police officers, you treated your pet roughly. The court now rules that you have lost your pet adoption qualification at the first instance. Now please obey the orders of the police officers. We will review you and your pet's past data. The words of the judge came from the police drone. A police officer came up and untied the pet rope buckle on the handsome young man's waist. And then the little thing rushed to Yang Bo on the side with the rope. Yang Bo was still a little confused at this moment. The little thing came here and hummed at his feet. Sir, you can hold this little cutie. It has no attack power. A police officer looked at Yang Bo, who raised his hand and nodded kindly to remind him. Thank you. I think it's cute too. Yang Bo reached out to hold a little thing. The handsome young man's face was as ugly as it could be. As soon as Yang Bo picked it up, he felt that something was wrong with this little thing. It was definitely not an ordinary pet. Chapter 300 Calculation. Yang Bo hadn't figured out how to react to what happened suddenly, so he decided to take it one step at a time. Yang Bo looked at the confused young man opposite him, and then he was handcuffed. On the other side, the drone was still reading the police's judicial content, according to which laws and clauses of the Alliance you were arrested, and what rights you had. The young man was a little confused. He had raised the little thing for many years. Why did it happen today? Look at Yang Bo's current appearance. Just an ordinary middle-aged man, dressed like a single bachelor, a poor resident with little money. I think you misunderstood. Listen to my explanation. The young man hurriedly explained. We have video evidence and a judge's arrest warrant. We will take care of your pet according to legal requirements. Until the matter is not clear, you are absolutely not allowed to contact your pet. The police officer told him directly. Maybe the time for the lure skill was over, and the little thing in Yang Bo's hand only reacted at this time, looking at its owner with a pair of small eyes a little confused, and then turned to look at Yang Bo. I think it was scared. Yang Bo didn't plan to use the lure skill again. It was hard to say what abilities this little thing had, but the collar on its body was definitely not an ordinary collar. It must be. It didn't expect to be treated so roughly by its owner. Someone would actually treat their pet so roughly. You can imagine how miserable the life of a pet is. He actually pinched its mouth roughly with his hands. I really suspect he would pinch it to death in the next second. The policemen around him spoke up one after another. Yang Bo held the little thing in his hands. The little thing had a soft and furry belly, and felt similar to a hamster. However, Yang Bo's attention was not on the policeman in front of him, but on the other people watching the excitement around him. There are several disguised personnel. I wonder if they are here to protect Wang Muxue, or do they have other intentions? Yang Bo found that there were several other people in disguise, and there must be someone from Wang's family to protect them. Yang Bo could only determine whether the other party was disguised. But it was hard to say what camp they were in. Looking at the pet owner being taken to the police car, Yang Bo also took the pet to the police station at the request of the police. I want to know. How will this be handled later? Yang Bo pointed to the little thing in his hand and asked the policeman in front of him. In front of Yang Bo was a female police officer, who was of course very nice, and also a superpower, wearing a uniform that attracted a lot of attention. It will be temporarily placed in a related institution, waiting for the judge's decision. Before the judge's decision, it still belongs to the suspect's pet. If the judge determines it to be ownerless, the related institution will add it to the adoption list. The policewoman answered. Of course, there is another situation. That is, the pet chooses its own owner. If you apply to adopt this pet now, and this pet actively chooses you, then the pet can be legally awarded to you. This is the freedom of the pet to choose its owner. And it is also the right of the pet. To be honest, Yang Bo has no good plan yet, because the matter came too suddenly. Hearing the policewoman's words, Yang Bo was also very shocked. Now the alliance is not only about human rights. Even pets have to talk about freedom? I'll apply. Yang Bo decided to apply after just 2 seconds of thinking. On the one hand, Yang Bo was not sure whether the pet would be taken away by the police like some places on Earth where other people's dogs were taken away and then processed. On the other hand, Yang Bo hoped that the pet's owner would cause him more trouble. If these guys dared to do something to him, wouldn't it be like sending skills? This would be a job. If the other party was legitimate, they would ask for it through official channels. If it was not legitimate, and they wanted to do it privately, of course they would welcome it. If it was really this pet, and there was some secret, the other party would definitely make great efforts to cause trouble for him. And his identity was originally fake. No matter how big the matter was, it would just disappear. But I don't know what it is. Yang Bo didn't know the origin of this little thing. This is a mammal produced on the blue planet. The official name is soft-armored dolphin. Here are the detailed information, the female police officer on the other side said, and then showed the detailed information to Yang Bo. But before you adopt a pet, the authorities will review your qualifications, and you will also need to buy the necessary daily necessities for the pet, which will be assisted by professional organizations. The policewoman mentioned something else. Yang Bo understood immediately. That is, if you want to successfully adopt a pet, you must find a professional organization to assist you. To put it bluntly, you need to find a professional company to equip the little thing in your hand with daily necessities and install them properly. Yang Bo remembered that the fish tank water and the table for the goldfish in this body were all provided by professional assistance organizations. Of course, they didn't charge any money at that time. Of course, no problem. I believe I can take good care of it. Yang Bo said this, but he didn't care in his heart. If this little thing has rare skills, it might die accidentally. Of course, it must be used as bait first to see how many people are behind the pet owner. Sir, your application qualifications are fine. I will send you an email. You can apply according to the instructions in the email. Those who treat pets rudely don't deserve to have pets. The other policewoman seemed very dissatisfied with the pet owner's actions. Yang Bo of course showed a charming smile. Thank you, officer. I will apply right away. Yang Bo took out his watch and applied in front of the policewoman. Fortunately, the application was relatively simple. First, he had to pay a deposit. And then he had to ask a professional auxiliary agency to design a place for the pet to live and move around. And the professional agency had to tell the owner how to take care of the pet. How many minutes and kilometers do you have to take your pet out for a walk every day? How much time do you have to accompany your pet every day? Even some owners of large pets have holidays to walk their pets. Yang Bo knew it clearly. Isn't this just asking for money? He paid the deposit, and then found an officially recommended assistance agency. After filling out the general information of the pet, the assistance agency agreed on a time. The pet owner who was locked up didn't know that he was about to lose his pet, but was contacting a lawyer, 3 policemen, a drone from the Pet Protection Center, and officials from the Animal Protection Center. There was also a judge watching remotely, and the officials from the Animal Protection Center placed the little thing 5 meters away from Yang Bo. This is the process of pets choosing their owners. And then the official from the Animal Protection Center waved to Yang Bo. Mr. John, we can start, baby. Come here. Yang Bo shouted from the opposite side of the little thing. Yang Bo was a little excited, Because after getting this little thing, the forces behind them would definitely come. The little thing was lured by Yang Bo, and the people around him had just arrived, so they were not very familiar with it. After all, Yang Bo had held it for a long time. The little thing ran to Yang Bo's feet with its short legs. Very good. We will do it again, the official from the Animal Protection Center praised with a smile on his face. It was still the same after another time. Finally, the judge issued a document, first dissolving the relationship between the pet and the owner. Then, the pet was registered under the name of Yang Bo, and Yang Bo was required to ask a professional auxiliary agency to build professional living facilities for the pet within 24 hours. Then the official from the Animal Protection Center told Yang Bo that there would be 3 random return visits within 3 months. Yang Bo certainly agreed to all of this. These are all video materials. If Yang Bo violates these agreements in the future, he will have to wait to go to jail. After Yang Bo completed the formalities, the suspect, who was locked in another room, looked at the documents read by the police and animal protection officers in confusion. "You are robbing." "I don't believe it," the sunny and handsome young man shouted loudly with a ferocious face. "Sir, we have shown you the video materials. In addition, your emotions are very unstable, and you are not suitable to continue to keep pets. Our association will recommend freezing your qualification to adopt pets." The animal protection officer looked at the young man and spoke in a serious tone. The sunny and handsome young man shouted loudly, "You are cheating. You are robbing. That is my personal private property. I bought it at a high price. But the pet has chosen a new owner, and the pet has the right to choose its new owner." The Animal Protection Center officer said righteously, "We are here to fulfill the obligation to inform. If you want to take the pet back, it is recommended that you go through the legal process," the police said bluntly here. And Yang Bo had already left the police station with the little thing under the police's gaze. This is really a magical half-day. Yang Bo held the little thing in his hand, always feeling that today's event was a bit too magical, and he was just testing a skill. Yang Bo met the bad old man at the gate of the community where the apartment was located with his pet. The bad old man looked at the pet held by Yang Bo, smiled and said to Yang Bo, "It's really a cute little thing." There was a bit of perversion in the smile. "Uncle, when you are old, don't follow us young people to pick up girls. It's not good for your health." Yang Bo pretended not to know the details of this bad old man and said with a smile. The bad old man laughed, "You are the first one who dares to snatch the woman I like. I hope you will always maintain such an optimistic attitude in the future. Of course, you don't know how it is to date 2 beauties at the same time." The two entered the elevator together, and Yang Bo said with a smile. The bad old man took a look at the surveillance and almost killed the idiot in front of him on the spot. The bad old man just stared at Yang Bo with a weird smile. Yang Bo returned to John's home and quickly made an appointment with a professional organization to customize living facilities for the little thing. The professional organization brought a piece of dead wood, which was bent and twisted, and there was a hole under the dead wood. This hole is the future home of this little thing. And there are also professional pet food, pet water, and pet cleaning products. This organization also provides door-to-door service and handles the review of the Animal Protection Association on behalf of it. Yang Bo looked at the bill. This piece of dead wood alone cost 10,000 credit points. It is said that this dead wood must undergo 120 environmentally friendly and organic treatments. Don't think of cheap things in this world that are related to environmental protection and organic. 3 people came to install this 1 meter high, 20 centimeter diameter, twisted tree trunk, and also brought transportation equipment. The miscellaneous expenses on the bill added up to 50,000 credit points. And the monthly expenses in the future are about 5,000 credit points. Yang Bo also got a thick paper document, which is what you need to pay attention to when raising such a pet. When Yang Bo was decorating the house for his pet, the bad old man next door was furious and swore to cut Yang Bo into 180 pieces, and let Yang Bo see himself being cut. The other people were not surprised, because the bad old man was a bit perverted. But then again, if you are not perverted, you are not worthy of joining the Brotherhood, and you are not worthy of being a killer. Some missions even require killers to kill the target in various ways. This kind of cutting people into pieces is not considered perverted in the industry, and some even require taking back some of the target's things. Of course, the more perverted the killing method, the different the charges. "Captain, give me 2 hours on hurricane night. I will chop those 2 bitches and the pet in his hand into pieces right in front of him." The bad old man gritted his teeth and asked the captain for instructions. 1 hour will do. Don't make too much noise. The captain shook his head when he heard this. Captain, you know me. 1 hour is not enough for the other party to enjoy this desperate pain. The bad old man is still fighting for it. Only 1 hour. You must control your mind and your strength. If this mission fails because of you, I think you know the consequences. The captain looked at the bad old man and said seriously, this pet is worth a lot of money. Another person searched the information on the internet. Nothing is easy these days if you have anything to do with pets. That's how it is here in the Alliance. The upper echelons of the Alliance have brainwashed the lower echelons very severely. And they have also used various issues to divide the lower echelons, causing them to scheme against each other and attack each other over these trivial issues. Stop talking. The captain said unhappily when he heard these guys start talking about these things again. Whitehead, if an hour is not enough, I'll help you. Although those two girls are a bit rough. They are young after all. Another young man grinned and said, get lost. The bad old man said unhappily. Whitehead, pets all have chips. Once you kill a pet, the police will come to your door soon. So your time is very limited. Another middle-aged man said. This just attracts the attention of the police. I'll deal with the pet last. The bad old man answered as a matter of course. Yang Bo in the next room looked at the information on his watch and fell into deep thought. Did the blonde girl downstairs send a message to visit his home? Chapter 301 Disgusting. Yang Bo was lost in thought while reading the text message at John's house. He was looking at the little thing in his hand and thinking about what to do next. Should I keep an eye on the owner of the little thing? I wonder when the other party will be released on bail. Where does the other party live? And does the other party have any accomplices? Yang Bo originally wanted to go invisible to track the owner of the little thing. But after careful consideration, he found many problems. First, it is not clear when the owner of the little thing will be released on bail. Second, if the other party lives too far away or leaves by flying, he will not be able to catch up with him invisibly. I decided to let the Bounty Hunter Guild check it out. Yang Bo decided to let the people of the Bounty Hunter Guild check where the other party lives. In addition, Yang Bo replied to the message of the woman who asked him out, saying that he had something to do today. Yang Bo had no intention of further interacting with these women. Drinking together was just for fun. And he went to meet with the Bounty Hunter Guild by the way. Yang Bo carefully checked the little thing again. It was a specialty of a certain place in the Blue Water Empire. It was a nocturnal animal and very timid. It was said that the meat was very delicious. It was a rare top-grade ingredient in the local area. Only the nobles had the right to eat it. And other common people had no right to eat it. Yang Bo then knew that the Blue Water Empire also had class regulations for various ingredients. What the nobles could eat, the common people could not eat. There were many rare ingredients that belonged to the privileges of the nobles. If the common people ate them, they would be punished. It's almost the same. Yang Bo thought about it. In fact, it was almost the same. Just like many top-grade ingredients in the Alliance. The prices were so high that ordinary people could not afford them. Although the Alliance has no rules prohibiting ordinary people from eating anything, it is not the same as ordinary people not being able to eat without money. Yang Bo carried the newly bought pet bag, took the newly acquired pet with him, and went to the bar together. Annie downstairs received Yang Bo's rejection message and felt a little disappointed. She saw Yang Bo carrying a bag and going out on the balcony, and she was a little confused. After Yang Bo came to the bar, he came to the meeting place, and the pet bag was left alone somewhere else. Third Master Zhou Rui already knew about Yang Bo's affairs, and was also very confused about why Yang Bo wanted to keep a pet. Help me find out where the pet's owner lives, Yang Bo said directly. We have already found this. Zhou Rui immediately picked up a piece of information and handed it to Yang Bo. You did a good job. Help me look after the pet. Yang Bo took a look at the address, and then decided to go and find out the background of this kid. In the evening, the owner of the little thing was finally bailed out by the lawyer. Mr. Ma, I have done what you asked me to do, but I still want to remind you that in our alliance, the laws regarding pets are very complicated. I suggest you hire a professional lawyer. The lawyer looked at the young man who was released on bail and said, Thank you. The young man was now full of anger. He looked back at the police station and wished he could kill everyone in the police station. If you have any questions, you can call me. The lawyer saw that the matter had been settled, so he said goodbye. A middle-aged man stood next to the young man. After the two got on the driverless taxi, They returned to their residence. Damn it. What kind of broken law is this? They are robbing. This is blatant robbery. The young man returned to his residence and closed the door, and was furious. There were 5 people in the room. 3 men and 2 women. They watched the young man get angry and stood there, a little at a loss. Find out who adopted my pet as soon as possible. Also, find a professional lawyer to see how long it will take to get the pet back. Also, formulate a force-snatching plan, no matter how much it costs. We must get the pet back. Help me contact the Brotherhood, the Free Mercenary Organization, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. The young man issued a series of orders. Yes, my master. The others heard what the young man said, and quickly knelt on the ground to answer. This made Yongbo, who was invisible on the side, a little strange. Yongbo had been here for more than half an hour. Is this a slave? Yongbo then understood that the Blue Water Empire was the only country that still had slaves, and the slave trade was legal. Fool, when you leave the empire, you can call me young master without any formalities. The young man cursed when he saw this. Yes, master. The other men stood up quickly, looking a little flustered. You two come in with me. The young man pointed at 2 of the 3 men. The other one was the middle-aged man who accompanied the little thing's master back. When Yongbo heard this, he thought the other party had something secret to say, so he followed him in. No wonder the nobles of the Blue Water Empire are the most perverted. Yongbo had to hide in another room. Fortunately, the place where the young man lived was very open, and this room was also a suite. Yongbo came to another room, not listening to the creepy sound next door. This guy is simply... He doesn't use the 2 beautiful female slaves outside, but lets the 2 male slaves use him. Yongbo muttered to himself while checking for useful information in this room. It seems that this guy is still a noble of the Blue Water Empire, but it is not shown in the information. But it is true. That little thing can only be eaten by nobles in the Blue Water Empire. This room is also a bedroom, which seems to be the master's room. And the room outside next to it should be where the slaves sleep. There is a piece of armor in this room, which seems to be the style of the Blue Water Empire nobles. The overall look seems to be leather, and Yongbo did not touch it, because the armor gave him a very strange feeling. The armor is black with messy red and white lines on it. The red color is abnormal, and the white color is also abnormal, giving people a very creepy feeling. Is it really a chameleon? Walking a few steps to the side, Yongbo found that the color of the armor changed again, which made Yongbo curious. After waiting for about half an hour, the voices outside stopped. Yongbo waited until the people outside started talking before he came out. He found that the 3 people had already dressed properly. The owner of the little thing walked out of the door with a red face. The middle-aged man outside immediately reported, Master, we have found the other party's information. This bastard is actually the lowest pariah. The young man picked up the information in his hand and became angry after reading it. Yongbo saw behind this guy that it was the information of his disguised identity. No one from the Free Mercenary Union is here for the time being. The Bounty Hunter Guild has issued a bounty mission, and someone has accepted the order. You must get the pet back as soon as possible, and then kill this pariah for me. Chapter 302 Background. When Yongbo heard this, he wanted to slap the other party twice. These guys looked so arrogant and annoying. But Yongbo still didn't know who the other party was? Someone from the Bounty Hunter Guild actually took my mission. Yongbo was a little confused in his heart. He had to go back to see what happened. Sure enough, you have to be careful with people who are too handsome. Yongbo looked at the owner of this little thing. He looked sunny and handsome. Unexpectedly. In fact, the chaos of the nobles in the Blue Water Empire is not surprising to everyone, because many children in the empire are not allowed to meet the opposite sex before they reach adulthood. For example, the young masters are in contact with eunuchs, various men, or old maids. So the hobbies of these young masters can be imagined. They like men and maids. And the same is true for women. Women in the Blue Water Empire are tools. So in order to make the tools more valuable, they must be cultivated with various talents. Many noble girls hook up with some teachers who teach art, music, art, etc. Over time, such a chaotic atmosphere has been formed. Anyway, the Alliance likes to report some gossip, which may be true or false. At the bar, Zhou Rui and others saw the owner of the little thing issued a bounty task. So they took it and prepared to reversely check who the guy who issued the task was. Because if you want to issue a bounty in the Bounty Hunter Union, Then there must be information in this bounty hunter union. President, there is something going on. At this time, someone walked in and whispered. When Jo Roy heard this, she came out and saw a middle-aged man with the 2 female companions that Sandy had brought 2 days ago. That middle-aged man is a liar. The kind who cheats money and sex, and uses the identities of these girls' same-sex associations. Once the same-sex associations know about what they did with the opposite sex, they will cancel their benefits. The person who just reported explained in a low voice. Jo Roy was a little entangled, and then said, teach him a lesson. And you can arrange for these 2 women. President, how should I arrange it? What if Sandy doesn't care? The person who just reported asked hurriedly. Then what if he cares? See what they need. Jo Roy didn't dare to gamble. Who knows if Sandy has any special hobbies? And these 2 women are relatively clean looking at the information. The person who just reported shut up. Sanya's affairs are no small matter. Annie listened to the middle-aged man in bright and beautiful clothes talking freely, but looking at the relatively ordinary wine on the table, she felt a little uncomfortable. The middle-aged man was chatting with Shia. The middle-aged man looked at the 2 plump women and felt that he had already won. Don't look at these women from the association. Once they enter the society, they are like little sheep. He has easily controlled more than one of them. He played with them well. And the other party didn't dare to call the police, because after calling the police, they would lose their current special status, and would not be able to get the subsidies issued by the Alliance. These social maggots must be dealt with. The middle-aged man thought that what he did was right. And these maggots, who took the benefits of the Alliance, must be dealt with severely. Of course, the middle-aged man also chose the target after a long time. The real self would definitely not touch it. Only this kind of fake one would. The middle-aged man thought that he could definitely win her over after 2 more dates. Women all like good things. Delicious food, good drinks, and beautiful clothes. The middle-aged man looked at the 2 beautiful women in front of him. Although they were dressed beautifully, they had simple accessories and only 2 sets of clothes. It was obvious that he was short of money. The middle-aged man said very politely, I'm going to the toilet. The middle-aged man got up to go to the toilet. There were really 2 beautiful women in front of him. After drinking some wine, he needed to release some energy. At the door of the toilet, the middle-aged man bumped into someone. And then, the other person actually shouted that he was molesting. The middle-aged man saw that the other person was a man, and immediately cursed. Then the middle-aged man was inexplicably labeled as discriminated because the other person was a special group. Although he looked like a man, he thought he was a woman, and it was certified by a certain association. There were also witnesses around, proving that the middle-aged man said that the other person was a man, which was the greatest discrimination against special groups. The middle-aged man was taken away by the police in full view of the public. Disgusting. And returned to her seat, and felt a little disgusted when she saw the cup the middle-aged man drank from. Master, our mission this time. As for Yang Bo, who was hiding on the side, he finally knew the identities of these people. The young man was called Buller. The middle-aged man was the butler. The 2 who had in-depth exchanges with Buller were night attendants, and the other 2 were maids. Buller was a down-and-out nobleman of the Blue Water Empire. He had the title of Baron, but no territory. The inheritance tax of the Blue Water Empire was as high as 55%, and most of the nobles were fixed assets. In addition, the Blue Water Empire had strict requirements for the nobles. The tax revenue had to reach a certain level, and those who did not meet the requirements would be demoted. So the nobles there basically fell into decline, except for the great nobles with resources. And the small nobles were just waves of leaks. Buller's father actually had a territory, but unfortunately after his death, Buller had to sell the territory to pay the inheritance tax. Otherwise he could not inherit the title. Buller was a pharmacist. The little thing Yang Bo got was actually Buller's test product. Unexpectedly, this little thing actually had superpowers similar to phantoms. Buller used the blood of this little thing to research a special gene potion. It can make people enter a state similar to phantoms. Once the potion is used, it will blend into the surroundings. It is somewhat similar to the stealth in a game that Yang Bo played in his previous life. Unfortunately, on the one hand, the success rate of potion production is low, and on the other hand, the little thing is too small, and it takes a long time to draw it. As for the dead prince, he was actually Buller's enemy, and did not get any money, although the prince was also rewarded by the killer union. No one dared to collect it. The little thing has no chip in its body, But there is a data chip on the collar. After all, it came from the Blue Water Empire to travel. Stop talking. Hire a lawyer. Don't be afraid of spending money. Urge the Bounty Hunters Union to increase the money. This mission is worth 1 billion. Buller continued. Yang Bo was curious about how this guy took the order. But he didn't say anything. The lawyer has been contacted. But the other party suggested that we communicate with the pet owner first. I am the owner. I am? Buller shouted angrily. Master. The butler knelt on the ground quickly. And the others were also terrified. This maid and the 2 young men were actually versatile. These 2 maids are sisters. And they are also top students of a certain academy in the empire. Because their father committed a crime, they became slaves and were implanted with slave chips. Although the Alliance does not recognize slaves, they come to travel. So there is no way to control it. Moreover, people controlled by slave chips cannot call the police or anything. The master can control the life and death and even the actions of slaves at any time. Slave chips are the crystallization of the Blue Water Empire in the field of nerves. And the Alliance prohibits the development of chips in the field of nerves. Please arrange a time as soon as possible. I want to visit you. After Buller roared, he said again, Yes. The housekeeper quickly stood up to arrange it. Yang Bo thought to himself, what will the other party use to convince me? As a citizen of the Alliance, I should sternly refuse this kind of guy who abuses pets. I hope this guy will hire more killers to snatch pets. Yang Bo decided to leave, because he still had to go to the bar, and then go back to his home at night, and play the game tomorrow. After returning to the bar, Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming and hurried to report, Third Master. Someone wants to offer you a reward and snatch your pet. I know. That guy is chameleon. Otherwise, do you think I would provoke him? Yang Bo said lightly. Zhou Rui was shocked when she heard this. And the shock in her heart was simply beyond words. She asked in disbelief, Is this it? Well, otherwise a poor nobleman is worth my action. Yang Bo hummed, and then answered in an unfathomable way. Where is my pet? I'm going to take it home. Tomorrow. That guy will send someone to talk to me. I'm looking forward to what this guy will bring in exchange. Yang Bo spoke. Zhou Rui quickly sent someone to bring Yang Bo's pet over. The little thing was chubby and looked well taken care of. Just when Yang Bo was about to go out, Zhou Rui whispered, Third Master. Someone just... Yang Bo heard Zhou Rui's words and said unhappily, Don't bother with my business in the future. Yang Bo was upset. He and Annie were just playing around. But you? But since you are in charge, you can arrange it. This identity will be abandoned sooner or later. Yang Bo then added one more sentence. Zhou Rui was speechless and muttered to herself, Sure enough. The old guy is moody. Just now, he told me not to meddle in other people's business. But later, Third Master. I understand. Zhou Rui certainly understood what Yang Bo said. This identity involved the killer chameleon and the Brotherhood. And it might even involve the 2 women. From this point of view, the Third Master is still a man of affection and righteousness. After Yang Bo left, the senior member of the Bounty Hunter Union spoke. Yang Bo left the bar, carrying a pet backpack. And when he passed by the supermarket, he was going to buy some fruit or something for the little thing, which was an omnivore. I wonder what kind of genetic medicine Bueller tested on this little thing. Yang Bo knew how low the chance was for the animal he wanted to test to have superpowers. John? I didn't expect to find Annie and the other 2 strolling around the supermarket arm in arm when I arrived at the supermarket. Annie. Yang Bo also greeted her warmly. So cute. Is this your pet? Annie was a little surprised by the pet in Yang Bo's hand. You know, it's not cheap to raise a pet in the Alliance. And it's much more expensive than a person's living expenses. Yes. I just adopted it today. Let's buy some fruit for it. Together? Yang Bo looked at the 2 with a smile. From the perspective of his previous life, these 2 foreign girls would cost at least 4 figures in a big city. This is the price for each one. Together, cough cough. That's not good. It's okay. Just celebrate the new members of my family. Yang Bo felt that his identity would soon be abandoned. So how could he not use the money? Otherwise, leave it to those bankers? So the 3 people and the pet came to the fruit area. The little thing was obviously not the first time to come to the supermarket. It hummed and moaned at some fruits. Annie looked at the fruits Yang Bo chose, and was also surprised. These were all top-grade fruits. Yang Bo certainly knew that this little thing must be the best in Bueller's hands. Wouldn't you like to invite us up to sit? Annie asked Yang Bo in the elevator. Sorry. I still have some things at home. That is, some of its things have not been installed yet. When I finish, I will definitely invite you. Yang Bo was a little tempted. But he thought about it, and immediately abandoned his identity. Well, thank you for the fruit. Annie was not surprised to hear this. Yang Bo returned home, tied the little thing to a dead tree, and gave it some fruit. Then he saw a message from Bueller an hour ago, wanting to see him. Yang Bo looked at the message, then replied, asking the other party to come to his house. I don't know what good things the other party has. High-value targets must be squeezed dry. Yang Bo grinned. I'm looking forward to what good things these nobles have in their hands. You can return the little thing, and then change your identity to snatch it back. Yang Bo muttered to himself, then locked the little thing in a room and went back to his home. Bueller received Yang Bo's reply, and the butler asked, Master, this guy should ask for a lot. He is just a lowly person. What knowledge can he have? Give him whatever he wants. Bueller said disdainfully. The butler said worriedly, it is precisely because he is a lowly person that he does not know the limits. Just give it to him. You prepare a few good things. At worst, I will take it back when this mission is over. Anyway, he will die sooner or later, and the nobles cannot be desecrated. Bueller said very calmly. Yes. The butler understood when he heard this. The nobles are made of blood, and anyone who dares to challenge the nobles will be executed. When Bueller said this, except for the butler, several people knelt on the ground quickly. In the Blue Water Empire, it can be said that only the nobles are human beings, and the rest are not. The nobles have many privileges. Even if they kill someone in the street, they will only be fined. As for killing slaves, there is no responsibility. But ordinary nobles will not do that. After all, slaves are also property, just like livestock at home, and they are also valuable. The aristocratic system of the Blue Water Empire makes all the lower-class people only yearn for the nobles, and have no resistance in their hearts. They all want to become nobles, even if they want to become slaves of nobles. Some people even actively sell themselves as slaves, because being a slave means that life is guaranteed. And if you are not a slave, you can be oppressed by anyone. Being a slave only requires serving a master. When Yang Bo returned home, he carefully checked what specialties the Blue Water Empire has, so that he can ask for it tomorrow. Chapter 303 Yang Bo's Confusion. Yang Bo looked around and felt that he didn't like any of them. So he simply gave up. Let the guy look at it tomorrow. If I like it, then I can trade it. If I don't like it, then I'll discuss that guy. Zhou Rui returned to her residence, and was also thinking about the current situation. There is still an unknown force in the current situation. The killer of the Brotherhood. The lone killer chameleon. And another force. But she couldn't find it no matter how she looked. I wonder if the third master can find it out. Zhou Rui always has a little worry about the unknown situation. Worried that something big will happen. For this situation, Zhou Rui loves and hates it. What she loves is that it is because of this chaotic situation that the Bounty Hunter Union can develop. And what she hates is that if there is a loss in this chaotic situation, it will be a big loss. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and entered the game to see that he had won the first prize of 10 million game coins for the single-player monster killing ranking, and the first prize of 10 million game coins for the single-player task ranking. The team ranked first in the team monster killing ranking and first in the team task. And the team reward was 10 million respectively. Captain Yang Bo received a 10% commission, which is 1 million for each item. The remaining 9 million was divided equally among the team. 1.8 million for each person. Yang Bo received a total of 25.6 million. 10 million for the first two items alone, plus 2.89 million for the two. This news detonated the entire game, so that after Yang Bo went online, it was found that players seemed to be killing monsters and doing tasks. Boss, you need a gang token to form a gang. I don't know which boss will drop it. By the way, this game is so rubbish that it only drops some task items. Xiao Huang spoke after Yang Bo came online. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, it depends on when the military master will give it. Captain. Thank you. Captain. I love you. After the eldest lady and the young lady came online, they were also very excited to see the rewards they received. Even if they are young masters and young ladies from a big family. This is a lot of money, especially for the descendants, who are not valued in the family. Don't think that these descendants are buying and buying. If you don't believe it, Check carefully. They are all in the name of some companies. Because buying luxury goods can offset part of the tax. In other words, even if there are no such people, these cars will be bought and then put in the warehouse to collect dust. They are all family property, and these useless descendants have the right to use them. Yang Bo was unmoved and said, "Take a break for 2 days. There will definitely be chaos recently. Maybe something will happen." Yang Bo felt that he might be noticed by the military, and he was going to hide for a few days. Being noticed is not a good thing. Yang Bo just wanted to keep a low profile and kill monsters. "No problem. We can just change some money and go out to play." The young lady answered immediately. Then Yang Bo went offline, and the other people also exchanged some game coins, and then went offline to have fun. How could these useless descendants of big families devote themselves to the game? After going offline, Yang Bo looked at the forum. Many people looked at the word nameless on the leaderboard and said that it was the official shady deal or something. And when he faced the pursuit of the tall zombie, he was also filmed by someone, and the popularity was very high. Everyone said that he was a master or something. After going offline yesterday, Yang Bo also learned a lot of skills intermittently, among which the medicine and knife skills increased a lot, and the rest increased very little. It seems that those zombies are workers from slaughterhouses and veterinary medicine factories. Yang Bo came to the underground fortress and looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't know how to use the knife in his hand for a while, because he didn't have a target. He simply picked up a piece of fruit and threw it. After a flash of knife light, the fruit turned into more than 100 pieces. Yang Bo felt that his knife skills had reached the realm of no moves, and he could counter the enemy's moves. There are no moves if there is no target, and there are moves if there is a target. It seems that I need to find an opponent to test my results. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then he turned into a giant for a few minutes to get familiar with his giant body. At noon, Yang Bo appeared in John's house again, watching the little thing sleeping soundly in the tree hole. This thing is a nocturnal animal. Then he picked up the watch and looked at it carefully. There was no information or anything like that. Bueller brought his butler and 2 maids to the door of the apartment, because Yang Bo had confirmed the information of several people's visit. Several people came in easily. All the people living here are low-class people. Poor people. Even my livestock can live in such a small place. After entering the elevator, Bueller looked at the small elevator and the surrounding environment and couldn't help complaining. After listening, the butler thought that what Bueller said was true. "Master, the low-class people in these places are just like livestock." Yes. When the elevator door opened, he found 5 men at the door, and these 5 men looked at Bueller. These are the 5 people of the Brotherhood. Baitu looked at the 2 maids behind Bueller, swallowed his saliva secretly, and said to himself, "Superb. Please move aside." The housekeeper saw that the white-haired man was staring at his young master's maid, and said in a bad tone, "Hee hee." The brothers were originally high-level killers, and they didn't treat the people around them as human beings at all, because as long as they wanted, these ordinary people were like chickens in their hands, and they could pinch one at a time. Seeing that Bueller had a style and status, he smiled and moved aside. The white-haired man entered the elevator one by one, and before the elevator door closed, he saw Bueller and others coming to the door of Yang Bo's room, and he was also a little surprised. It turned out to be a noble of our empire. After the 5 people got out of the elevator, they walked on the road, and the captain whispered, "Yes, I saw the noble emblem, and I also smelled the noble smell on these guys." Someone in the team nodded. "Captain, what do you think this noble is doing here? How about we do something?" The white-haired man licked his lips and asked. The captain nodded. "Let's see who it is first. As long as they are not from our duke's line, we will kill them." Hee hee. Several people laughed. Illegal organizations like nobles the most, even if they are poor nobles. Their ancestors may have some treasures. However, in the Blue Water Empire, most of the means to target nobles can only be set up as traps. But outside the empire, this is a windfall. Yang Bo opened the door and looked at the 4 people of Bueller. Thinking of what he saw last night, he felt a little disgusted. "What are you going to exchange for my little cutie?" Yang Bo asked directly at the door. "Is this the way your alliance treats guests?" The butler looked at his young master's gloomy face and questioned Yang Bo in a cold voice. "No. There are surveillance cameras here. I think this is good for all of us." Yang Bo pointed at the surveillance cameras with a smile, and really didn't want to say anything to this Bueller. "Name a price." How about 1 million credit points? Bueller looked at Yang Bo with contempt. Yang Bo laughed. Sir, my little baby is priceless. In the eyes of the owner, pets are family members, which cannot be measured by money. Your attitude proves that you are not suitable for my little baby. Yang Bo was just acting, pretending to be a good man who has received education from the Alliance. Bueller said coldly, 5 million. You can buy a bigger house. You can also have a more beautiful woman. You can also buy a lot of luxury goods. You can go on interstellar travel. And most importantly, you will gain my friendship. Look at your cheap clothes. And then look at your age. How many years do you think you can enjoy? Bueller knew that money occupies a very important position in the Alliance. At least as long as Bueller uses money to open the way. It is very useful in many cases. Sir, I reiterate again that my little baby is my family and cannot be measured by money. Yang Bo did not give in. Nor did he say that the credit points you gave were useless to me. He kept emphasizing that this little thing was very important. Bueller pointed his finger at Yang Bo's nose. You idiot. I want to hire the best lawyer. Do you have enough money to pay for the lawyer's fee? 10 million plus a gene drug. It can make you a higher level citizen. It can let you live a few decades longer. And you can enjoy life. Yang Bo laughed. Do you really understand the citizen system of our alliance? Do you really think I am a resident? You? Buller's face changed drastically when he heard this. And he turned around and left. The housekeeper was a little confused. And the two maids hurried to catch up. Yang Bo looked at Buller, who was fleeing, and muttered in his heart, Are you scared now? In the elevator, the housekeeper looked unhappy and said, Master, this lowly person doesn't know what's good for him. I think he will just... You can find a way to test his bottom line. Buller realized that he had lost his composure just now. The main reason was that he lost his pet. And his biggest support was gone. Under the seemingly arrogant language, he was actually afraid. If he really couldn't get his pet back, the consequences would be too serious. Master, this guy doesn't know what's good for him. He won't change it even if he is given 10 million. I think he is waiting for a good price. The elevator reached the first floor, and the housekeeper analyzed it to Buller as he walked. This damn bastard. You can raise the price later, and hire a professional lawyer, no matter how much it costs. And also look at local charities to see if there are any with connections in the judicial department. At worst, I will donate. Buller continued. Yes, master. The housekeeper nodded. When they got to the car outside, Buller looked at the box the housekeeper brought and said, You go again, and make sure to see what the other party's purpose is. If he just wants something, I will agree to it as long as he is willing to return the pet. Besides, since he lives here, he must have acquaintances. Ask them, and don't be afraid to spend money. The housekeeper saw Buller looking at the box in his hand, which was full of good things and had not been shown yet. So he nodded, Okay, I'll do it right away. After saying that, the housekeeper got out of the car, bowed to see his master off, and then came back again. Yang Bo received a message from his watch that someone was going to visit him. Seeing that the other party was actually the butler, he asked someone to come up. This time, the butler entered Yang Bo's house and looked at the house where Yang Bo lived. It was better than most civilians in the empire, but not as good as the slaves at home. Mr. John, these are our little gifts. The butler smiled and opened the box. The jewelry in here is very rare, and many of them are produced on the mother planet. Mr. John can immigrate to the Federation with these things. I remember that several planets in the Federation have a polygamous system. Mr. John can find as many women as he wants. It seems that it is legal to find women there. In addition, my master can also give Mr. John a gene medicine. Mr. John may not know that once he becomes a superpower, he will be stronger in some aspects. The butler said to Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo stroked the little thing in his hand and laughed. I just like this kind of environment. I don't like this kind of jewelry, but I like the genetic medicine. As a noble, your master is sending me these rags. Isn't it a loss of noble status? Yang Bo asked with a laugh. The housekeeper was very surprised when he heard this, but he didn't show it on his face. Mr. John knows the identity of my master? You also know my name. And more than one person wants to adopt me as a pet. It seems that they are also from your empire. The people of the Blue Water Empire walk with their eyes up to the sky and speak in a very different tone. Yang Bo said with a smile. Almost no civilians from the Blue Water Empire can come to the Alliance for tourism, because civilians simply don't have the financial resources. Those who can come to the Alliance for tourism have some status in the Blue Water Empire. These people are used to enjoying privileges in the Blue Water Empire. So they are arrogant when they speak and do things. Haha. Mr. John? It seems that it is not so easy for pets to change owners. Right? The housekeeper laughed. What about missing? Yongbo replied indifferently. The housekeeper was speechless when he heard this. He pretended to be law-abiding in the place with surveillance before. But now? My life is very good now. With resident status and no taxes. Although there are many problems in the Alliance. It is safe. Especially for those of us who are not superpowers. We live comfortably here. You can imagine what kind of life we will have in the Federation or your empire. So I am not interested in many things. But your master is so anxious and has taken out so many good things. So this little thing will not have any secrets. Right? Yongbo said to the housekeeper with a smile. The housekeeper chuckled, Mr. John? Whatever you say is what it is. This little thing has developed feelings for my master. Explanation is a cover-up. Actually, I personally don't like to keep pets. It's troublesome. If you are not careful, you will go to jail. Your master may not realize it yet. He may go to jail in the Alliance. It's easy for me to say, but the Animal Protection Center and pet-related laws are what your master really has to face. Yongbo is ready to force the other party. Haha. Mr. John? You may not know that we can donate to the charity of the Protection Center. Or to some other mysterious charities. I understand what Mr. John means. Next time I will bring something you like. As for other people, you don't have to care. The housekeeper said with a smile. And left without taking the suitcase. Yongbo was a little confused. What did he say? I don't even know what I want. And you know what I want? Chapter 304 exclusive? Yongbo almost caught the housekeeper and asked him. Do you know what I want? Looking at the little thing in his arms. Yongbo felt a little tangled. The genetic medicine made from the blood of this little thing was too amazing. This kind of thing must not be leaked. I just don't know what skills this little thing will give me. Yongbo will not allow this kind of thing to appear again. Even if it does not pose a threat to himself. Then what about his family in the future? But breed it first. To prevent this thing from exploding skills. It will be troublesome if it explodes. Of course Yongbo will not do it now. If it can successfully breed offspring, and can produce related skills, it will be the best. If not, forget it. This thing is useless to me. Yongbo is not very looking forward to the ability brought by the little thing. Because he has invisibility. Which is more powerful than this. As for making money from the genetic medicine made from this thing, there is no need for that. After all, with his invisibility ability, it is not easy to make money. After a while, the doorbell rang. Yongbo opened the door, and found that Annie and Xia came to visit him, and brought gifts. This is the cake that Xia and I made personally. Annie looked at Yongbo's room, which was larger than the house he rented. And the furnishings were average. Thank you. Yongbo looked at the two people's outfits today. They were wearing dresses. Xia had black hair and blue eyes, and wore a white dress. Annie had golden hair and black eyes, and wore a blue and white dress. Giving people the feeling of a pure college student. Women are indeed fickle. Yongbo muttered to himself. And then let the two of them in. Ah! Xia and the others saw the box on the table and exclaimed. Sorry. An acquaintance left it here. Yongbo quickly put the box away. And there were a dozen ornaments of various colors neatly placed inside. In the Interstellar Society, there are also many luxury goods. Gold and the like are already considered industrial materials. But there are also other rare metals. So luxury goods are still available. But there is one thing to pay attention to. Maybe the metal that was valuable yesterday. And then the exploration company discovered that an asteroid is made of this metal. So the market is not very stable. And it is always ready to be sold at a bargain price. So luxury goods emphasize a craft. But how can the Interstellar Society appear high-end? Of course, it can only be said that the material comes from the mother planet. Which is a bit like the French black truffles on Earth. Only those produced in France are the best. Even if other countries have more to feed pigs, they are not authentic. Yongbo and his people don't know where the mother planet is. But they only know that it is a very beautiful planet. And the mother planet is the only place where there are 3 interstellar countries. Annie and Xia were a little dizzy. The colors and craftsmanship of the jewelry were definitely antiques. Looking at the boxes containing the antiques, they should also be antiques produced on the mother planet. Xia squeezed Annie's hand. Annie was a little absent-minded. She thought Yang Bo was a greasy uncle who would try every means to trick girls into going to a hotel with him. But she didn't expect that although Yang Bo would make some moves during contact, he didn't have any other thoughts. Xia is tired of the life of calculating every penny. Although the alliance gives subsidies, they are all calculated, and it is impossible for you to live a luxurious life. If you want to live an ordinary life, then there is no problem at all. If you want to dress well and eat well, you need to work hard. But as mentioned before, Xia and others have found many jobs, but they have been rejected. In order to buy a skirt, they have to save money for half a year. In order to eat the fruit they like, they have to pay attention to discount information and calculate. If they can't find a legitimate job, they have to find a way to find something illegitimate. Xia has already planned that even if she is arrested by the alliance and imprisoned, it is equivalent to living in a different place, and the government will help her find a job after she comes out. That's right. Otherwise your government is discriminating against those of us who come out. Of course, Yang Bo doesn't know the mentality of the two girls. In fact, most girls go astray because of various reasons. The biggest one is that their mentality is not very stable, and that thing makes money quickly. Yang Bo has experienced it. He earned several hundred yuan in 3 minutes. Cough, cough. The little baby is very cute. Annie was too embarrassed to ask Yang Bo directly, so she started to communicate normally. Xia almost rolled her eyes, thinking, isn't it just like that? It's similar to the electric auxiliary equipment she bought. She was ready to find an opportunity to ask the middle-aged uncle in front of her. Buller's butler was on his way back, looking at the flying car behind him, with a slight smile on his face. The butler didn't beat around the bush and went straight back to Buller. Buller saw that the butler's box was gone and asked, is it done? No. I put the box over there. I have communicated with the lawyer. If the other party accepts the expensive gift, then the other party's motive for adoption will be questioned. Now we must first find a way to deprive the other party of the relationship with the pet. As long as the pet enters the foster institution, it will be much easier, the butler said. The butler then said, but when I came back just now, someone followed me. John also revealed that someone is trying to get the pet at a higher price. When Buller heard this, his originally lazy body sat up straight and asked, who is it? I don't know. But many nobles of the Blue Water Empire have been robbed in other countries. These illegal organizations know that people like the young master bring a lot of good things. What I mean is that we should kill with a borrowed knife and let these people know that we have given John good things. The butler whispered his plan. When Buller heard this, he immediately said, let's do this. Also, John likes wine very much. We can start from another aspect. There are many rubbish wineries auctioned in our country. The prices are very low. If John is willing, you can buy it as a noble and give it to him. The butler said again. Beulah laughed when he heard this. If a noble like me buys it, it doesn't matter. At most, I will lose money. But after a commoner buys it, the surrounding nobles will let him know what despair is, and how to watch oneself rot bit by bit in other people's territory and feel powerless. Yes. The butler nodded. In the Blue Water Empire, many laws are useless to nobles, but they are very effective for commoners. The nobles have absolute rights over their own territories, including taxes, etc. The nobles are basically tax-free to each other, just like some wineries. The auction looks cheap, and it is actually very cheap. But after you get it, to go to your winery, you may pass through 2 or 3 other nobles' territories, and then the owners of these territories will charge you high tolls, unless you have the ability to buy a spaceship and build a ground port yourself. Of course, building these must also be approved by the empire. So many foreign investors, who are unaware of the truth, see such cheap land, and after buying it, they can only watch their investment disappear bit by bit, and they have no way to do anything. The empire does not collect taxes from you, but you have to pay taxes when you fly over other people's air. Sometimes these investors die of old age in the place they bought, because others have the right to prevent you from passing. Of course, the relevant risks have been informed at the time of the auction, but the interface information of the Buller auction is different from what ordinary people see. So the Buller gift to Yang Bo is a sinkhole. Of course, there is no way to resolve it. The first is to build an airport by yourself, and the second is to rely on a noble around and become a tenant for others. You take care of this. Communicate with that pariah. I get angry when I see him. If he were in the empire, I would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. As long as I can get him to the empire, I'll kill him. Bueller's tone was very calm. On Yang Bo's side, only Yang Bo and Xiao were left in the living room. John, we are all adults on some matters. Can't we be more direct? Xiao took the opportunity when Annie went to the bathroom and sat next to Yang Bo. Yang Bo chuckled and put his other hand on Xiao's leg. It was quite elastic. But there was a little more hair. Damn my eyesight. Of course. But I don't like my woman with other men. Yang Bo looked at Xiao with a smile. Although the woman looked calm on the surface, the muscles on her legs were a little tight, and her heartbeat was accelerated. It seemed that there was really no man. Otherwise the muscles would not be tight when being touched. You mean you want to have us two alone? Which is not cheap. Xiao was not angry, but was a little happy. In this way, she would not be afraid of the news leaking. I don't have anything else. But I have a lot of money, Yang Bo said with a smile. Then how to calculate the price? Is it calculated according to the price of one time? Or according to the month? Or the year? Xiao asked again with a smile. It depends on you. Yang Bo did not continue. Mainly because of the damn perception. Although Xiao had perfume on her body, she also had body odor. This was the difference between ordinary people and evolvers. Xiao looked okay from a distance. But if she got in touch, she would have to turn off the lights. But turning off the lights was boring. I like a dress. And Annie likes a bag. You touched them. So shouldn't you pay? Xiao looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo nodded directly. Of course. Yang Bo knew the rules. After all, there were prices for drinking in KTV. You had to pay according to the extent of touching. Some people just accompanied you to drink. Some just touched. And some not only accompanied you to drink, but also touched and did other things. Yang Bo liked this kind of money transaction, which did not involve any feelings. His identity would be abandoned in the future. So the government might as well give these cheap houses to the two women. This. Xiao immediately took out her watch and found that it had no signal. So Yang Bo took Xiao to the internet room. And Xiao showed the clothes she wanted and the bag Annie wanted. Annie agrees too? Yang Bo had a good impression of Annie. And her golden hair was a plus. I'll make her agree. After Xiao got the money transferred by Yang Bo, she looked at Yang Bo with a smile. As if you go on, the rest will be next time. Yang Bo couldn't continue. And he couldn't stop if he continued. Although it was not perfect in terms of perception. Annie came out of the bathroom and looked a little embarrassed in front of Yang Bo. This little look made Yang Bo even more itchy. By the way, the apocalyptic copy game in the mecha game can make money. And there is no need for any operation or anything like that. Yang Bo thought of a way for the two women to make money. Because of the stimulation of the rankings over there. The game has stimulated the enthusiasm of players to kill monsters. Logistics is a big problem. So they are recruiting ordinary players to run errands for logistics. And listened to Yang Bo's words with great interest and asked, is it true? Of course. You have to pay attention to some issues. Yang Bo said some issues. Mr. John? What is your name in the game? And asked at last. Go to the game and take a look. Yang Bo didn't have any games. So he said it tactfully. And Xiao left. And when they went out, they happened to meet 5 people from the neighboring room. All 5 of them looked at Baitu and almost laughed out loud. Baitu's face was also a little ugly. He made up his mind to teach these 2 bitches a lesson on the night of the hurricane. Xiao, this is not good. After returning home, Annie heard the conditions that Xiao and Yang Bo had discussed, and said to Xiao, it's okay. Look at the money they gave me. I will be the main force at that time. For an uncle of John's age, I will swing with the wind and guarantee that I can take him down in a few minutes. And you can just think of it as a high-end simulation companion robot with tens of millions of credit points. Xiao shook her body a few times and spoke. I don't think John meant that. You know what? The uncle almost touched me just now, and he was very experienced in negotiating with me. I won't say anything more. I want to see the bag. Here's the money. I don't want it. If you don't want it, I will. Anyway, he touched me. You don't really want to play the game. Do you? I saw it. If you are not careful, you will have to pay 500,000. Let me take a look first. 1 hour online is a few hundred credit points. It's not good to buy fruit with it. In the room next to Yang Bo, 5 people looked at the intelligence they had collected. The other party is a nobleman with 5 followers and 7 or 8 large boxes. These nobles like to show off. When they go out, their watches, clothes, and accessories are almost different every day. Then find a chance to kill him. When the others heard this, they thought it was another windfall. But why would the other party look for the idiot next door? It's funny to talk about it. Look at the news. Haha. This noble is also unlucky. Didn't he understand the laws of the Alliance when he came to the Alliance? Pets are much more valuable than people here, haha. The news showed a photo of Bueller pinching the mouth of his pet. And the headline was that the nobles of the Blue Empire brutally abused their pets. Chapter 305, Freeloading. This noble is so unlucky. Now that he's on the news, he's going to be squeezed out. The bail must be a huge sum. If the matter gets out of hand, he might even go to jail. He won't go to jail. Just donate to a few charities or an animal protection center. It will definitely be a huge waste of money. The idiot next door is also lucky. This noble will definitely give him a large sum of money. It's hard to say. I don't know what some people in the Alliance think. I guess the idiot next door will refuse. Whitehead. Did you see those two girls come out of the idiot's house next door in a spring breeze? It's so funny. Another middle-aged man among the 5 people made fun of the old white man. The old man rolled his eyes. Damn. I must kill these 2 women on hurricane night. But it feels exciting to think about fucking these 2 women in front of the idiot next door. Do you want me to help? Another young man also laughed. Get out of the way. I'm a superpower. The old man shouted unhappily. He means he should hack that idiot. Another middle-aged man joked again. That's fine. Get out. I like women. The captain watched the people in the team joking. But he didn't think it was wrong. Killers should like their work. Often after a mission, they need to relax and do something slightly perverted to adjust their mentality. It's still better in our empire. We can buy those female slaves and play with them at will. It's not the case with the Alliance. I don't like doing missions in the Alliance. I feel the Federation is better. The female slaves in the Empire are not fun. They are too obedient. It's more fun in the Federation. The more I resist, the more comfortable I feel. The captain laughed when he heard this. After this mission, let's go to the Federation to relax. The real-life hunting launched there in recent years is a good experience. You can choose people. These people are guaranteed not to be actors. And the scene can be chosen at will. That's really exciting. The other teammates were also very excited when they heard this. The killer earned money to be chic. After Yang Bo sent the 2 women away, he quickly came to the internet device here, turned on the internet device to enter the mecha game with biometrics, and then selected the Apocalypse copy game. He randomly picked a name, the Beardless Goat. This is not where my character is. After entering the game, Yang Bo looked around and found that he was in another place. Many players were shouting around the resurrection point, looking for a runner. 2,000 credit points a day, including internet access, but not resurrection coins. The team is recruiting new players. 500 credit points a day. No commission, including internet access and resurrection coins. The team is recruiting people. Those who know technology, many tasks, and a lot of income. Brother, do you want to join the team? Seeing Yang Bo's white decoration, a player came up and asked. I am an ordinary resident. Yang Bo said directly. We need talents like you. The other party's words almost made Yang Bo laugh. We have masters and beauties in our team. If you perform well, our team leader will give you genetic evolution potions. The other party spoke again. Yang Bo heard this and said speechlessly, gene evolution potions are not cheap. Our team leader has money, and he draws 5 gene purification potions a month according to his contribution. The other party continued. Yang Bo originally planned to refuse, but then he thought about it. If he could join a large team, then if 10 people participated in the battle, as long as he caused damage to the monsters before the battle, wouldn't it be 10 people helping him to brush his skills? Moreover, each player's game time is fixed, and the game characters at home and here add up to more game time. The reason for this regulation is that Yang Bo thinks that the remote-controlled bionic man needs time to repair. What about the treatment? I am an unemployed person? Yang Bo decided to join the team. The minimum daily salary is 200. And the task share is mainly based on the team's income, including internet fees and resurrection coins. But you will only give money if you play the game for 1 day. And you will not give money if you don't play the game. If you don't listen to the command, you will also be deducted money. The other party spoke. How many people are there in our group? 9 people now. The other party's answer made Yang Bo turn around and leave. Don't do that. A small team gives you a chance to show off. For those teams with dozens or hundreds of people, you just run errands. Don't worry. You know that our group leader is the boss of our dormitory. He is a rich second generation. The other party saw Yang Bo was about to leave and said quickly, "What school?" "The Mecha branch of the Central Military Academy of the Alliance." The other party answered proudly. Okay then. Yang Bo decided to join first and try it out. If it doesn't work, he will leave quickly. Yang Bo entered the team and saw that the name of the team was the Hero Team. The nicknames of the people in the team are: the captain is Wenda Dongjia. The vice captain is Li Er Dongjia. Followed by Wang Lao San. Ma Lao Si. Welcome newcomer. Welcome newcomer. The players in the Hero Team saw someone coming in and quickly sent a voice message. Newcomer. You are now Lao Jiao. Change your name according to your surname. And give you 500 game points. Li Er Dongjia and the team sent a message to Yang Bo and sent another 500 game points. Yang Bo followed suit and changed his nickname to John Lao Jiao. John. Send the bullets to the captain and others. The person in charge of recruiting people at the resurrection point was Zhou Lao Ba, who directly traded bullets to Yang Bo and asked Yang Bo to deliver the goods. Yang Bo nodded, then bought a bomb and took it with him. As for equipment, he didn't buy anything. Just a blank board and a knife for free in the game. Has John played a shooting game? The captain asked in the channel. I played that kind of standalone shooting game in the casino. Yang Bo was right. He had played it on the spaceship before. Come here and try your shooting skills when the time comes? The head of one said in the communication channel again. Then Yang Bo heard a flurry of noise. Some people shouted to run, and some shouted that they didn't have bullets. It seemed that the zombies were teaching them a lesson. The heroes in the heroes team also retreated in a panic, and then complained in the team. There's something wrong with this game. I calculated it with the template. There shouldn't be any problems. Did you not calculate it well? Did you cheat in the exam? With your command ability. It's a good thing you didn't go to the battlefield. Otherwise we would all be finished. It's definitely not wrong. It must be one of you who fired randomly. The commander in the team channel discussed with the team members to see who had the problem. These are all real. No matter how good your mathematical model is, it's useless. Yang Bo hurried on his way, muttering in his heart. This is why this game makes many players suffer a lot. A real virtual game has a logical order and a data model. But this is remote control. And occasionally there is a backstage performance for you. If you can calculate it with a model, you are awesome. It seems that we should find more identities to join some awesome teams. With the passage of time, teamwork will become the mainstream. There may be tens of millions of zombies in those megacities. And maybe more. After all, there may be more than 100 million animals and people. Which is definitely not something that can be dealt with by a single person. It's better to perform better, so that these big teams will transfer themselves to the core, not to be cannon fodder on the periphery. In this way, you can often swipe the boss. It's a pity that there is no way to be invisible in the game. Otherwise, when all the teams go to swipe the boss, you can just do some damage to swipe the skills. Yang Bo planned while walking. The new spawn point here is also in the county town or small city in the mountainous area. And there is no big city area shown on the map. The hero team chose to swipe a goose farm, which is next to a stream. Yang Bo found that there was something wrong with this team on the way. The road was not cleared, and the open battlefield was not cleared. Why do you feel like you have never played the game? After Yang Bo delivered the bullets, he looked at the scene and was a little speechless. We are all game masters. We are the top players in all games. In reality, we are all mecha masters. Let me show you our hand speed. After saying that, the other party controlled the character, turned his head, and swung his arms. Don't talk so much. Lao Jiao, you try the gun. The head of one asked Yang Bo to throw the bullets on the ground, and then traded a gun to Yang Bo. Captain, your style of play is not good. You must have a wide shooting range. Yang Bo looked at the mess in front of him. These wild grass and shrubs blocked the vision. No one knew where zombies would suddenly jump out. Clearing that will delay time. And isn't there a small map? Brothers and sisters, didn't you go to the forum? It says that the game radar cannot detect all monsters. Yang Bo was speechless. This is not a real game. The reason why the character radar in the real game is so accurate is that it is the location where the monsters in the game refresh. Of course it is clear. This is remote control. There is no way to detect the location of all monsters. John, Don't say so much. Let's see how good your shooting is first. When Dis said directly and arbitrarily, Yang Bo was ready to show off. When Yang Bo started to show off in the game, Wang Muxue received a very bad news. This bunch of trash. Wang Muxue's expression changed when she saw the news, and she couldn't help but curse in a low voice. General. The female adjutant next to Wang Muxue also had an ugly face. A 3S level laboratory actually had spies from other countries mixed in. Wang Muxue really didn't know what to say. The biological samples of invisible mice obtained from the Green Devil Star were sent to the most advanced 3S level biological laboratory in the Alliance, where genetic drugs were successfully produced. After repeated experiments, a genetic drug that can be used by humans was finally produced. After using this invisible drug, humans have a certain chance of having the superpower of invisibility. Among them, the personnel inside the laboratory injected the genetic drug themselves and gained the ability to be invisible, and also destroyed the remaining biological samples and genetic drugs in the laboratory. And the other party also ran away. The bad news is that the other party has the ability to be invisible. The good news is that the other party is originally a genetic evolutionist. The invisibility of the second-use genetic drug has certain defects. The time of use is up to 2 hours, and then you have to take energy interference drugs, or wait for an hour to use the invisibility again. The 3S laboratory suffered heavy losses. It is said that several biological experts died, and the entire laboratory almost exploded. General. Let's go! It's too dangerous here. The adjutant spoke again, because there is evidence that the escaped spy came to March Star. 2 hours of invisibility, plus enough camouflage potion. The other party can change any identity and move around anywhere. This makes the pursuit difficult. Sometimes the target disguised by the other party is killed in his own home, and it is not discovered until 2 or 3 days later. I don't know how many identities the other party has changed in these 2 or 3 days. The other party may not be looking for me, but other places must have been surrounded. Wang Muxue feels that the situation is getting more and more complicated now. I don't know who is behind all this, or whether all these things really happened at the same time. This kind of top-level laboratory is usually in the starry sky, disguised as various other facilities for research. The reason why it is not placed on the planet for research is because the previous research on unknown creatures led to genetic pollution and almost destroyed the entire city. And I feel that it is a smoke bomb released by the other party. The superpowers with invisibility will definitely take people out even if it is only for 2 hours. Wang Muxue analyzed calmly again. General. It's too dangerous here. The Brotherhood, the Ashes Organization, and the Chameleon. The adjutant still persuaded. Wang Muxue shook his head. I can't leave. Now I represent the interests of the Wang family. Is there any news about the Chameleon? Wang Muxue asked again. No. Chameleon receives orders from the Blue Water Empire through a very secretive postman organization. This organization still adheres to the oldest trading method, using physical transactions, and accepting tasks and issuing task rewards without contact. There are many nobles in the Blue Water Empire, and there are many dirty things among the nobles. So there is basically no public surveillance there, only in some places like schools and hospitals. No one has seen what a chameleon looks like, and the nickname of chameleon is not given by him. The adjutant's words made Wang Muxue feel a headache. As an intellectual evolver, what is needed is a variety of data to judge the direction of the situation. But in this situation, there is no useful data at all. The data found is fragmented and has no connection at all. Move all the furniture in this room away, leaving only the simplest ones. Wang Muxue was also worried here. After all, the killer must have his own advantages in becoming famous. Okay. The adjutant had no choice but to let Wang Muxue go. Sometimes, once he left, many things would be left unfinished. The March Star officials were also in a state of panic, because they had just received news that a powerful assassin was targeting the future admiral. Wang Muxue was here to put pressure on all parties. Help me meet with the head of the Planetary Security Bureau. I want to see the real scene again, not the scene they set up later, Wang Muxue said. Chapter 306 Preparation. After watching the video material given by the General Security Bureau, Wang Muxue asked unhappily, "Is this your original material?" "Yes, General." The people from the General Security Bureau quickly put away the tablet. This material can only be shown to others, and cannot be sent to others or anything. This thing is of great importance. So who discovered the scene before you? Wang Muxue looked at the scene, and still didn't believe that this was the first scene. So he asked, "This, The people from the General Security Bureau were a little embarrassed. General, some things can only be discovered by our General Security Bureau. So I can't tell you. The people from the General Security Bureau then said. Wang Mushua asked unexpectedly, is it the military? In Wang Mushua's impression, the only one who can kill the silver butterfly on this planet is the military. A-level gene evolvers also have small mecha production workshops. This is not something that ordinary organizations can discover and deal with. General, your network in the military is wider than ours. Do you think it's possible? The people from the General Security Bureau shook their heads and replied. Wang Mushua asked even more curiously, who is it? No comment. This is our secret. General, I suggest you make plans early for some things. After all, it is you who is in danger. Your family certainly hopes that you will put pressure on all parties on our planet. But some people in your family may also want you to get into trouble here. The person from the General Security Bureau said again. Don't bother you to worry about this. But I still hope that the General Security Bureau can give me some tips, which is very important to me. And you will also gain the friendship of a future admiral. Wang Mushua certainly knew. But now she also had to give an explanation. If she ran away now, do you believe that someone would give her the nickname of General Pow Pow? Moreover, she was here as the face of the alliance, the face of the military, the parliament, and the military would do their best to protect her. Her safety factor was the highest here, and it was also necessary to rely on external forces to solve some dangers at this time. Once she left, these killers would still exist, and she would have to deal with them alone at that time. When the people from the Public Security Bureau left, Wang Mushua still couldn't believe it. When did Zhou Rui's family have such a powerful helper? Several decades ago. Zhou Rui and his daughter left the Zhou family and came to March Star. It was impossible for them to have such a powerful helper. If they had such a strong helper, they would not have been driven away by the Zhou family. Wang Mushua muttered in a low voice. Then she sent a message to Zhou Rui. Wang Mushua needed to see the first scene to evaluate who was in the dark. After all, it was definitely not an ordinary person who could build an underground mecha workshop. And many materials were very sensitive. Wang Mushua's headache now is that there is no relevant information. Everything seems to be in the fog. But everything seems to be related. Zhou Rui received Wang Mushua's information, which was not surprising at all. After all, the other party is a future general. As long as the conditions are generous enough, any information can be found. However, Zhou Rui rejected Wang Mushua's request and of course answered very tactfully that we have not been to the scene. That is the credit of the Public Security Bureau. Even if we were, we would not dare to have any information reserves because the Public Security Bureau would be worried. Zhou Rui certainly won't expose Sanyi. It's a joke. Sanyi is just a cooperative relationship with her. Once exposed, who knows what Sanyi will think? This kind of A-level strength, an old guy with a deep network of relationships, are the most difficult to deal with. Once others are in the dark, no matter how many people you have, they will not be enough for them to kill one by one. I'm not afraid of A-level strongmen facing you head-on. But I'm afraid of these old guys staring at you in the dark. As long as they are your people, kill them one by one. Moreover, Sanye's intelligence network on March Star is stronger than that of his own union. What he didn't find here, he found. Zhou Rui couldn't guess what was behind this. But it must be very strong. Very strong. Wang Mushua was not surprised at all to get Zhou Rui's reply. After all, if she was the Public Security Bureau, she would not let the Bounty Hunter Union leave any handle. However, Wang Mushua smiled slightly. My cousin seems to have some personal emotions in her. It seems that we need to meet and have a good talk about the pros and cons. Wang Mushua has no time to watch Yang Bo recently. And Yang Bo has not been out recently. He just bought some things online. I don't know what he is doing at home. Wang Mushua invited Zhou Rui to be her guest. Zhou Rui agreed. She wanted to see how her cousin would paint a big picture for herself. Yang Bo was in the game, the captain of the hero team. When Dadong saw Yang Bo first use cold weapons to clear a shooting range, that is, an open space, and then picked up the gun he gave to lure the zombies. Do you think he did it right? When Dadong asked several people in a private chat. I don't know. We are mecha masters. Mechas need to be fast enough. Yeah. Soon Yang Bo retreated. The grass behind him kept shaking. And something could be seen moving in the weeds. These goose zombies were shrunken, like dried ducks, but their mouths were still opening and closing. making crisp clicking sounds. And this thing was almost attached to the ground. And it didn't clear the shooting range. Yes, clearing the shooting range is a waste of time and troublesome. But this is not a game. So the radar on the small map can only be used as a reference. After all, the radar carried by the bionic man is limited. Plus the unique environment of this world. After Yang Bo ran back, he saw that the hero team was still watching the excitement. So he squatted down quickly and started to perform. Of course, Yang Bo restrained 80% of his strength. 10% of the headshot. 10% of the neck breaking. 10% of the leg breaking. And the rest needed 2 shots to achieve this effect. Accompanied by the sound of the silencer. A minute later, when Dadong looked at the messy scene, this wave of Yang Bo attracted about 70 geese. And used 2 magazines, each with 50 bullets. Tier plus 2. These geese give this ability. Some of these zombie geese were shot in the head. And some of them were still crawling on one leg on the ground with short legs. But they often deviated and ended up spinning. The beaks of the broken necks were still clacking on the ground. John, you will be my deputy in the future. Yang Lachi, you go run errands. The head of Wen saw this record and nodded with satisfaction. Yang Bo felt that it might be a mistake for him to join such a team. After all, this team is too small. Of course, what the recruiter said just now is also right. A team that is too large will become a real errand runner. But there are 9 people in this team plus himself. 3 running errands, 1 recruiting, and 5 here to open up Wasteland really. Forget it. Let's see what happens first. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Captain, will you give me a raise? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. Yes. 200 more a day. 10% of the team's tasks. The eldest of the Wen family spoke immediately. Thank you. Captain. Lu Laowu. Son Laolu. Hurry up and collect the task items. The head of the Wen family continued to shout. These 2 were women. And they were also from the Mecha Academy. Yang Bo didn't find it strange. And then, he continued to open up the wasteland. When he finally went offline, the head of the Wen family praised Yang Bo. It's not easy for an ordinary person to play shooting games so well. I've been playing from youth to middle age now. Yang Bo said that he was a middle-aged man and played this kind of game. Not bad. Not bad. John, you do a good job. The head of the Wen family originally planned to train Yang Bo as a deputy, but gave up after hearing this. Thank you. Captain, I'm going offline. Yang Bo saw that the time was almost up. So he went offline. Yang Bo was very happy today. Although the hero team had few people, the last 4 of them were responsible for logistics. He had a great time firing bullets. More than 2,000 zombie geese were killed, including a small boss. And he gained mind control plus 4. In addition, several people in this team can carry more than 1,600 bullets at a time. Generally, a small farm can be taken away in one wave. But Yang Bo did not use his strength. He could just name most of the zombies and hit other zombie geese in the body, so that he could add skills. Of the more than 2,000 geese, Yang Bo only had about 100 that did not get the skill, which means that Yang Bo used more than 1,900 bullets alone. This is the good thing about being a team member. You don't have to consider the benefits or anything. You just have fun. After getting off the game, Yang Bo looked at the watch of John, who was disguised as him, and found several messages. The first one was that Annie had entered the game. Her name was Ai Chi. She didn't say where she was born. She had joined a team. The team included internet fees, resurrection coins, and equipment repairs. It was 400 credit points per day, and there was a 2% commission for completing tasks. Yang Bo replied with a good job. And then, there was a message from Bueller, asking when he would be free and to arrange a time to talk further. Finally, there was a secret code for contacting Joe Ray, which was supermarket discount information or something. After thinking for a while, Yang Bo made an appointment with Bueller at 10 a.m. Then, that Xia sent another message asking when he was free to discuss exclusive conditions and fees. This woman, Yang Bo also felt a little itchy in his heart. After all, she was a big foreign horse, cough cough. But now her perception was too strong. He replied to the message and agreed to talk the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow was the night of the hurricane. Then Yang Bo went to the bar. When he came to the bar and the meeting place, Zhou Rui was already waiting. Third Master, which senior official in the military is investigating the last incident and came to talk to me. But I refused. The reason why Zhou Rui said this to Yang Bo in person was because she was not sure whether Yang Bo had an official informant on March Star. Yang Bo was really too powerful. Well, you did a good job. We are not the same as her. Otherwise, we might not get any benefits and be implicated. Yang Bo nodded and said. Zhou Rui continued, there is still a force that has not been found. Where do you think this last force will be? Yang Bo heard this and laughed. I can't find it here. You can't find it there. The official can't find it. Where do you think this force is? Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo's words, thought about it carefully, but still didn't react. Does the third master mean the military? It was the people brought by that senior official. The reason why this rumor is circulating in society is nothing more than that if the other party succeeds, they will blame others. Boldly guess. This senior official must have brought someone, and one of them is looking for opportunities. In this case, as long as the other party is not exposed, we have no evidence. Yang Bo's words are actually speculation. But judging from the current situation, this possibility is not impossible. What should we do? Zhou Rui felt that there was no good way to hear this. Yang Bo laughed. We are here to make a fortune. As for the other party's life and death, it's none of our business. Don't forget my original identity. I am a mortal enemy with these guys. Zhou Rui then remembered the true identity of the master in front of her. Zhou Rui now feels embarrassed. According to what the third master said, if the other party does not expose himself, there will be no information on his side, and there is no way to warn. Don't worry too much. Even if something happens, it won't have much impact on your bounty hunter guild. There are military and local governments above you. Our focus is on the evidence center. Yang Bo continued. Yang Bo has two goals this time. The first is to use the armor of the guy with mad energy, and the second is to kill the 5 guys next door. These 5 guys are still members of the pharmaceutical guild on the surface. They seem to be of high level. It would be great if they can produce pharmaceutical skills. And then, there is Chameleon. This guy is also a pharmacist. It was because he made a stealth potion that he became a killer. Do you accept slaves? Thinking of the slaves of Buller, Yang Bo didn't know how to deal with them. These slaves would definitely not be able to go back. Their masters die here. If they went back, they would be killed by the Empire. But Yang Bo would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. This bottom line cannot be touched. Once it is touched, it is easy to break the bottom line again. If Yang Bo had no bottom line, he would have no idea how strong he was now. With invisibility and various skill combinations, you can brush as many skill points as you want. In reality, you can find a genetic pharmaceutical company and kill as many as you want to brush the pharmaceutical skills to the maximum level. Find a mecha academy and kill all the students inside to get mecha driving. If they are not slaves. Yang Bo can also use the excuse that the other party is helping the tyrant to do evil to kill the other party. But the other party is a slave and has no autonomy. Third Master, you can leave the aftermath to us. Zhou Rui thought of the slaves of Buller and nodded in agreement. That's good. I don't have to find someone else to handle it. The main reason is that I have basically cut off contact with those people before. Many people thought I was dead. Yang Bo nodded. Do you want us to arrange for the 2 girlfriends of the third master? It's not a problem to arrange a job for them. Zhou Rui mentioned Xia and Annie again. Forget it. After this matter is over, this identity will most likely be abandoned. You should make relevant preparations. Yang Bo shook his head and refused. In fact, the third master doesn't have to worry. You can still contact them with a different identity. Zhou Rui spoke again. I will handle my own affairs. The hurricane will start the day after tomorrow. Yang Bo shook his head. Chapter 307 Very handsome. Yang Bo sat in the bar for a while, and rejected several young ladies, who wanted to drink with him. He couldn't accept the smell on their bodies. And these young ladies were masters at first glance, with rich life experience. He could even smell the smell of these young ladies working last night. The gap between us and ordinary people will get bigger and bigger in the future. Yang Bo finally understood why people with superpowers and ordinary people are 2 groups. To put it bluntly, most ordinary people now look like the mentally ill people wandering in the garbage dump in Yang Bo's previous life. They smelled from a distance. After returning home and having a good sleep, he waited for the victim to come after breakfast the next morning. Buller's butler came to Yang Bo on time. He was well dressed and polite. But in this etiquette, Yang Bo saw indifference, as if he was following the procedure. Mr. John? Please look here. The other party took out a tablet and found that there was no network here. So he and Yang Bo came to the next room where they could access the internet. My master can buy these wineries and give them to you. I see you have a lot of good wines. You must be a wine lover. In addition, my master's 2 maids can also be given to you. They are more obedient than the companion robots of your alliance. They are virgins, sisters, and graduates of the Imperial Women's College. They are also superpowers. While the housekeeper was talking, he was paying attention to Yang Bo's reaction. In the housekeeper's opinion, there is no greasy middle-aged man like Yang Bo who doesn't like women. His master's maids have all the buffs. They are not only virgins, sisters, top students of the Imperial Women's College, superpowers, and slaves. Isn't this what every man dreams of? You are wrong. I hate slavery very much. As an ordinary person, I will feel inferior when facing 2 superpowered women. Yang Bo said unmoved. The housekeeper was speechless when he heard this. The people in the alliance were brainwashed and believed that slavery was the most backward system. As for the inferiority complex mentioned by Yang Bo, the housekeeper also understood that there was a difference between the physique of an ordinary person and a superpowered person. Then you should accept them even more. Sir, you can give them freedom if you become their master. As for inferiority complex, we can provide you with genetic drugs. All the land in our empire is private. You can buy any slaves and do whatever you want on your private land. There are all kinds of beautiful female slaves with all kinds of identities. Even if you like female stars from other countries, you can buy them in the slave market as long as you have money. The housekeeper said with a smile. Mr. Butler, please forgive me for being blunt. I don't yearn for the ignorant and backward life in your empire. I sympathize and protest against the plight of women in your country. Yang Bo put himself in the shoes of the people and accepted the brainwashing knowledge instilled by the alliance. The butler was speechless when he heard Yang Bo's words. If this pariah dared to say this in the empire, he would have been sent to the gallows long ago. Are you really unmoved? Do you really want to sue us? The butler was also very troubled. These pariahs brainwashed by the alliance were really difficult to deal with. I have no worries about food and clothing now. How nice it would be to have a little baby to accompany me. I won't give the little baby back to you. Your owner doesn't deserve to have a pet. Yang Bo raised his tone very high. Anyway, he didn't take out the things that moved him. And he also wanted to provoke the other party. It would be best if the other party sneaked over and wanted to kill him. In this way, he would know how strong the other party's stealth ability is, and whether it is a threat to him. Mr. John, don't say these words. Just tell me what you want. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it for you. We don't have much time left in the alliance. We don't want to delay too long in the alliance. Otherwise, we would rather sue you. The housekeeper spoke again. Yang Bo really didn't think about what he wanted. He had everything. As for the most important genetic medicines in the eyes of others, they had no effect on him at all. Besides, Yang Bo didn't dare to use the potion made by others. Who knows if there are other ingredients in this potion? You let your master beg me. Aren't you nobles very powerful? Don't you nobles have privileges in your empire? You nobles are lawless in your empire? Are you being controlled by me? A pariah in your eyes? You feel very unhappy. Do you want to kill me? Your master begs me? You also use female slaves to trade. People in our alliance hate the slavery system of your Shuilan empire the most. Are you, the butler, also arrogant in your empire? Aren't you humble enough to give me your master's maid? Yang Bo chuckled, and then said a long string of words. Madman. You are a fucking madman. The housekeeper was so angry at Yang Bo's words that he almost killed this pariah. If it were in the empire, he would have to skin him alive. Then the housekeeper stood up and left. Yang Bo waved his hand behind him and said, You will never get the pet back. You can see from the news that no judge dares to award the pet to you again, no matter how much money you donate. The corrupt empire has nurtured you corrupt nobles. The housekeeper behind him didn't hear it. After going out and coming to the elevator, the housekeeper took a deep breath to calm himself. Tonight is the death date of this pariah. The housekeeper suppressed the urge to go back and cut Yang Bo into pieces. In fact, the housekeeper is also a superpower, and his strength is not low. The elevator door opened, and 2 of the 5 people next to Yang Bo came back. The housekeeper saw the underwear one of them was wearing, and suddenly realized what was going on. After the housekeeper came back, he reported the whole thing to the master. Bitch. A complete bitch. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to pull all his bones out. This bastard. He actually asked me to beg him. Did you hear me? He asked me to beg him. Buller was almost going crazy, walking around the room in anger, jumping around like a monkey. Several people were so scared that they quickly knelt on the ground and trembled. 10 minutes later, Buller sat on the sofa and took a big gulp of wine. What else is going on? Buller asked the housekeeper again. The butler replied, one of the people living next door to the pariah wears underwear that is a high-end luxury item in our empire. This kind of underwear also needs to be customized in our empire. I suspect that they are coming for us. Logically speaking, people who can wear that kind of underwear should not live in an apartment. They live in an apartment. There must be something wrong. The pariah's attitude has changed drastically, which must be related to this matter. When Buller heard this, he sneered, no matter who he is, I will go and kill them together tonight. The shame of the nobles must be washed away with blood. Master, I suggest you consult a lawyer again, and it will not be too late to act tomorrow night. If you act tonight and are discovered tomorrow, it will affect our big things, the butler said quickly. Buller heard this and said, you can consult a lawyer and see what they have to say. But these lawyers will probably make things difficult and ask us to pay a lot of money. Give them as much money as they want. At worst, I'll take it back. As long as I can get the pet back, I'll agree to any conditions they ask. The housekeeper knelt on the ground and bowed and replied, I will follow the master's wishes. Yang Bo was expecting the crazy Buller to come and cause trouble for him, so that he could see how powerful stealth is. After entering the game and hanging around for a while, the hero team already had more than 20 people, most of whom were students from the Mecha Academy. After clearing 2 farms, one for chickens and the other for rabbits, Yang Bo unexpectedly discovered that both farms had small bosses. Why don't you come tonight? This shitty noble is so generous. That night, Yang Bo waited all night, and when it was almost dawn, no one came to take his life. It seems that the stimulation is not enough. It should come tonight, and the hurricane will start to blow tomorrow. After 9 o'clock in the morning, Xia came downstairs. Xia was dressed more pure today, completely different from the sexy outfit in the past few days. Mr. John, how about this contract? Xia took out a handwritten contract and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo looked at the contract and said, there is no big problem with the numbers, but I need to study the specific content. You also know that some terms may need to be changed. Of course there is no problem, but there may be a little accident. That is, Annie may not be able to get it done so quickly. Xia leaned on Yang Bo, blowing at Yang Bo while talking. Yang Bo was speechless here. If it was in the previous life, I would be fascinated. But in this life, the perception and sense of smell are too strong, and he can even smell the smell in Xia's stomach. How to deal with the relationship between the 2 women specifically? Yang Bo will wait and see after this incident develops. If it really doesn't work, 2 more test subjects for testing genetic drugs will do. I can guarantee that the genetic drugs given to the 2 are real. If the 2 go to the official to buy, they may still be some fakes. This bottle of wine is for you, just as the cost of your escape today. I am a person who calculates accounts very clearly. Yang Bo couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and took a bottle of good wine and stuffed it into Xia. Xia looked at the bottle of wine with shining eyes and held it in her hands. I like people like you, uncle. Yang Bo was distracted by the word uncle. In his previous life, many girls called him uncle. After sending Xia away, Yang Bo quickly went back to his home in stealth. He hadn't been back for 2 days. When he got home, Yang Bo found that his watch had received many messages. There were several messages from Zhou Rui, who agreed to meet after the hurricane and take him fishing. The fat boss sent a message to ask him to be careful, because he would not be back for another month. There was also a message from Wang Muxue, which basically asked him to meet again. There was something very important to discuss. If he didn't reply, she would come to his house in person. The deadline was this afternoon. This woman is crazy. Yang Bo felt his scalp tingling. What was the other party's real identity? He was an admiral. If there was an admiral standing outside his door, he would be looked at by everyone with a magnifying glass. Yang Bo had to reply a message, and the other party sent a meeting address. Anyway, we don't know anything. It's easier to deal with such official people. On the contrary, it is those social people who are difficult to deal with. Yang Bo left home in a flying car, and then bought some things online, letting the flying car automatically pick up the goods from various stores. I have to say that technology is sometimes quite cool. The flying car finds parking spaces by itself, repairs itself when it is damaged, and maintains itself, and can also pick up goods at the store. Madam, I don't want to join a sect. After Yang Bo entered the door, he saw Wang Muxue. The other party was wearing a white dress, which made her temperament more outstanding. She looked like the boss lady and Tang detective on Earth, but she was more cold and beautiful. Yang Bo has no good feelings for such cold and beautiful women. He likes the more romantic ones, like Xia. Yang Bo does not plan to get married for the time being. At most, he will find a few opposite sexes with whom he can have in-depth communication. In the alliance, men are considered the weaker party when getting married. Yang Bo even heard that the husband does not have the right to do paternity testing alone, and must get the consent of the child's mother. Yang Bo, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. Wang Muxue really didn't find any flaws or evidence in Yang Bo, so she decided to test Yang Bo in person, because after this hurricane, she will leave, and she doesn't know when she will see Yang Bo again. Madam, please pay attention to your wording. I am a citizen of the Alliance with a very good credit. There is no behavior of deceiving others. If you use such discriminatory or suspicious words again, I will take legal measures. Yang Bo said to Wang Muxue seriously. Are you feeling guilty? When you were on Green Devil Star, why did you go to the underground world? Are the changes on Green Devil Star related to you? Wang Muxue went straight to the point, staring at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes. Yang Bo was obviously stunned. Madam, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm curious. How did you unlock other people's mechas? If I tell others about this, will anyone cause trouble for you? Wang Muxue watched Yang Bo's every move closely, and then asked. Yang Bo heard this and laughed. It turns out that I met a madman. Did this lady get bullied in the sect and become mentally abnormal? It seems that I did the right thing by not joining the sect. I suggest this lady to see a psychologist. After that, Yang Bo stood up. Madam, please don't send me harassing messages in the future. Otherwise I will report you to the police. I am the lowest citizen of the Alliance. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wang Muxue said from behind, You look very handsome when operating the mecha. I like it very much. After Yang Bo left the door, he walked away quickly with a frightened look on his face, and then left in a flying car. Damn, being praised by a woman for being handsome. Why do I feel a little flattered? After Yang Bo got on the flying car, he looked at his unfamiliar face in the rearview mirror and touched it twice. Chapter 308 Darkness. Yang Bo looked at his face, which was a little unreal. At this moment, the watch prompted a new message. This woman is not a good person. After reading the message, Yang Bo immediately lost his favor for Wang Muxue. Wang Muxue in the tea house looked at the sky from a distance. Wang Muxue was also in a very happy mood, and muttered to herself, I wonder what the guy's reaction will be when he sees the message. The message Yang Bo received was very simple. Yang Bo, you came to see me. This is your biggest flaw. You know my true identity, and you are afraid that I will come to you and cause you trouble. Yang Bo drove back home in a flying car, put away the things he bought, and thought about when he exposed the flaw all the way. But after thinking carefully, he didn't find where he exposed the flaw. Don't worry about her. This woman doesn't have any evidence against me. The Alliance should still rely on evidence. Looking for a wife should be stupid, but not too stupid. Too stupid is easy to be deceived by other men. After thinking for a while, Yang Bo put this matter aside. It was not easy for a woman to praise him for being handsome. And then she turned around and gnashed her teeth at others. If it doesn't work, I can just go out. If it doesn't work, how about buying a title in the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo now yearns for the decadent aristocratic life. Everyone hates aristocrats, but everyone wants to be aristocrats. Yang Bo put this idea aside for the time being. Go to the basement to train my own abilities first, and then play the game after this incident is over. Most of the teammates in the game will go out to have fun. Arriving at the basement, Yang Bo first took off his clothes, and his body gradually became a giant. This time, Yang Bo controlled his height to 5 meters. Invisibility. Yang Bo used the invisibility ability, and then he disappeared in the mirror. This ability of giantization is simply too good, and it can be superimposed with other abilities. Yang Bo looked at his fist. Now that he is invisible, a punch will kill almost any superpower. Yang Bo punched the training equipment hard in the invisible state, and directly scrapped the training equipment. The power of giantization seems to have increased. In other words, it is not just the physical strength that increases with the size, but also these. This skill is awesome. But I don't know if there is a detailed record of this superpower. Yang Bo looked at the scrap training equipment, and his eyes lit up. Yang Bo has always been troubled by his invisible state, and he doesn't have any particularly strong abilities. Now it's good. Just the invisible fist, and his own strength is enough to make most people drink a pot. It's a pity that the testing equipment at home is not complete. Yang Bo really wants to see how powerful this giantization is when he is invisible. I don't have any weapons. It would be great if I had another weapon that was convenient for me. It would be best if it could turn me invisible at the same time. That's a bit too greedy. This is already pretty good. After 3 minutes of giant transformation, Yang Bo returned to his original form. I still need to improve my physique. This time it's easier than the previous times. It seems to be the result of adding skills in the game. I still need to do something in the game. Yang Bo looked at the little things he was feeding, and the 2 nests of gerbils that had bred on the side. These gerbils can be used as experimental materials. Yang Bo used to think that gerbils were useless, but now he thinks they can be used as experimental materials. Remember the first time I found mutant creatures in the ocean? I'll go to the ocean sometime, and try to catch some to make genetic medicine. Yang Bo packed up here, and prepared to go to John's place. The storm was coming. Yang Bo went out, and looked at the starry sky. The starry sky seemed particularly clear on the eve of the hurricane. There was no sign of the coming hurricane. The next day, Yang Bo got up in the morning, went to the balcony, twisted his body twice, and saw the bad old man on the balcony next door. The glass on the balcony can be switched to several modes. One is transparent, the other is opaque, and the balcony is completely sealed because the hurricane in this city is too strong. The bad old man looked at Yang Bo on the side, twisted his body, and showed a weird smile to Yang Bo. This bad old man doesn't think that I am letting him do whatever he wants. Yang Bo made a friendly gesture to the other party. Then Yang Bo went home to play games. It was unknown how long John's identity could be used. On the other side, Buller's face was very bad. The housekeeper communicated with the lawyer yesterday. The lawyer said that this case was very troublesome and had been reported in the news. Now it is not as simple as getting the pet back. The Alliance may sentence Buller to serve a sentence. All these bastards in the Alliance must die. These lawyers are fucking trash. They can't get things done even if they are paid. I am a nobleman, but I actually went to another country to be imprisoned? Buller was mad in the house. It's all that pariah. That damn pariah. He must have done something to my pet? This is not the first time that Buller has come to the Alliance. And he knows a little about some of the stupid laws of the Alliance. But he didn't expect that this matter would be so difficult. In the past, if something happened, he just hired a lawyer and donated some money, and nothing would happen. This time, the donations didn't work. Had the judges and sheriffs of the Alliance become better? Master, what we have to do now is to leave here as soon as possible. I will take care of the pet's affairs, and you can complete the task. When you complete the task, I will get the pet back. Let's go through other channels. The butler also felt that the situation was a bit bad. I will go there myself. And there is enough time to deal with the pariah first, and then complete the task. Buller shook his head and replied. The butler knelt on the ground on one side. Master, no one should know the secret of the pet. Now protect you first. You complete the task and leave first, and I will take care of the pet's affairs. Shut up, Buller shouted coldly. Although Buller is a noble, he was raped by some more powerful nobles a long time ago because he is so handsome, which has led to his developing a different orientation. Buller is sunny and handsome in the noble circle, and relies on this to exchange a lot of resources. Although the nobles have their own circles, they also have to pay a price to get help from others. The only thing Buller can show off is a sunny and handsome face. But under the surface is a long-term repression. And he is a lowly appearance that is wantonly played by more powerful and powerful people. So after Buller got the stealth potion, those who had played tricks on Buller died one by one. If it weren't for the insufficient amount of potions, or the lack of opportunities, Buller would have solved all the people who bullied him long ago. In addition, it depends on the cost-effectiveness. For the same potion, if you can get a large amount of wealth by taking a task, Then other people who are about to die can live a few more days. And there is another problem with the nobles. Many nobles have their own territories. Some territories are too large. And it will be troublesome if the stealth potion is not enough. Yes, master. Buller's butler shut up quickly. These butlers and their master share the same glory. So the noble slaves, butlers, and maids are loyal to their masters. Of course, there are also some traitors. Because once the master has an accident, these slaves will also be unlucky. And most of them will re-enter the slave market. And then the outcome is unpredictable. Anyway, it is said that the growth rate of the slave market in the empire has been very good in recent years. The butler took out the detailed map of the mission. Master, according to the intelligence, our target person may be like Hong. It's okay. These people will volunteer to die. Bueller didn't care about this. Stealth relies on being invisible to others. In addition, the situation on March Star has been a bit strange recently. According to the latest intelligence, a group of elite forces of the Ashes organization and the Silver Butterfly of the Brotherhood have all been in trouble. The butler spoke again. What is the Ashes organization? It's just a group of intelligence dealers. As for the Brotherhood, after I go back this time, their master happens to be my target. This old bastard has grown old in recent years and rarely comes out. Otherwise he would have died earlier. Without the support of the old bastard. What is the Brotherhood? Bueller shook his head. The housekeeper nodded. Then took out the map of where Yang Bo was living under disguise and said, "This is where the pariah lives." After Yang Bo finished playing the game, he turned invisible and sneaked into the other person's room while the person next door was going in and out. This mission is very important. I repeat, Baitu, you only have 1 hour. Captain, I suggest that Baitu wait until he finishes the task. There are alarms and surveillance in this apartment. It will be troublesome if the police are attracted first. Yes, Baitu sometimes gets carried away. Let's complete the task. This guy can play whatever he wants. Don't let our task be affected. However, the others were reluctant. The captain waved his hand, then looked at the bad old man and asked, Baitu, what do you think? You have to think clearly. Once you ruin the task, it doesn't matter if you are gone, but your family will be in trouble. Captain, there will be no problem. Baitu immediately promised after hearing this. And I need to mobilize my emotions. I also checked. The guy next door has no surveillance at home. He bought the house himself. The 2 women downstairs have surveillance at home. They rent a house. I'll ask the idiot next door to invite the 2 women up. Baitu quickly told his plan. Yang Bo, who was invisible on the side, was speechless. These killers were simply. But there was no way. Many of the lowest level citizens on the Alliance side were actually superpowered people. Just like the many employees in the Fat Boss company, who were basically superpowered people. But they were still the lowest in terms of citizen information. These killers knew that Yang Bo was not the lowest level resident. So what? These killers had full confidence in themselves. After all, they had been through so many storms for so many years. The specific plan is this. The equipment we need is in the basement next to the evidence center. Yang Bo looked at the plans of several people and determined that there must be a traitor in the evidence center. Captain, who is the one who caused the big trouble tonight? After the task was assigned, someone began to ask the captain. Of course, it's the crazy Red Earl. Someone provided them with some good things. These guys will first attack the March Star government, then attract most of the attention, and then launch a self-destruct attack on a future admiral. The captain chuckled. The admiral of the Alliance rose too fast, affecting the interests of many people. I heard that there are conflicts within their families. The captain spoke again. Another person nodded. Thanks to the struggles within these big families, we have a steady stream of high-value tasks. Yes, we killers have to be chaotic. Sometimes we can take the initiative to attack and provoke fights between several families. The captain took a sip of the drink and continued. Another person asked, I heard that Chameleon is here too? The Postman organization is very old, and is more hidden in the Empire than us. But they are too conservative and inefficient. They even accept and send tasks without physical contact. However, this organization also has its advantages. That is, it is not easy to be exposed. Who is Chameleon? The senior management of our association has analyzed that this guy should have mastered superpowers such as invisibility. Most of them have restrictions on use or are very costly to use. Otherwise, he would not have done many tasks in so many years. Such people would never dare to expose themselves, Otherwise they would be caught and studied. Early genetic drugs were extracted from humans. So if you see a rare superpower somewhere, these people will have an accident or disappear in a few years. And they will be caught and studied by those powerful people. There was once a superpower person in the Alliance who could easily obtain the permissions of some smart devices. The most sensational thing he had done was to rob a fighter plane. As a result, he was caught when selling the stolen goods on the black market. This person is said to have become the test material. At first, blood, muscles, and even body fluids were used for experiments. Later, brains were taken when it didn't work. They were even cloned. Or inherited. That is, to make the other party have offspring. After all, offspring have a chance to inherit the genes of their parents. The captain has the longest seniority among them. TSK. Compared to these people, our killers are too kind. Someone said. Yes. The early genetic drug safety tests of the elite class of the Alliance were all conducted by the people of their country. It has been much better in recent years. Why has the price of slaves in our empire been getting higher and higher in recent years? It is said that they were bought by other countries for experiments. Under the chairs of the dignitaries, there is endless blood. The captain laughed. Yang Bo was horrified when he heard this. These killers have been exposed to more dark sides than ordinary people. Take a good rest. Baitu, how are you going to open the other party's door later? Someone asked curiously. Of course I'll knock on the door. Baitu thought of the many people he had abused before, and they opened the door and let him in. When these people understood, the regretful and desperate expressions on their faces made him excited. No, I need to take a shower. Baitu, the pervert, said excitedly when he thought of the 3 mood enhancers tonight. Bastard. Yang Bo secretly cursed Baitu, the dead pervert, and he must make him look good later. Just in time to do things under the other party's identity. Chapter 309 Change of Plan. You keep an eye on Baitu later. Don't let this guy get carried away and delay our business. When Baitu went to take a shower, the captain called the other young man to another room and talked to him alone. I will supervise him. But this guy always plays bloody. Just like a slaughterhouse. Another person said. Yang Bo, who was hiding on the side, was very surprised. What other hidden special abilities does this bastard killer have? But don't expose your abilities. And don't expose the relationship between us. The captain said again. Also, pay attention to energy consumption. Captain, I understand. Yang Bo was hiding on the side. And when he heard the conversation between the two, he felt itchy in his heart. What kind of superpowers does this guy have? From what this guy said, he could see what Baitu did. You know, Baitu was going to do bad things in his room. What kind of ability does this guy have to be able to see what happened in his room? Or is there something on Baitu that this guy can use? It will be difficult for me to deal with this. It seems that I have to hide first. Yang Bo dare not take risks. Because people have strange superpowers. If this incident exposes his abilities, the consequences will be bad. If I hadn't been thinking about the things in the evidence center, I would have dealt with these people long ago. After all, going to the evidence center also requires someone to take the blame. Yang Bo has another plan. After making this plan, when someone here goes out, Yang Bo will find a way to return to his next room first. Then he sent a message to Xia and Annie. Yang Bo didn't want to affect ordinary people. After all, he was once an ordinary person. If something happened to Xia and Annie because of him, Yang Bo felt guilty. When the time came, Yang Bo dressed up like a human being and carried a pet backpack when he went out. He happened to meet Xia and Annie in the elevator, and the 3 of them chatted like human beings. Because Xia and Annie were members of the association, they could not be caught by surveillance cameras having too close contact with the opposite sex. The 2 women were dressed conservatively today, but they wore short t-shirts, short hot pants, and transparent high heels. One of them wore a white t-shirt and the other wore a black t-shirt. The huge contrast and hot body still attracted the attention of other people in the elevator. When the 3 of them got out of the elevator, the bad old man just came back from outside. Seeing the 3 of them going out, his face was green. Old man, let's go to the bar to drink together. Yang Bo looked at the bad old man and greeted him with a smile. The bad old man looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving, gnashing his teeth. He even went out to buy a bottle of good wine and celebrated later. Looking at the backs of Annie and Xia, the bad old man muttered in his heart, "It's good this way." After completing the task, there is plenty of time to play slowly. I hope these two women can let me play for a longer time. As soon as he entered the bar, Xia hugged Yang Bo's arm and rubbed it on Yang Bo's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Bo could even feel a little. Yang Bo ordered a lot of good things. All kinds of good fruit plates, snacks, etc. Then he came to the back. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming and hurriedly greeted Yang Bo. Help me keep an eye on my pets. And then help me entertain the two girls. Wait until I come back from my work, Yang Bo said. Zhou Rui nodded quickly. Tonight was a very important time. And Third Master couldn't be distracted by it. Tonight is the time to act. And we must be quick, Yang Bo said again. Don't worry, Third Master. We have prepared everything we should. Zhou Rui nodded. Then Yang Bo came out to drink with the two women. Tonight, they had good wine. And the fruit plates they ate were also the best. Half an hour later, the two women were drunk because Yang Bo used the ability to seduce, which seemed to make people more obedient. Yang Bo couldn't help but mutter, is this seduction useful for superpowers? Find a female superpower to experiment with it. After leaving the two women and pets to Zhou Rui, Yang Bo went out and came to Bueller invisibly. When Yang Bo sneaked in invisibly, he found that this guy was dancing. And he danced beautifully to the rhythm of the music. I have to say, this guy is handsome enough. And his temperament is also very good. As a man, Yang Bo felt that this guy was very handsome. What a pity. But thinking of the scene between this guy and his two male servants, Yang Bo would never pretend to be such a person. Master, the car is ready. We can set off. That pariah is not at home. He went out to the bar. When the time was almost up, the butler reminded him. Bueller nodded when he heard this. Wait until the task is completed before dealing with that pariah. When Yang Bo heard this, he wanted to find a chance to go out. But now he couldn't go out. So he had to follow the other party to the next door. Bueller came to the next room and took out a gene potion, which was made here. Congratulations, Master, on your successful mission. Bueller's other slaves knelt on the ground. Yang Bo didn't feel strange that these people knew Bueller's situation. Because in the Empire, the testimony of slaves had no legal effect. And any slave who betrayed his master would be punished cruelly. Yang Bo figured it out later. The reason why the Empire did this was to maintain the slave system. Once slaves could betray their masters without being punished, there would be many slaves who betrayed. In order to consolidate and protect the slave system, the fate of slaves who betrayed their masters can be imagined. And no one is allowed to accept betrayed slaves. Otherwise they will be punished severely. It is for this reason that slaves dare not tell others even if they know many secrets of their masters. Moreover, there are regulations on related content in the slave chip. Once a slave wants to tell the master's secret, the slave chip will kill the slave in the first time. The Blue Water Empire has gone to great lengths to maintain its slave system. And the effect is quite good. At least it can maintain the slave system in the Interstellar era. This stalking job is really not for humans. Yang Bo waited until Bueller left before he had the chance to come out and watched him leave in a flying car. The other party's destination was a parking lot near Wang Mushua's residence. When Yang Bo hurried to the parking lot, he saw the other party's vehicle in the parking lot. Then Yang Bo saw an eye-catching scene. Bueller's butler opened the car door. A naked man came out of the car. This man walked at the same speed as an ordinary person. In Yang Bo's eyes, the light around his body seemed to be distorted. At this time, the sky was already changing, and the whole sky was dark, with only the street lights emitting dazzling light. The wind is blowing. Yang Bo looked at the sky, the prelude to the storm, and some raindrops were falling, like meteors under the light of the street lights. Bueller maintained this state and walked in a darker place. It's different when the other party has a team. They directly take a flying car to the mission destination, and come out directly to do the mission after stealth. But the probability of being suspected is also very high. After all, if you appear at the scene, the surroundings will definitely be checked. Yang Bo thought about the pros and cons of the other party's way of action. Although his invisible state was a little tiring, and there was a long distance to travel, his own way was safer. Suddenly a pedestrian on the road exclaimed, and Yang Bo hurried over and found that the other party was looking at his watch. Then other pedestrians on the road also cried out in surprise. Yang Bo quickly approached one of them to look at his watch. It turned out to be a warning message sent by the government to residents, saying that some places on March Star had been attacked, and asked people to go home quickly and report any suspicious information. Red Earl finally took action. I just don't know how Red Earl's people will attack Wang Mushue. Yang Bo was wondering. There was a deafening sound from Wang Mushue's residence, and there was a fire rising into the sky. The pedestrians around saw this scene and fled in all directions. In the fire rising into the sky in the distance, a dazzling green was flying in the fire. There were many drone police and various police soldiers around. Split the sky. Yang Bo's saliva almost flowed out when he saw this dazzling green light. This woman has a lot of good things. But as a general, there must be a lot of people rushing to give her things. Yang Bo muttered to himself. I feel there is no need to follow her. Yang Bo was thinking about the evidence center. But how to deal with the other party still needed to be considered in the long run. Yang Bo followed Buller not to see how the other party did the task, but to see how he used his superpowers. Buller was in stealth mode, watching his destination being attacked and making such a big scene. And he was also very angry. Now the target may not be in the original location, and it is not easy to approach even if it is. The target will definitely be moved by the government. Although I know that other colleagues are watching the target, I didn't expect that other colleagues would do such a big thing. Some regret not taking action earlier. But now is obviously not the time to take action. So Buller turned around and walked back. As a killer, he must not act rashly again before the situation is clear. Killers come to make money, not to die. Killers who know there is a problem, but still go in are fools. They will be killed soon. Yang Bo originally wanted to kill the guy in front of him. But considering that if the guy in front of him died or disappeared, the pet would be associated with him by someone with ulterior motives. Then he would associate it with his disguised identity. It seems that I have to find a chance to return the pet to him, and then kill him together. Watching Buller get in the car, Yang Bo thought about it, and came up with a new plan. Then Yang Bo quickly rushed to the evidence center. At the evidence center, in the underground parking lot, the bad old men were wearing armor and ready to fight. The armor they wore was actually police armor. Let's go! The leading captain said loudly, looking at the information on the watch. 5 killers wearing police armor rushed out of the parking lot. At this time, it was pouring rain outside, accompanied by a strong wind. The captain first fired 2 smoke bombs at the evidence center next to him. This smoke bomb exploded instantly, and some black substances mixed with rain were carried everywhere by the shock wave, and the surveillance camera was immediately stained with black stains. The automatic cleaning mode of the camera sprayed detergent, but unfortunately it had no effect. Awesome. Yang Bo hurried and finally arrived here, and saw 5 guys wearing police armor directly blasting open the door outside the center. Chapter 3:10 Visual Sharing. Yang Bo also followed in stealth. The defense of the evidence center was average. After all, it was mainly a place to store evidence. However, the entire monitoring system was connected to the planetary warning system. But in this situation, the satellite in the sky could not see clearly what was happening below. The signal of the evidence center was also interrupted. But now the defense core of the entire area is on the other side. The dozen staff members of the evidence center evacuated quickly when they encountered this situation. On the Alliance side, no matter how big the loss is, as long as no one dies, it is not a big deal. Moreover, these staff members have been trained to put life first and run away quickly when they encounter danger. As for the other robot guards, they fought loyally and conscientiously with the invading hostile elements. There were already police drones and robots outside to support. The 5 gangsters were wearing armor and were very fast. It took less than a minute to break through the 4 warning systems. These guys were holding missile launchers, laser guns, and bombs, while launching portable missiles to bombard the access control. They rushed over quickly, not caring about the fragments of small missiles at all. If I hadn't known that there were accomplices inside who had already made arrangements, I would have been frightened by this. Yang Bo watched these guys perform. The laser guns and heavy weapons in these guys' hands never missed. It was clear where the robot guards were, and where the drone guards were. The robot guards and drone guards have a logical order, just like playing a game with a robot on the other side. As long as you understand its logical order, you can easily eliminate the opponent. The killers in front did not forget to fire blanks. In more than a minute, the 5 people arrived at the target. The evidence warehouse is very large and divided into several parts. The case of the last attack was relatively large, so a separate area was allocated to store these items. Yang Bo's target is also here. The evidence of each case that has not been closed is placed together. The 5 killers did not talk. The captain waved his hand, and the 5 people hurried to look for them separately. Shameless people from the Public Security Bureau. These mechas were clearly not damaged last time. Yang Bo looked at the damaged mechas. He did not touch the mechas at all last time. So it is self-evident how these mechas were damaged. What the hell? Yang Bo curiously approached and saw that the valuable things in the mechas were gone. Obviously, they were taken away by someone. Yang Bo followed behind one of the young men. This young man was communicating with the captain privately and could supervise the bad old man. The young man was looking at various items carefully. On the one hand, these killers came to find energy rings. And on the other hand, they also wanted to see what the battle was like at that time. The young man was looking at the destroyed mecha when he suddenly felt a chill on his chin. Yang Bo went invisible and aimed the energy weapon at the gap under the guy's helmet. Then pushed hard. The energy weapon instantly pierced into the young man's chin and poured directly into his brain when it was revealed. And then the brain matter in his brain was instantly destroyed by the energy. Vision sharing +8. Oh my god! Yang Bo was so stimulated by the sudden information that he almost jumped up. This rare ability was actually revealed by himself. He quickly obtained a biological sample from this person and disguised himself as the other person, while the energy armor began to transform. Then he threw the dead young man into an evidence box next to him and closed the lid. Everything was silent. Yang Bo changed into the appearance of a young man and quickly found the armor of the killer who exploded the crazy energy skill. It's a pity that it's useless. It's just an ordinary armor. Yang Bo was slightly disappointed. However, Yang Bo still packed a good thing. That is, the naval gun. Yang Bo waved his hand, and a box appeared. He quickly put the naval gun parts in it. This box was put away, and another box was taken out to pack the remaining parts. As for the other people who were rummaging through the boxes to find things, the reward for the energy ring mission was too high, and the whole area was turned into a mess. Then Yang Bo began to walk around in a fake manner according to the process discussed by these killers. 1.5 minutes later, Yang Bo pretended to be the other party and joined the captain and others. The other people shook their heads, and Yang Bo of course shook his head with them. The captain made a gesture directly, which meant to go first. Yang Bo walked at the end, holding a laser gun in his hand, and the captain was in front. When the group saw the entrance of the evidence center, suddenly, dense lasers burst out outside. The group reacted quickly, and the leading captain fired 2 portable missiles. However, the missiles were hit by lasers outside as soon as they were released. But after the missiles were hit, strange powders burst out. After these powders came into contact with rainwater, they instantly exploded. Yang Bo knew that this was an energy chemical substance that would explode once it came into contact with water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the captain led several people to evacuate from another passage, and no one said anything during the whole process. Yang Bo didn't take action to deal with a few people now, because it was not the right time yet. After all, he took the naval gun away, so someone must take the blame. And then he left a clue. That is, the dead man, as if to say to the people of the Public Security Bureau, it was him. They did it. When they came to a wall, another middle-aged man quickly took out bombs and placed them on the wall. Several people quickly retreated and hid. And then, there was a loud bang. The whole wall was blown away by the huge impact force. Several people didn't care about the various fragments at all, and the armor on their bodies was glowing with a faint fluorescence. Several people rushed out in an instant and disappeared in the heavy rain. Damn it! The police chief who surrounded several people outside was a chief of police. Although this guy was cursing loudly, he was actually relieved. It seems that this gangster is not an ordinary guy. If he really fights to the death, once there are casualties in the police force, it will be troublesome. Now it's just the evidence center that was bombed. As long as no one is dead. In the future, we can declare to the public that after a fierce battle, we caused several deaths and injuries to the bandits without losing a single person. As for whether there were any deaths, General, there is a body of an unknown person. Just as the chief of police was thinking about what to say, a police officer in charge of operating the police robot said quickly, "Is it safe inside?" The chief asked first. "It's safe. Let's go." The chief came to the box where Yang Bo threw the body, and the body had been carried out by the robot. Seeing that this man's head was rotten, but the police armor on his body made the chief's face black. Sir, the biological sample has been matched. It is the Silver Killer of the Brotherhood, nicknamed Nighthawk. The bounty in the Alliance exceeds 1.5 million credit points. And we have upgrade points internally. The biological match quickly gave the answer. The chief of police was a little confused. This happiness came too suddenly. He took a laser gun and shot at the body of the bandit. This credit belongs to everyone. The chief beat the bandit's body to pieces, and then said in high spirits. In addition, Yang Bo and his men rushed out directly in the heavy rain. The police drones behind them were shining and kept approaching. And the lights of police drones were also flashing in other places. Yang Bo knew the plan of the few people. Sure enough, the next second, the captain waved his hand, and the layers were dispersed. Yang Bo and another middle-aged man went directly into the nearby sewer. Yang Bo entered the sewer first, and the middle-aged man jumped in behind him. Then the next second, the middle-aged man felt that he was swept by a huge force, and his eyes went black. The kick skill has a good bonus. It turned out that Yang Bo kicked hard, and the middle-aged man was directly kicked and embedded in the sewer wall on one side. Bomb mastery plus 16. The middle-aged man never thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. After all, they were the closest teammates. Came to the first meeting place, which was a villa, and the captain had already arrived. The captain looked at Yang Bo in confusion. Yang Bo took off his helmet and exposed his true face in front of the captain to reduce the captain's vigilance. At this time, the light of the police drone came from outside, and the captain just turned his head to look over. The next second, Yang Bo rushed towards the captain with his whole body. The captain had never expected that his closest teammate would suddenly attack him. When Yang Bo rushed over, the captain reacted quickly, and the armor on his body lit up. But the next second, the armor shattered and the captain's eyes went dark. At Yang Bo's level, only mechas could withstand the collision skill. Pharmaceutical plus 32. Finally, the pharmaceutical skill was given. I doubt how these guys who pretended to be members of the Pharmaceutical Association could withstand verification. Yang Bo also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there was a sound of exchange of fire outside, and the bad old man and another person rushed into the villa in a panic. However, the next second, when the bad old man and another person just opened the door, two portable missiles whizzed in and collided directly with the two people at the narrow door, mixed with the light of laser guns. The laser gun was partly a police drone, and the other was Yang Bo. It was directly hit and exploded. Although the captain's missile launcher has various keys, it doesn't matter to Yang Bo. Pharmaceutical plus 16. Pharmaceutical plus 8. It's worth it. Yang Bo released the superpower fire casually, and then quickly left in stealth. Yang Bo left directly from the gate in stealth. There were already 7 or 8 police drones flashing police lights outside, surrounding the villa. There was a violent storm outside, and a raging fire had already started inside the villa. Yang Bo saw a police car flying towards the villa. Today's harvest is not bad. Let's go to Wang Mushua to see if there is any bargain. Yang Bo looked into the distance. When he came to where Wang Mushua lived, Yang Bo looked at the violent storm. There were many military police inside, and the scene was in a mess. Half of the building collapsed, and there was a big hole on the ground. It can be seen that the directional bomb was placed in the sewer. Yang Bo wandered among the military and police, and soon found 2 suspicious people. The 2 people looked stern, and they looked no different from the surrounding military and police. But the 2 people gave Yang Bo the feeling that they were the Red Earl's people. It was no longer strange for the Red Earl's people to appear in the military. Someone is missing. Yang Bo originally thought that Wang Mushua was fine, but when he got together with several leaders, he found that the matter was serious. The Imperial Admiral was missing. Yang Bo was surprised. This person couldn't have disappeared by himself, right? After all, so many people were watching. And he saw Li Kong when he left? Yang Bo went invisible into the house, and found that there was really a fight inside. And the other party seemed to have used some kind of energy bomb again. The room was damaged, but the electronic items inside seemed to be damaged. Superpowers are awesome, but in fact, there are many high-tech means, high-frequency pulse bombs, and high-energy electromagnetic bombs. The ability of superpowers to resist radiation is stronger than that of ordinary people. But there is also a value. That is, high-frequency pulses and electromagnetic waves. Superpowers of different levels have a maximum value. After exceeding it, people can't stand it. Strange? Did he leave on his own? Yang Bo muttered to himself, wrote down the numbers of the 2 military police, and left quickly. Could it be that the Red Earl's people pretended to be reinforcements and took the people away? Yang Bo now has a bold idea. Since there are Red Earl's people among the military police, can the other party pretend to be military police? Or are they originally military police? In the bar, people were still singing and dancing, and they didn't care about the attack outside. Third Master, the evidence center has been dealt with. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo coming back and hurriedly reported in a low voice. Yang Bo was a little surprised. It seems that your network is really good. I left one person from the Brotherhood there to take the blame, and the others have been dealt with. So the beginning and the end are clean. Thank you, Third Master. Zhou Rui certainly understood what Yang Bo meant. Now no matter how many things are lost there, they are all done by the Brotherhood. One person died in the police station. Several more died outside, and some escaped. Isn't this a perfect chain of evidence? Does your guild know where the woman surnamed Wang went? Yang Bo decided to ask Zhou Rui. It's not clear. We are only on the periphery. But according to our intelligence, she left on her own, Zhou Rui said. Yang Bo was puzzled, and at the same time he had a bad feeling. I'll go out again. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo suspiciously as he left, wondering why the Third Master cared about Wang Muxue. Could it be because he wanted to target Wang Muxue? Yang Bo returned to his home, which was the villa on the mountain. Invisibly. I was careless. This woman is a thief. Yang Bo saw the light on in the garage. And then he got closer, and found that Wang Muxue seemed to be listening to music in her car. It's also fortunate that I used the metal superpower to manually lock the door behind me when I entered the house. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief again. The door of his house was manually locked from the inside. Otherwise it would be exposed if this woman unlocked it, and found that he was not there. Yang Bo used his metal superpower to gently open the manual lock behind the door, and then slipped in. A few minutes later, Yang Bo came to the garage in his pajamas, looking at Wang Muxue sitting in the flying car with an unhappy face. Sorry to bother you, but I don't have anyone I trust here. Can I stay at your place for a few days? Wang Muxue looked at the owner of the flying car, not embarrassed at all, but stroked her hair calmly. You people from the thief door, just steal our civilians' things? Yang Bo said unhappily. The garage door here is automatic, because every time Yang Bo comes back, the flying car will automatically park inside.